Everyone has a dream of their own in their heart when they were young. Maybe you dream of becoming a scientist, mastering the power of science and technology, and developing aircraft carriers to fly across the stars. Maybe you aspire to become a doctor, to cure illnesses and save lives. Or maybe you aspire to become president, change the fate of the country, and promote social progress. However, as time goes by, our dreams are gradually swallowed up by reality, replaced by endless trivialities and responsibilities of life. My name is Wang You. I am 30 years old and still have achieved nothing. One drunken day, I complained about the unfairness of life, but miraculously, I was reborn back to 2018, the summer vacation of my sophomore year. Under the protection of the system, I, who was originally an ordinary person, began to undergo earth-shaking changes. My father became a giant in heavy industry. My mother became a leader in the pharmaceutical industry. And I am also bound to a system called Perfect Life. The system gave me 1 billion Chinese yuan as starting capital. I could earn points by spending, which could be used to upgrade the system or participate in lotteries. In addition, I also got the double return entry. Any reasonable consumption can get double return. More importantly, I also have the extreme physique entry. From this moment on, my human fitness will be the pinnacle on Earth. At this time, in Jincheng City, Chengdu Province. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight shines into the bedroom through the curtains, and the morning breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of fresh air. Buzz, buzz! The urgent sound of the alarm clock suddenly broke the silence and woke me up from my sleep. I opened my eyes and looked around. The spacious bedroom of more than 100 square meters, with a bathroom, cloakroom, and a separate balcony garden, had everything I needed. The floor is covered with imported Middle Eastern carpets and high-end furniture that is so luxurious that I can't even name it can be seen everywhere, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. I reached out and pressed the alarm, and the screen showed Wednesday, August 15th, 2018. Simply open the ICBC app, and the account balance is prominently written. 51,255,000 Chinese yuan. More than 50 million. It seems that I am not dreaming, I whispered to myself. However, my brows were slightly furrowed, and a bit of confusion appeared on my face. This was the second day after my rebirth. In my previous life, I died suddenly from drinking. When I woke up yesterday morning, I found myself reborn in 2018 during the summer vacation of my sophomore year. I thought I could start my life over again, but the reality disappointed me. This world is almost exactly the same as the Earth I once lived on. History, culture, classic songs, novels, everything has not changed at all. Only the fate of my own family has undergone a drastic change. The names and appearances of my parents and relatives have not changed, but my father Wang You is no longer the ordinary Didi driver he used to be. In this life, he started from scratch, became a giant in the field of heavy industry, and embarked on the path of official career. He is now the chairman of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group Company, Ltd. Pioneer Heavy Industry has long been a well-known giant both in Chengdu Province and across the country, involved in highway, bridge, port construction, mineral mining, natural gas, metal smelting, chemical industry, special equipment, and other fields, covering almost everything and having a huge influence. Although my father has never appeared on the Forbes list, his wealth has long exceeded 1 trillion, enough to dwarf those wealthy people who are in the spotlight. The daily cash flow of Vanguard Group is enough to leave many companies far behind, and its capital chain can easily beat those so-called giant internet companies. Her mother, Xia Huilan, once ran an ordinary clothing store and barely made ends meet. Today, she has not only become a top pharmaceutical tycoon in China, but also co-founded Huayao Group, a medical giant that spans multiple fields including pharmaceutical research and development, manufacturing, sales, and medical beauty. Her wealth has already exceeded 100 billion yuan. It's unbelievable that my parents' life trajectories have changed so drastically. Even my grandfather and my great-grandfather had completely different experiences. The only thing that has not changed is my own identity. I am still the Wang Yu who entered Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. All this puzzled me. My original plan was to change history step by step with my foresight and keen sense of the market after my rebirth, and eventually become one of the world's richest people and create my own legendary story. However, when I realized the status of my parents, my entrepreneurial dream suddenly became insignificant. In this family, the so-called rich second generation is just an ordinary person standing on the shoulders of giants. With such an identity, standing on the national and even global stage, there is no rival at all. I had such great ambitions, but I suddenly felt overwhelmed and started to feel a little depressed. Who says being a second-generation rich is bad? Except for the changes in the identities of my parents and relatives, everything else seems to be no different. Could it be because I was reborn, causing some kind of time and space effect? I still can't let go of all this. I came from an ordinary family, and when I suddenly saw the dramatic change in my parents' status, I couldn't calm down. Perhaps fate is really fair. I got wealth and lost those troubles I once had. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traveling to the parallel world and binding the perfect life entry system. Ding! The world background has been fully optimized. Ding! This system is dedicated to helping the host enjoy a perfect life. Please try your best to enjoy life. What is this? A system? I looked up and saw a pale blue virtual light screen in front of me. Host, Wang You. Age, 20 height, 186, charm, 89 physique, 85 durability, 95 entry none. My brows relaxed instantly. All my doubts disappeared in an instant, and my mind suddenly became clear. It turns out that all of this was arranged by the system. That's right, since there is even a system, isn't it normal to adjust the background and change the starting point? I stared at the data panel in front of me, looking at those simple and clear numbers, which were easy to understand. It seemed to be based on a 100-point standard. Now it seems that my attributes are pretty good, and each one is far above the passing line. Physique should represent the comprehensive performance of various physical data. As for durability, it should be... I subconsciously glanced down. After all, I'm only 20 years old, so it's reasonable to have a higher durability. These data are simple and intuitive. I pondered for a moment, and a complex emotion surged in my heart. In my previous life, failure almost became my synonym. When I was in college in Shanghai, I had several relationships. Unfortunately, they didn't last long. Either they looked down on me because of my poor family background or because I didn't have money. In the end, without exception, they all ended in failure. When I was in Jincheng, I didn't feel that way. It wasn't until I went to university in Shanghai and met classmates from all over the world that I realized the cruelty of society. For the first time in my life, I truly understood how huge the gap between people could be. That gap was like an insurmountable chasm, especially in top financial schools like Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. There are handsome men and beautiful women everywhere, and second-generation officials and rich people emerge endlessly. My annual living expenses may not be enough for their spending in a bar in one night. During my 4 years in college, I was almost a marginal figure. After graduation, my only goal was to make money. However, I had no power or influence, so I gained nothing except wasting several years of my life. The only thing I got was the empty promises from my leaders. In my 30s, I had entered middle age, and my heart had long been numb. I returned to my hometown, Jincheng, and started dating. I got a girlfriend and prepared to get married. But the cruelty of society dealt me a heavy blow again. Faced with a betrothal gift of 188,000 yuan, a house, a car. These conditions made me completely hopeless and completely crushed the last bit of my self-esteem. I had to accept the fact that even getting married was a problem. After years of working overtime and drinking heavily, I suffered a cardiac arrest after getting drunk and eventually died of overwork. When I woke up again, I found myself reborn in this world. Everything started from scratch, and it was the peak from the beginning. Moreover, it also came with its own system. Some people seem to be born standing at the top of the pyramid, overlooking everything, and are ants in the eyes of the world. I couldn't help but shake my head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who would have thought that one day I would become one of them? People will eventually become the kind of people they once hated the most. I can't help but wonder what the scenery on the top of the mountain is like. The extravagance and revelry were once out of reach, but now I want to experience it myself. Let's see if those things of wine, women, money, and power can really make people's hearts beat faster. It should be interesting, right? I smiled slightly, wiping away those not-so-good moments in my memory. Then, I began to try to communicate with this perfect life system. In my opinion, my life now is perfect enough. I have money and power, and it seems that there is no room for any optimization anymore. System. I shouted several times, but the system did not respond. Just when I was wondering if I had heard it wrong, a cold mechanical sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Newbie rewards have been loaded and are being sent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry. Double cashback. All reasonable consumption by the host will enjoy double cashback. The rewards given by the system will be rationalized at the cognitive level, and the host can use them with confidence. This system is a perfect life entry system. You can earn points by spending, and the points can be used for the system roulette draw. Spend 10,000 Chinese coins and get 1 system point. The roulette is divided into 3 levels. Primary roulette, 100 points per time. Intermediate roulette, 1,000 points per time. Advanced roulette, 10,000 points per time. The higher the roulette level, the greater the value of the item, and the higher the chance of extracting rare items. When the total amount of points consumed reaches 10 million, the system will automatically upgrade. Please spend hard and enjoy life. My eyes suddenly lit up. Sure enough, how could a time travel journey be complete without such a system? My eyes were gleaming with excitement, and I asked eagerly, "System, what can I draw from the roulette wheel?" Ding! The roulette prize pool contains various items, the most precious of which are various entries. The specific rewards will be determined by the host's luck. I have already experienced the power of the system. It not only gave me a new life, but also brought me into the ranks of the rich and made me a top second-generation rich. I believe that the effects of these entries are absolutely extraordinary. Buzz! Suddenly, the phone in my hand vibrated a few times, and I subconsciously picked up the phone. On the screen is a text message from the bank. Huahua Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 received 100 million.00 on August 9th, and the current balance is 1,051,255,000.00 Huaxia currency. 1,051,255,000. I casually opened the ICBC app and saw a 10-digit number listed in the total assets column. Although it was just a number, it was too shocking to me. I had never seen such a huge amount of wealth. In the past, the more than 50 million I had was pocket money given by my parents and relatives, which is completely incomparable to the current amount. Even though I have experienced 2 lifetimes, I still feel dizzy when I see numbers like these. After a while, I gradually calmed down. 1 billion Chinese yuan. This is not a small amount, and it's cash. Even for the top rich people on the Forbes list, it is not easy to take out 1 billion in cash at any time. Even if I lost my current family background and system, this cash would be enough to instantly allow me to surpass the vast majority of people and become one of the 1% in the world. Moreover, this money is enough for me to live a worry-free second half of my life. I can spend it as I please without having to worry about money problems in life. I no longer need to worry about everything in life. In my previous life, I saw this kind of figure only during the Qingming festival, and I may not be able to earn so much in my whole life. But in this life, he has just begun. After I washed up and dressed, I walked into the elevator and went straight to the first floor of the villa. "Good morning, master." Uncle Lee's voice came from the kitchen. "The black coffee you ordered is ready," he continued. I smiled and nodded to him. "Good morning, Uncle Lee." I took the coffee and took a sip. The bitter taste quickly spread across my tongue, instantly making me more awake. Uncle Lee had been with the Wang family since my grandfather was young, and was now the general manager of the villa, a man who was deeply trusted. He was old, with a head of silver hair that was meticulously combed, and was wearing a black tang suit. The colored piping on the collar and cuffs made him look dignified and majestic, and he looked very imposing. He bowed slightly and said with a friendly and respectful smile, "Master, do you need me to arrange anything for breakfast?" I answered casually, "A small bowl of noodles." After saying that, I turned and walked out the door. The morning breeze blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. The sky had just brightened, the air was fresh, and the sun gradually dispelled the haze of the night. In front of me is the Lakeview Villa, covering an area of more than 3,000 square meters, Watermark Long Island Villa. Located on a small island in Qingyang District, Jincheng City, it is surrounded by green trees and has a private swimming pool, koi pond, independent garage. These luxurious facilities that were once unimaginable are all mine. I took a deep breath, feeling the rare freshness and tranquility. At this moment, my thoughts gradually drifted away, and I began to think about how to spend the 1 billion Chinese yuan. In other words, according to the system's prompts, how should I truly enjoy this hard-earned rebirth? As I continued my morning run, beads of sweat began to form on my forehead, but my mood became brighter and my breathing became more even. Suddenly, I couldn't help but smile. What's the point of thinking so much? Since I've been reborn and have such a top family and resources, if I can't live happily, what's the point? It is better to follow your heart and pursue your most primitive desires. Since you have wealth, you should enjoy it and experience the life that truly belongs to the rich. In this way, you will not waste the opportunity of rebirth. As for the family wealth, at worst, going back to inherit, it is also an option. Young bodies are so full of energy. I breathed slightly, stretched my waist, and walked slowly on the path in my garden. Occasionally, I would see some servants. They were wearing neat work clothes. When they saw me, they would stop what they were doing and greet me respectfully. I smiled in response, polite but friendly. I walked back to the bedroom, turned on the shower, and the warm water gently sprinkled down, and my whole body instantly relaxed. Standing in front of the mirror, I stared at the handsome boy's face, his sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and straight nose. Everything seemed so fresh. The sunlight from outside the window poured in through the French windows, shining on my skin, exuding a fresh and clean breath. The sunlight was warm, and the whole person seemed to be full of vitality. I dried myself, changed my clothes, walked out of the room, and took the elevator to the first floor. In the restaurant, there was a long table that could accommodate 20 people, and the crystal chandelier on the top was dazzling, like a blooming diamond flower. What surprised me was that my usually busy mother was actually sitting at the dining table today, enjoying her breakfast leisurely. "Why did you get up early to run today?" My mother, Xia Huilan, who was wearing a smart women's suit and light makeup, asked with a smile when she saw me. I pulled out a chair and sat down, saying casually, "The noodles are good, and the taste is very comfortable." As my mother pushed the hot dumplings in front of me, she joked, "You usually can't sleep at night and can't get up in the morning. Why are you so active today? But getting up early to run is good for your health. It's a good habit." I nodded, feeling silently in my heart that although my mother was a little nagging, she still had that familiar warmth. "Where's Dad?" I asked casually. "Your dad went out early this morning because there was an important meeting at the company." My mother complained that I ate too fast and shook her head, saying, "You are already an adult. Why are you still so impatient? It's not appropriate for you to go out." I could only smile, but secretly thought that as I get older, my parents' advice becomes more and more precious. "Mom, I'm planning to go to Shanghai recently." I finally spoke up and asked for her advice. "Magic City?" She was a little surprised, but quickly nodded. "Okay, I've been busy at the company lately, so I don't have much free time anyway." Then my mother suggested there are employees in the branch office there. Should we arrange for a few bodyguards to follow them? "No need." I shook my head repeatedly. Not to mention that there is a soul of more than 30 years old living in my body. More importantly, I came to the Magic City not without a purpose. I have no doubts about the system's capabilities. The funding is absolutely secure and has been rigorously vetted, and the system's cognitive level is reasonable enough. Xia Huilan did not force it. As an international financial metropolis, the safety of Shanghai is self-evident. She looked at me, her tone still calm. "How long do you plan to stay in the Magic City?" "It depends." I thought for a moment and answered, "I hope to stay out longer, and if possible, never go home before school starts." Xia Huilan nodded, then picked up the mobile phone on the table and started operating. Not long after, she put down her phone and her face suddenly became serious. "Even though you can go out to have fun, you still have to be frugal. You are young now, so we won't ask too much of you. But after you graduate from college, you have to come back to work, whether you are willing to take over the company or not." She paused and added, "So, in order to cultivate your habit of saving, I only transferred 500,000 yuan to you. If you save a little before school starts, it should be enough. Don't think that I will transfer more money to you after you spend all the money. Once the money is gone, you should go home obediently." I was stunned for a moment, feeling a little strange, as if something was wrong, but I couldn't tell what it was. 500,000 was neither too much nor too little for me now. However, I did not reject Xia Huilan. After all, even a small mosquito is still meat. "Did you hear that?" Xia Huilan's tone became a little heavier. "Yes, I will follow my mother's instructions." I smiled and saluted exaggeratedly. Xia Huilan was amused by me and pinched my face unhappily. "Don't play these tricks all the time. I'll be thankful if you can listen to half of what I say. I'm leaving first. There's still a lot of things waiting for me to deal with in the company." She looked at her watch, hurriedly took out a makeup mirror from her bag, touched up her makeup, and stood up. Before leaving, she reminded him, "Behave yourself when you are out. Remember to call me often, and report where you are going. I stood at the door of the villa and watched my mother drive away in a customized bulletproof Rolls-Royce. Jincheng IFS Shopping Center. This is the largest shopping center in Jincheng, with all kinds of luxury brand flagship stores. It is a famous gold-spending den in the whole city, and it is also a place where major internet celebrities and fashion experts gather. I came here in a driver's car. As soon as you enter IFS, what catches your eye are the specialty stores of major luxury brands. Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Givenchy, Gucci. Almost all the flagship stores of world-renowned brands are here. I randomly chose a Louis Vuitton store and walked in. The sales lady in the store came up to him immediately and said with a smile, "Welcome, sir. How can I help you?" To be honest, I'm not familiar with these luxury brands. In my previous life, I had never come into contact with these expensive items. In this life, my parents were strict with me, and my food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all carefully controlled. Naturally, my understanding of these products that cost tens of thousands of dollars was limited. But now that I have money, I can buy whatever I like without having to think too much about other things. I just picked a few clothes at random and took down the ones I liked. As for the price, I didn't even look at it. After choosing a few sets of clothes, pants, and shoes, I walked to the counter to check out. The salesgirl smiled and calculated. "Sir, your total consumption this time is 430,000. I took out my bank card from my bag and paid directly. Ding! It was detected that the host spent 430,000 yuan and received a double cashback of 860,000 yuan, which has been transferred to the host's bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 43 system points. I took out my phone to check the balance. Huahua Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 received 8600.00 on August 15th, and the balance is 1,052,185,000 Huaxia currency. It really works. Sir, do you need us to deliver the goods to you? The salesgirl continued to ask. Just deliver to my car and connect with my driver. I plan to continue shopping, and it would be most convenient to have the clothes in the car. I left the driver's cell phone number and was about to leave. However, the salesgirl stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sir, you spent 430,000 yuan in our store, and you are already our VIP customer. I need to add your Feishan, and you can contact me anytime if you have any questions in the future. I'm not a frequent shopper in the luxury goods sector, but I am familiar with these brands. 430,000 yuan is not a big deal in this type of store, but the shopping guide took the initiative to add me on Feishan, which clearly showed that she had ulterior motives. She has a good figure and good looks, at least 85 points. Her professional OL outfit shows off her body curves to the fullest, and she looks quite charming. If it were the old me, I might have refused decisively, but now, the situation is different. I added her on Feishan and thought to myself, Puff? Interesting. After adding Feishan, I left the Louis Vuitton store and continued to the next store. In addition to daily wear, if you want to truly improve your style, clothes and pants alone are obviously not enough. Those small items, watches, glasses, wallets, lighters, these are the key to a complete outfit. Only by carefully matching these accessories can a person's temperament appear unique and have the kind of style that everyone talks about. Of course, all this is only relative. For example, in Shenzhen, many bosses wear shorts and flip-flops and look relaxed wherever they go. But I can't do that. Life is not just about survival, but also about enjoying every minute of it. In the IFS shopping mall, there are countless luxury brands. Ordinary daily wear may seem insignificant, but after giving yourself a thorough upgrade, you will find that only by daring to consume can you truly enjoy the taste of life. After several rounds of selection, he changed into brand new clothes from head to toe, which cost more than 300,000 yuan in total. Together with the previous clothes, he spent a total of 790,000 yuan and earned 79 points by the way. Then I walked into the Patek Philippe store. There was no one in the store except for a few sales girls. For high-end brands like this, customers usually make appointments in advance, and few come on their own initiative. "Hello, sir. Do you need any help picking out anything today?" A shopping guide came forward with a smile. "Bring out the best watch you have in your store, and let me see it." "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." Soon after, the salesgirl took out several top watches, including Patek Philippe Starry Sky Series 6102 and 6104. "This is the most popular model in our store. You can take a look." I stretched out my left hand without hesitation. "Please help me put on 6104. The shopping guide carefully put the watch on me, and I immediately felt an indescribable aura. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, or perhaps it was the charm of the watch itself. I seemed to become more confident and handsome in an instant. I walked to the mirror and stared at myself in the mirror. After putting on the Patek Philippe, the whole person exuded an extraordinary demeanor, which made people sigh. Is this the demeanor of rich people? The shopping guide's eyes were all sparkling with surprise. How much is this watch? Hello, sir. This is the most popular model in our Patek Philippe Starry Sky series. The price is 4.8 million yuan. I took out my bank card calmly and said, let's pay. The salesgirl nodded and responded with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support of Patek Philippe. Your purchase was successful. When she handed me the bank card and receipt, she couldn't help but show surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that I, who looked young, could spend 4.8 million yuan. Ding, the host's consumption was detected to be 4.8 million, double cashback of 9.6 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 480 system points. System, draw 5 primary roulettes. As soon as I finished speaking, a bronze roulette will suddenly appeared in front of me. The ancient and mysterious symbols were like marks engraved in the years. As the command sounded, the roulette will slowly spun. The speed of rotation gradually slowed down, and finally, only one symbol was still flickering in the bronze light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 100,000 Chinese currency. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a pack of Chunghwa cigarettes. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Your remaining points are 59 points. It seems that there will be no good things in the primary prize pool. I sighed softly. The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily, and then asked the driver to take me to Jincheng Ferrari Sales Center. Ferrari LaFerrari, McLaren P1, and Porsche 918 are 3 cars that are collectively known as God cars. They are the dream of countless men, including me, of course. However, despite my special liking for LaFerrari, the requirements for purchasing it are daunting. Since I cannot meet the requirements, I can only pin my hopes on the McLaren P1. Unfortunately, Jincheng does not have any stock at the moment. It seems that if I want to realize my dream of owning a car, I have to wait until I reach Shanghai. I asked the driver to deliver the newly purchased items to the villa and took out my phone to check the earliest flight. Chengdu Airlines Flight 38633 was just right for me, with a business class ticket price of 4,182 yuan. I have always heard that the meals on Rongxing Airlines are very good. What will the standards be like for business class? I sent the flight information to my mother's Fishin. Ding! The host was detected to have spent 4,182 yuan, double rebate 8,364 yuan, and obtained 0.4182 system points. Hello, Mr. Wang. We are ready to board the plane now. Do you want to go directly? The stewardess with a gentle voice appeared in front of me. She was wearing a red 3/4 sleeve dress and a black belt around her waist, and she looked elegant. She bowed slightly and smiled. The mysterious and friendly aura made me look at her a few more times. In my previous life, a stewardess like her would undoubtedly make me nervous, blushing, and heart-beating. But now, I am calm, stand up, and respond calmly, then go directly over. Money is a man's confidence. In addition to my existing family background, the balance of 1 billion Chinese yuan on my bank card allows me to be calm and composed when facing anyone. Yes, sir. She moved aside slightly and motioned for me to follow her. Be careful of the stairs. The stewardess led me to the boarding gate with a smile on her face. After passing the special boarding channel, I found my seat smoothly under her guidance. After sitting down, I adjusted the seat, stretched my legs, and lay down comfortably. Suddenly, I understood why rich people like to spend several times the ticket price to fly business class. After all, thinking back to the crowded economy class where I couldn't even stretch my legs, I really don't dare to experience it again. Not long after I settled in, another flight attendant came over. She is tall and has outstanding looks. Her long hair is neatly piled up, revealing a delicate face. Her face is not the traditional oval face, but has a little baby fat, which makes her look more delicate and cute. The most eye-catching thing is her long legs wrapped in black stockings, which are both sexy and full of temptation. She adjusted her skirt slightly, half knelt beside me, raised her fair face, and her big watery eyes sparkled, as if they could speak, bright and lively. Hello, Mr. Wang. Welcome to Rongxing Airlines. I am Shun Qingya, the flight attendant of this flight. She spoke in a gentle tone and handed over a warm towel. Please wipe your hands first. Her voice was soft and sweet, as if it carried some kind of magic that made people involuntarily want to protect her. I took the towel and couldn't help but sigh in my heart. No wonder many men prefer to marry stewardesses. Who can refuse to have such a beautiful stewardess wife? This flight will take off at 11:10 and is expected to arrive in Shanghai at 1:40 p.m. The flight will take approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes. Shen Qingya stood in front of me with a smile and continued to introduce the flight details. A meal will be provided at noon. As a business class passenger, you can order dishes. The menu is on your right-hand side. The dishes include mapo tofu, boiled fish fillet, dannon noodles, etc. If you have any needs, please let me know at any time. She said softly. There is still some time before takeoff. I will bring you some fruits and snacks. Please wait for a moment. Shen Qingya introduced the service to me in detail with a gentle smile. I ordered a bowl of dannon noodles. I was a little hungry, so I decided to try the food on this flight. Please give me a bottle of juice first. She nodded. Okay, please wait. After a while, she brought a bottle of juice. Thank you. I took the juice, unscrewed it, took a sip, and said softly, You're welcome. Then I won't bother you anymore. She smiled and said, If you have any questions during this flight, please feel free to contact me. I will do my best to serve you. What if it's beyond your job duties? I raised my eyebrows and asked playfully. Shen Qingya didn't show too much surprise. She just lifted her hair gently, still maintaining a calm smile. That depends on what you were talking about. I looked calm and smiled. For example, can you leave me your contact information so I can invite you to dinner tonight? Her smile was a little stiff, her eyes flickered, and she touched her hair unconsciously. Flight attendants often encounter such requests, especially those with outstanding appearance like her. During the training, they had already learned how to refuse tactfully so as not to hurt the other party's face while protecting themselves. Seeing my undisguised gaze, Shen Qingya couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She was not unhappy with my straightforward request, but secretly delighted. I didn't hide my interest, my eyes were clear, it seemed like I was not just joking. My frankness and confidence made it hard for her to refuse. This is my first time in Shanghai. I'm not familiar with the place. You must have flown there often, so you must know Shanghai better. I continued. I'll treat you to dinner, and in exchange you'll take me around to see the local customs and practices of the Magic City. What do you think? Shen Qingya hesitated, biting her lips slightly, and glanced at me from time to time with a complicated look. She certainly understood that there was something more behind such an invitation. It was just a euphemism on the surface. However, my direct gaze and refreshing smile seemed to make her hesitate. Normally, she would habitually refuse even when faced with such a request, but this time, she did not react immediately. It's okay if it's inconvenient. Seeing her hesitation, I smiled and said lightly. Her thoughts were interrupted, her cheeks flushed, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. She lowered her head and stirred her fingers gently, looking a little nervous. The tangle in Shen Qingya's heart gradually became clear. She was very clear about her own heart, but she seemed to be subtly shaken by the atmosphere with me. Wait a moment. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She once again looked at me, her eyes sweeping over the Patek Philippe watch on my wrist. Obviously, she could feel that although I was about the same age as her, I exuded a calmness and confidence that did not match my age. How could such a person, who took the initiative to make a request, not make her feel a little moved? She looked around and saw that no one was paying much attention, so she quickly took out a note and wrote a string of numbers on it. Tearing off the note, she pressed it into my hand and whispered, "Here's my number, call me later." After saying this, she lowered her head, too shy to dare to look at me again, turned around and left quickly, leaving me standing there with a note in my hand. I chuckled, the corners of my lips slightly raised, and whispered, "Interesting." Ladies and gentlemen, hello. The plane has landed safely at Shanghai Pudong International Airport and is currently taxiing. Please keep your seat belts fastened, do not open the luggage racks for the time being, and do not stand or walk until the plane comes to a complete stop. Thank you for your cooperation. The 2.5 hours of flight passed in a flash. After the plane landed steadily, I waited until the plane came to a complete stop before I stood up and walked towards the cabin exit. As a business class passenger, I could naturally leave early, and this convenience was bought with the extra money. This time I came to Shanghai, I traveled light, only bringing 2 sets of clothes. My plan was to rent a car first, and then visit my alma mater. After all, I haven't been back for more than 10 years. As for the rest, I would consider it whenever I needed it. Anyway, I had money. At the cabin door, the flight attendants were already lined up to see us off. Thank you for choosing this flight. I wish you a pleasant journey, and we look forward to seeing you next time. The flight attendants said in unison with a smile on their faces. Xinxingya was also in the crowd. She smiled and waved to me as if nothing had happened, but her crystal earlobes were slightly red. I smiled and said nothing more. Life is long, and there will be opportunities in the future. Xinxingya breathed a sigh of relief as she watched me leave. Her cheeks were still a little hot. In fact, after giving me her contact information, she felt a little regretful, fearing that she would be misunderstood as a frivolous woman. But whenever she thought of my tall and handsome figure and my mature temperament amidst my youth, she couldn't help but feel a little expectant in her heart. After getting off the plane, I walked towards the airport's online taxi channel. After I placed the order, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped in front of me. The last number is 0987. Please take me to the McLaren Sales Center in Huangpu District. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s who seemed very talkative. Why are you going there, young man? You can't just buy a McLaren. I smiled faintly and said, just take a look. Haha, if you ask me, the Ferrari LaFerrari is still the most handsome. If I had money, I would definitely buy the LaFerrari. I smiled helplessly. I like Rafa too, but I may not be able to buy him even if I have money. The driver started chatting as he drove. The topics became more relaxed, and time passed quickly. Soon after, the car stopped at the gate of the McLaren Sales Center. Here we are, 185 yuan. I paid the fare and stood in front of the gate. The iconic letter M of the McLaren Sales Center and the abstract beam pattern representing speed sparkled under the glass curtain wall, and I couldn't help but feel excited. Long before I came to Shanghai, I had decided that the first thing I would do was to buy a car. The McLaren P1, this car has long been a legend on the internet, and in this life, I must get it. Luxury cars and beautiful women have always been the dream of men, and I am no exception. Commercial vehicles such as Maybach, Bentley, and Rolls-Royce are not in my consideration for the time being. After all, there are already quite a few in my garage. I only have one goal, McLaren P1. Ferrari LaFerrari is good, but the price is ridiculously high. As for other models, let's put them aside for now. You said you want to be low-key? How can you be low-key after being reborn? Wouldn't that mean you were reborn in vain? The first car in life is bound to be exciting. For me, McLaren P1 and Ferrari LaFerrari must be my first choice. As for the others, I will consider them slowly later. The McLaren Sales Center is a tall and modern building, with a huge glass curtain wall on the exterior, full of futuristic feeling. Various models of McLaren are displayed in the store, each exuding a unique charm. The streamlined body outlines the ultimate beauty, and the iconic orange-yellow paint shines with an incomparable noble aura under the lights. When it starts, the shocking speed and power are something that no one can ignore. I walked to the front door, and the automatic sensor glass door opened immediately. The cool air that came towards me instantly dispelled the stuffiness of Shanghai in August. Entering the hall, the surroundings seemed a bit deserted. Apart from a few parked cars, there were almost no other people in the empty space. After all, today was not an event period, and McLaren Sales Center usually did not welcome many guests. Although I took a taxi, the sales service was still warm and thoughtful. This may also be due to the Patek Philippe I was wearing. Hello, sir. Welcome to the McLaren Sales Center. It's a pleasure to serve you. Do you have an appointment? As soon as the words fell, I saw a tall young woman in professional attire coming towards me. She wore a well-fitting black suit, a black hip skirt, black stockings, and high heels, showing off her curves, elegant yet charming. Her figure was exquisite, her lines smooth, and her mature temperament was hard to ignore. She looked young, but her clear eyes revealed an extraordinary mature charm. I responded calmly, "No appointment." "Okay, how can I help you?" she asked with a smile. "Show me the cars in your shop." "Yes, sir, please follow me." Her voice was still gentle. "Excuse me, sir, what is your name?" she asked with a smile. "No need to tell me your surname is Wang." I answered softly. "Hello, Mr. Wang. My name is Zhang Ro, and I'm a sales consultant at McLaren. You can call me Xiao Zhang." She bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Is this your first time visiting our McLaren sales center?" "Yes." I nodded. "Then please take a seat. I'll introduce you to the models we currently have on sale. You can take a look first and see if there is anything you're interested in." Zhang Ro said softly, and then led me to the reception area. At this moment, I suddenly said, "Can I buy a McLaren P1? Money is not a problem." Zhang Ro paused involuntarily, turned around and looked at me, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. She almost doubted whether she had heard it wrongly. Mr. Wang had just entered the door for less than 3 minutes, and he was going to order a car? Mr. Wang, do you mean to buy a McLaren P1? She asked cautiously. Zhang Ro has only been working as a salesperson at McLaren for less than a month and is still in her internship period. As a high-end brand, McLaren sales commission is high, but there are not many opportunities for closing deals and the sales cycle is long. For a newcomer like her, Wang Yu's straightforward words caught her off guard. Although I looked very young, she had no way of judging whether the Patek Philippe watch I was wearing was real or fake, and I did not make an appointment in advance and took a taxi, which made her suspicious. Generally speaking, you need to make an appointment to buy a luxury car to ensure one-to-one service, which is also a marketing method. For those experienced salespeople, they can usually tell at a glance whether it is a potential customer. However, most of them did not show much interest, probably thinking that the chances of my purchase were slim. Although Zhang Ro is a newcomer, she still dares not underestimate any potential opportunities. After all, closing a deal means her performance. My sudden words made her not know how to react for a while. Why? Can't we just order a car directly? I raised my eyebrows and said in a teasing tone, Of course, Mr. Wang. In fact, we have one in stock in our store right now. I'll take you to see it. Zhang Ro's expression immediately became more professional, and her smile seemed more confident. Mr. Wang, we are so lucky today. Our store has just received a McLaren P1. We specially ordered it from the headquarters half a year ago. Let me take you to have a look. Under Zhang Ro's guidance, I followed her to the center of the exhibition hall and stopped in front of a car. The car's body was shining orange, and under the lights of the exhibition hall, it exuded a charming luster. Zhang Ro gently raised her hand. Her fingertips passed through the smooth curves of the car body and gently introduced. Mr. Wang, this McLaren P1 in front of you is not only stunning in appearance, it is also a legend in the supercar world. It has both good looks and performance. It is simply impeccable. Zhang Ro turned sideways, pointed to the aerodynamic kit on the front of the car, and explained. Look here, this carefully designed front spoiler and air intake grille can effectively guide the airflow at high speeds, provide huge downforce for the car body, and ensure that the wheels firmly grip the ground. Whether on the road or on the track, you can enjoy extraordinary stability and control. More importantly, this car is equipped with an 8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine and an electric motor, which together output more than 900 horsepower and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.8 seconds. When you step on the accelerator, a strong sense of pushback comes instantly, allowing you to feel the innate speed and power. Currently, the price of this car is $14.8 million. Zhang Ro paused, looked at me with a smile, and said gently, There are endless supercars on the market, but models like the McLaren P1 that perfectly combine technology, performance, and design are really rare. Mr. Wang, how about taking a seat in it and feeling the charm of this car for yourself? She gently opened the classic butterfly door of McLaren and made an inviting gesture. My eyes lit up instantly, and I got into the car without hesitation. Under Zhang Ro's guidance, I easily adjusted the seat. The racing seat fit my body perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for me. The sides of the seat were slightly raised, fixing me tightly in the seat, instantly arousing my excitement like controlling a beast. I subconsciously gripped the steering wheel. My palms touched the delicate texture of the leather. The grooves and raised designs on the steering wheel brought unparalleled comfort and precision to driving. My eyes swept across the front. The center console was simple and technological, with an embedded large-size touchscreen multimedia system. The interface was intuitive and easy to understand, making it clear at a glance. At this time, Zhang Ro also gently sat in the co-pilot seat and asked softly, Mr. Wang, how does it feel to sit in this roof? I nodded slightly, suddenly looked up at the roof, and asked. This is the panoramic sunroof that we designed for the P1. It is made using a special process that not only lets in great light, but also provides excellent heat and sound insulation. No matter how hot the sun is outside or how heavy the rain is, the car always maintains a pleasant temperature and quietness. I looked up through the roof of the car to the ceiling of the exhibition hall, and the scene of driving this car under the blue sky and white clouds, or under the bright starry sky, emerged in my mind. My desire for this car became stronger and stronger. Finally, I couldn't hold back any longer. I turned to Zhang Ro and said, I want this McLaren P1. I want to drive it away now. I have paid in full and registered it. Can you deliver it this afternoon? Although it is not as easy to get a license plate in Shanghai in 2018 as in previous years, this is not a problem for me. As a luxury car sale center like McLaren, I know they have plenty of ways. Zhang Ro was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect me to be so decisive. She was a little surprised, but her smile became more enthusiastic. Mr. Wang, no problem at all. There is enough time to get it done in the afternoon. She then took me to the fitting room with a bright smile on her face. I was a little excited. I had only bought a car worth more than 100,000 yuan before, and in this life, my family was very strict with me. Apart from my driver's license, I had almost no car of my own. At this moment, I was not in a hurry to choose the specific configuration, but carefully observed every part of the selection room. Aerodynamic kits, carbon fiber steering wheels, personalized wheels, and other exquisite accessories are placed on the display stand. The walls around are hung with a variety of leather fabrics, which are dazzling. I asked curiously, "How much is this car logo?" Zhang Ro gently flipped open the tablet and said calmly, "Well, the total is 186,880. I couldn't help but stare at it, thinking, such a car logo costs 180,000 yuan? Is it inlaid with gold? For 180,000 yuan, ordinary people can buy a nice family car. No wonder everyone says that big brands only cheat the rich and ordinary people can't afford them. But I'm not afraid of showing my weakness in front of Zhang Ro. Anyway, I don't care what others think. After all, only people with empty pockets are afraid of being seen through by salespeople. When you have enough money, even burping is considered noble. Do whatever you want, and being yourself is the most important thing." Zhang Ro still maintained a calm expression and just waited quietly behind me. After I slowly browsed through it, Zhang Ro took out the tablet again and clicked a few times skillfully. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar, the deafening roar of the McLaren P1's engine came. On the LCD TV screen, the orange-yellow McLaren P1 rushed past like a flash of lightning, attracting all attention. "Mr. Wang, can you take a look at the exterior color of the vehicle?" Zhang Ro asked calmly. "Yellow." I had almost no hesitation. How could McLaren be complete without yellow? "What do you think of a carbon fiber steering wheel?" "Want." "What about the wheels?" "Want." "Calipers?" "Yes." "Choose all of them, the best ones." Zhang Ro was stunned for a moment and seemed a little surprised. It turned out that the life of rich people was so direct and simple. Millions of options were chosen without blinking an eye. There was no personalized customization at all. Only, "I want all of them, the best." She is not so decisive when buying discounted items in supermarkets. She even has to choose and see if there are any coupons for takeout. When the allocation list came out, Zhang Ro was shocked again. "Mr. Wang, the total is 23.05 million. Here is the allocation list. Please take a look." She handed me the list, her eyes full of surprise. The starting price was already tens of millions, and with these luxury features, the price instantly increased by nearly 10 million. With a little more money, you can actually buy a McLaren P1. I just glanced at the configuration sheet casually and said directly, "Prepare the contract." "Okay, Mr. Wang, don't worry. I will make sure to give you the best price. I will prepare the contract right away. Please wait." Not long after, Zhang Ro came in with a thick stack of contracts in her hands and also brought a POS machine. After calculating all the miscellaneous expenses, the total was 22.6 million, the final price after the discount. I took out my bank card from my pocket and said softly, "Swipe it." Zhang Ro took the card and skillfully swiped it on the POS machine. "Please enter your password." She half knelt and handed the POS machine to me. This is easy. 1 second later, the POS machine spit out the deduction receipt. Payment successful. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 22,600,000 Chinese yuan. Double cashback, 45,200,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,260 system points. Chapter 7 Delivery Ceremony. Inside McLaren's exclusive lounge. The decoration style is luxurious and modern. The soft sofas, exquisite coffee tables, and photos on the wall that highlight the brand's history all reveal a high-end and fashionable atmosphere. Zhang Ro smiled, her eyes full of gratitude and joy, and said softly to Wang You, "Mr. Wang, it will take some time to prepare the vehicle. Do you need something to eat? Have a cup of tea." Wang Yu nodded and said, "Please wait a moment." Zhang Ro responded, then turned around and left quickly. After a while, Zhang Ro came in carrying an exquisite plate with all kinds of fruits and nuts. All kinds of fresh fruits were cut into attractive pieces and neatly arranged. Of course, the tea that Wang Yu ordered is indispensable. Zhang Ro sat down next to Wang Yu, looked at him sincerely and gratefully, and said, "Mr. Wang, thank you so much for opening this order for me. If it weren't for you, I would definitely not have passed the internship this month." Selling as a newcomer. In the fiercely competitive McLaren sales team, if Wang Yu had not purchased this McLaren P1, she would definitely not have met the performance evaluation standards this month, and her internship career would have ended there. The commission from a McLaren P1 is at least hundreds of thousands. This was already a huge sum of money for Zhang Ro, who was short of money. Wang Yu took a sip of the tea, the fragrance of the tea spreading between his lips and teeth. He looked up at Zhang Ro and asked with interest, "How did you come up with the idea of doing sales?" That must be to make money." Zhang Ro lowered her head slightly and said a little embarrassedly, "I just graduated from college, and I don't have any special skills. The only thing well, I'll just do sales to support myself first." Wang Yu chuckled, and his eyes moved over Zhang Ro. It seems that she is aware of her good looks. In the sales industry, good looks are also a kind of asset. Most of the top sellers are women. A beautiful face and elegant temperament can often attract customers the first time they come into contact with them. This is an innate advantage unique to women. I still have to thank you. With this bonus, I can continue to live in Shanghai. Otherwise, I will have to pack up and go back home next month. Zhang Ro stuck out her tongue, looking cute and adorable. The high housing prices in Shanghai have significantly increased her cost of living. Most of the hard-earned salary every month is given to the landlord, leaving little for myself. With your conditions, there is actually no need for you to be a salesperson. Finding a rich boyfriend can solve all of this. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. A faint arc appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said meaningfully, "How is that possible?" Zhang Ro exclaimed. "Isn't this a sponsorship?" As she spoke, Zhang Ro's voice became lower and lower, and her cheeks quickly flushed, looking a little embarrassed. Wang Yu just looked at her and didn't say anything else. Zhang Ro glanced secretly at Wang Yu and suddenly realized something. What does he mean by that? Could it be that he has this idea? Zhang Ro was shocked by her own thought. She shook her head in disbelief. Wang Yu is so young and so rich. He is also very gentle and doesn't put on airs. He is tall and handsome. He looks exactly like the dream man in novels. She told herself in her heart that this was unrealistic, but on the other hand, she couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Zhang Ro took advantage of Wang Yu's inattention and secretly looked at Wang Yu. If Wang Yu asked her to be his girlfriend, would she agree or wait until later to agree? Zhang Ro inevitably began to have wild thoughts. 2 hours later, the lobby of the McLaren Sales Center is already bustling with activity. The staff decorated the scene beautifully. Colorful flowers clustered together to form various exquisite shapes. Balloons floated in the air, and the tied ribbons danced in the wind. A grand handover ceremony is about to begin. Manager Li Feng walked up to Wang Yu with a smile on his face and steady steps. He solemnly handed over 2 keys, shining with metallic luster, and the vehicle certificate to Wang Yu with both hands. He said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Wang, thank you for your support of McLaren, and welcome to join the McLaren family. I hope you can enjoy the ultimate pleasure of every acceleration and every bend while driving this super sports car. Every McLaren carries a passion and a dream, and now this passion will accompany you on every journey. I hope it will accompany you to create countless wonderful memories." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the words fell, the electronic salute exploded. Colorful pieces of paper suddenly flew all over the sky, like a gorgeous rain, falling down one after another. The sales staff at the scene cheered and applauded. Many salesmen looked shocked and a little regretful. If I had known Wang Yu was so rich, I would not have asked Zhang Ro to receive him. This is a McLaren P1. The commission is at least hundreds of thousands. Is it too late to regret now? Wang Yu took the key and certificate with a smile, then lifted the cloth covering the car body. The orange-yellow McLaren P1 was parked there quietly. The streamlined body exudes an irresistible luxurious charm under the sunlight. It has a strong aura, and I believe no man can resist its temptation. Wang Yu pressed the unlock button. The narrow headlights flashed. Zhang Ro hurried forward and taught Wang Yu the various functions of the car. In his previous life, Wang Yu had only driven an ordinary fuel car worth tens of thousands of yuan. He had never ridden in such an expensive car, let alone driven it. He opened the cool butterfly door and sat in the cockpit that was full of a combat atmosphere and looked like an airplane cabin. Step on the brakes. Open the lid. Press the start button. Boom! In an instant, the 8-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine and electric motor of the McLaren P1 worked together to produce a deafening explosion of sound. The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire sales center hall. It's like a wild beast gathering strength, ready to strike. To Wang Yu's ears, it sounded like a beautiful sound, and he felt his blood rushing forward. My heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and the excitement was indescribable. Supercars are the romance of men. Although Wang Yu has not yet reached his ultimate goal of driving a LaFerrari. But this McLaren P1 still meets psychological expectations. Wang Yu suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Ro. Do you have anything else to do this afternoon? Zhang Ro was immersed in the enthusiastic atmosphere of the car delivery. When she heard Wang Yu's question, she was stunned at first. Then she came to her senses and hurriedly said, I still need to go to work in the afternoon. Now that you've signed such a big order, you should be able to take a few days off, right? Although Wang Yu was looking at Zhang Ro, he was talking to Manager Li Feng, and his tone was unquestionable. Of course there is no problem. As long as Xiao Zhang agrees, I can give her a day and a half off, and she can come back to work the day after tomorrow. Li Feng has been in the workplace for more than 10 years and is very shrewd. How could he not understand Wang Yu's meaning? Naturally, he agreed and would not offend this young master. Rich people have all kinds of weird personalities, and they might offend Wang Yu with just one word. What are you still standing there for? Wang Yu said to Zhang Ro, who was still standing there. Get in the car. Where are you going? Zhang Ro looked confused and asked subconsciously, but her heart was beating like a little rabbit. Chapter 8, Michelin Dongleju. Go for a ride with me. Let me show you the performance of the McLaren P1. Hearing Wang Yu's invitation, Zhang Ro hesitated for a moment with a hint of nervousness on her face. She raised her hand and gently opened the car door, then sat sideways in and fastened her seatbelt. Wang Yu lightly stepped on the accelerator. Boom! In an instant, the car seemed to be an awakened beast, with surging power gushing out, and it drove out of the door of the McLaren sales center smoothly and gracefully. The car sped along for a while. Zhang Ro clutched the corner of her clothes tightly and asked nervously, Where are you going for a ride? It's getting quite late. To thank you for going for a ride with me, I'm going to treat you to dinner first. Wang Yu held the steering wheel and said calmly, I should be the one thanking you. It was you who signed the bill for me. I didn't do anything the whole afternoon. I just stayed by your side. How could you treat me to a meal? Zhang Ro opened her mouth when she heard this, but some words did not come out. As a college graduate living in an age with such advanced internet, how could she not understand the meaning behind Wang Yu's words? She lowered her head slightly and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he tacitly agreed to Wang Yu's decision. Not long, the car arrived at Hanxiao Road. Dongleju is the only Michelin hot pot restaurant in Shanghai. Wang Yu has eaten many traditional hot pots from Chengdu, but this is the first time he has eaten Michelin-level hot pot. At the gate of Donglai House, boom, boom, a brand new yellow McLaren was driving in and out of the parking lot at the entrance. The powerful engine of the McLaren P1 emits a powerful sound wave. This immediately attracted a group of passers-by to look sideways and stop to watch. There were several cars stuck behind Wang Yu, but no one honked. Appears to be very qualified. In a big city like Shanghai, the McLaren P1 is a rare item, and you can't come across it easily. The security guard of Dongleju Hot Pot Restaurant felt a little anxious when he saw Wang Yu parking his McLaren. I wanted to go up and park the car for him. But when I looked at this brand new McLaren, I started to hesitate again. I can only keep giving orders. Yes, that's it. Turn the steering wheel all the way to the right. Down, stop. Put the steering wheel back on straight. All right. Sir, please give me your car, and I will help you park it. Wang Yu got out of the car with an embarrassed look on his face and handed the keys to the security guard. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. Although the McLaren P1 is equipped with a 360-degree full car image, the chassis of this car is really too low. Limited sight. At the same time, Wang Yu himself is also a novice. In his previous life, after he got his driver's license in his 20s, he had hardly ever driven a car. It was only after he was in his 30s that he owned a car of his own. This resulted in his technique being always rusty. When he was driving, he didn't feel anything because the cars on the road all gave way to him after seeing him. It is so spacious that it feels like driving on your own road, without any difficulty. When parking the car, Wang Yu was a little at a loss. After a while, the security guard got out of the car, sweating profusely. Driving this kind of super sports car requires so much concentration and intense concentration that you'll soon be sweating all over. Do you have any cash on you? Yes, it's only over 300 yuan. How much do you want? Zhang Ro took out cash from her bag and said, 300. Wang Yu, who had no cash on him, could only take 300 yuan in cash from Zhang Ro and handed it to the security guard. Thanks, buddy. The security guard took the cash and smiled. You're welcome, boss. When you drive out later, just tell me, or I can help you drive out the other cars first, and then you can drive out later. Wang Yu was speechless. Do you really think he is a newbie? Parking is a little difficult, but driving out is easy with just your hands. You can do it with your eyes closed. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 300 yuan, double rebate 600 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0.03 system points. System, from now on, there will be no need to remind you if the amount you spend is less than 100,000 yuan. Okay, host, if you need it, you can check it yourself in the system log. Does borrowed money count too? Wang Yu thought for a moment, said nothing, and just nodded slightly. After taking the key, he took Zhang Ro into the private room of Dongleja Hot Pot Restaurant. There aren't too many people in this hot pot restaurant. However, thanks to the top-notch taste, luxurious and elegant dining environment, and extremely fresh dishes, there are quite a few diners sitting in the lobby. I never thought that you were so rich, but your driving skills are so average. As soon as she sat down in the box, Zhang Ro finally couldn't hold back her laughter and burst out laughing with a poochie sound. Wang Yu looked at her expressionlessly. Do you think you are very humorous? It's fine. Zhang Ro was not frightened by Wang Yu's expression. Instead, her eyes curved in a crescent and she gestured playfully. I think I still have a bit of a sense of humor. The universe at your fingertips. After an afternoon of contact, Zhang Ro felt that she had figured out Wang Yu's character. Although Wang Yu is very rich, he is not arrogant and is very gentle. Generally speaking, people won't get angry or lose face. So she could now joke with Wang Yu without worry. You are so humorous. Wang Yu said no more, picked up the menu, and started ordering. No one asked for Zhang Ro's opinion. Zhang Ro didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, she felt that Wang Yu was quite considerate. She had never been to such a high-end restaurant. When asked to order food, she didn't know what to order. Wang Yu looked through the menu and ordered Dongleju's signature soup base, the flame shrimp soup base. Others ordered some signature dishes. As the dishes were served one by one, typhoon shelter golden bullfrog, ice-cold rich shrimp, foie gras omelette rice. A fragrance suddenly wafted out of the box. Zhang Ro ate the bullfrog and said with some emotion, It's delicious. Today I could be considered to be enjoying a high-end dish. Do you rich people eat these every day? This is too good to be true. In just half a day that Zhang Ro followed Wang Yu, her worldview was completely refreshed. It also broadened my horizons and allowed me to see a lot of things I had never known before. Wang Yu picked up a piece of tripe from the hot pot, put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it, then said with a smile, It's actually not that bad. I'm not that particular about what I eat. Have you ever thought about living like this? No longer worrying about money. You can buy whatever you want. Of course I did. Zhang Ro was a little frustrated and pouted, saying, Everyone wants to live a rich life. In this city, only if you have money can you feel that you belong here. Life is extravagant and full of life, and every night is filled with revelry. This is the city. Without money, you only have endless takeout and crowded subways, which only makes you feel isolated from this city and that you don't belong here at all. Zhang Ro muttered, as if she wanted to vent out all the grievances and dissatisfaction she had accumulated since she started working in Shanghai. Again, given your conditions, it's easy to live this kind of life. It depends on your choice. Wang Yu just smiled faintly. Zhang Ro understood the hidden meaning of his words and remained silent for a long time. Wang Yu didn't continue talking. Instead, fill your own stomach first. I have to say, this Michelin food tastes really good, but the portion is too small. The hot pot meal took nearly 2 hours. Finally, the two of them went to the cashier to pay and spent a total of 3,827 yuan. Zhang Ro's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed how extravagant it was. Wang Yu, however, looked indifferent. In his opinion, it was worth it just for the taste. By the time Wang Yu and Zhang Ro walked out of the hot pot restaurant, it was already around 9 o'clock in the evening. The Magic City is still brightly lit. The Donglaja hot pot restaurant became increasingly lively and noisy. Wang Yu took out the key, unlock, and get in the car. Zhang Ro then got in the car. The luxury car and the beautiful woman make the picture particularly eye-catching. Boom! Under the envious gazes of passers-by, Wang Yu stepped on the accelerator and drove the McLaren P1 out smoothly. This made the security guard who had been waiting at the door for a long time very disappointed, and he felt that he had lost a huge amount of money. The yellow McLaren P1 unleashes its full performance on the roads of Shanghai, like a flash of yellow lightning across the sky. Chapter 9 Hermes Birkin 35. Where are we going now? Zhang Ro looked at the car getting closer and closer to the Bund and asked Wang Yu. IFC Shopping Center. Wang Yu said calmly while driving. IFC Shopping Center, a landmark shopping center in Magic City. It is adjacent to landmark buildings in Shanghai, such as the Oriental Tower, and there are also many city parks around it. 40 minutes later, Wang Yu drove the car to the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. Although Wang Yu did not see any luxury sports cars such as McLaren, Ferrari, and Lamborghini in the parking lot, there were quite a lot of other BBAs. IFC Shopping Center is indeed one of the most prosperous places in Shanghai. From the BMW 5 Series to the Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Wang Yu even saw the Maybach GLS 480, but he didn't know if it had been modified. However, this car won't be easy to drive in a few years. Let's go upstairs and buy some things first. Wang Yu and Zhang Ro got out of the car, locked the door, and said, "Go buy something you like first and come back later." Ah! Zhang Ro nodded silently, took Wang Yu's hand, and walked beside him. The two held hands and went upstairs in the elevator. The bright lights and luxurious decoration in the mall make people feel like they are in a palace of fashion. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Chanel, Balenciaga. They first came to a flagship Hermes clothing store. The clothing styles in the store are all new summer styles, full of fashion and unique designs. Have you been here before? No. Zhang Ro shook her head and stuck out her tongue playfully, saying, "I just passed by here before, but I didn't dare to go in. I can't afford to spend money here." Wang Yu didn't say anything, but walked directly in with Zhang Ro. Seeing this, the salesgirl in the store immediately came up to us warmly and asked, "Welcome to Hermes. Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Okay. Is there anything I can do for you?" Wang Yu said calmly, "Just take a look first." Zhang Ro followed Wang Yu somewhat awkwardly, glancing at the exquisite clothes from time to time, but not daring to show it too obviously. As a top luxury brand, Hermes' design style is classic, elegant, and has a unique artistic feel. Wang Yu turned around, looked at Zhang Ro, and asked, "See if there's anything you like?" Zhang Ro quickly shook her head. "No, the clothes here are so expensive, Wang Yu frowned slightly. "Don't worry about the price. Just try it if you like it." Zhang Ro was still a little hesitant. At this time, the salesgirl cleverly brought over a lavender silk dress, which was simple and elegant. "Miss, this dress is a new model of the season, and it suits your temperament very well. Would you like to try it?" Zhang Ro looked at Wang Yu, and Wang Yu nodded. Then Zhang Ro took the dress and went to the fitting room. "This is the fitting room. Please follow me." After a while, when Zhang Ro changed her clothes and came out, Wang Yu's eyes lit up. The soft light in the store fell on her, as if she was covered with a dreamy halo, making everything around her pale in comparison. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, and all eyes in the store fell on her. "Does it look good?" Zhang Ro lowered her head slightly, turned around on the spot, and showed her perfect body curves to Wang Yu. "Yes, this is it." Zhang Ro was a little embarrassed. "Isn't it too expensive?" Wang Yu ignored her and said directly to the salesperson, "Pack this one. And this one, and this one. Get me these ones of the same size, and pack them all up for me." The salesperson was delighted and went to choose the right size. "Okay, sir, you have a good eye. These are our new styles of the season. You don't need that many. One is enough." Zhang Ro looked at the many clothes Wang Yu bought for her and said anxiously, "Take another look at the bags and see which one you like." Wang Yu ignored Zhang Ro's words. "All right," Zhang Ro said with some entanglement. She scanned the few Hermes bags in the store, and the salesgirl said with a discerning look, "Ma'am, our classic Hermes bags need to be matched, and we only have these few bags in stock at the moment. You can take a look at this one, the Birkin 35, which is a milkshake white color and has a soft and smooth leather. This bag is handcrafted by skilled artisans, and every detail reveals extraordinary craftsmanship, making you the center of attention in any occasion. Take a look and see if you like it." The salesgirl handed the bag to Zhang Ro. Zhang Ro stroked the exquisite bag in her hand, a hint of desire flashing in her eyes. No woman can resist the temptation of handbags. If there are any, it can only be said that they are not expensive enough. I believe that no woman in the world can refuse the Hermes Birkin series. How much is this bag? Zhang Ro's eyes were full of desire. The current price of this bag is 98,000 yuan. The saleslady smiled and said, "This is our classic Hermes style. Usually, it will be bought by customers within a few days of arriving in the store. Ma'am, you not only have good taste, but you are also very lucky. A bag for 98,000 yuan. Before this, Zhang Ro didn't even dare to think about it. Zhang Ro silently put the bag down and said, "I'd better look at other bags." Even though Wang Yu paid for tonight's consumption. However, due to her long-term consumption habits, Zhang Ro still couldn't bear to buy such an expensive bag. And she is not the kind of woman who is blinded by money. Seeing this, Wang Yu said directly, "Just wrap it up. And those clothes from before, calculate how much they cost in total." The salesgirl smiled even more. "Okay, sir, I'll help you pack it here." Zhang Ro leaned close to Wang Yu's ear and whispered, "Actually, I don't like this bag that much. I can look at something else." Wang Yu knew that the girl said one thing and meant another, so he didn't dare buy anything too expensive. He reached out and hugged Zhang Ro and said, "It's okay. We'll buy it later if we find something we like." "Hello, sir. This bag costs 98,000 yuan. Plus these clothes, the total is 154,888 yuan. How do you pay?" The salesgirl packed the clothes and bags very skillfully and quickly. "Swipe the card." Wang Yu said this and handed over the bank card. Payment successful. Ding! The system checked that the host spent 154,888 yuan, and the double cashback was 309,776 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 system points. Hello, sir. You can become a member of our Hermes. Next time you want to buy our classic Hermes bags, we can buy them for you in advance. The salesgirl handed over the bank card and invoice with both hands and said with a smile, "Please add one. I think you'll need it later." Wang Yu said to Zhang Ro, "Oh, add mine?" Zhang Ro stared at the shopping guide blankly and left her cell phone number. "Okay, ma'am, I'll register your information here. I will add your fichen later, and I will notify you as soon as new models are released. If you need anything, you can also contact me, and I will do my best to serve you," the salesgirl said with a smile. "Welcome to Hermes again." Following the salesgirl's voice, the two walked out of the Hermes flagship store. Zhang Ro held Wang Yu's arm with one hand and held a shopping bag in the other hand. My mind was in a trance, and my feet felt weak, as if I was walking on clouds. Everything is so unreal. In the first 20 years of her life, Zhang Relay never imagined that one day she would be able to spend money at Hermes and spend 150,000 yuan at a time. She finally understood why so many people in the world would bow down for money. Chapter 10 Bulgari Presidential Suite. Let's go shopping in other stores. Wang Yu looked calm. Later, under his guidance, we went to high-end brand stores such as Louis Vuitton, Chanel, etc. But Zhang Ro refused to go in and didn't want Wang Yu to spend any more money on her. Wang Yu had no choice but to end his consumption tonight. Drive away from IFC Shopping Center. The Magic City at night is like a dazzling ocean. Neon lights, street lights, car lights, and various lights on the Oriental Tower complement each other. It illuminates the entire banks of the Pujiang River. Zhang Ro could tell that this was not the direction that would take her home. Just because, Wang Yu never asked her where she lived. 30 minutes later. Boom! 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 With the roar of the McLaren engine, the car drove straight to the entrance of the Bulgari Hotel in Jing'an District, Shanghai. As soon as he got out of the car, a hotel doorman came running over, took the keys, and went to park his car. Zhang Ro followed Wang Yu into the hotel. He took a look at the hotel lobby. The lobby was luxuriously decorated, with black imported wood floors and the Bulgari logo hanging on the wall. Wang Yu stood at the hotel front desk and said to the sweet-looking receptionist, "Please help me get the best room at Bulgari." The beautiful receptionist took a look at Wang Yu's young and handsome face, and then asked, "Hello, sir. The best room in our hotel is the Bulgari Presidential Suite, which has a separate terrace where you can enjoy the Bund scenery while tasting fine wine at night. One night is 280,088 yuan. How many days do you plan to book? Let's order 1 month first." Wang Yu thought for a moment and handed over the bank card. There is still more than a month left until school starts. The Bulgari room is pretty good. I stayed here for a month. He has money anyway. Including the discount, the total monthly fee is 7.56 million. I will swipe your card now. Please enter your bank password. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 7560,000 yuan and received a double return of 15,120,000 yuan. Ding! The system congratulates the host on obtaining 756 system points. Ding! Your current points balance is 3,091 points. P.S. Please ignore the decimal point automatically. Zhang Ro watched as Wang Yu inadvertently spent more than 7 million yuan. Even though she had experienced his extravagant spending today, she couldn't help but be shocked again. Buying a car is buying a car, while booking a room is pure consumption. Once spent, it's gone. But I remember the 10-digit number in Wang Yu's bank card. If he wants, I can probably live here for decades. Not only Zhang Ro, but even the receptionist working here felt greatly shocked when faced with such a situation. Very few people choose to stay in the Bulgari hotel suite for a month. That's more than 7 million. That's enough to buy a cool sports car. He is so young, handsome, and tall. He is simply the perfect man she has always dreamed of. Her heart was instantly moved, but when he saw Zhang Ro standing next to Wang Yu, his eyes suddenly dimmed again. A good guy like Wang Yu will definitely be surrounded by beautiful girls. There is never a shortage of pretty girls in the upper class, but what they often lack are the slaves at the bottom of society. Zhang Ro's figure and appearance are much better than hers. Hello, sir. This room is ready for you. There will be someone to take you up there, and the Bulgari suite includes a 24-hour private butler service, which will provide you with one-on-one personalized customized services. The room also has an independent and private SBA room, where you can enjoy a relaxing SBA service without leaving the room. Welcome to Bulgari Hotel. We hope you enjoy your stay and have an unforgettable experience. The receptionist suppressed her inner disappointment and handed the room card to Wang Yu with a smile. Wang Yu picked up the room card, turned around, and prepared to walk towards the elevator. Zhang Ro's voice came from behind. Or I'll go home first. It's so late, you should go to bed early. Zhang Ro couldn't help but retreat at this moment, and the words had just fallen. Wang Yu grabbed her hand. Zhang Ro looked a little flustered. You don't have to send me off, I can just take a taxi back by myself. But Wang Yu just looked at her and said lightly, why don't you go up and take a look? After all, this room costs 300,000 a night. I believe you haven't lived there either. Wang Yu's voice was calm, and he spoke lightly. Zhang Ro lowered her head and said nothing, not mentioning going home again. She just let Wang Yu hold her hand like this and walked towards the hotel elevator. I just don't know when it changed from holding hands to holding hands. The hotel had someone waiting at the elevator door early in the morning. Please help press the elevator button. The Bulgari suite is on the 48th floor of the building. The elevator was very fast. It took less than 30 seconds to reach the 48th floor. Bite! The elevator door opened. Standing at the door was an old man in his 60s with gray hair. He looks very much like the exquisitely dressed butler of a wealthy family in novels. He was wearing a butler's uniform, white gloves, and a pair of black-framed glasses. Her hair was shiny, and each strand was clearly distinguished. His whole body is filled with cleanliness and meticulousness. When he saw Wang Yu and Zhang Ro coming out, he bowed slightly and said, Hello, Mr. Wang. I am your personal butler. You can call me Butler Lin. Welcome to stay at the Bulgari Hotel. During your stay, if you have any questions, please contact me. I will do my best to serve you and strive to make your stay in the hotel a perfect experience. Here are your car keys. Butler Lin handed the keys to the McLaren to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took it and put it in his pocket. I'll take you to your room. Steward Lin made way for them and gave a guiding gesture. Wang Yu nodded and walked towards the room with Zhang Ro. Swipe the room card. Open the door of the room. What comes into view is the beautiful scenery of the Bund and the iconic building Peace Hotel. These buildings carry the history and culture of Shanghai. Under the neon lights at night, it looks particularly gorgeous, showing the unique charm and cultural heritage of a city. The room is themed with modern Art Deco and is designed with a living room, private study, library, dressing room, master bedroom with bathroom made of imported stone, etc. The living room is also furnished with a long sofa for watching movies and independent leather sofas for meeting guests. There is an independent floor lamp behind each sofa. All the furniture are from the world's top brands. The entire room covers an area of more than 400 square meters. However, at this time, Wang Yu obviously had no interest in appreciating the night view of the Magic City, but instead focused his attention on Zhang Ro. Butler Lin was obviously very tactful. I won't disturb your rest here. If you have anything, you can call me at any time through the room phone. After saying that, Butler Lin retreated and closed the door. The room immediately fell silent. Zhang Ro just felt inexplicably nervous. She swallowed. When he raised his head, his eyes met Wang Yu's. Different from the clear eyes before, there were some red veins in Wang Yu's eyes at this moment. Zhang Ro immediately turned her head away, not daring to look him in the face. Wang Yu stepped forward and picked him up. Zhang Ro struggled subconsciously, but found that she had no strength at all. Wang Yu's hands were like iron hoops, binding her tightly. After a while, Zhang Ro stopped struggling. The room was dead silent again. There was only the sound of their heartbeats gradually speeding up, over and over again, as if a fine electric current was instantly running through their bodies. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Ro patted Wang Yu gently and said, Good. Wang Yu let go of Zhang Ro's hand and said, Half an hour later, after taking a shower, Zhang Ro came out shyly. She pushed open the bathroom door quietly, wrapped only in a white bath towel. The edges of the towel were slightly wet, clinging to her freshly bathed skin. Water vapor lingered around her cold body like a veil, and her cheeks were flushed red from the hot water. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes dodging, not daring to look him in the eye. Her feet seemed to be fixed, and she stood there at a loss. Chapter 11, First Experience in Life. I'm going to take a shower first. Put on the clothes and shoes you just bought first. I like what you are wearing. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he turned and went to the bathroom. He finished the shower in no time and walked out impatiently. Bang! Go up and press the rest button in the room. The lights in the room suddenly went out one by one. Only the room corridor and bathroom still had dim lights. The curtains in the room were automatically drawn slowly. The Magic City at night. The lights are still on, and the traffic is still busy. On the crisscrossing streets, vehicles flow endlessly, like flowing rivers of light. Ordinary people enjoy their life of slavery, while the rich enjoy partying every night. Early morning, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and quietly falls on the bed like a thread of silk. The dazzling sunlight pours in from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony. Wang Yu woke up slowly, his consciousness still hazy. I just felt as if there was a heavy object pressing on me, and half of my body was numb. He opened his eyes. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes instantly fixed on the scene before him. What came into view was Zhang Ro, who was sleeping soundly. Its entire body was like an octopus, tightly wrapped around Wang Yu's body. She lay obediently on his chest like a lazy kitten. A few knotty strands of hair swayed slightly with her even breathing, gently plucked his heartstrings. She was sleeping soundly, with only her brows slightly wrinkled. Obviously, it was because I was too tired last night. Wang Yu picked up his cell phone and saw that it was already past 10 in the morning and almost noon. He couldn't help but sigh that youth means good health, and he feels full of energy now. Wang Yu did not wake up Zhang Ro. He slowly pulled out his pressed arm, stood up, put on his bathrobe, and went to the living room. He was starving and was about to call room service to ask the restaurant to send up some food. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is the front desk of the Bulgari Hotel. Is there anything I can help you with? The sweet voice of the receptionist came from the other end of the phone. Bring up 2 lunches for me. I want Chinese food. Wang Yu then said, Okay, Mr. Wang. We have a deluxe double meal here. The price is 6,888 yuan in total. Is it okay with you? King. Excuse me, Mr. Wang. Is there anything you shouldn't eat? No. Just serve your restaurant's signature dishes. Then please wait a moment. I will notify the restaurant to prepare it immediately. It will take about 30 minutes, and lunch will be delivered to your room. Thanks. You're welcome. It's my duty to serve you well. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me. Wang Yu Gang hung up the phone. I felt like someone hugged me from behind. When I woke up, I found that you were gone. I thought you didn't want me anymore. I was so scared. Zhang Ro's resentful voice came from behind. How is that possible? You will be my woman now and forever. Wang Yu turned around and hugged Zhang Ro tightly, smiling and saying, It's getting late. I just called the front desk to send some food up. You must be hungry too. Zhang Ro nodded, pouted, and said coquettishly, I just woke up because I was hungry, but when I opened my eyes, I couldn't see you. After spending last night together, Zhang Ro had changed a lot and was no longer as unfamiliar as she had acted before. I started to become attached to Wang Yu. Okay. After lunch, I'll take you shopping to make it up to you. That should be fine, right? Wang Yu smiled slightly. No. Zhang Ro shook her head and said, I'm exhausted now. How can I have the energy to go shopping? Then wait until you are well again. Wang Yu didn't force her. After all, it was quite tiring to accompany a woman shopping. Then don't regret it. So what is our relationship now? At this time, Zhang Ro raised her head, blinked her bright eyes, and looked at Wang Yu, and said in a very serious expression, we should be considered boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Wang Yu's expression froze when he heard this, and he was silent for a moment. He was a coward in his previous life, and couldn't even find a woman to marry. Now that he is living a new life, he is enjoying a free and easy life, and there is no way he will be bound by a woman. What he wants is to mingle with the flowers. Of course you are my girlfriend. Wang Yu did not refute. It's just a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Is there any law that states that you can only have one girlfriend? Right? After getting a definite answer, Zhang Ro was not very happy. Instead, she just said, I know that a man like you is handsome and rich. You are young and energetic, and you are also good at playing poker at night. There are many women who like you. You're so outstanding. I can't have you all to myself, right? But you have to at least give me a name so that I can feel better. Zhang Ro looked nervous and bit her lip as she said, this request shouldn't be too much, right? Of course not too much. Wang Yu smiled slightly. I knew it. You're definitely not that honest. Zhang Ro looked resentful and glared at Wang Yu like a resentful woman. Bah, scumbag. Wang Yu was not angry either. He put his arms around Zhang Ro, kissed her on the soft cheek, and then moved her head towards him. Wang Yu looked at her seriously and said, I can promise you that you can stay by my side as long as you want. I can give you anything you want, whether it's a house or a car. Certainly, if you ever decide to leave me, I will give you a sum of money, enough for you to live on, and we can part ways in peace. I will also give you enough love and spend time with you. Wang Yu paused for a moment, then said, Of course, my heart has been broken into countless pieces, so love may seem more rich. I believe you can't understand. Scumbag. I understand you giving ghosts. Zhang Ro was so angry when she heard this that her back teeth were broken. She grabbed Wang Yu's arm and bit it off. But when he bit it, Wang Yu felt like he was bitten by a kitten, like being tickled. Then Zhang Ro let go of Wang Yu's arm, snuggled into her arms, and whispered, I won't leave you. Okay, we'll never be apart. Wang Yu patted her on the back. I'm going to take a shower. Just be good. Good. After a long time, Wang Yu kissed Zhang Ro on the face and released his embrace. Suddenly, he turned around and walked into the bathroom impatiently. Because Wang Yu suddenly remembered that the system points were enough to draw from the intermediate prize pool, and he almost forgot about the draw. I don't know how likely it is to win an entry in this intermediate prize pool. Wang Yu was looking forward to this very much. After all, the power of the entry has been fully demonstrated in the double return entry of the novice reward. Ordinary people, with such an entry, can already control their lives and navigate the world. Chapter 12 Intermediate Roulette. Clatter. Wang Yu, shirtless, turned on the Kohler shower. The bathroom is decorated with exquisite marble walls and floors, and paired with exquisite shower heads, exuding a luxurious atmosphere. The lighting is soft and warm, and the overall feeling is particularly relaxing. System. Open the personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has been opened for the host. Host. Wang Yu. Age. 20 years old. Height. 186 cm. Charm. 89. Constitution. 85. Durability. 94. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled back. Score. 3,092 points. Why is the durability reduced a little? Is it because you were too tired last night? Wang Yu looked at the light blue screen that appeared before his eyes. The durability on the panel has dropped a bit. I am thinking about it. He was a little worried. It was only one night, and his endurance had already dropped a little. If there were more women in the future, wouldn't he be dead? It's okay now that you are young, but will your health still be okay in 10 years? It's no use having money. System. Let's discuss it and draw an entry that can strengthen my physique for me. Points are easy to handle. Just deduct them as you see fit. Wang Yu said to the system expectantly. Ding! The lottery is entirely determined by the host's luck. Hosts don't think about bribing this system. This system needs to abide by the conventions of the system world. Our system community adheres to the 3 principles of non-interference, non-abandonment, and non-responsibility. When Wang Yu heard the system's answer, he secretly raised his middle finger and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He originally just wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect the system to be so serious. However, this also made him more curious and expectant. Well, in that case, I'll try my luck. Open the intermediate roulette. Begin the lottery. As Wang Yu spoke, a silver-white turntable appeared in front of him, emitting a silver-white light. Mysterious patterns kept moving on the wheel, emitting a mysterious aura. He kept repeating in his mind, strengthen your physique. Strengthen your physical fitness. Superman physique is fine. Then click the draw button. The silvery white wheel should begin to spin, emitting an even brighter light. As the roulette will slowly stop spinning, only one symbol was left flashing a silvery white light. Ding! Consume 1,000 points to start the intermediate prize pool draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 500 million Chinese currency. Huabao Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 has received 50 million, and the balance is 1,587,675,270 Huaxia currency. Wang Yu was stunned. Although he was happy to have drawn 500 million Chinese yuan, there was no entry related to his physical condition that he wanted most. Still some regrets. System, draw the intermediate roulette again. Ding! Consume 1,000 points to start the intermediate roulette draw. As Wang Yu finished speaking, the silver-white roulette wheel on the light blue screen began a new round of rotation. Thank you for your patronage and participation. Wang Yu's face darkened and he said, continue. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the entry Ultimate Physical Fitness. Yes, I know you can do it. Wang Yu quickly looked at the effect of the extreme physical condition entry. Ultimate Physique. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physique. Ding! With the help of this system, your body changes will not attract the attention of others. Please feel free to use it. Wang Yu was extremely excited. Judging from the effect of the entry, Extreme Constitution was extremely strong. With the entry Extreme Physique worn, Wang Yu only felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes. The body became stronger and seemed to have grown taller, and the slightly fat belly now had 8 clear abdominal muscles. My eyes, which were a little nearsighted, became extremely clear, and the world in front of me looked as if it had been wiped with a towel. System, open the personal panel. Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry, double cashback, entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate Physical Fitness, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Score, 92 points. After reading the system panel information, Wang Yu's face was full of smiles. Close the system panel. After taking a shower, he dried his body, grabbed a bathrobe, put it on, and walked out. Hey, why do I feel like you've gotten taller and more handsome? Zhang Ro was playing with her phone in the living room out of boredom. Seeing Wang Yu look completely different after coming out of the shower, I couldn't help but feel confused. However, under the power of the system, she inexplicably felt that it was quite reasonable, and then she stopped thinking about it. Ding dong! At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhang Ro heard the sound, got up, put on some clothes, and went to open the door. Butler Lin was standing respectfully at the door. Behind him stood 2 waitresses pushing a food cart. Hello, ma'am. The lunch you ordered is ready. Seeing Zhang Ro open the door, Butler Lin greeted her with a smile. Is lunch here? Wang Yu's voice came from the room. If it has arrived, just send it in directly. Butler Lin took the dining cart from behind and pushed it directly into the reception room. Wang Yu was sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone out of boredom. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is the lunch you ordered. It was prepared by our restaurant chef. I hope you like it. Butler Lin bowed slightly as he spoke, then opened the lids of the plates one by one and introduced them. This is the appetizer. Rose soy sauce chicken, golden chrysanthemum, jellyfish, and conch slices. Main course, chicken stew with lobster and 3 onions. Steamed grouper, pork knuckle and abalone sauce. Crispy shrimp intestines. Dessert, pongji ganlu marshmallow. And the final dessert is almond tofu and handmade durian puff pastry. Exquisite dishes were presented in front of Wang Yu and Zhang Ro one by one. A dazzling array. The aroma of food immediately filled the entire restaurant. Although the portions don't look too large, Each dish is just enough for 2 people. There was surprise in Zhang Ro's eyes. The Chinese food at the Bagley Hotel is so luxurious. Looking at the delicious dishes in front of her, Zhang Ro swallowed unconsciously. Cuckoo. Zhang Ro only felt that her stomach was protesting. Steward Lin smiled and said, "Because I'm not sure about Mr. Wang and this lady's tastes, all the dishes served here are our hotel's signature dishes. If they don't suit your taste, you can tell me at any time and I'll ask the chef to change them for you." "No problem, that's it," Wang Yu said calmly. "By the way, bring me another bottle of red wine." "Okay," Steward Lin asked. "Are there any requirements for the brand and year?" "It's up to you. It doesn't have to be too good. An ordinary red wine worth tens of thousands of dollars will do." Wang Yu responded indifferently. It's not that he can't afford red wine worth tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars, but this kind of red wine tastes no different from wine that costs thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, and he can't tell the difference anyway. Moreover, a normal lunch selection has millions of red wines. It feels a bit out of place. Generally, this kind of wine appears in some important occasions. The restaurant happens to have a 10-year-old Grand Cru red wine from the French Domaine de la Romanée, priced at $68,888. "Do you think it's okay?" "Okay," Wang Yu said calmly. "Okay, I'll prepare it for you right away." Butler Lin whispered a few words into the headset. After a while, the waiter came up with a bottle of Romanée red wine. Butler Lin took the red wine and showed the label and brand in front of Wang Yu. After confirming that it was correct, he opened the bottle of wine. "Pour into a decanter." As the purple-red liquid was poured in, a fragrant aroma mixed with the scent of elm wood began to spread. "It's intoxicating." Butler Lin poured wine for the 2 of them, then placed the tall glasses in front of them, and left quietly after the wine so as not to disturb their meal. Chapter 13. Sensible Zhang Ro. "Let's eat." Wang Yu was the first to pick up the chopsticks and prepare to eat. But he found that Zhang Ro, who was sitting next to him, did not react. He couldn't help but wonder, "Why aren't you eating? Wasn't your stomach growling with hunger just now? Why were you secretly swallowing your saliva?" Zhang Ro's pretty face turned red. She didn't expect that all her little actions were seen by Wang Yu. "I just have never seen such beautiful and exquisite Chinese food. It is so beautiful that I can't bear to eat it," Zhang Ro explained. "And a bottle of wine costs 68,000 yuan. That's too much money. Isn't it too extravagant? I really don't dare to do it." "Why not?" Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you a McLaren salesperson? You usually deal with wealthy people, so you must have seen a lot of scenes like this. No matter how rich someone is, it belongs to someone else and has nothing to do with me." Zhang Ro pouted and said in a delicate voice, "Although I work at the McLaren sales center, it does not mean that I can buy a McLaren and enter the wealthy class." "Isn't it?" Wang Yu was very surprised that Zhang Ro was so clear-headed. After all, there are many sales and service staff who work in luxury stores or high-end places. After working for a long time, they will more or less have high expectations, feel superior to others, and have a high opinion of themselves. I think that by working here I have crossed the class barrier and my life is no longer on the same level as before. As a result, they began to look down on the customers who came to consume. "Don't think too much." Wang Yu reached out and touched Zhang Ro's head, looked at Zhang Ro lovingly and said, "This is just an ordinary lunch, nothing special. And now that you're following me, you have to get used to this kind of life. Money is just a string of numbers when it is just there. It belongs to you only when you enjoy it. It's a bit ordinary to use a bottle of red wine worth more than 60,000 yuan as table wine." Zhang Ro's expression was a little stiff. Although she tried hard to force a smile, she could not hide the unnatural twitching at the corners of her mouth. Wang Yu couldn't help laughing, but he didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Let's eat first, it will get cold soon." "Wait, let me take a picture first." Zhang Ro quickly took out her cell phone and took more than 10 photos in a row, and then inadvertently took a photo of the scenery outside the window. It also inadvertently shows the geographical location of the Bulgari Hotel. Beautify, retouching, then click send. Only then did Zhang Ro put down her phone contentedly. Women are always hypocritical creatures. People are all vain. Normal people would post on fashion moments when they go out to play or eat, so Wang Yu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After eating and drinking, Zhang Ro lay contentedly on the sofa with her bulging belly. Her perfect figure was faintly revealed under her pajamas, which was extremely attractive. Wang Yu was immediately interested when he saw this scene, and he went straight up to her and said, "You should have had a good rest." You're still a little rusty on the little game we played last night. I'm helping you get better at it. No. If you keep playing, I'll fall apart. Zhang Ro was so frightened that her face turned pale. But he couldn't beat Wang Yu, so he had to continue playing games with him. An hour later, ahem, Zhang Ro, who was choking while playing a sports game, glanced at Wang Yu, gave him a coquettish look, then covered her mouth and went into the bathroom to wash and brush her teeth. After a while, Zhang Ro walked out of the bathroom. However, what surprised Wang Yu was that Zhang Ro actually put on the purple dress she bought yesterday. Her hair was combed neatly and her makeup was slightly done. Zhang Ro stood there, shaking her hair gently. Her skin was still slightly wet from bathing and looked particularly moist. It's all your fault. I can't even wear this outfit anymore. Zhang Ro sat on Wang Yu, pointed at her McLaren sales uniform, and said unhappily, "It's all dirty. I don't know if I can wear it to work tomorrow after washing it." Wang Yu smiled when he heard this and said, "Then I won't go to work." "That won't work, so my supervisor gave me a day and a half off." Zhang Ro shook her head and said, "If I don't go to work, will you support me?" "I'll support you," Wang Yu said without hesitation. Zhang Ro stared at Wang Yu for a moment and felt warm in her heart. She didn't really want to separate from Wang Yu. When a boyfriend and a girlfriend first get together, they always want to stick together 24 hours a day. Zhang Ro is no exception. But she still said, "If I don't go to work, I will feel like I am being kept by you. Only when I'm at work can I be a little more myself in front of you. So I have to go home now." "Well, if you're not happy at work, just change jobs, find one that's easier, and you'll be happy." Wang Yu thought for a moment and said. Zhang Ro stood up, looked at Wang Yu with a resentful face, and said, "It's just right to give you some private space so that you can have a chance to flirt with other girls outside, and I won't be bothered if I don't see it." Wang Yu suddenly felt that what Zhang Ro said made sense. If they really stayed together, he would have no time to look for other girls. He also has time to do his own things. "Okay then, I'll take you home. I'll transfer 200,000 yuan to your card. Just buy whatever you want. Don't be reluctant. Tell me when you're done." Wang Yu did not transfer too much money to Zhang Ro. After all, giving money requires skills. Too little is not good, and too much is definitely not good either. Otherwise, you will be taken advantage of. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 200,000 yuan, and the double cashback was 400,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 system points. Boo! Zhang Ro's eyes curved into crescents when she heard this. She became happy again, hugged Wang Yu's face, and kissed him hard. "You are so nice." Zhang Ro looked at the young and handsome man in front of her, and she suddenly found herself completely in love with Wang Yu. Of course, it's not just about the money. Wang Yu just smiled at this, put his arm around Zhang Ro's waist, and applied a little force to press her body tightly against himself. He slowly lowered his head and gently covered Zhang Ro's soft lips. Their eyes were closed, immersed in this passionate and affectionate kiss, as if they were the only ones left in the world. Until both of them were out of breath due to lack of oxygen, they reluctantly ended the passionate kiss, but their eyes were still tightly entangled with each other. In the afternoon, the two came to the underground garage of Bulgari Hotel, and Wang Yu started his beloved car McLaren P1. Boom! With a step on the accelerator, the engine of the McLaren P1 roared. The car drove smoothly out of the underground garage and headed towards the apartment rented by Zhang Ro. Chapter 14. The Celebrity of Magic City. Half an hour later, Wang Yu drove to the destination, which was in the northern area of Magic City. The rent here is relatively low, but the transportation is still convenient. So many college students choose to rent a house here right after graduation. The community where Zhang Ro lives is pretty good. At least his sports car was parked smoothly downstairs in the community after opening the lifting chassis. Boo! Honey, do you want to go up and sit? I live with a friend. She should be at work now, so no one should be home. Zhang Ro got out of the car with shopping bags, suddenly leaned over and kissed Wang Yu on the face, then asked, "Okay, let's go to your house." Wang Yu said calmly after hearing this. He was still very interested in going to the ladies' dormitory. After all, it was his first time there. "Come on, I'll take you upstairs." Wang Yu walked forward and put his arm around Zhang Ro's waist. As he walked, he casually looked around the community. Although this community is not old, it is obviously lacking in maintenance. The green belts were overgrown with weeds, garbage was scattered around the trash cans, and a bad smell filled the air. When she arrived at Zhang Ro's residence, she took out the key and opened the door. Wang Yu followed her into the room. The room was compactly laid out, the furniture was simple and practical, and the equipment was not very complete. There's no one at home. It seems he has gone to work. This is my little nest. Although it's not big, it's very cozy. Zhang Ro introduced with a smile. Rao. Wang Yu said softly, with a hint of concern in his tone. I think you should consider finding a new place to live. The environment here is really not very good. It's too unfair for you. Zhang Ro was stunned for a moment and responded softly. In fact, I've been thinking about this issue, but I haven't found the right place yet. I think the agent will sort that out. Wang Yu said lightly. Then he took out his mobile phone, opened the app to contact the agent, found a high-end apartment, and helped contact a moving company. After dealing with these things, he chose to go downstairs and leave. Wang Yu came to the parking lot in the community. There were two girls standing in front of his car, and one of them was sitting on the hood of the McLaren P1 taking pictures. Both girls look very young and good-looking. They all have good figures, tall and slim, but their faces don't look natural, and it's obvious that they've had plastic surgery. A girl with dyed blonde hair, wearing a tight skirt with black stockings and a short belly-bearing top, revealing her slender waist and flat belly. The other girl was wearing a black dress that reached mid-thigh, showing off her long legs. She was wearing sunglasses and carrying a black Chanel bag that she didn't know whether it was real or fake. The person taking the photo is her, dressed like a socialite. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows, but did not step forward to urge her. Instead, he stood aside and watched her take pictures with interest. Seeing that there were people watching, the two girls remained expressionless and continued to do their own thing. He did not delay any further. Walked straight towards his car. This time is the peak travel time in Shanghai, and he doesn't want to be stuck in traffic for several hours. That would be a waste of time. Unexpectedly, as Wang Yu approached the car, the socialite in a black dress, who was posing on the hood of the car, glanced at Wang Yu indifferently and said, "No contact information. Also, you're really disgusting, staring at me all the time." Another woman also spoke up. "Yes, a wretched man. He looks like a young naked guy from another place." Wang Yu was stunned. He didn't expect that he was just standing there for a while, not wanting to disturb them taking pictures, but was misunderstood by these two people. At this time, a young man dressed in trendy clothes came forward. He is covered with famous brand logos and has dyed yellow hair. "Hi, two beauties. This is my car. Would you like to get in and sit for a while?" The woman in the black dress suddenly lit up her eyes and said excitedly, "Is it okay, brother? Is it too much trouble?" The young man said pretentiously, "Add me on Feishin. I have some work to do nearby. I will take you for a ride some other day." "Thank you, brother. I'll sweep you." "Brother, add me on Feishin too," the blonde also said. Wang Yu was stunned. Where did this weird thing come from? It was rare for Wang Yu to explain so much. He had nothing good to say about these fake socialites in Shanghai. Take out the car key and press the unlock button. The roof of the McLaren under the socialite suddenly lit up. Wang Yu opened the cool door of the McLaren and got in. When the two female celebrities saw this, their expressions suddenly changed. "Brother, I'm sorry." "Fuck, you loser. Why are you pretending when you have nothing to do?" When the trendy guy saw that he had met the real boss, he ran away in shame. "I dare not stay for a moment." The socialite in a black dress quickly came to the left driver's window and apologized. "Because so many people usually ask for my contact information, I misunderstood just now. I didn't expect that you, brother, are the owner of this car." "Okay, I got it." Wang Yu nodded indifferently and was about to close the car door, but was stopped by another woman. "Brother, don't be angry. What kind of car is this? It's so cool." The fake socialite acted cute and tried to create a very innocent look. "I also saw that this car is different from other cars, so I took a few photos here with my sister." Wang Yu looked at her with a smile in his eyes, but did not reply. "What is this car? Doesn't she know?" These fake socialites in Shanghai must know more about the configuration of this car than I do. After all, the socialite class was not taken in vain. I just happened to be going home, and I wondered if my brother could give me a ride. Sitting in this car must be different from other cars. The fake socialite with golden hair kept talking, with a lustful gleam in her eyes. "Take me, little brother. I can go to dinner with you." The fake socialite in a black dress also said, "To express my apology, I will treat you to a meal at my house. My cooking skills are pretty good." "No." Wang Yu simply refused and said, "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Although he felt uncomfortable with this fake socialite, he was not willing to break up with her and just ignored her. Of course, even if Wang Yu offended the other party, it would not have any impact on him. "Then, brother, do you want to add me on Feishin?" The socialite in the black dress quickly took out her phone and said with a smile, "When my brother has time, come to my house." I'm always available. Maybe next time. Wang Yu waved his hand, not giving the two a chance to speak, and closed the car door. Start the car. Boom! With a step on the accelerator. The car sped away, leaving only a trail of smoke and dust in the air. The two fake socialites stood there, stamping their feet in frustration. For people like them, their lifelong dream is to marry into a wealthy family, find a rich husband, and become a wealthy wife. I never thought that the opportunity now was right in front of me, but they missed it. It's all your fault. What's wrong with you, little brother? You're just talking nonsense. You still blame me? Don't you even look at what you just said, you little bastard from out of town? That's ridiculous. It's all your fault anyway. Blame you? You hit me. I'm going to hit you. It's all your fault. Otherwise, little brother would have eaten with me tonight. The two fake socialites kept telling each other faults and finally got into a fight. After a while, the two stopped fighting. She took out her cell phone, retouched the photo of McLaren she had just taken, and sent it to the Shanghai socialite group and Fishin friend circle. Oh my God! This is a McLaren P1, a luxury car worth tens of millions. Sister, where did you find such a high-quality boy? Please introduce one to me. Sister, if you have a high-quality game, don't forget to bring me along. Sister, can you talk to your boyfriend so I can take some pictures too? The goddess is still so beautiful. This McLaren should belong to you, goddess, not your boyfriend. No way, no way. After a while, there were many comments from celebrities and bootlickers in the group and on the friend circle. Chapter 15, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Of course, the dog-licking comments were simply ignored by the two of them. The two stood in the community parking lot, reading the compliments from the sisters in the group, and felt extremely satisfied. They all swore secretly in their hearts that they must find a way to win over such a high-quality boy. Wang Yu was driving a McLaren P1 on the road, completely unaware that he had been targeted by these two ladies. He was driving towards Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. As the car gradually approached the school gate, a long-lost yet familiar feeling arose spontaneously. The memories of my alma mater are like old photos sealed in an ancient photo album by the years. It still remains the same as it was more than 10 years ago. The security guard was obviously attracted by the luxury car, but he did not try to stop it. He simply registered the information and let it pass. Then Wang Yu parked the car at the North Road parking lot. Walking towards the Chunshui Lake near the school, the fish in the lake are swimming freely and the willows on the shore are swaying, just as I remember. It's just that it's summer vacation now, and the campus lacks the usual hustle and bustle, and there are not many people in the school. On weekdays, the woods beside Chunshui Lake are crowded with couples, and this place is a holy place for couples to date. Then he went to the Sakura Alley and Yuhing building. It's a pity that the sons in the dormitory are not here. I haven't seen them for many years. Wang Yu sighed slightly and said with some regret. In his previous life, he had a good relationship with his 3 roommates. We often brought each other meals and called each other son, but after graduation, everyone was busy making a living and gradually we contacted each other less and less. Afterwards, Wang Yu walked out of the campus and came to the snack street near the University of Finance and Economics. This snack street is close to Fudan University and Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and is connected to a shopping mall and Shanghai Stadium at the other end. Although it is summer vacation, the flow of people is not much reduced. As soon as I got closer, a noisy noise came like a tide. The streets are lined with a wide variety of snack stalls. Zhou Ji roasted pig's trotter, mutton skewers, Xinjiang lamb skewers. They're not expensive to eat. Pancake. The delicious spicy squid is a must-try if you pass by. Stinky tofu. The atmosphere of worldly life is what soothes the hearts of ordinary people the most. The vendors on the street were constantly shouting, attracting passersby. Wang Yu ate as he walked, his mouth full of oil. I haven't had the snacks at the school gate for many years, and I miss them so much. Then we walked to the door of an old snail noodle shop and stopped. Uncle Zhang, give me a bowl of snail noodles with egg and pig's trotters. Wang Yu said to the busy middle-aged couple in front of him. Hey kid, isn't it summer vacation? Why don't you go home? Uncle Zhang looked at Wang Yu, and his eyes lit up when he heard this. I just want to eat Uncle Zhang's snail rice noodle. I came to Shanghai specifically to eat it. You are really good at talking, kid. Come on, sit down and I'll make it for you right away. I'm not exaggerating, but the snail noodles made by your Uncle Zhang are the best in this street. Uncle Zhang had a simple smile on his face, and his eyes were shining with enthusiasm. As he spoke, he began to prepare the ingredients skillfully. Xiaoyu hasn't been here for a long time, Please find a seat and sit down. Uncle Zhang's wife also stepped forward and greeted them. Wang Yu found an empty seat and sat down. He had eaten snail noodles at Uncle Zhang's for 4 years during college in his previous life, and he had eaten it for 2 more years in this life. He had wanted to eat this for a long time. Uncle Zhang and his wife are nearly 50 years old. I heard that they have a son in his 20s, but I have never seen him come to help. The old couple are honest people. They have always believed in using real ingredients to do business. They have many old customers and seem particularly busy at this moment. After a while, the snail noodles were served, and Uncle Zhang said in a simple and honest manner, "All right, eat it quickly. Let the fried eggs soak in the soup for a while before eating." "Okay, you're busy." Wang Yu picked up the chopsticks and reached for the bowl of snail noodles impatiently. The rice noodles are clearly distinct and spread out freely in the bright red and rich soup. The soup is deep and attractive in color, and the fresh fragrance of snails, the spiciness of peppers, the mellowness of sour bamboo shoots, and the unique aroma of various spices are perfectly blended to form an irresistible rich taste that makes people salivate just by smelling it. Delicious, still the same taste. Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. He took a bite of the fried egg that was soaked to perfection, and the soup instantly burst in his mouth. The aroma of the egg and the deliciousness of the snail soup intertwined with each other, making him intoxicated. The soft and glutinous pig's trotters melt in your mouth. After a while, I ate a big bowl of snail noodles cleanly. Hiccup. Uncle Zhang, the money has been transferred. Wang Yu stood up with his bulging belly, not showing any airs of a rich second generation. I took out my mobile phone and transferred 100 yuan into the QR code, then followed the crowd and continued to stroll around the snack street. "Why did you transfer so much? Take out your QR code, and I'll transfer the extra money to you." When Uncle Zhang heard the payment voice broadcast that it was 100 yuan, he quickly took out his mobile phone and said, "You take Uncle Zhang first, I'll come back to eat later." It's not that he didn't want to transfer more, but he was afraid that the old couple would not accept his money. After all, there is a long way to go, and there will be plenty of opportunities to eat here in the future. By the time we got back to the University of Finance and Economics parking lot, it was already past 10 o'clock. The campus at this time is shrouded in the night, quiet and peaceful. Only the street lamps cast a dim glow, adding a bit of hazy poetry to the area. Wang Yu walked slowly over, pressed the unlock button, and got into the car. Wang Yu, with her bulging belly, leaned comfortably on the driver's seat to take a short rest and adjusted her sitting posture to make herself more comfortable. Boom! After a moment, he slowly put his foot on the accelerator pedal. With a light step on the accelerator, the car, like an awakened beast, instantly made a low and powerful roar and drove smoothly out of the gate of the University of Finance and Economics. The car drove farther and farther away, leaving only the light of its taillights gradually blurring in the night. Half an hour later, Wang Yu parked the car in front of the Bulgari Hotel. As soon as he got out of the car, a doorman came quickly, took the car keys, and went to park his car. When I returned to the room, the lighting and the position of the sheets and pillows had already been adjusted. A pot of hot drink was also prepared on the tea table. I have to say, the service at Bulgari Hotel is really good. Although it is a bit expensive, it is indeed comfortable to live in. Have a good night. It is almost noon at SI. The sunlight, like golden threads, shines through the gaps in the soft curtains and quietly falls on the spacious and luxurious bed of the Bulgari Hotel. Under the gentle caress of the light, Wang Yu slowly woke up from his sleep. He stretched lazily, feeling the comfort of his body being gradually awakened from its slumber. The bedding on the bed was as smooth as silk, and the Sealy mattress was extremely soft. He couldn't help but greedily lie in it for a while longer. I slept so well. It's almost noon. Wang Yu stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. Suddenly, large swathes of sunlight flooded into the room like a tide, dyeing everything a bright golden color. Outside the window is the beautiful street scene of the bustling city of Shanghai. Cruise ships shuttle back and forth on the river, and the busy streets are already busy in the early morning. Wang Yu was eating snacks sent by the hotel on the terrace of his room, quietly appreciating everything. My heart is full of comfort and relaxation. Shit, how come I forgot something? Wang Yu suddenly looked embarrassed. Chapter 16, Stewardess Shen Qingya. Shit, how come I forgot something? Wang Yu suddenly looked embarrassed. He remembered something, his date with the flight attendant Shen Qingya, which he seemed to have forgotten. Then he touched the small note in his pants. Fortunately, it's still in my pocket and hasn't fallen out. Then I called the number above. Ding-ling-ling. A pleasant sound came from the phone. After a short wait, the phone was connected, and a pleasant and familiar voice came from the other end. Hello, who is this? This was exactly the flight attendant Xinxingya that Wang Yu met on the Chengdu Airlines plane. I am Wang Yu. On the other side of the phone, Xinxingya was silent for a moment, and then said in a somewhat stiff tone, Mr. Wang, what can I do for you? Xinxingya was obviously angry. Even though Wang Yu was a straight man and not very good at analyzing girl psychology, he could hear it from Xinxingya's stiff tone. He touched his nose. There was nothing he could do about it. It was because he met Zhang Ro later that Wang Yu forgot about his date with her and stood her up. It took me 2 whole days to remember it and call her. We agreed on this on the plane. You take me on a tour of the Magic City and be my guide. I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Yu said with a smile. I don't think Mr. Wang needs me much. After all, anyone could be a tour guide, and you've been in Shanghai for so long, you should be familiar with it. My vacation time is running out, and I have to catch a flight back to Chengdu tomorrow morning. Even through the phone, Wang Yu could hear the deep resentment in Xinxingya's voice. I don't have much time either. Let's talk about it later when we have time. I have something to deal with. I'll call you when I'm done. Wang Yu explained, silently put down the breakfast in his hand and said, I just got time today, and I remembered that I have an appointment with you. Look, it's almost noon. I contacted you as soon as possible. Real? Xinxingya was somewhat shaken by what Wang Yu said. After all, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to date such an outstanding man like Wang Yu. Of course it's true. Wang Yu smiled slightly, not giving Xinxingya a chance to refuse. Where do you live? I'll drive over to pick you up. Why not just forget it? I live with my colleague, and I'm out shopping right now. Xinxingya seemed very hesitant, somewhat excited, yet also somewhat conflicted. If I agree too easily, would Wang Yu misunderstand me as a casual woman? If I refuse, I will feel a little reluctant. Give me the address. Consider it my apology for this meal. Wang Yu's words easily dispelled Xinxingya's resentment. Okay then, I'll give you the address, and you can pick me up. Xinxingya's voice became much lower. Okay, it will take me about 40 minutes to get here. I'll call you when I get there, and you can come down. Wang Yu said this and hung up the phone. Shanghai Pudong Airport, Dazhong Airport Hotel. It is close to the airport and is considered a good aviation hotel, specially arranged by the airline for flight attendants. The hotel facilities are complete, and the surrounding supporting facilities are also relatively complete, which is pretty good. A brand store next to the Shanghai airport. Xinxingya and her colleague Nana are shopping. She put down her phone, bit her lips slightly, and rubbed her hair in annoyance. When her colleagues saw Xinxingya like this, they couldn't help but ask curiously, Xingya, what's wrong? Why are you looking so sad? Xinxingya's expression froze, and she stammered for a long time without being able to utter a single word. Instead, her ears began to turn red. You won't talk about boyfriend anymore. My colleague Nana seemed to have discovered a new world. Her eyes lit up. Your ears are red, don't quibble. No. Xinxingya blushed at Nana's teasing and said shyly, just an ordinary friend. Male or female? Male, male. Xinxingya's voice became increasingly weak. We have an appointment to have dinner later. Why are you standing me up at this time and saying you are not my boyfriend? Nana looked incredulous. Not a boyfriend, just an ordinary friend. Xinxingya stamped her feet in anger. How did you meet? Is he handsome? What does his family do? He must be very rich. Otherwise, how could he get the most beautiful stewardess in our crew without making any noise? Please introduce him to us later. I'm quite curious about what he looks like. Nana simply ignored Xinxingya's words. The fire of gossip in her heart burned, and her gossiping spirit instantly came online. Oh, stop it, Nana. Xinxingya's face had already turned red. If you say that again, I will ignore you. Which one? I need to go back to the dormitory first. My colleague Nana rolled her eyes and didn't ask any more questions. She turned around, secretly took out her phone, and sent a message to her group of sisters. Shocking news. Come quickly if you want to watch the show. What news? What's wrong? Where are the melons? Soon a lot of comments popped up in the group. My colleague Nana curled her lips and said, Xingya is in love. I just found out. Her boyfriend will come to pick her up soon. Do you want to go down and meet him and see who his boyfriend is and whether he is handsome or not? As soon as this news came out, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into the group. Countless messages immediately popped up in the group, all saying that they wanted to go downstairs together to see who could have caught the most beautiful stewardess in their crew. Xinxingya really knew nothing about this. She just walked silently towards the dormitory, preparing to go back to the dormitory to pack up and put on makeup. In fact, Wang Yu was the first contact information she gave after she started working. She was still full of expectations. As soon as I got off the plane and arrived at the hotel, I started washing and putting on makeup. As a result, she waited until 11 o'clock in the evening, but still didn't receive a call from Wang Yu. This made her extremely angry. Men's mouths are full of lies. It seems that everything Wang Yu said on the plane was a lie. I forgot about her as soon as I got off the plane. I just received a call from Wang Yu, but the anger in my heart was resolved by Wang Yu in just a few words, and I felt a little happy inside. 10 minutes later, inside the Dazhong Airport Hotel, while Shun Qingya cursed herself inwardly for being so useless, she hurriedly began to fix her makeup in front of the mirror. Buzz! Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Shun Qingya saw that it was Wang Yu calling, so she quickly answered the call. Hello. I'm already downstairs. Come down when you're done packing. Okay. I'll be right down. Shun Qingya hung up the phone, but found that her colleague Nana was secretly standing beside her, eavesdropping with her ears perked up. When she found out that Shun Qingya had noticed her little action, she didn't feel embarrassed, but laughed and said, "The person who just called you must be your boyfriend who wants to ask you out. It's just a simple meal out with friends, not a boyfriend." Shun Qingya reiterated her position. "If you're not my boyfriend, then why don't you have dinner with me? We've already made an appointment, and you're going out alone?" Nana asked back. Chapter 17, Ying Yin Yin. Shun Qingya was speechless. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. She couldn't tell them what happened on the plane, otherwise she would be laughed at for a long time. Thinking of this, her face turned red again. "Hurry up, go downstairs quickly, don't keep people waiting." Nana didn't give Shun Qingya any chance to argue, and just pushed her downstairs. "You are not a sister, but you want to go down too?" Shun Qingya asked in surprise. "Oh, I'm just going to go down and take a look and help you check. Hurry up and stop talking." Nana's soul of eating melons was burning fiercely. Both eyes were glowing. Shun Qingya was a little anxious at this time. She couldn't let Wang Yu wait too long, nor could she stop Nana from going down, so she could only agree. "You can go down, but you can't talk nonsense. I don't know him well enough." Shun Qingya reminded again worriedly. Okay, I got it, let's go down quickly." Nana directly pushed Shun Qingya. Shun Qingya could only walk towards the hotel elevator, but found that the other 3 sisters in the group were already standing at the door. When they saw Shun Qingya coming out, their eyes lit up instantly, and they all gathered around her. She chattered away, saying she was going to see her boyfriend. How could Shun Qingya not know what was happening at this time? I could only glare at Nana unhappily. Nana knew she was in the wrong, so she shrank her neck and hid behind the crowd like a coward. When the time came, Shun Qingya had no way to stop it and could only hold her forehead and sigh. "Accept your fate." She stood in the elevator with an expressionless face. I prayed silently in my heart that these guys would stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, it would ruin Wang Yu's impression of her. Bye. The elevator successfully arrived at the hotel's first floor lobby. Nana immediately stuck her head out and looked around the hotel lobby. "Qingya, where's the person? Why can't I see him?" Shun Qingya also frowned and looked for Wang Yu. "Qingya, this way." Wang Yu's voice came from the entrance of the hall. Everyone looked up, and suddenly there was a burst of surprise. Their eyes were filled with shock. Wang Yu, who was 1.88 meters tall, was standing on the road opposite the hall, wearing a white casual suit and a Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6104 watch on his hand. Looks fresh and clean, just because of the young face and the sunny and handsome temperament. He was particularly conspicuous in the crowd, and people had to look at him. Of course, this is also inseparable from the Patek Philippe watch on his hand and the McLaren P1 behind him. It gives people a strong visual impact. That's a McLaren, right? A car of this model would cost at least tens of millions, right? I'm afraid it's more than that. With the optional accessories, it's probably over 20 million. Look, is that a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist? It's really Patek Philippe. Qingya, where did you find such a good boyfriend? I'm so envious. Not only is he so handsome, he's also so tall and so rich. After a while of singing and dancing, Shun Qingya's sisters finally calmed down. They looked excited and kept looking at the McLaren and Patek Philippe watches. Shun Qingya didn't expect that Wang Yu actually came in a McLaren. However, when I saw the envious eyes of my sisters, I couldn't help but feel happy, although I'm a little embarrassed. But it also greatly satisfied her vanity. She walked up to Wang Yu and said shyly, These are all my colleagues and my best friends. They insisted on coming down to see you. I couldn't stop them. There was nothing I could do. Fine. Wang Yu just smiled when he heard that, turned around and greeted them. Hello. My name is Wang Yu. Hello. You must be Qingya's boyfriend. When did you get together? Nana stood up and said to Wang Yu with a carefree smile. My name is Li Na. I'm Qingya's colleague and best friend. You are so handsome. No wonder you were able to win over our most beautiful stewardess. Nana, shut up. Before Li Na finished speaking, Qingya became anxious. He quickly stepped forward and covered Li Na's mouth and explained to Wang Yu with a red face. She usually likes to talk nonsense. Don't listen to her nonsense. Qingya said to Li Na angrily. I've already said that we are just ordinary friends. There is no such thing at all. Ordinary friends? Li Na looked at Wang Yu with a smile on her face. That proves that you haven't caught up with her yet. Wang Yu, you have to work harder and try to win this flower of high mountain. Why don't you bribe us? You can take Qingya out to play later and bring us along at night. As your best friend, we can help you persuade her. Then things will be simple. Woo woo woo. Li Na wanted to say something, but Qingya covered her mouth and stopped her from continuing. Several other sisters also joined in the fun. Nana is right. Take us to have fun. I promise you will get twice the result with half the effort. Little Qingya, it will be easy to capture her. If she doesn't want to, we'll tie you to the bed. Yes, that's right. Qingya was overwhelmed and couldn't stop them, so she could only shout, If you keep doing this, I'm really going to be angry. No problem. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yu's voice came over. Wang Yu said with a smile, After Qingya and I finish our meal, I will go to the bar to reserve a table later. We can go over and sit together to make everyone happy. Are you serious? Li Na and the others' eyes suddenly lit up. They all just graduated from college and became flight attendants. They are all very young and naturally have the hearts of young people. It's the age when people love to play. Certainly, Wang Yu confirmed. I will reserve a seat at that time, and I will ask Qingya to send you the seat. It's settled then? Li Na pushed the shy Qingya to Wang Yu's side and said, Since you are so generous, I will leave Qingya to you. You must take good care of her. Nana, Qingya was anxious. Why was Li Na getting more and more embarrassing as she spoke? She buried her head in her plump breasts and didn't dare to look up for a long time. The crystal-like earlobes had already turned red. She glanced at Wang Yu secretly. By making this arrangement, does he mean that he has implicitly acknowledged that he is pursuing me? Li Na now leaned close to Qingya's ear, bit his ear, and whispered, Idiot! Are you stupid? I'm helping you. Don't you see that those little sluts have red eyes? Where can you find such a rich, young, and handsome man? If you don't hurry up, they will soon replace you and want you to go on a date. You should seize the opportunity. If you miss this kind of man, you may never meet him again in your life. Chapter 18 Shun Qingya's Little Thoughts. Qingya's expression froze, and she looked around. Really? The other three sisters kept their eyes fixed on Wang Yu. As a girl, how could she not know what they were thinking? Each of them was like a pervert seeing a lamb, and they couldn't wait to eat Wang Yu. It was just that as sisters, they were embarrassed to take action because they saw me there. I was afraid that if I retreated a little, they would rush over me. It's rare to find a man who is both handsome and rich. Qingya's heart suddenly panicked. She also had a good impression of Wang Yu. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to go out for dinner with Wang Yu. But with her personality, it is impossible for her to take the initiative to ask a boy out. Qingya could only bite her lip and get into the car silently. Seeing this, Wang Yu waved to Li Na and the others, then started the McLaren P1. Boom! Boom! The McLaren P1's engine emits waves of sound. Then, the car drove smoothly out of everyone's sight. In the car, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Qingya felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, and her expression was full of discomfort. Only then did Wang Yu have time to look at Qingya carefully. Today, Qingya did not wear an airline uniform, and her hair was scattered behind her back, making her look more youthful and energetic. She wore a white cape on her upper body and a light pink sports vest underneath. The vest seemed to be tailor-made for her, fitting tightly to the curve of her upper body and perfectly outlining her full and elastic breasts. The full cleavage is very seductive and charming under the sunlight. The delicate clavicle is clearly visible. She wore a pair of small silver earrings on her ears. The lower body is matched with a knee-length white pleated skirt, a pair of round and straight long legs, and a pair of off-white flat sandals on the feet. The skin is radiant and as smooth as milk. She is 1.7 meters tall, and even when wearing flat sandals, she still looks tall and stylish. Shen Qingya, with light makeup on, looks pure and cute yet sexy, full of pure desire. While Wang Yu was surprised at Shen Qingya's good figure, his eyes were attracted by her long legs. These legs could be said to be the most beautiful pair of legs Wang Yu had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. You can play with your legs for years and never get tired of it. Shen Qingya was a little shy to begin with, and when she noticed Wang Yu's eyes kept wandering over her body and then fixed on her legs, she closed her legs somewhat awkwardly and adjusted her sitting position. He bit his lips tightly and lowered his head silently. But Wang Yu's gaze was as real as substance, making her feel as if there were a pair of invisible hands caressing her legs. Have you seen enough? Can you drive properly? While she was secretly delighted with her own charm, she was physically uncomfortable as she was shy to begin with. Shen Qingya couldn't help but said coquettishly, "I thought you were an upright person, but you turned out to be a pervert." Wang Yu, who was exposed, did not show any embarrassment on his face. He smiled faintly and said, "When people see beautiful things, they always look at them with appreciation. This is also human nature. It's beautiful, but you can't keep looking at it." Shen Qingya's body trembled, and she lowered her head and said, "You are still driving, so concentrate. What if you encounter danger?" You'll see if you look up." Wang Yu suddenly said something inexplicable, causing Shen Qingya to look up in confusion. Then she saw a scene that surprised her. It was noon now, and there were still a lot of vehicles. However, the traffic around Wang Yu's car remained unobstructed. Wang Yu was not very good at driving, let alone driving a supercar like the McLaren P1. Seeing that Wang Yu's driving skills were very poor, the car owners on both sides of the road consciously stayed away from the McLaren, causing a large area of space to inexplicably remain on the road that should have been congested. Even if a car owner wanted to overtake, he would stay far away from Wang Yu's car. After all, the yellow McLaren P1 is so recognizable. Passing cars all stayed far away for fear of accidentally causing scratches. If it was Wang Yu's responsibility, it would be fine. But if the problem was caused by them, even if there was insurance, I'm afraid my wallet will be pretty empty. This is Shanghai. If it were an ordinary small city, the situation would be even more exaggerated than here. Shen Qingya couldn't help but shook her head. Sure enough, when you have money, you will find that everything around you is beautiful. Did you just buy this car? It looks so expensive. She was silent for a moment and then asked, Yes, I just bought it yesterday. About 20 million. After getting Wang Yu's confirmed answer, Shen Qingya was silent for a while and asked in confusion, Didn't you just come to Magic City for a tour? Why are you going back to Jincheng? Are you driving back? Wang Yu looked at the car and noticed the passing vehicles. I will start school in September, and the school is in Shanghai. What? Shen Qingya was surprised and asked, Are you still a student? To be precise, I am a sophomore. I am currently a sophomore at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Wang Yu said calmly. Wang Yu looks very young, but after getting in touch with him, you can feel his unique calm aura. Shen Qingya could feel it clearly. This calmness in his bones makes people ignore his youthfulness. Shen Qingya mistakenly thought that Wang Yu should be about the same age as her, and in any case could not be younger than her. Not expected. Wang Yu is still a sophomore. So how old are you this year? Shen Qingya looked nervous and asked tentatively. Just turned 20. Wang Yu smiled playfully, revealing a row of big white teeth. Shen Qingya's mentality was about to collapse. I feel like there is no hope in life. She is already 24 years old this year and has been working for 2 years since graduating from college. Otherwise, she would not have been able to get into the airline company. Women at this age are actually somewhat sensitive and will become anxious when they reach 25 or 26. 24 years old is the last and best age of a girl's youth. In a few years, she will be an older leftover woman. The pressure to get married from family members and the sense of crisis brought about by age. This made Shen Qingya start to think about falling in love, which gave Wang Yu the opportunity. But who could have imagined? The first person she gave her contact information to was only 20 years old. Although a girl is 3 years older than a man, she still holds a golden brick. A woman 3,000 years older than herself is among the immortals. She is 4 years older than Wang Yu. Will he dislike my age? By the time Wang Yu graduates from university and gets married, she will be 30 years old, right? I make fun of some greasy middle-aged men every day, saying that they want to be with young girls. Who would have thought that this day would come? Xinxingya fell into wild thoughts, her head buzzing. If her sisters knew that she was an old man eating young grass, they would laugh at her to death. She couldn't help but feel like giving up, but she felt a little reluctant inside. After all, with Wang Yu's conditions, he is only a sophomore, but his family has already arranged for him to buy a luxury car like the McLaren P1. When he was able to carry a Patek Philippe and fly business class, Xinxingya already knew that his family must be well off. Now it seems that it is still too conservative. But if you give up just like that, maybe I will never meet someone like Wang Yu again. Does age matter? Wang Yu glanced at Xinxingya and asked, "Isn't it important?" Xinxingya asked back. After all, women care a lot about their age. If the two can continue to be together, age becomes particularly important. She recalled the way the sisters looked at Wang Yu just now. Even if they knew Wang Yu's age, they would probably rush over without hesitation. Not to mention that Wang Yu is so rich and handsome. Xinxingya was silent for a while and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Instead, he glanced at Wang Yu and said, "Where are we going to eat? It's dinner time now. Those restaurants with good reputations nearby are probably already crowded. Why don't we just find a random place to eat?" "It's okay. I've already booked a restaurant. We can just go over there." Wang Yu glanced at the navigation and saw that it would probably take more than 10 minutes to arrive. Wang Yu spoke casually, but his hand naturally rested on Xinxingya's long legs. Chapter 19. The Crescent Moon Hotel. Xinxingya was a little shy. Wang Yu placed his warm palm on his leg and could feel that it was large and slightly rough. Xinxingya's face turned red instantly. She stretched out her hand and pushed Wang Yu's hand, trying to move him away. "Don't do this. We just met not long ago, and I'm not that kind of person." Wang Yu smiled when he heard this. "It's the green tea flavor." Very true. However, Xinxingya's skills were obviously not up to par, and she could only be considered a novice in tea making. Xinxingya pushed for a long time, but Wang Yu's hand was still on her thigh. After trying many times, she just let it go. After a while, Wang Yu drove to the restaurant that he had booked before arriving. Lunette by Amanda Restaurant with Crescent Window in Shanghai. This is a restaurant with a very romantic atmosphere. Although the price is a bit expensive, there are still many couples who check in. So Wang Yu booked this restaurant, hoping to make their first date more romantic. After parking the car, both men got out of the car. Wang Yu directly held Xinxingya's small hand, which was extremely soft, like a piece of delicate and warm mutton fat jade, soft as if it had no bones. After struggling for a moment, she calmed down again and chose to let it go. He then walked towards the restaurant. The Crescent Moon Restaurant is located on the Bund. The exterior is a solemn and classical Puxi historical building complex, and the interior decoration of the store is high-end and exquisite. The floor-to-ceiling windows display the picturesque view of the Bund River. At the door stood a waitress in uniform. Seeing Wang Yu and Xinxingya approaching, his eyes lit up and he stepped forward enthusiastically and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment? My last name is Wang." Upon hearing this, the waitress immediately looked through the records. "Hello, Mr. Wang. You have reserved a view seat by the window in our Crescent Window restaurant. Please come this way," the waitress said. The two followed and sat down by a window. "See if there's anything you want to eat." Wang Yu picked up the menu, looked through the dishes, ordered a few signature dishes, and then pushed the menu in front of Xinxingya. The dishes here are relatively expensive, and Xinxingya has never eaten them before, so she didn't know what to order for a moment. I could only choose a few things that looked delicious based on the recommendations on the menu. Because he had to drive, Wang Yu did not order any wine. As the dishes came up one by one, the waitress introduced, "Hello, Mr. Wang. This is the dish you ordered. Please enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it." As the carefully prepared dishes were served on the table one by one like works of art, the air in the restaurant seemed to be infused with a touch of heart-stirring scent. Red-boiled eggs with ham slices and black truffles. 7-day aged squab. Beef Wellington with foie gras caviar. Charcoal grilled aged sea bass. The main course is Arctic Ocean Deep Sea King Crab Risotto. Exquisite dishes were presented in front of Wang Yu and Xinxingya. The shape and layout are exquisite, and every detail shows the restaurant's care and refinement. This restaurant tastes pretty good. Wang Yuqing cleared his throat, breaking the somewhat awkward scene. Xinxingya nodded slightly and responded, "Well, the environment is very elegant, the scenery outside the window is nice, and the music is very soothing. I saw a lot of people recommending this restaurant online, so I thought about bringing you here to try it. Wang Yu looked at Shin Qingya and continued. It's very good. You have good taste. Shin Qingya said with a smile. Try this black truffle. It has a very strong aroma. By the way, do you have a flight tomorrow? Wang Yu said with a smile. Yeah, I have to go to work again tomorrow. When Shin Qingya heard this, a hint of frustration flashed across her originally bright eyes, and the cutlery in her hand stopped. Are you a regular airliner for Rome Province Airlines? Yes, I only take flights from Rome Province to Shanghai. Wang Yu said this as he used a public spoon to scoop a spoonful of black truffles onto Shin Qingya's plate. From your accent, you are also from Jinsheng. Yeah, my family is a native of Jinsheng, but we are not located in the city center. Shin Qingya talked as she ate. The food was so delicious that her cheeks puffed up. The greedy look made Wang Yu smile slightly and said, Then we should have more time to meet each other in the future. Wang Yu didn't continue the conversation and filled his stomach first. This store tastes really good. The meal took more than an hour. Sir, your total consumption is 5,888 yuan. How do you pay? Swipe the card. Wang Yu took out his bank card and said. Shin Qingya called it outrageous, but Wang Yu didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the restaurant is located here, so the price cannot be low. After paying the bill, the two got up and left the restaurant. The afternoon sun shines gently on the streets of the Bund. Wang Yu suggested going to the Bund for a walk to help digest the food, and Shin Qingya readily agreed. The river was sparkling, and boats were shuttling back and forth. The most prosperous place in the Magic City on the other side of the river is lined with tall buildings, forming a magnificent modern picture. Handsome brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for beautiful sister. At this time, a little girl pulled Wang Yu's pants. The little girl looked about 6 or 7 years old with 2 big eyes and was very cute. What a cute kid. What's his name and how old is he? Shin Qingya bent down and said with a smile. My name is Ming Ming. I'm 7 years old this year. Can I buy you a bouquet of flowers, little sister? My mother is sick, and I need to earn money for her medicine. Ming Ming said seriously. Wang Yu suddenly realized that the little girl was dressed neatly and cleanly, and her clothes were exquisite and cute. She did not look like a child from a poor family. Where's your father? Why isn't he with you? Dad's over there, as a little bear. Dad, I'm here, Ming Ming said happily, jumping and calling for Daddy. Ming Ming, wait for me. Don't run too far. As he was speaking, a young man dressed as a teddy bear and holding a flower balloon in his hand ran over. I'm sorry to trouble you. This child has been lively since he was young. I had to follow him when I came out for a part-time job. The young man took off his hood, scratched his head, and said apologetically, It's okay, the kid is cute. Wang Yu smiled and said, Excuse me, is there anything wrong with the child's mother? Well, there's nothing I can't say. Her mother and I were in a premature relationship and got married early. Her family is from Shanghai, and they look down on me as a poor kid from another place. They have always disagreed with us being together. We finally got married and had a child, but Yanzi got a heart disease and needed an artificial valve replacement. The young man looked at Ming Ming lovingly and said to Wang Yu, You don't look like you have no money judging by your clothes, so why are you buying flowers on the street? I'm ashamed to say this. My name is Li Jun. I used to work in a financial company nearby, and my income was just okay. But my father-in-law got seriously ill a few years ago, and I'm a little short of money now. I'm still short of 300,000 yuan for Yanzi's surgery. Chapter 20, Enlightenment. Yanzi's condition can't be delayed any longer. The doctor has issued an emergency notice. I really have no other choice. I've been working part-time in my spare time. I even work part-time selling flowers during my lunch break. I hope I can earn more money and have more hope for Yanzi. After Li Jun finished speaking, a look of pain appeared on his face. Then give me a flower. How much? After listening to this, Wang Yu thought for a moment and said to Li Jun, Where is the QR code? Where should I scan it? Thank you. $10 a stick. Li Jun showed a look of gratitude and took out the QR code he was carrying with him. Ding, 300,000 yuan has arrived in Fishan. Wang Yu took out his mobile phone and transferred 300,000 yuan into the QR code. P.S. Don't ask why QR codes can be used to transfer large amounts of money. The answer is a parallel world. Huh? Did you get the wrong turn? These flowers are only $10 each. It's okay, it's just 300,000. Just keep it. Ming Ming is still young and needs her mother. A childhood without a mother is incomplete. Such a cute Ming Ming. I hope she will always be happy in the future. Wang Yu said this while touching the cute little face and smiling. The little girl looked at Wang Yu with a silly face, curious about why this handsome brother touched her. No, this is too much, I can't take it. Li Jun looked conflicted. He was a little reluctant to spend the 300,000 yuan, because with it, he could have had surgery on Yanzi. He also won't lose the love of his life. Ming will no longer be without a mother. But, do you think I look like someone who is short of money? Money is just a number to me. I think it's worth it if $300,000 can save a life. Look at that McLaren P1 over there. It's worth more than 20 million yuan. I just bought it yesterday. So take it. It's really not a lot of money to me. Wang Yu said this and pointed to the McLaren P1 parked on the side of the road. Then he shook his wrist gently, revealing the Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch on his wrist. Thank you, thank you. Li Jun's eyes instantly became moist and tears welled up in them. His voice was hoarse with emotion and choked with sobs. He took a step forward, knelt down suddenly, and tightly grasped Wang Yu's hand and said, "Can you leave your name? I will repay you in the future and return the money to you. But it will take time." Woo-woo! As he was speaking, Li Jun suddenly burst into tears. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that men haven't reached the point of being sad. Since ancient times, heroes have been brave and righteous, but they have never felt sad or bitter. Crying does not necessarily mean you are not a man of courage. The pressure during this period was so great that he couldn't breathe. A few years ago, his father-in-law fell ill, and the treatment cost millions. He owed hundreds of thousands to relatives and friends. After the new year, Yanzi also fell ill. Born in the countryside, he had borrowed all the money he could, but was still short of money. There was really nothing he could do. Money is such a bastard that it can make a tall and strong man kneel down. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. Woo-woo-woo. At this time, Ming saw her father crying and started crying too. This attracted the attention of passers-by around the bund. My name is Wang Yu. I'll remember you. See you again someday. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows and smiled. After saying that, he turned around and took Xin Qingya's hand and continued walking forward. Ming, hurry up and thank your brother. Mom is saved. Wow. Thank you, brother. Ming was still crying and expressed her gratitude subconsciously, not quite knowing what had just happened. You looked so handsome just now. Xin Qingya obediently let Wang Yu hold her hand and smiled. Wasn't I handsome before? Wang Yu raised the corner of his mouth and handed the flowers to Xin Qingya. He was handsome before, but he's even more handsome now. Xin Qingya lowered her head and smelled the fragrance of the flowers, then turned to look at Wang Yu, her eyes shining with a charming light. She didn't expect that Wang Yu would transfer 300,000 yuan to the little girl's father. 300,000 may not be a big deal to Wang Yu, but for ordinary people, it is an astronomical figure that takes 5 years, or even 10 or 20 years to save up. Because of these 300,000 yuan, Ming might not have lost her mother, and Li Jun would not have lost his wife. Moreover, Wang Yu's kind heart made Xin Qingya even more moved. She secretly glanced at Wang Yu, and a hint of pink gradually appeared on her face. She was moved. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 300,000 yuan, and double cashback of 600,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 system points. Wang Yu heard the system's broadcast. Although the 300,000 yuan I just donated has been returned, I still feel not as happy as helping those in need. The young men of wealthy families indulge in extravagance and let their wealth flow freely among the bright lights and debauchery. But poor people are often troubled by the lack of a penny. Even if one has lofty ambitions and aspirations, it is difficult to realize one's ambitions. One is like a trapped beast, unable to do anything. Wang Yu seemed to have found some direction in life. His money will just keep on going. So, why not do something more meaningful for this country and its people? The history of China has basically not changed from that of the previous Earth. The people here still have the blood of Yin and Huang flowing in their veins. They have also experienced 100 years of vicissitudes and struggles, and the people have still experienced a miserable past. Of course, that's not now. After all, he is still just a college student. And he also has a date with the beauty in front of him. The Bund is bustling with people, and people from all over the world come here just to see the charm of this magical city. The Bund has numerous European historical buildings and ancient buildings of different styles, and across the river are the modern skyscrapers of Pudong New Area. Row upon row of them. Ships shuttle back and forth on the river. Some cruise ships are sailing leisurely, and some cargo ships are busy transporting goods. The river breeze blowing on your face is refreshing. Aren't you my tour guide? We can't just wander around here all afternoon. Wang Yu said lightly. Well, although I often come to Shanghai, I have never really had a good time there. The only places I know about are famous places like Disney and Oriental Tower. Shen Qingya said, somewhat embarrassedly after hearing this. Then let's go to Disneyland. You girls should like it. Wang Yu smiled. I'm not going to accompany you. It's not a good idea to go to Disneyland. It's decided. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he took Shen Qingya's hand and left. Chapter 21 Disneyland. It's such a happy decision. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he took Shen Qingya's hand and strode forward. Shen Qingya blushed slightly, but she obediently let him pull her. Wang Yu immediately took out his cell phone. He called the hotel's assigned butler, Butler Lin. The respectful and professional voice of Butler Lin soon came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Wang, how can I help you? Wang Yu said simply, order 2 Disney VIP tickets for me. Butler Lin immediately responded respectfully. Okay, Mr. Wang, Bulgari's private butler service will definitely satisfy you. I will handle the Disney ticket matters quickly. Bulgari's private butler service can do a lot of things, such as pick up and drop off, or some things that require privileges, just go to them. Most things can be arranged. After a while, Disneyed out parking lot. Wang Yu took Shen Qingya's hand and got out of the car. At this time, the tour guide arranged by manager Lin had been waiting here for a long time. She looks like a girl in her 20s, probably a college student working part-time. She looks fresh and sweet, with her hair tied into a bun and wearing a Disney tour guide uniform. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Yang Ziqian, your tour guide for today's tour. You can just call me Xiao Yang. Tour guide Xiao Yang introduced himself very professionally, his eyes revealing the youthful vigor and vitality. What you ordered here is our 8888 Disney exclusive guided ticket for 2, which includes free queuing for all attractions. I'll take you 2 there. Okay, I'm here mainly to bring my girlfriend to play. Do you have any recommendations? Wang Yu nodded slightly. Shen Qingya did not refute. Her face blushed, and she stayed quietly behind Wang Yu. There are various cartoon characters on the gate of Disney, such as Snow White, Donald Duck, Judy. Tourists poured in from all directions like a tide. Colorful balloons floated in the air. Children jumped and danced with excitement. And from time to time, people stopped in front of the cartoon character statues to take photos. I'll take you in first. The carousel is more suitable for couples. Tour guide Xiao Yang said with a smile. The carousel is one of the classic attractions of Disney. Whenever the lights come on, the carousel slowly rotates, accompanied by the sound of music. It's like being in a dreamy fairy tale country. It's especially suitable for couples to experience. And we can check in and get stamps at every place we visit, which is a form of stamp collecting that many young people like. As he spoke, the tour guide handed over 2 tourist maps with detailed tour introductions on them. There were still quite a lot of people in the park at this time, and most of them were bringing their children to play. There was a long queue at the ticket gate, but luckily I had a Disney premium guided tour ticket, so I didn't have to spend time queuing. When she arrived in front of the carousel, Shen Qingya's eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it's so beautiful! Looking at the exquisite wooden horse carvings and gorgeous lighting decorations, Shen Qingya couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Do you like it? We'll sit up together later. Wang Yu looked at her excited expression, squeezed her hand gently, and spoke tenderly. Yeah, I like it. Shen Qingya nodded vigorously. With the arrangement of tour guide Xiao Yang, they got on the next carousel smoothly without having to queue. Chuckle, chuckle. When the wooden horse began to turn slowly, Shen Qingya laughed like a silver bell. Accompanied by the music, the colorful wooden horses circle up and down. Wang Yu sat behind Shen Qingya, hugged her waist, and looked around quietly. Apart from children, most of the people who play on the carousel are young people. That's right, this is the kind of activity suitable for college students. Activities like extreme roller coasters and spinning motorcycles are too childish. Next, I will take you to experience Frozen. The scenes there are simply magnificent. It's like the ice and snow kingdom in the movie has been moved directly to reality. You will definitely be deeply shocked. After getting off the carousel, tour guide Xiao Yang said enthusiastically, I've always loved Frozen, and I really want to experience it soon. Shen Qingya said with anticipation in her eyes. Okay, let's get going. Geo go go. Wang Yu smiled. Led by the tour guide, they boarded a special shuttle bus and soon arrived at the Frozen venue. The realistic ice and snow scene instantly attracted the attention of Wang Yu and Shen Qingya. Wang Yu, look, this is exactly like in the movie. It's amazing. I feel like I am Elsa, possessing the magic of ice and snow. Xinqingya held Wang Yu's hand tightly, looking very excited. I believe every girl has a princess dream. It's very shocking, but in my heart, you are more beautiful than Elsa. Wang Yu looked straight at Xinqingya and said. Xinqingya measured his gaze and dared not to meet his gaze, her cheeks becoming more and more rosy. The entire Frozen performance lasts about 18 minutes, and there is artificial snowfall throughout the show to enhance the atmosphere. Xinqingya looked excited, took photos nonstop, and laughed happily from time to time. Wang Yu was feeling sleepy while watching and was not very interested. Play along the way, take photos along the way, and experience various projects. After playing for most of the day, the tour guide Xiao Yang enthusiastically recommended Disney's delicious snacks. Fish and chips, pork rib rice from Barbossa's barbecue, grilled seafood platter, ice cream in the shape of Mickey's head, corn cheese sticks, fish balls. She bought everything Xinqingya wanted to eat. The total consumption was 2,865 yuan, and Wang Yu was only 3/4 full in the end. Ever since he obtained the extreme physique entry, his appetite has greatly increased, so this has whetted his appetite. In the evening, the sky was dyed a brilliant orange red, like a beautiful painting. Wang Yu and Xinqingya walked into the cabin of the Disney Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel slowly rises, Xinqingya gently leaned on Wang Yu's shoulder and said softly, I am really happy today. Thank you for bringing me here. I will remember this day forever. I felt like a princess for a day. As long as you are happy. Wang Yu gently hugged her and slowly approached her under her gaze. What does he want to do? Is he going to forcefully kiss me? Should I resist? Xinqingya was flustered and at a loss as to what to do. She could only close her eyes tightly. She was extremely confused and her head was buzzing. Xinqingya, be my girlfriend. You will be my princess. You can do whatever you want in the future and no longer worry about work. Well, I agree in principle. What do you mean in principle? Wang Yu asked in confusion. It depends on your performance later. Chuckle, chuckle. Xinqingya looked at Wang Yu playfully and started laughing as she spoke. In fact, she had already decided in her heart to agree to Wang Yu's request, but her girlish modesty made her not want to accept it so quickly. She was also afraid that Wang Yu would think she was a casual girl. I was also afraid that Wang Yu would be disappointed, so I said such ambiguous words. Chapter 22 Master Bar. 8 o'clock in the evening. Inside the Shanghai Peace Hotel. The gorgeous chandelier casts soft light, reflecting on the marble floor. The lobby's decoration is full of Art Deco style, with simple and smooth lines of geometric patterns, showing the perfect fusion of retro and fashion. The old photos on the wall tell the stories that happen here. When you come to Shanghai, you must experience the Peace Hotel. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Led by the waiter, Wang Yu and Xinqingya arrived at the reserved table. The dishes at Peace Hotel are famous for their exquisite cooking skills and high-quality ingredients. I didn't order any alcohol because I was going to drive. Wang Yu only ordered a few signature dishes. Xinqingya, you probably haven't eaten here before. Try the braised pork here. I heard it's a specialty. Wang Yu put a piece of braised pork into her bowl. For this braised pork, every piece of meat is carefully selected and cooked. It is bright red in color, fat but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. Of course, the price is also not cheap. I've never been here. This isn't a place for a little stewardess like me to be. Well, it's delicious, fatty but not greasy, Xinqingya said with a satisfied smile. It's delicious. Let's come here often. No, it's okay to eat it once in a while, but my Jincheng's stomach can't handle it if you eat it often. 2. By the way, send a message to your sisters later, and we'll meet at the master bar. Xinqingya was stunned and didn't come back to her senses for a while. Why are you just standing there? Send a message. Didn't you promise your sisters to treat them to a night out? They should pack up and leave. We'll go over after dinner. It should be about the same time. Wang Yu said calmly. Bribing Xinqingya's little sisters to go to the bar was a small expense for him. With their help, there might be a surprise tonight. Moreover, Master Bar in Shanghai is known as the only top nightclub in Asia with more than 3,000 spotlights. It is said that the electricity bill for one night is hundreds of thousands. The ultimate light show has attracted celebrities and internet celebrities to check in. The wealthy ladies and celebrities in Shanghai also love to go here. There are even rumors that Principal Wang Xikong has invested in this bar. Wang Yu is also looking forward to this, as he had never experienced this in his previous life. They're just making trouble. They may not go. Why don't we go to another bar? Choose a cheaper one. Xinxingya was a little hesitant. After all, the master bar was famous for its high consumption. It's okay, just send them the address, and ask them to tell them my name when they get there. Hey, Butler Lin, please help me book a booth at the master bar. Wang Yu took out his cell phone and called Butler Lin. Okay, Mr. Wang. Do you have any requirements for the booth location? Butler Lin's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. I want the best location, a little bigger. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. Wang Yu hung up the phone and continued eating. After a while, I received a message from Butler Lin saying that it had been done. Xinxingya felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was just a joke from her sister that led Wang Yu to arrange a date at the master bar. She sent the location of the bar to their sister group. This immediately caused a burst of exclamations. It's actually the master bar. The minimum consumption there is said to be several thousand. Prince Wang is really generous. Qingya's boyfriend is so generous. Thank you, Qingya. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to go in and spend money. How much is Prince Wang worth? Can you spend less? I'm afraid I can't get it down without 100,000 tonight. I wonder if I can run into Wang's sitcom. I heard he often comes to this bar and has invested in it. Maybe you can even see a star. I envy Qingya for finding a boyfriend who is rich and handsome. I want one too. A message about a discussion in the group popped up instantly. Xinxingya couldn't see it all for a moment. This time, she did not refute the identity of her boyfriend. Looking up at Wang Yu, who was eating, the woman's vanity was greatly satisfied. I went on a date with Wang Yu today and saw his kind and gentle side, as well as his strength. What she is thinking about most now is no longer being his girlfriend, but how to become a rich wife. After the meal, Wang Yulai went to the cashier to pay the bill. Another consumption of 4,920 yuan. Wang Yu bought a few packs of cigarettes and alcohol at the convenience store at the door, spending 100,000 yuan. I went to the bank to withdraw another 50,000 yuan in cash. After all, bars are full of all kinds of people, so I went to the bank just in case. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 100,000 yuan and double cashback of 200,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 system points. Huaguo Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 has a deposit of 4,920 yuan, and the balance is 1,588,266,819 Huaxia currency. Huaguo Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account 2846 has a deposit of 100,000 yuan, and the balance is 1,588,366,819 Huaxia currency. Wang Yu took a look at the balance, turned around, took Xinxingya's hand, and walked towards the parking lot with their fingers interlocked. The moon is bright in the sky, and the stars are shining. The entire demon city is shrouded in colorful neon lights. The night view of the Bund is even more fascinating. Wang Yu was driving a yellow McLaren P1, and the body of the car was like a yellow lightning, weaving through the traffic. His right hand never left Xinxingya's silky thigh. It only took more than 10 minutes to drive. The car arrived at the gate of Master Bar. As one of the top bars in Asia, it can only be described as a place of debauchery and extravagance. Whether it is working white-collar workers, students, or celebrities, they all want to come here to relax. At this time, the bar was already crowded with people. There are all kinds of luxury cars parked at the door, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Land Rover, and low-end ones can be seen everywhere. There are also some luxury supercars such as Porsche, McLaren, Lamborghini, etc., but not many, and most of them are entry-level sports cars. Wang Yu's McLaren P1 is the absolute protagonist. He glanced at the parking lot in front of the bar. There is basically no good parking space. Wang Yu frowned. This was obviously a difficult problem for a novice like him. His arrival obviously caused a sensation at the scene. The cool body of McLaren P1 attracted the attention of most people at the scene. He waved to the security guard directing traffic at the bar entrance. "Boss, what's the matter?" The security guard who had been directing traffic took a look at Wang Yu's McLaren and walked over. Wang Yu took out 1,000 yuan from the car and stuffed the money and keys into the security guard's hand. "Please help me park the car. This money is for you." Bars are places where all kinds of people gather, and people do this for convenience and to avoid trouble. He deliberately took some cash with him before coming. After all, cigarettes build bridges and wine paves the way. This is the traditional interpersonal relationship in China. The security guard looked at the stack of big red Chinese currency and immediately smiled. He nodded respectfully and said, "Boss, have fun. Don't worry. Just park your car here. I guarantee that no one will scratch your car." As he said this, he took out a few plastic isolation stakes and placed them around the car. Chapter 23. Center of the dance floor. Ah, good. You have the good sense to have my car washed when you have time. Wang You saw that the security guard was in his 20s and was a talented person, so he laughed. The security guard's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "Don't worry, boss. When you come out, I promise to wash you clean." Wang Yu smiled slightly and walked into the gate with Shen Qingya. Before I even entered, I could hear bursts of dynamic music coming from inside. The security guard was secretly happy in his heart. He thought he had met a nobleman today. He gave 1,000 just for parking the car. How much would he have to give for washing the car? Anyway, it won't be less than 1,000. The security guy watched Wang Yu and Shen Qingya walk into the bar and called the cleaning lady on standby to bring towels to prepare for washing the car. Then he pressed down the earphones on his ears and said, "Manager, a couple just came in." The man was driving a McLaren P1 and had a Patek Philippe on his wrist. He looked like a rich young man. "Okay, report anytime if there is any situation." Manager Lung, who was patrolling the bar, heard the report from his subordinates and hurried to the door to greet Wang Yu and the others. "Hello, sir. I am the manager here. Lung Wei-jun, do you have an appointment?" Manager Lung saw Wang Yu and his companion from a distance and came up to Wang Yu with a warm look on his face. "Yes, my last name is Wang." Then he reported the last digit of his cell phone number. Manager Lung immediately opened the tablet in his hand to check and then said in surprise, "Are you Mr. Wang?" Manager Lung nodded and bowed quickly, smiling. "Mr. Wang, please come this way. Your booth has been prepared for you. I'll take you there right away." "Good." The nightclub was very lively, and the air was filled with the smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and perfume, which was particularly pungent and made people who came here for the first time very uncomfortable. The light is so bright that it hurts your eyes. Let's get high and scream. Deafening sound, DJs singing and dancing. The expressions of the men and women below were full of passion and enthusiasm, and the smell of hormones enveloped the entire nightclub. It's 10 o'clock at night. Ordinary people are really playing with their mobile phones at home and preparing to take a rest. For the bar, it's just the beginning, but the place is already packed. The seats were packed. Manager Lung led the way respectfully in front. Although Wang Yu didn't understand why Manager Lung's attitude was so enthusiastic, he had a rough guess in his heart. It should be the relationship with the Bulgari Hotel and the effect of the McLaren P1 he parked at the door. These factors combined would lead to this cold manager treating him in this way. Walk all the way to the beverage area. The bartenders were busy mixing various drinks behind the bar, and the display shelves were filled with a wide variety of wine bottles, which were colorful under the light. He had never seen such different kinds of alcoholic beverages. Manager Lung led the two of them through the beverage room and dance floor to the seat he had reserved. The minimum consumption for a dance floor booth is 100,000. He smiled at Wang Yu and said, "Mr. Wang, this is the booth number 01 you reserved. It is the best booth in the entire dance floor. It has a wide view and is opposite the stage." Wang Yu looked at the spacious booth with 01 written on it, which could easily accommodate a dozen people. There were many envious glances from below the dance floor. Several girls who often hang out in nightclubs stared at Wang Yu. If Shen Qingya hadn't been standing next to Wang Yu, they would have come up to him and started a conversation. As people who hang out in hotels all year round, they have sharp eyes. In addition to the booth with a minimum consumption of 100,000, they also noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Wang Yu's hand. They recognized the Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6104 series at a glance. This watch costs more than 4 million. Besides, Wang Yu is young and handsome, which is exactly their type. Wang Yu looked up and saw the DJ performance stage in front of him, which almost occupied the best viewing spot. On the stage, a person dressed in ancient costume was dancing passionately, causing the audience to scream continuously. It just so happens that today we have invited the internet celebrity Little Totoro, who has millions of fans, to come here to play DJ. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Manager Lung blinked his eyes, revealing an expression that all men understand, and handed over the wine list. "Mr. Wang, here's the wine list. Do you need anything?" Wang Yu glanced at the drink list. There are Spade Ace Dragon sets priced at 188 and 888, as well as more expensive champagne sets and so on. I've only heard of Wang Yu from Spade Ace, and I don't know if other wines from it are good or not. Spade Ace is so famous, so it should be good. Wang Yu then said to Manager Lung, "Let's get 3 sets of Shenlong suits first." "Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll arrange it for you." Manager Lung was surprised and hurried to make arrangements. Then he directed a few waiters to be on standby at the booth. Isn't it too much? We can't finish all the wine. My sisters can't drink much. And it's a bit too expensive. Shen Qingya saw Wang Yu order so many drinks and said to Wang Yu anxiously, my sisters rarely go to bars, and this is my first time in a bar, so I really can't drink much. It's okay. This is my first time here too. Just have fun when you're out here. If you can't finish the drinks, just store them here. Wang Yu knew that these bars could store alcohol, so he wasn't worried about ordering too much and wasting it. And there are hundreds of thousands of drinks, and you can't finish them if you don't want to. Mr. Wang is not short of money. Shen Qingya was a little surprised. A man of Wang Yu's wealth is actually the first to come to the bar? He didn't look like he was lying, and I couldn't help but become curious about Wang Yu's family. Are wealthy families so strict in disciplining their children? At this time, Manager Lung came to Wang Yu again, bent down, and asked in his ear, there are a few girls outside the door. They are here to see you. Wang Yu nodded and said, they are all my friends. Please have someone bring them in. Okay. After that, Manager Lung said a few words into the headset. After a while, Wang Yu saw Li Na leading 2 other flight attendants in. Their appearance attracted a lot of attention in the bar. After all, as a flight attendant, she is not as pretty as Shen Qingya. But at least it's on the level. If you put them on the internet, they are all goddess-level figures. Soon, they were taken to the dance floor booth. Mr. Wang, your friends are here. I'm going to go down first. Call me if you need anything. Manager Lung winked at the waiters sitting near the booth and left. Li Na walked up to Wang Yu and said with a smile, ha, Wang Yu, we meet again. You really invited us out to play. It's all trivial. You are Qingya's friends, so it's what you should do. Wang Yu said to them, just do it, don't just stand there. Upon hearing this, Li Na sat down first, and the others also sat down quickly. You 3 don't know your names yet? Wang Yu said to the other 3 flight attendants. My name is Zhou Jing. Just call me Jing Jing. My name is Xiao Xiao. You can also call me Xiao Xiao. My name is Chun Ming Yao. Wang Yu looked at Xiao Xiao a little more. It was quite big. How could it be small? Jing Jing asked Wang Yu. Do you come here often? I saw that the marketing person who brought us here called him manager. Xiao Xiao was also curious and said, yes, the manager was very nice to you just now. Chun Ming Yao didn't say anything, but looked at Shen Qingya with a hint of envy in her eyes. Suddenly, all the lights in the bar dimmed, and the music became quieter. The crowd who were having fun below were all stunned. What are you doing? I'm having so much fun. Someone shouted loudly. Chapter 24, Extravagant and Luxurious. Bang, 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 bang. There was only a moment of pause, and then a sound wave like an explosion suddenly sounded among the crowd. As the rhythm of the sound wave speeds up, in the dark nightclub, a strip of light slowly emerged from the backstage of the bar. Some guests who often hang out in nightclubs and bars immediately understood that another big shot had ordered expensive wine. Bang! As the lights were turned back on, there was a sudden explosion above the dance floor, and immediately colorful pieces of paper flew all over the sky. At this time, the host in the center of the dance floor appeared in front of everyone. The video of Booth 01 also appeared on the bar's huge LED screen, showing the figures of Wang Yu and others. On the screen, the numbers 566, 666 are extremely eye-catching. The wine delivery team passed through the dance floor under the winding lights and finally stood in a row in front of Wang Yu. 18 girls were dressed beautifully, each holding a wine box, bowing 90 degrees in front of the few people, and shouting at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your strong support to our master bar. I wish Mr. Wang smooth sailing and great wealth. The stage host also said, Dear distinguished guests, good evening. Tonight, we are very honored to be able to open these 3 sets of Shenlong suits for the guests in Booth 01. Let us witness this luxurious moment together. Thank you again to all the distinguished guests for coming. I hope the dragon set can bring you wonderful memories. Let us continue to enjoy this wonderful night. I wish you all have fun and drink to your heart's content. Let's have a great night together. Scream! The host's words were extremely provocative. The loud voice reached everyone's ears. Let everyone in the dance floor know about the lavish spending at Booth 01. Wow! There was an uproar at the scene, and the stewardess sitting next to Wang Yu changed her expression. When he looked at Shen Qingya again, there was envy in his eyes, but there were also some other emotions. 3 sets of dragon suits? How much money does it cost to have this kind of card? For the flight attendants present, We can meet quite a few rich second generations on weekdays, but these rich second generations are basically under the full control of their families. I don't have much money on me. Some second generation rich people can't even afford to fill up their cars with gas. Not only can Wang Yu drive a McLaren P1, he is also so generous. This proves that Wang Yu's family background is not ordinary. Several people had their minds set on attacking Wang Yu, but because Shen Qingya was present, they could not talk much to Wang Yu. At this time, Manager Lung came up and signaled with his eyes. The 18 young ladies placed the wine boxes in their hands neatly on the table. Mr. Wang, are all these bottles opened? Manager Lung asked with a smile on his face. As a manager, he knows too well the value of big customers. It is his job as a manager to make customers have fun and feel comfortable. The most important thing for a bar is to retain customers, especially big customers. Wang Yu glanced at Manager Lung. He had to admit that this man was quite particular. He said calmly, "Open them all. Then I won't bother Mr. Wang anymore." After saying this, he stepped back, leaving the waiter to open the bottles of wine. Lina looked at the amount of wine in front of her and secretly clicked her tongue. It's such a waste to open so much wine and not finish it all. Wang Yu smiled and said, "Come here just to have fun. Don't care about the value of the wine." Hearing this, Lina picked up a glass of wine, toasted Wang Yu, and said loudly, "Then I won't be polite. Let me toast to Mr. Wang first. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wang." After saying that, he drank it in one gulp. The other sisters stood up and said at the same time, "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Seeing this, Wang Yu had no choice but to pick up the wine glass and drink with them. A glass of champagne. Wang Yu felt it was very ordinary. A set of Shenlong suit sold for 188,000 yuan was really expensive. "Don't drink with me, drink as much as you want. If you don't have enough, order more." Wang Yu looked at Zhou Jing, who raised the wine glass again and looked at him and said quickly, "Then let's toast to Qingya. If it weren't for Qingya, we wouldn't be able to drink such expensive wine." Zhou Jing turned and said to Shen Qingya. Li Na poured herself another glass and said with a sly smile, "Thank you, Qingya." Chun Mingyao and Xiao Xiao also raised their glasses at the same time. "No, no." Shen Qingya waved her hands quickly, a little embarrassed. But in the end, I still had a drink with them. A glass of champagne. A slight blush instantly appeared on Shen Qingya's face. Under the dim lights of the bar, it looks even more tempting. Wang Yu watched them drinking with a smile and reached out his left hand to hug Shen Qingya's waist. Shen Qingya felt Wang Yu's little movement and leaned into his arms. "Brother Wang Yu, I'd like to toast you alone." Shen Qingya's eyes were full of spring, and she was very charming. "Haha, okay, I have to drink Qingya's toast." Wang Yu laughed and drank the champagne in the glass. Shen Qingya put down the wine glass. Her eyes were blurred, and her hands naturally wrapped around Wang Yu's arms. She didn't know if it was because of the alcohol, but she felt that Wang Yu was more manly. Her entire body was almost stuck to Wang Yu, and her two plump breasts were squeezing Wang Yu's arms tightly. She secretly swore in her heart that she would hold on to such an outstanding man. She is well aware of her strengths. Her looks and figure are her bargaining chips. Not to mention other women. Even these fake sisters in front of him would probably have their eyes on Wang Yu. Strands of hair fell on Wang Yu's face, making it feel a little itchy. The other sisters looked at Wang Yu and Shen Qingya. Some were happy for her, while others were jealous. These stewardesses have wasted their best years of youth on flying. Apart from their faces, there is nothing else worthy of praise. The best destination in this life is to marry a rich man, even if he is older. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get married when you are old and ugly. Master Wang, Qingya and I both drink together, but we don't. We can't be partial to each other. I'll toast you a glass too. Don't refuse. Chun Mingyao took the initiative to walk forward, looked at him seductively, sat down next to Wang Yu, and said, "Okay, let's have a drink together." Wang Yu looked puzzled, and his hand inadvertently touched his pocket. Interesting. He suddenly understood why rich people like to come to the bar to have fun. It's not that the wine here is so delicious, but that in this environment, people's vanity and desire to compare will grow infinitely. The life of decadence and luxury is dazzling and depraved. Of course, this is a good thing for Wang Yu. Wang Yu picked up the wine glass, and the champagne emitted a charming glow under the light. He came back to his senses, smiled faintly, and drank it all in one gulp. He discovered, with the blessing of the extreme physique, alcohol has no effect on him, just like drinking fruit juice. Chapter 25 Bar Conflict. Inside the bar, The music was blasting, and people were dancing to their heart's content on the dance floor. Suddenly, there was a commotion coming from under the stage, accompanied by crackling sounds that were getting closer and closer. Immediately, many people came over to watch the fun. In the middle of the crowd below the dance floor, a young man stood out. He was dressed in luxurious brand-name clothing, with logos all over his body like stars. One could tell at a glance that he was either rich or noble. At this moment, he was struggling violently with someone else. The flushed face was full of anger and shame, and he kept shouting, "I want to see who stole my limelight. Let me go, you fart. Mr. Chun, you are drunk. I will take you to rest." Manager Lung was behind Mr. Huang, tightly holding his arm, sweating profusely from anxiety. His originally neat shirt was now soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his back. He tried to bring the young man, who had fallen into a state of madness, back to the box and calm the farce as soon as possible. Several of Chun Xiao's younger brothers were also excited and looked at Manager Lung threateningly. "You're nothing. Mr. Huang calls you manager to give your boss face. Do you really take yourself seriously?" Chun Mingxian also roared, his voice becoming hoarse and high-pitched due to the stimulation of alcohol. "That's right, you're nothing. I just want to go over there to have a drink and make friends. Why are you dragging me along? Our Master Chun is a well-known figure in the Magic City. Don't be ungrateful." As he spoke, Chun Xiao, with the help of his men, exerted force suddenly and broke free from Manager Lung's pull. He staggered a few steps and rushed to the booth where Wang You and his group were sitting. His name is Chun Mingxian, and he is a regular at Master Bar. Since the Master Bar opened, the millions of dollars in consumption records were enough to prove that he was a relatively big customer here. He had been the focus of the crowd for a long time, and when he saw Wang Yu being in the limelight, all the female companions in the booth were very beautiful. He was drunk, and at the instigation of his friends, he became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. He is considered a top figure in the Magic City, and is familiar to all the major families in the Magic City. Wang Yu? Just a bumpkin from outside the area. Manager Lung's face changed from blue to white, and he knew something was going to happen. Both of the people present were either rich or noble, and he could not afford the responsibility if anything happened to either of them. He quickly called the security team to try to control the situation, while hurriedly taking out his cell phone to report the situation to his boss. Wang Yu was smiling and chatting with several flight attendants around him. He thought the farce on the dance floor would end soon, but he didn't expect the other party to run to his seat. "Girl, have a drink with me." Chun Mingxian swaggered to the booth and sat down with an arrogant attitude. He was talking to Shen Qingya, but his eyes glanced at Wang Yu intentionally or unintentionally. The provocation was obvious. Shen Qingya's face showed undisguised disgust. He looked to Wang Yu for help. The others didn't say anything either, because this was the booth Wang Yu had booked, and it was his territory. The other party's behavior is a naked provocation. They were a little curious about how Wang Yu would deal with it. Wang Yu looked at Manager Lung and asked, "Who is this?" "Master Wang, this is Chun Mingxian, Master Chun, the only son of the Chun family." Manager Lung hurried forward with a flattering smile on his face, but his eyes were full of pleading, hoping that Wang Yu would not conflict with Chun Mingxian. He, a small bar manager, can't handle the situation. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Chun Mingxian with a half-smile. "Mr. Chun, drinking should be based on mutual consent. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to be so direct." Chun Mingxian snorted coldly. "Boy, don't pretend here. I just want to have a drink with this girl. Why? You can't bear it." Wang Yu shook his head gently. "What you said is meaningless, but since Master Chun is so interested, Wang Yu, cannot spoil your fun. How about this? Isn't it just drinking? Why don't we have a drinking contest? Whoever falls down first loses, and the loser rolls from here to the door. How about that?" When Chun Mingxian heard this, his eyes lit up. "I am also a veteran in the drinking scene, so I am not afraid of this outsider." I immediately responded, "Okay, you said it. Don't cry and beg for mercy later. Tell me, how do you want to drink it?" Wang Yu said calmly. "1 cup each. Whoever falls down first loses. How do you say that?" Chun Mingxian looked at Wang Yu provocatively. "Okay. Manager Lung, please serve some wine with a stronger alcohol content. Champagne is boring to drink. Okay, wait a minute." Upon hearing this, Manager Lung immediately spoke a few words to the person in the headset, and at the person's signal, he agreed to Chun Mingxian's request. Soon, the waiter quickly brought bottles of liquor. Chun Mingxian picked up the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and wet his expensive collar. After he finished his drink, he slammed the glass heavily on the table as a demonstration. It's your turn. Wang Yu was not in a hurry. With a faint smile on his face, he slowly raised his wine glass and drank it all. It's like tasting a glass of mellow wine instead of this spicy liquor. After 6 rounds, Chen Mingxuan's steps began to shake and his eyes became blurred. But he still held on and refused to admit defeat, muttering, "Come on, I'm not drunk yet." Manager Lung said worriedly, "Mr. Chen, why don't you stop drinking?" Wang Yu, however, remained calm, as if these strong liquors were just like water to him. After another round, Chen Mingxian finally couldn't help it and vomited with a wow. The filth splashed on the ground, emitting a pungent smell. Chen Mingxian was angry and humiliated, but he was still a decent man. But today he lost face in front of everyone, especially in front of this outsider, who he considered to be a bumpkin. With his extreme physique, he is not afraid of drinking. Everyone who comes must kneel. Wang Yu held up the wine glass, took a sip, and said calmly, "Haha, with your alcohol tolerance, go to the children's table." Puff! When Li Na saw Chen Mingxian vomiting all over the floor, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The flight attendants around me also had smiles on their faces. "Are you making fun of me again?" Chen Mingxian took a step closer, his face gloomy, staring at Li Na. He has a noble status, and when the girls in the bar meet him, they try to please him and show him great respect. Wang Yu sarcastically said that even if he came, this stinky bitch dared to laugh at him. Chen Mingxian already felt embarrassed in front of everyone. He was even more furious at this moment. Li Na waved her hands and shook her head, saying, "I just thought of something happy." "Bitch!" Chen Mingxian was furious. He looked around and finally stopped at Wang Yu. "I will remember you. You country bumpkin from another place dared to humiliate me. I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. Wang Yu, right? I will make it impossible for you to stay in the Magic City." Seeing Chen Mingxuan's furious look, Li Na leaned towards Wang Yu with some fear. "Threatening me?" Wang Yu laughed and sat in the booth, just looking at him as if he was a clown. Wang Yu has a mild temper, but that doesn't mean he has no temper. Chapter 26. Breaking the Clown. You are just pretending to be AM. Do you have to imitate others and pretend to be cool? Just because you spend some money, you think everyone will spoil you and give in to you. With your drinking capacity, you still dare to compete with me in drinking? Who gave you the courage? Wang Yu stood up, pointed at Chen Mingxuan's nose and cursed. Who do you think you are? You are nothing. Poor bastard. Wang Yu's words deeply hurt Chen Mingxuan's heart. Chen Mingxuan's eyes suddenly turned red. Although the Chen family is considered a wealthy family, they are, after all, nouveau riche. In the circle of Shanghai, where wealthy people gather and the hierarchy is strict, those without background have always been looked down upon by the old families. What Chen Mingxian hates most is others saying that he has no money. How could he bear this kind of anger? Fuck you. Chen Mingxuan's eyes were red. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and was about to smash it on Wang Yu's head. Only the security team who were watching him closely would never give him the chance to hurt anyone. This made Wang Yu feel regretful, as he wanted to try out his skills after his extreme physique was enhanced. Bang! Ah! The bottle hit the ground and broke, and the liquor gushed out, leaving the scene in a mess. Chen Mingxian was also pinned down on the sofa by the security guards and restrained. "Let me go. Do you know who I am?" The scene was in chaos as Chen Mingxian struggled. "Let young Master Chen go. If anything happens to young Master Chen, you'll be held responsible. Let's talk it over. Let Chen Xiao go first." The few guys who were stopped by the security guards under the dance floor were extremely anxious, pacing back and forth like ants on a hot pan. His face was full of anxiety and panic. His eyes were fixed on Chen Mingxian, who was pressed on the sofa, but he was helpless. Wang Yu's expression was indeed calm. He picked up the tissue on the table and wiped the phone that was wet with wine. Then he stood up and looked down at Chen Mingxian. "Why bother? I was too lazy to bother with a nobody like you, but you insisted on jumping in front of me. I'm going to kill you. Let me go." Chen Mingxuan's eyes were wide open, and he struggled to get up from the sofa. But he was held down by the security guards. "Just wait. This matter is not over yet. I will make you regret coming to the Magic City." Chen Mingxian has completely lost his mind. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life. "I'm waiting for you." Wang Yu had no expression on his face and said calmly, "Money? Connections? Or resources? No matter what you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. I just hope that you won't be like you are now, being pinned down like a dog, only able to rage helplessly. Compete for money? Background puzzle? He has plenty. Not to mention the system, just his background. There are few people in China who can compare with him. Even the son of the richest man in China doesn't dare to act arrogantly in front of him. Not to mention that he still has his grandfather and grandfather. What is he afraid of in China? Ever since he was reborn and learned about his family background, he knew that he would stand at the top of the world's pyramid in this life. He didn't reveal his background before because he felt it was unnecessary. If someone dares to take advantage of him, Wang You wouldn't mind having some fun with him. What is this Chun Mingxian in front of me? Chun Mingxian roared angrily, wishing he could beat Wang You in front of him to death. Ah! He continued to struggle and finally fell to the ground, with the glass on the ground piercing his face. Immediately, blood flowed all over the floor from his face that was pierced by glass, and he looked hideous, like a demon. He just felt like he was going to explode. Manager Lung saw Chun Mingxian fall to the ground with glass all over his face and blood flowing out. He turned pale with fright. He was extremely worried and rushed forward, shouting, "Mr. Chun, are you okay? Help Mr. Chun up!" Under the dance floor, a few younger brothers saw this and rushed up like crazy, no longer caring about the security team's obstruction. They hurriedly helped Chun Mingxian up, only to see that his face was covered in blood, but his eyes were still burning with anger. "What the FCK are you doing? Didn't you see I got beaten up? Kill this kid for me. I will take responsibility for anything that happens." Chun Mingxuan's eyes were sinister, and his expression became more and more crazy. Due to the pain on his face, his voice was a little distorted. At this time, he had completely lost his mind, and only hatred for Wang You was in his heart. "Quick, stop them! Mr. Chun, let's leave here first and go to the box to treat the wound." Manager Lung saw that the situation was getting increasingly out of control, so he quickly directed the security guards to stop the younger brother who was about to take action. He knew very well that if this continued and Chun Mingxian did something extreme again, the consequences would be disastrous and his career as a manager would be over. Under the control of the security guards, Chun Mingxian and several of his men were taken away from the booth. Chun Mingxian roared loudly under the dance floor and was reluctant to return to his box. "Your bar should increase security. Don't let in just any random person, or it will lower the quality of your bar." Wang You looked at Manager Lung calmly and said, "After drinking a little bit of wine, you think you are great and you think you are the prince of the demon city." Although he had a conflict with Chun Mingxian, but morally and logically, it was also the bar's fault for not providing adequate security. He comes to consume, and the bar has the responsibility to ensure his safety. He is fully qualified to say such things to Manager Lung. "You are right." Manager Lung nodded repeatedly. "I will take care of this matter immediately. No matter what, it is our bar's fault for not managing the order on the scene." "I'm sorry to disturb your elegance, Mr. Wang." "Well, go and deal with it. It looks like you won't let it go." Wang Yu did not blame Manager Lung for this little thing. Looking at Chun Mingxian, who was reluctant to go back to the private room under the dance floor, I knew that there was another good show to watch. "Are you f***ing blind? I'm the one who's hurt, not him. Why are you stopping me?" Chun Mingxian was unable to break through the security guard's blockade, so he could only vent his anger on the security guards and Manager Lung, pointing his finger at their noses and cursing. "I'm a VIP in your bar. I spent so much money, and this is how you treat me? Let me go. I want to beat this outsider to death." Manager Lung glanced at Chun Mingxian indifferently and ignored his shouting and cursing. Although Chun Mingxian is a frequent visitor here, but just now the boss personally instructed to take care of Wang You. So Manager Lung naturally favors Wang Yu. More and more people gathered around. Such a big mess happened here, which naturally attracted a lot of people to watch, pointing and talking as Chun Mingxian was shouting and making a fuss. "Master Wang, there are too many people here. Why don't you go to the private room and let me handle this?" Manager Lung looked at the increasing number of people gathered around and said to Wang Yu, "Need not." Wang Yu waved his hand, pointed at Chun Mingxian below, and said, "I'll stay here. Doesn't he want me to regret coming to the Magic City? I want to see what else he can do." Manager Lung's headache suddenly got worse after hearing this, and he didn't know what to do. "Get down here. I'll make you pay. You Lung, come here too. If I can't take care of you today, my last name is not Chun. Don't even think about keeping this bar open. No one will have an easy life if they offend my Chun family." Chun Mingxian was still cursing below, and then he said to his subordinates, "Tear it down for me. If you don't let me live a good life, then forget it. Tear down this broken place for me." He roared wildly, picked up a wine bottle, and smashed it to the ground. The younger brothers looked at each other. They followed Chun Xiao closely and knew exactly who owned this bar. Chun Mingxian was drunk, but they were not. But seeing Chun Mingxuan's crazy eyes, he did not dare to disobey his orders. They started smashing the wine bottles and benches around them. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Chapter 27, National Husband. The sounds of breaking bottles, colliding tables and chairs, and women screaming were intertwined. The guests in the bar were frightened by this sudden change and panicked. They screamed and stayed away from Chun Mingxian and his companions. The originally lively music on the dance floor also stopped. The scene was a mess. Quick, stop them. Stop it. Manager Lung's forehead was bulging with veins as he tried to stop the crazy people, but his voice was completely drowned out by the noisy chaos. Hey, why bother? You'll regret it when you sober up. He had no choice but to stand there, looking at the crazy Chun Mingxian, secretly groaning in his heart as he watched the guys making a fuss. This incident is so serious. I don't know if he can still keep his position as a manager. Wang You, sitting on the sofa in the booth, looked at the chaotic scene indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown. He said to the women around him, "Keep drinking, don't let anyone ruin your mood." As he said this, he drank the champagne in his hand. Xin Xingya and the other girls looked at each other, shrank back towards Wang Yu in fear, and raised their glasses to drink with him. At this time, suddenly, a lazy but oppressive voice came from behind me. "Who is so arrogant that he wants to shut down my bar?" "Boss!" Manager Lung seemed to have found a life-saving straw. He quickly turned around and shouted respectfully to a young man. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look with interest. I saw a young man walking towards me with lazy steps. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, tall and thin. From a distance, he was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed probably over 120 pounds. Following behind him were several bodyguards in black suits. They were all muscular with headsets in their ears. They looked vigilantly scanning the surroundings, and they looked very professional. This is none other than the national husband Wang Sikong, who is all the rage on the internet, known as the Disciplinary Inspection Committee of the entertainment industry. It's Wang Sikong. "Hubby, I love you." Principal, look this way. "Hello. Thank you for your support of the Master Bar, and keep having fun." The crowd was even more enthusiastic and came forward to take photos with Wang Sikong. 2018 was the year when Wang Sikong became popular on the entire internet. There are countless fans across the country. You can imagine how popular it is. The security guards on the scene and Wang Sikong's bodyguards were able to maintain order. Wang Sikong looked at the chaos at the scene. There were wine bottles scattered all over the floor, and several people were entangled with the security guards, with a hint of displeasure in their eyes. Chun Mingxian, who was still shouting, saw the young man walking towards him. He shuddered all over, swallowed back the curse words, and subconsciously retracted his neck. His mind suddenly cleared up, and he secretly regretted causing trouble in his bar. "What do you do for a living? You're still standing here, watching the chaos." Manager Lung shuddered and lowered his head to explain. "Boss, this happened too suddenly, and I didn't have time to—" "Shut up. Go do your work first, take care of the scene, and don't let the photos spread out. Leave the rest to me." "Okay, boss." Wang Sikong waved his hand to signal Manager Lung to leave, then turned his gaze to Chun Mingxian and said, "Who was it?" It turned out to be Chun Mingxian. "How dare you cause trouble in my territory?" Wang Sikong walked up to Chun Mingxian and patted his still bleeding face with his hands, looking at him with a joking expression. "Brother Wang, it hurts, it hurts. Please be gentle. I was drunk just now. Sorry, I will bear all the losses. Please forgive me." The wound on Chun Mingxuan's face was still bleeding, and Wang Sikong was slapping the wound. He grimaced in pain, but his head remained motionless. Let Wang tear the onions and beat him. After hearing Chun Mingxuan's plea for mercy, Wang Sitsong's face suddenly darkened. "If I remember correctly, this is the second time you've caused trouble in my bar. Last time it was because of a woman, and this time it's because of a woman again. If you can't control the 2 inches of flesh down there, I don't mind cutting it off for you, so you don't cause me trouble next time." Chun Mingxuan's face changed when he heard that. He subconsciously protected his hips with his hands and shrank back. Wang Sikong continued, "I have already cleaned your ass once. I didn't hold you responsible, but I also warned you that there won't be a next time. It seems that you didn't take what I said seriously." Wang Sikong spoke in a low voice, his hands moving nonstop. Chun Mingxuan's face was covered in blood, but he didn't dare to move at all. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He endured the pain and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Wang, all the mistakes are my fault. I apologize. This time, I was mainly pissed off by a foreigner. I can't get rid of this anger. Brother Wang, please forgive me this time. I promise there won't be a next time." In a hurry, Chen Mingxian took out a Lamborghini car key from his trouser pocket and handed it to Wang Xikong, saying flatteringly, "Brother Wang, take it and consider it as my compensation for the loss tonight." He felt a pang of pain in his heart, as the old man had finally agreed to buy this for him. Wang Xikong played with the keys in his hand, threw them to the bodyguard behind him, and said, "Go away and behave yourself from now on. If it happens again, it won't be solved by just one car. Don't worry, Brother Wang, there won't be a next time. Go Kropka." Chen Mingxian looked at Wang Xikong with gratitude and immediately called several of his younger brothers to leave the bar. My face has been thrown into the Pacific Ocean tonight. He knew clearly that people are different. He could provoke Wang Yu and even want to beat Wang Yu. But in front of Wang Xikong, she dared not even say a harsh word. He knew his family situation and felt that he was not even worthy of carrying Wang Xikong's shoes. As for calling the police, Chen Mingxian couldn't do such a thing, and it was useless. There are many unspoken rules in the circle of rich second generations. If you cross the line, you will break the rules. Chen Mingxian can forget about staying in Shanghai. Damn it, what the hell? You have no strength, but you are more arrogant than me every day. Grass. Wang Xikong looked at Chen Mingxian and the others who were walking away and sneered. Then he stopped caring about the things here, as Manager Lung and others would handle it. The crowd who were originally standing aside to watch the fun were very disappointed to see that there were no melons to eat. Woke up New York City, in a funky cheap hotel. She took my heart and she took my money. Live music sounded again, and the bar's DJ Totoro came on stage to liven up the atmosphere. He is worthy of being a DY multimillionaire internet celebrity. The enchanting figure and dancing made the atmosphere of the whole venue lively again. Wang Xikong saw that the scene had returned to normal order and turned around and went to booth number 01. He smiled, stretched out his hand, and said, "You must be the Wang you mentioned by the Bulgari Hotel. I am Wang Xikong, one of the shareholders of Masterbar." Wang Yu also stood up upon seeing this, shook hands with Wang Xikong, and said, "I have long heard of your great name, and seeing you today, I can see that your reputation is truly well-deserved. Ha, they're just empty names, not worth mentioning. Sit down. Sit down first. Waiter, pour the wine. I know you. You're from Rome province." After Wang Xikong sat down, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at Wang Yu. Chapter 28. More friends, more paths. You know me? Wang Yu couldn't help but look surprised. You know, his personal information is kept strictly confidential. There is no trace of him on the internet. But, as the son of the richest man, it is not too surprising for Wang Xikong to know his identity. Families that have reached a certain level have always focused on collecting and integrating information. After all, when training the next generation, it is necessary to know who can be offended and who can be befriended, and these are things that must be explained. Otherwise, if you offend the wrong person, your family will be destroyed overnight. This is not a joke. No matter how strictly Wang Yu's personal information is kept confidential, it is transparent in front of these big families. Of course, he is the son of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group and the only heir of the Wang and Xia families. You are now a sophomore at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, right? I have always wanted to come and make some friends. I never thought that by chance we would meet under such circumstances. Wang Xikong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and continued, "You and I are both young people, and we should know that in this circle, information is a resource. I will naturally pay special attention to young people like you who come from a big family. So you are the son of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group. No wonder you are so generous. Yes, Pioneer Heavy Industry Group and Yida Group are both top companies in China." Xinqingya, Li Na, and other girls suddenly realized what was going on and woke up from their dream. No wonder Wang Yu is so young, but so rich. It turns out that he is the son of the Pioneer Group. This makes sense. Chen Mingyao's face gradually turned red. Her eyes flickered, and she subconsciously clenched her fingers. She secretly swore in her heart that she would do everything she could to snatch Wang Yu away from Xinqingya. Even if you settle for the next best thing, join in. After hearing this, Wang Yu secretly admired Wang Xizong's keen insight and extensive network of contacts. He realized that making friends with a national husband like Wang Xikong might help him integrate into the circle of rich second generations in Shanghai. Wang Sikong now is not as decadent as he was in the past few years. Although Yida Group fell into crisis a few years later, his father managed to survive and repay the debt step by step, which is truly admirable. It's admirable. Unlike some other companies that only defraud ordinary people of their hard-earned money. You are well informed. Wang Yu looked calm when he heard this, and responded calmly. However, I still hope that our acquaintance this time is not just because of family background. It doesn't matter if his background is known to others, and it may even bring some benefits when he is away from home. At least something like what happened tonight would never happen. Of course. In this case, I have to thank Qinming Xian. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have met. Wang Sikong laughed. By the way, we both have the surname Wang, and our hometowns are both from Rome province. Maybe we were a family 500 years ago. I'm going to make you my friend today. With great pleasure. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows and suddenly asked, By the way, where does Qinming Xian get the confidence to be so arrogant in your bar? Wang Sikong said with disdain. It's nothing, actually. His family is in the construction earthwork business. He follows another real estate company to pick up some garbage to eat and earn some hard-earned money. The entire Qin family has less than 1 billion in assets, but they have a bunch of people under their control. He is the only one in his generation, so he is used to being arrogant and domineering. This is not the first time he has caused trouble in my bar. I usually see him spending a lot of money, so I don't punish him. I didn't expect that he would hit a wall this time. I thought he was such a big shot, and he threatened to make me unable to stay in the Magic City. It turns out he is just like this. It's hilarious. Wang Yu sneered when he heard this. I want to see what tricks he will use next. These are all trivial matters. With me here, he won't dare to act arrogant anymore. I'll just let you vent your anger. Wang Sikong gloated. But even if I didn't do anything, it would be his bad luck to run into you. Does he really think he can walk around in the Magic City just because he has a little wealth? He will be finished sooner or later. I haven't even told anyone about your identity as the son of the Pioneer Group. Otherwise, he would be scared to death. If his father knew that I had provoked you, he would probably come here overnight to apologize. This guy always wants to establish a relationship with me and get on board the big ship of my Wang family. This time, I will punish him to teach him a lesson. Wang Sikong usually disliked him, so he kept it a secret just now and did not remind Wang Yu of his identity. You're also bad, Wang Yu said with a smile. Wang Sikong laughed and said, You are just right for my temper. We won't go home until we are drunk tonight. Don't go home until you're drunk, Wang Yu said calmly. It's just drinking. He's never been afraid of anyone. Wang Sitsong's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Xin Qingya, who was holding Wang Yu's arm, and asked Wang Yu with some curiosity, Who is this? This is my girlfriend Xin Qingya, and these are her best friends. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu took Xin Qingya's hand and introduced her to Wang Sikong generously. Hello, Principal. Xin Qingya's face flushed with shyness, and she spoke softly. She was filled with joy. Wang Yu took the initiative to introduce her to his friends, which was undoubtedly Wang Yu's affirmation of her. Hello. Wang Sikong nodded slightly, and his eyes swept over the 4 beautiful women around Wang Yu, each with their own style, and then joked to Wang Yu. My sister-in-law is so beautiful, but you have to take it easy. Although you are still young, don't ruin your body. Get lost. I won't be bad even if you are bad. Wang Yu retorted angrily. What a joke. Not to mention that there are only 2 women, Zhang Rou and Xin Qingya. Even if there were 3 or 5 more, he would be confident that he could handle them calmly. Come on, everyone, do one first. Wang Sitsong's face was filled with smiles, and he said loudly, This first cup is for my acquaintance with Wang Yu. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses, and the crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed in this luxurious space. Wang Yu raised his head and drank it in one gulp, while Xin Qingya only took a sip. She couldn't drink much, but she didn't want to spoil everyone's fun. After 3 rounds of drinking, Wang Sikong opened up completely. He began to tell about his glorious achievements and some interesting stories about the wealthy families in Shanghai. Everyone listened with great interest, and Li Na couldn't stop laughing. The clear laughter continued to echo. At this moment, Xin Qingya felt someone pulling her clothes. She turned around and saw Li Na winking at her. What's wrong? I want to go to the bathroom. This place is too big, and I'm afraid of getting lost. Please accompany me. Okay, I just happen to want to go too. Then, Xin Qingya whispered in Wang Yu's ear. Honey, Li Na and I are going to the bathroom, and we'll be back soon. Wang Yu smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. Wah wah wah. In the bathroom. Xinqingya and Li Na were putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Li Na suddenly said to Xinqingya, "Qingya, I didn't expect Wang You to be the son of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group." "Yeah, I didn't expect that either. I only knew that his identity should be complicated, but I didn't expect it to be so complicated." Xinqingya sighed at her good fortune and said to Li Na, "Do you think I am particularly lucky? Don't be happy too soon." Li Na said helplessly, "I asked you to accompany me to the bathroom just to remind you that a rich man like Wang Yu has no shortage of women. As long as he is willing, there are plenty of women flocking to him." "Didn't you see the look in Chen Mingyao's eyes? She wanted to eat Wang Yu." Xin Qingyao frowned and asked, "Are you sure?" Chapter 29 DJ Totoro. "Why are you not sure? Don't I know her little tricks?" As soon as Li Na finished speaking, Xin Qingyao became anxious. Xin Qingyao never expected that even her most trusted sister would stab her in the back. Having said that, he was about to go find Chen Mingyao to find out. "Hey, wait a minute, don't be in a hurry." Li Na quickly stretched out her hand to stop him, and looked at Xin Qingyao with a teasing look on her face and said, "Don't worry, there are many women who are eyeing Wang Yu. Are you going to cause trouble for them all? Besides, it's impossible for a rich man like Wang Yu to have only one woman. What you need to do is to play to your strengths and at least occupy a place in Wang Yu's heart." As Li Na spoke, she clenched her fists as if to encourage Shen Qingya and cheered her on. "Your looks and figure are your greatest assets and your advantages, but nothing is absolute, so it's better to take the initiative. Well, I'll ask for a leave of absence for you tomorrow and change your shift to the day after tomorrow. You try to take down Wang Yu tonight." Li Na looked straight at Xin Qingya and said seriously. Xin Qingya was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Li Na in front of her and suddenly felt that the other person was so unfamiliar. The best friend who used to laugh and play with her seemed to have a different face now, and she could hardly recognize her. Is this still her funny female best friend? People are realistic. You know what? I dream of finding a rich man like Wang Yu. Li Na sighed softly, looked at Xin Qingya helplessly, and continued, "You are just my best friend. I won't compete with you, but if Wang Yu gives me a chance, don't blame me. Don't treat Wang Yu as an ordinary person. Don't think you can control him just because he's young. Rich people like him have seen more tricks than you've eaten. Don't try to be clever in front of Wang Yu. You just need to obey him obediently. This way you can stay by his side steadily. Do you understand?" Xin Qingya seemed to be petrified, standing there motionless, silent for a long time, raised her head and said, "I know. Thank you, Nana. If Wang Yu is really interested in you, I won't blame you." Her words were sincere. Although what Li Na said was very realistic, it was a little difficult for Xin Qingya to accept for a while. But she knew that the other party was truly doing it for her own good and hoped that she could have a good home. "Don't worry, Nana. It's not that easy for other women to snatch Wang Yu away. After all, I knew Wang Yu first, and it was Wang Yu who took the initiative to pursue me," Xin Qingya said, raising her chin slightly. She has absolute confidence in her appearance and figure. "But let's go out first. Wang Yu must have been waiting for a long time." Xin Qingya touched up her makeup in front of the mirror and hurried out of the bathroom. Li Na looked at her back, laughed, and waved her hand. The party was very lively in the booth. DJ Xiao Longmao, who was supposed to be performing on the stage, was now performing hard in front of Wang Yu and Wang Sikong. The moving dance moves and enchanting figure are like willow branches swaying in the wind. Paired with the faintly visible black stockings, it adds a touch of sexiness and charm. The dynamic music made the atmosphere on the scene very hot. The colorful lights flickered on the little chinchilla's body, outlining its charming silhouette. The people around it cheered or screamed, immersed in this extravagant carnival. The delicate face of the little chinchilla looked even more charming under the ambiguous light, and its pair of seductive big eyes kept winking at Wang Yu and Wang Sikong. That look seemed to carry a thread of affection that could capture one's soul. Wang Yu held the wine glass and drank slowly with Wang Sikong. Wang Sikong had a playful smile on his face and said jokingly, "This little chinchilla has attracted a lot of fans on the internet with her sexiness. Look at her now. Is she interested in us brothers?" Wang Yu smiled and said, "Don't make blind guesses. Maybe they are just performing." Wang Yu was not interested in this little chinchilla. His target tonight was not her. As he said this, he glanced at Xin Qingya in his arms and became more and more expectant. Xin Qingya looked drunk, her soft body lying in Wang Yu's arms. He seemed to be drunk and unconscious. Innocent? Don't be fooled by her appearance. Wang Sikong raised his eyebrows, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Wang Yu's eyes slowly moved over the little dragon cat. So what? After all, in this age where appearance is everything, the relationship between a man and a woman is sometimes like a social business card. The performance of the little chinchilla gradually came to an end, ending with a very seductive posture. In an instant, the entire bar was like a lit powder keg. Great! Do one more! A thunderous cheer and sharp whistles erupted from the crowd. The sound was so loud that it seemed to blow the roof of the bar off. The colorful lights shone on the little chinchilla, outlining her extremely charming figure. The people around her seemed to be cast under a spell, completely immersed in this wave of decadent carnival. Afterwards, the little chinchilla walked towards the location of Wang You and Wang Sikong. The swaying steps are just like those of a lively little kitten. She was holding a glass of wine in her hand, which sparkled alluringly under the light. Master Wang, Master You. Little Totoro would like to offer you a toast. Thank you, Master Bar, for inviting me to participate in tonight's performance. I would also like to thank you two young masters for watching my performance. The voice of the little chinchilla is as melodious as a nightingale, with a hint of charm and coquettishness, stirring people's hearts. Her eyes moved between the two of them, but in the end they stayed more on Wang Sikong. Her eyes seemed to have an alluring magic. Nice dance. The protagonist tonight is our young Master Yu. Please don't neglect our guest. A playful smile appeared on Wang Sitsung's lips. He had drunk quite a bit of wine before coming to the booth, and was feeling a little tipsy now. Seeing that Wang Yu looked sober, he decided to let him drink more. The little dragon cat smiled coquettishly, clinked glasses with Wang Sikong, then turned to Wang Yu and said, "Young Master, you have a drink too." Wang Yu originally wanted to deal with it casually, but the charming appearance and delicate posture of the little chinchilla made him drink several cups. The little dragon cat's action caused Shun Qingya's dissatisfaction. She frowned, with a hint of anger in her eyes, and lay softly in Wang Yu's arms, as if declaring her sovereignty. The little chinchilla didn't seem to notice Shun Qingya's dissatisfaction, and moved even closer to Wang Yu, looking at Shun Qingya with eyes full of provocation. That look seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" Although Shun Qingya was filled with anger, she could only hold it back and just glared at the little chinchilla fiercely. Wang Yu was helpless. He looked at Li Na and the others and said, "Didn't you see the principal drinking alone? It's not easy for ordinary people to have a drink with him. This is a rare opportunity." Upon hearing this, Li Na and the others raised their bars and said to Wang Sikong, "Principal, don't drink alone. Sisters, come on." With Wang Yu's instructions, Zhou Jing and Xiao Xiao took the lead and went up. They had wanted to drink with Wang Sikong for a long time, but the difference in their status made them hesitant. This time, he was even more courageous, fearing that he would cause Wang Sitsung's dissatisfaction. As they spoke, several people clinked glasses with Wang Sikong one by one and drank the wine in one gulp. Wang Sikong laughed and said, "Haha, don't be so polite." Shun Qingya saw Wang Yu and the little dragon cat getting closer and closer. She was so angry that she couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Don't you see that he has already drunk so much? You are still forcing him to drink like this. Brother Wang Yu, please stop drinking." "Miss Shun, I'm just expressing my respect for Master Yu. Why are you so nervous? Don't you have confidence in yourself?" The little dragon cat was not in a hurry, still with that charming smile on his face, and said to Shun Qingya provocatively. Shun Qingya's face turned slightly pale with anger. "Don't stir up trouble here. It's not your turn as a dancer to worry about it. Brother Wang Yu, look at her." Shun Qingya acted coquettishly in Wang Yu's arms. Wang Yu saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Stop arguing. We are here to relax tonight. Calm down. Don't ruin the fun tonight." Although Shun Qingya was still furious, she temporarily suppressed her anger after being comforted by Wang Yu and just glared at the little chinchilla fiercely. Chapter 30 Prince Wang pays for all expenses. While drinking and chatting, the atmosphere on the scene reached its peak. At this time, Wang Yu said to the little chinchilla next to him, "Go and tell them that I will pay for the entire meal tonight." "What?" The little chinchilla was shocked and thought he had heard it wrong. You should know that Master Bar is one of the top bars in Shanghai, and its nightly turnover is at least tens of millions. Although Wang Yu is the son of the pioneer group, but he can't be that rich. After all, Wang Yu is only 20 years old and has not yet taken over his father's business. Being able to spend hundreds of thousands tonight, in her opinion, makes him one of the wealthiest second-generation rich. After all, many rich second generations look glamorous and take girls out to play, but in fact, the girls have to pay for the room. This is not an uncommon case. I say, I will pay for all the expenses tonight. Do you understand? Wang Yu had no choice but to shout loudly. Money really means nothing to Wang Yu. After all, with the double cashback effect, no matter how much money you spend, it can grow exponentially. Before you reach a certain amount of money, a little more or less doesn't make much difference. What's important is to earn system points through consumption, which is the most important thing. He can now live such a luxurious life because of the double cashback and extreme physique items. The former provides financial support, while the latter provides health protection. So money is the bottom line. However, the points obtained were still too few, so Wang Yu had no choice but to move on to the next volume and be more high-profile. Wang Sikong and a few others who were sitting nearby drinking were shocked. No, buddy. Wang Sikong was stunned. He had been playing for so many years and was used to spending money like water, but he had never been as extravagant as Wang Yu. After all, no one's money comes from the wind. As one of the shareholders of Masterbar, he knew clearly that the turnover of Masterbar reached tens of millions in one night. He would be reluctant to spend the money. Shen Xingya also covered her mouth in surprise and stared at Wang Yu blankly. Any questions? Wang Yu looked at Wang Sikong and said, No, bro, you're still the best. Wang Sikong shook his head repeatedly and waved to Manager Lung, who was standing in the distance. Manager Lung immediately came over jogging. Standing in front of Wang Sikong, he bowed and said, Boss, what can I do for you? Let's make arrangements. Young master, you will pay for all the expenses tonight. Remember to play your cards right. Don't lose them. Consumption of the entire venue? Manager Lung wondered if his ears were broken. This news really shocked him. He had worked in the bar for so many years and had seen many wealthy people, but he had never met anyone as generous as Wang Yu. Even a little bit generous. Silly. Any questions? Just give all the booths, including the tables, a set of Shenlong said. Make sure everyone can get a drink. If it's not enough, let them order it themselves. Don't waste it, Wang Yu said lightly. Manager Lung shook his head repeatedly. Then he turned around and walked down from the booth to arrange related matters. After a while, as the music in the bar became quieter, all the lights focused on the booth area where Wang Yu and others were. Strong lights and gorgeous beams of light surround you. Create a unique visual focus. What are you doing again? Suddenly, there was a chaotic whispering sound all around. Boom! Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of music, drums, and cannon explosions. On the huge naked-eye 3D display screen on the stage, several lines of large characters appeared accompanied by lights and music. Thank you, Wang Yu. Master Wang. Master Wang will pay for all the expenses tonight. I wish young Master Wang good luck and prosperity, and may wealth roll in and fill the house. May you make a fortune every day and have a long and prosperous life. Master Wang will pay for all your expenses tonight. Let us all thank Master Yu and wish Master Wang a great time every night. The host on stage looked excited and roared at the top of his lungs. Screams, cheers. The already noisy bar suddenly became completely boiling. At Wang Xisong's pull, Wang Yu stood up side by side with him and waved to the people below. Strips of light meandered out from the backstage, and hundreds of young ladies, carrying wine boxes, dressed coolly and sexy, walked towards every corner of the venue with moving steps. The sky was filled with colorful strips of paper flying everywhere. Golden ribbons fell like they were free. At this time, the display screen on the stage cut to the images of Wang Yu and Wang Sikong. This is the Ace of Spades. I haven't had it yet. Young Master Wang is mighty. The guests danced with increasing excitement. Bunny girls wearing bunny ears with sexy bodies and glowing white skin stood around the booths where Wang Yu and others were sitting, dancing to the music. The host's exciting voice resounded throughout the venue, and everyone in the bar also shouted the name Yu Xiao. The atmosphere almost broke through the venue and soared into the sky. Wang Yu's handsome face and calm temperament. It made all the girls in the audience scream and go crazy. He is handsome and young. He is simply the man of my dreams. If Manager Lung had not anticipated this and arranged for the security team to surround the booth early on, I'm afraid that Wang Yu and Wang Sikong are about to be overwhelmed by the wave of girls at this moment. Even so, some girls were like star chasers, so crazy that they struggled to break free from the security guards and shouted loudly, Mr. Wang, add me on Fission. I can do any pose and won't let you down. Principal, I love you. Principal, please let me in. I can do anything tonight. The remarks made by some of the girls were so bold that Wang Yu was caught off guard. Huh? Wang Sikong saw that Wang Yu looked embarrassed and laughed. Wang Yu turned around and said to the flight attendants, "Drink as much as you want. If you can't finish it, open it and throw it on the ground. Qingya, wash my hands for me." He has always wanted to try this classic scene in the movie. Wang Yu's calm speech made the flight attendants present excited. She secretly squeezed her legs together. Such a Wang Yu is full of masculine charm. They were afraid that Wang Yu would make a gesture to them, and then they would lie on him without hesitation and never get down. Shen Qingyao was pouring wine and staring at Wang Yu with a dazed look. She had to admit it. Wang Yu's charm is simply overflowing now. I was almost out of control. I wanted to end the bar party tonight as soon as possible, and I just wanted to get back to the hotel with Wang Yu. That's nothing. Wang Yu washed his hands and sighed, looking at the crowd around him going crazy. Money and desire. Since ancient times, it has been the ultimate pursuit of mankind. Without the desire for money and the ambition for power, you may end up with nothing in Shanghai. Chapter 31. Don't think of leaving me in this life. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 29,860,000 yuan, and the double cashback was 59,720,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,986 system points. Midnight. The cold moonlight shines on the street. Master Bar. Not far from the gate, there was a lot of banging noises and the ground was covered with filth. Young Master Yu, we'll leave first. Chen Mingyao smiled, waved at Wang Yu, and then gave him a look that only the two of them could understand. Then, several people carried the drunken Na into the nanny car arranged by Manager Lung and disappeared from everyone's sight. Wang Yu felt something in his heart and touched the small note in his pocket calmly. Let's go back too. Shen Qingya's face was flushed. She hugged Wang Yu's arm. Her body pressed tightly against his and followed him closely. At this time, a pink Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped in front of Wang Yu. Manager Lung got out of the car, opened the door for Wang Yu and said, "Young Master Yu, our boss is drunk. He has already gone home. It is not easy for you to drive after drinking. Before leaving, the boss specifically asked us to drive his car to take you back. If you don't mind, let us drive your car back to you. Or you can come back when you are free." Wang Yu heard this and thought that Wang Sikong was quite thoughtful. He not only arranged for someone to send Li Na and others back, but also arranged for his favorite car to take him back. He was also thinking of calling a designated driver. It seems that it is no longer necessary now. "Okay." Wang Yu didn't hesitate and handed the car keys to Manager Lung. "Then I won't be polite. You are our boss's friend. This is what we should do." Manager Lung smiled and said, "Mr. Yu, please get in the car first and tell the driver your destination." Wang Yu nodded and said to Shen Qingyao beside him, "Let's go. We will go back too." Just as he was about to get in the car, he suddenly remembered something and said to Manager Lung, "When I came here, there was a security guard who helped me park the car. Please call him over." Although Manager Lung was a little puzzled, he still called out through the headset. After a while, a security guard ran over quickly, looked at Wang Yu expectantly and said, "Boss, do you have any instructions for me?" Wang Yu looked at Manager Lung and said, "Just let him drive my car back." Manager Lung handed the keys to the security guard and said, "Drive young Master Yu's car back and follow the car in front. Don't lose it." "Don't worry. I guarantee you'll complete the task." The security guy stood up straight, took the key, saluted and said, "You are interesting, kid." Wang Yu nodded and pulled Shen Qingya into the pink Cullinan. The door closes automatically. The young driver in a black suit turned around and asked respectfully, "Master Yu, where are we going?" "To the Bulgari Hotel." "Okay." Then the driver said no more and pressed a button. Suddenly, a baffle slowly dropped down from the middle of the car. The seats at the back have become a private space, and the driver can no longer see anything happening behind him. The car slowly drove out of the bar. The security guard also followed behind in Wang Yu's McLaren P1. It was very quiet in the car. Shen Qingya put her legs together and looked at Wang Yu quietly. She was a little scared, but also a little excited about what was going to happen next. Suddenly, Wang Yu turned her face away. The tightly closed teeth were pried open by Wang Yu. Wang Yu's domineering kiss made Shen Qingya lose the will to resist. Her eyes gradually became blurred, and she just moved her body closer to Wang Yu. The two people's breathing became more and more rapid. I don't know how much time passed. Shen Qingya came to her senses instantly when she felt Wang Yu's hands undressing her. He quickly reached out and patted Wang Yu, saying, Don't Don't do it in the car. Not here. Wang Yu opened the car window, took a deep breath of the cold, early morning air, and calmed himself down. Shen Qingya took deep gulps of fresh air. While looking at the car's fender, he found that it was tightly closed and the driver could not see the scene behind it all. He then breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she turned around, she found Wang Yu looking at her with a half smile and said, "If we can't do it in the car, then we can go back to the hotel later?" Shen Qingya's fair face instantly turned red. She bit her lips and said, "I didn't say that. Bad guy." Shen Qingya clenched her fist and punched Wang Yu in the chest, looking at him lovingly. Shen Qingya's reluctant look made Wang Yu feel his blood boiling. He immediately took a deep breath, afraid that he would lose control. "Young Master Yu, we're here." In the middle of the night in Shanghai, the roads are unobstructed. After a while, the car stopped steadily at the entrance of Bulgari Hotel. The driver's voice came from the front. "Good." Shen Qingya hurriedly tidied up her wrinkled clothes and got out of the car. She just felt her legs going a little weak. When you think about what's going on in the car, even though the driver can't see it, he should be able to roughly guess what they are doing. Thinking of this, Shen Qingya wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. "Boss, your car keys." As soon as he got out of the car, the security guy parked his car in the parking space of the Bulgari Hotel and handed him the keys with both hands. Wang Yu took the keys and took out 3 stacks of cash from the car. He took out 2 stacks and handed them to the young man in front of him, saying, "Thanks." The young man immediately showed his joy and said with a big smile, "Thank you, boss. I hope you have fun." Wang Yu nodded, then walked to the Cullinan's driver's seat and handed the remaining wad of cash to the driver. "Thank your boss for me." "Master Yu, I can't accept it." The driver waved his hands repeatedly. "Take it. It's troublesome late at night." After Wang Yu finished speaking, he patted the driver on the shoulder, turned around, took Shen Qingya's hand, and walked towards the hotel. Just out of the elevator door, Steward Lin stood there, bowed slightly to Wang Yu and said, "Mr. Wang, welcome home." Wang Yu said lightly. Inside the Bulgari suite, the dim light is soft, reflecting each other's eager figures. Wang Yu approached step by step, gently held Shen Qingya in his arms, lowered his head, and gently kissed her lips. Sometimes gentle, sometimes warm. Wang Yu's warm palm slid across Shen Qingya's buttocks, and he gently pressed her down, bringing her closer to him. Everything becomes blurry. Only each other exists. Wang Yu's lips gradually moved down, with endless tenderness and desire. Shen Qingya hugged Wang Yu's head and looked at his face with love in her eyes. "Wang Yu, will you be responsible for me? Do you love me? As long as you don't leave me, you will always be my woman." The so-called love in the world is nothing more than lust at first sight. Shen Qingya looked at Wang Yu, wrinkled her cute nose, and said, "Then you are attracted to me? You just want my body." Wang Yu continued, "What's the difference between being attracted by your beauty and being greedy for your body? If you follow me, I can provide you with enough material security so that you can live the life you want. Tell me, is this enough to love you?" Shen Qingya pondered for a moment. Then a smile spread across her face. She hugged Wang Yu and said, "Forget it. I love you too. Don't even think about leaving me in this life." Chapter 32, Live Rewards. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and everything was quiet. Wang Yu, however, was not sleepy at all and sat quietly on the sofa in the living room. His eyes fell on Shen Qingya, who had already fallen asleep. At this moment, she was like a well-behaved kitten with a sweet and happy smile in her sleep. Wang Yu's thoughts were a little scattered. He seemed to remember something, and his hand unconsciously reached into his trouser pocket and took out a small note. There was a phone number written on it. This was when Chun Mingyao secretly slipped the note into his pocket while toasting him in the bar. Wang Yu took out his mobile phone and added Feishan. The other party seemed to have been waiting for it and accepted the friend request instantly. Then a piece of news came out. "Brother Wang Yu, I'm Chun Mingyao. What are you doing?" Wang Yu was a little curious. He really couldn't guess what the girl would say next. "Brother Wang Yu, please don't reject me first. Give me a chance, okay? I also want to be your woman. I can do everything that Shen Qingya can do. I can also do what she can't do. I don't want much." Chun Mingyao's coquettish voice came through the phone clearly. Wang Yu laughed in silence and said softly, "Interesting. Wait until I have time." After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Although Chun Mingyao is not as good as Shen Qingya, her figure and appearance are slightly inferior. But in the eyes of ordinary people, she is undoubtedly a goddess-level beauty. According to the system's scoring standards, even without makeup, she can get at least 85 points. If it were Wang Yu in his previous life, facing a girl of this level, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to interact with her. And now, Wang Yu didn't feel there was anything wrong with Chun Mingyao's proactive behavior. In his opinion, if you want to be a woman by the side of a rich man, you should have this kind of awareness. Chun Mingyao obviously shows a very broad vision. Compared to spending time on strategies, this kind of throw and hug is still very good. Afterwards, Wang Yu no longer paid attention to the messages sent by Chun Mingyao. Instead, opened DY's live broadcast room. The points were still increasing too slowly. Wang Yu thought it would be faster to go to the live broadcast room and find a young lady to give him some tips. Soon, in the mobile phone video, a sweet-looking anchor wearing white stockings and dancing caught Wang Yu's attention. She looked to be in her 20s and was dancing the 2018 popular dance, Sili Sili. Zile 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 Yo Alerger. El Mile Mile P Maidan. After the dance ended, the female anchor named Dodo Doesn't Eat Coriander in the video stopped. Then he started chatting and interacting with fans in the live broadcast room. My dear friends, is the host's dance beautiful? If you like the host, please give her a little heart and follow her. Love you. Dodo Doesn't Eat Coriander is just a small anchor with hundreds of thousands of fans, but there are very few people watching in the live broadcast room, only more than 1,000 people. One, you could tell that she worked very hard, danced well, and looked okay, but he didn't know what she would look like without the beauty filter. So Wang Yu linked his bank card, clicked on the gift bar, and directly gave out 100 carnivals. Weo gave away Carnival X 100. In an instant, the live broadcast room was flooded with gift special effects all over the screen. Daodu, who was chatting with fans, was stunned. Fuck, where did this big guy come from? How come he is only level 1? The anchor is really lucky today. He met a big guy. Why don't you go up and lick him? Weo gives away Carnival X 100. Daodu pinched his thigh hard. This is not a dream. This is not a dream. After realizing what was happening, she quickly said, Thank you, Brother Weo, for giving away 200 carnivals. Brother Weo is so generous. This is the first time that Daodu has received so many gifts. Brother Weo is so handsome. Brother Weo, please join the Anchors fan group. You can add the Anchors Fission. Daodu, please dance for Brother Weo. Daodu can dance any dance that Brother Weo likes to watch. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly ignited. Passerby, Big Brother actually came to the live broadcast room. It seems that Daodu is also going to stand up. Passerby started to make a noise. Host, show us something enchanting and sexy. It's over. The anchor is going to change into someone else's shape. As gifts continued to be given out, a group of passersby were attracted in, and the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly climbed to 10,000. Daodu's eyes were red with excitement, and her voice was choked with sobs as she said, Thank you for the gift, Brother Weo. My family, please follow us, and we will start dancing right away. Weo, let's jump to the Pure Land. Okay, Brother Weo. When Daodu saw Wang Yofa's barrage of comments, she immediately started dancing. Accompanied by the music, Daodu danced very seriously. The gift special effects in the live broadcast room also kept refreshing the screen like a tide. Wang Yu's Dying account level has also reached the honorable level 70. Weo gives away Carnival X 1000. Weo gives away Carnival X 1000. Weo gives away Dream Castle X 1000. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 9,488,800, and the double cashback was 18,977,600. Ding! The system congratulates the host on obtaining 948 system points. Ding! In order to facilitate the host to check the balance intuitively, the host's bank card balance is now added to the system panel. Please check it yourself. Wang Yu was curious and immediately opened the system panel to check. A light blue light curtain suddenly appeared before my eyes. Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry, double cashback, entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Points, 4,099 points. Huaxia currency, 1,627,746,619. This is quite intuitive. Wang Yu shook his hands, which were a little sore from clicking on the gifts, and said, After the dance of pure land of bliss, Dowda's face was filled with smiles, and he said, "Thank you, Brother Weo, for the gift. Thank you so much." As he spoke, a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. "Weo, I'm leaving now. I'll come back next time." "Ah, Brother Weo, are you leaving now? I still have a lot of performances to do." "Brother Weo, remember to read your private messages. Dowdu is waiting for you." Seeing that Wang Yu was about to leave, Dowda didn't want to try to keep him. After all, this rich man gave so many gifts when he came to his live broadcast room for the first time. She couldn't be too greedy, so as not to leave a bad impression on Wang Yu. In order to catch the rich brother Wang Yu, she ignored her usual reserved side and directly let the other party see the private message in the live broadcast room. She could only pray silently in her heart that Wang Yu would visit her live broadcast room again. After all, she can earn at least millions just from this wave of gifts. That's more than she's made since the show started. Wang Yu casually clicked the follow button, then exited the live broadcast room and headed to the next one. Chapter 33. Dream back to 2018. Wang Yu changed his posture and lay comfortably on the Flexorm brand sofa. Continue browsing the live video, looking for the next lucky person to receive gifts. Wolf Smoke Wind Sandmouth. Please drink less, General. The road ahead is not easy. I'll wait at home. A hoarse female voice came from the video, causing Wang Yu to stop, sliding his fingers. The name of the live broadcast room is Brother S. On the screen was a girl dressed innocently, singing My General into the microphone in front of her. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room. Gifts filled the screen, and the atmosphere was lively. She was wearing a tight black dress, black stockings, and black high heels, showing off her graceful figure. She has a pure and sweet appearance, two particularly beautiful and bright eyes, and a unique smoky voice, which creates a unique sense of contrast. Brother S? Is this an ancient true god? In 2 years, she won't be seen on the internet anymore. When you click to enter the live broadcast room, and suddenly the sky was filled with twinkling stars and gorgeous petals flying. Various gorgeous special effects appeared in the live broadcast room, indicating Wang Yu's arrival. "Welcome, Brother Weo." Brother S was a little surprised. It was rare to see a level 70 boss. A touching smile appeared on his face, and he said to the microphone, "Brother Weo, is there any song you want to hear?" Another general. 98K. The heart is as calm as water. Before Wang Yu said anything, the comments in the live broadcast room were already running fast. "Weo, just sing as you watch. Then let me sing another song. My General Ad." Seeing this, Brother S took out his famous song, My General. Wang Yu opened the gift list and started to check them one by one. All sorts of gift special effects suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room, filling the screen. Weo gives away Carnival X1000. Weo sends Volcanic Eruption X1000. Weo sends Romantic Carriage X1000. Weo is giving away Douyin account number 1 by 1000. Every time a gift is sent, a different gift special effect will light up on the screen, including romantic, cool, and various bombing ones. With background music, the phone screen vibrates violently. The entire live broadcast room became stuck. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 8,202,900, and the double cashback was 16,405,800. Ding! The system congratulates the host on obtaining 820 system points. Fans in the live broadcast room were stunned by this wave of gifts. "Boss, are you still missing any accessories on your legs? I give out little hearts every day, but today I finally saw an expensive gift. Please support me." "Oh my god, how much is this?" Looking at the screen full of licking sounds, Wang Yu felt quite happy. No wonder so many rich people like to spend a lot of money in the live broadcast room. In his previous life, he could only watch others show off by giving gifts. My main focus is just one, and if you don't swipe the coins, it's just companionship. Sometimes when I'm watching live broadcasts, I really can't help it and just give a few little hearts. Brother S obviously couldn't handle this huge wave of gifts. Thank you, Brother Weo, for the carnival, Volcanic Eruption, Romantic Carriage, and Douyin number 1. Brother S was so excited that his voice trembled. What can you say that attracts the anchor the most? That must be the big rich brother. As long as he has the support of the big brother, even a newcomer can soar to the sky. Not to mention that she already has a lot of traffic. What she lacks is the support of a wealthy big brother. Brother S's eyes flickered. A smile appeared on his lips, and he said in a pleasant voice, "Brother Weo, if you want to hear any other songs, just order them." I'll leave them to you tonight. Wuyo, it's all fine, it's up to you, singing, dancing, or PK. The shows keep on coming, and the gifts keep on coming. When Brother S saw Wang You's barrage, he became even more excited. She knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she must seize it. So she calmed down her excitement, then smiled and said to the camera, "Okay, Brother Wuyo, let's start with a song called Heart Like Still Water." As the music started, Sister S began her performance. There were constant praises on the barrage, and many people followed the rhythm and sent little hearts and other gifts. You clicked on the gift list and started browsing through the gifts. Wuyo gives away Carnival X 2000. Wuyo gives away Dream Castle X 2000. Wuyo sends a romantic carriage X 2000. Wang Yu's hands were sore as his Douyin account finally reached the maximum level of 75. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 175,552,00 and the double cashback was 35,110,400. Ding! The system congratulates the host on obtaining 1755 system points. System. Open the personal panel. Age. 20 years old. Height. 188 cm. Charm. 92. Physique. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Points. 6,674 points. Huaxia currency. 1,653,504,719. When you held his chin with one hand and sighed, "This way of giving gifts is still too slow. We have to think of a way." The song ends. Brother S quickly thanked. Brother Wuyo is awesome. There were so many gift special effects that his eyes were dazzled. He felt that his life had reached its peak since the live broadcast. At this moment, another anchor suddenly applied for a live PK. She was a little hesitant. After all, the person who applied for the microphone connection was also a big anchor. She was afraid that after this PK, the outcome would be easy to determine, but she was afraid that Wang Yu would run to the other side. It will be too late for her to regret then. After all, everyone wants a powerful big brother. Wuyo, let's go play PK. You can't lose with me here. Brother S smiled helplessly and could only agree to the other party's application. The opponent was also a top anchor of Dian, who was protected by the number one on the list. The two sides went back and forth, and the gift special effects in the live broadcast room never disappeared. In the end, Wang Yu was financially strong, and the other party was defeated. Brother S won this PK victory. There may be some tricks involved, but for Wang Yu, his goal was achieved. The other party may make a lot of money, but Wang Yu will never lose. As the last 1,000 rounds of Carnival were delivered, the system announcement sounded on time. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 38,566,000, and the double cashback was 77,132,000. Ding! The system congratulates the host on obtaining 3,856 system points. Chapter 34 Great Harvest. System. Open the personal panel. Wang Yu's voice was filled with anticipation. He had been looking forward to this lottery for a long time. In an instant, a light blue screen that only he could see quietly appeared before his eyes, clearly displaying his personal information. Age. 20 years old. Height. 188 cm. Charm. 92. Physique. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Score. 10,531 points. Huaxia currency. 1,692,070,719. Looking at the unprecedented 10,000 points, Wang Yu's lips curled up in satisfaction. He prayed silently in his heart, hoping that tonight's lottery would be fruitful and many excellent entries would come in one after another. I hope the system can be more powerful. After calming down for a while, he gathered his thoughts and said silently in his heart, "System, open the intermediate roulette. I want to go all in, 10 consecutive draws." The light blue personal panel disappeared like a bubble and was replaced by an ancient roulette wheel made of silver. It was quietly suspended in the air with a layer of silver-white halo flowing around it, revealing a distant and profound texture. Mysterious patterns keep moving on the roulette wheel, giving off a mysterious aura. As the roulette wheel spins, the strange light flashing on the mysterious patterns becomes more and more dazzling. The mysterious patterns seem to have life, and every line flashes with strange light. Wang You looked extremely nervous, his eyes fixed on the spinning roulette wheel. It was as if the whole world had stopped at this moment, and only the spinning of the roulette wheel was pulling at every nerve in his body. Ding! The host has consumed 10,000 points. 10 consecutive draws of the intermediate roulette are now open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 133,333,333 Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 66,666,666 Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a pack of toilet paper. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry solidification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 2 billion Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of black silk stockings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking the lead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry Eye of Truth. Seeing this, Wang You casually threw the abrupt black silk aside and couldn't wait to check the effect of the newly acquired entry. Solidify. Your physical condition will always be at its peak. Eye of Truth, the mysterious power that opens the door to truth. All hidden disguises will be exposed under its gaze. Note, observing different things will reveal different information. Ding! ICBC reminds you that your account has received 2,199,999,999, and your balance is 3,892,070,718 Huaxia currency. Yes! System to Rio. Wang You couldn't hide his excitement and cheered loudly. He quickly opened his personal dashboard and looked at it in detail. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry, double cashback, entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Solidification, entry effect. Your physical condition will always be at its peak. Eye of Truth, entry effect. The mysterious power that opens the door to truth. All hidden disguises will be exposed under its gaze. Score, 531 points. Huaxia currency, 3,892,070,718. 3.8 billion Chinese yuan. He couldn't help but gasp. This is undoubtedly a staggering amount of wealth. Looking back to the time when Lei Jun was so-called poor and destitute, there was only 4 billion cold cash left in his wallet. He now has nearly 4 billion. Why does it feel so warm? After a while, Wang Yu slowly moved his eyes away from the tempting balance number. Solidification and Eye of Truth, as you can see from the panel introduction, are rare and practical terms. Solidification can prevent all aspects of his physical data from declining. After all, as you age, generally speaking, men will feel more or less weak after the age of 30, and their physical functions tend to gradually decline. However, he can always maintain his peak condition by relying on the solidification entry. With the existence of the solidification entry, he will not have this problem. The Eye of Truth is even more useful. All the lies and disguises in the world will be exposed in front of it, and he no longer needs to worry about being deceived. Wang Yu's expression relaxed inadvertently. He stood up and returned to the master bedroom. A faint golden light flashed across his eyes, and Shun Qingya's information instantly appeared clearly on the system panel. Name, Shun Qingya. Age, 24. Height, 170 cm. Charm, 95. Constitution, 82. Favorability, 99. Skills, elementary singing, advanced etiquette, intermediate yoga. There was a flash of surprise in Wang Yu's eyes. He had never expected that Shun Qingya had such a high degree of favorability towards him. Through the introduction of the system, favorability levels of 1 to 10 are strangers, 11 to 60 are ordinary friends, 61 to 80 are lovers, 81 to 90 are relatives, and 91 to 99 are forever. Once it reaches 100 points, the favorability will no longer decrease. Similarly, the lower the favorability, the greater the malice towards him, and vice versa. He was both surprised and delighted by Shun Xingya's favorability rating of 99 points. Wang Yu stood there quietly, his thoughts surging like a tide. He knew very well that with the eye of truth, his world would become clearer and more transparent. Go back to bed. Wang Yu's heart was filled with love, and he gently kissed Shun Xingya's soft lips. Shun Xingya seemed to be touched by this sudden, intimate gesture, and instantly wrapped around him tightly like an octopus. They hugged each other's bodies tightly, as if they wanted to merge each other into the depths of their souls. The sun is at noon. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the curtains and onto the bed of Wang Yu and Shun Xingya. Wang Yu woke up first. I looked at the time, and it was already 12:30. Looking at Shun Xingya, who was still sleeping in his arms, his heart was filled with tenderness. He gently pushed aside the hair in front of Shun Xingya's forehead and kissed her on the forehead. This subtle movement still woke up Shun Xingya. She opened her eyes dazedly and muttered, "What are you doing? You woke me up so early. The sun is shining on your butt, lazy little cat." Wang Yu smiled and said softly. Shun Xingya snorted in dissatisfaction, snuggled into Wang Yu's arms again, and said coquettishly, "To sleep for a while. You really tormented me last night." "Ahem." Wang Yu's old face turned red, and he took the phone from the guest room and said to Shun Xingya, "Well, order whatever you want for breakfast." Chapter 35 Hang Lung Shopping Plaza. Magic City. Plaza 66. Its reputation as Magic City's #1 shopping mall is well known. Here you can find the most complete selection of luxury brand stores in China. As the #1 shopping mall in Shanghai, Plaza 66 houses more than 100 world-renowned luxury brands, such as Louis Vuitton, Hermès, Chanel, etc., making it a shopping paradise for fashionistas. The scorching heat of summer is gradually defeated by the cool air in the shopping mall. Shun Xingya was dressed coolly, but her brows were slightly frowned as she walked. She held Wang Yu's arm like a little bird and asked with a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes, "What are we doing in the mall?" "See, you performed well last night. You can buy anything in the mall if you like," Wang Yu said lightly. Shun Xingya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She shook her head slightly and said in a tender voice, "I don't want it. Just stay with me for a while." Wang Yu said helplessly, "What a fool. I also want to buy some new clothes. Can you give me some advice?" Hearing Wang Yu's request, Shun Xingya's eyes lit up and her heart was filled with joy. Being needed by Wang Yu and being able to participate in his daily affairs, even seemingly ordinary things like choosing clothes, have a different meaning to her. Her mind started to work rapidly, imagining what Wang Yu would look like wearing clothes of different styles. The two of them walked to the men's clothing brand store. Wang Yu just randomly picked a few sets of clothes to change into, and after spending 88,000 yuan, he took Shun Xingya to a women's clothing brand store. "Welcome to the Dior flagship store." As soon as I stepped into the door of the Dior flagship store, a young and beautiful Dior shopping guide came up to me with a smile and asked politely, "What are you going to choose?" "Just take a look first." It was Shun Xingya's first time to come to such a place, so it was inevitable that she felt a little uncomfortable and restrained. Under Wang Yu's insistence, Shun Xingya finally chose a set of clothes. A moment later, Shun Xingya, wearing a white halter dress, walked out of the fitting room gracefully. As soon as she came out, both Wang Yu and the store clerks were stunned. Shun Xingya chose a white suspender dress. After she put it on, her whole temperament seemed to have undergone a gorgeous transformation. The capable image of a working flight attendant in the past was instantly replaced by the noble and elegant temperament of a rich girl, as if she had a new soul. It goes without saying that there is a reason why these luxury goods are so expensive. "Brother Wang Yu, what do you think?" Shun Xingya turned lightly on the spot, like an elf fluttering in from a fairy tale wonderland, radiating charm. The salesperson had a sweet professional smile on her face and praised her endlessly. "Ma'am, you have a really good taste. This dress looks like it was made for you." Wang Yu stroked his chin, looked at it carefully, and said lightly, "Well, it is quite beautiful. But this one is too pure. Choose a few more. The one with pure sexual style is good." When Shun Xingya heard Wang Yu's praise, her heart was as sweet as honey, and she responded sweetly, "Okay, I'll try this one again." "Okay, I'll wait." Wang Yu smiled slightly. After a while, Shun Xingya walked out of the fitting room again. At this moment, she was wearing a noble and cool black Dior evening dress, which perfectly outlined her tall and perfect figure. Her graceful S-shaped figure is fully revealed, with sweetness and sexiness intertwined and blended in her, exuding a breathtaking charm. Wang Yu stared at Shun Qingya in amazement. Wang Yu nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Very beautiful, very suitable for you. How much? Shun Qingya asked. The salesperson smiled and said, Ma'am, this is our Dior summer new model, so the price is higher. The price of this dress is 59,998 yuan. Shun Qingya was startled. She smiled awkwardly and said, I'd better take another look. 59,000. Just the price of a dress. This made her feel really distressed. Ma'am, I think this dress really suits you. Wearing this dress makes your temperament more extraordinary, elegant, and restrained. Many people buy this dress, but it's rare to see one that looks as beautiful as you do. The salesgirl tried hard to praise the product in an attempt to complete the sale. But what she said was also from her heart. Shun Qingya really looked good in it. Shun Qingya looked at herself carefully in the mirror. It was indeed very beautiful, but the price still made her hesitate. I can only look at Wang Yu and let him make the decision. Wang Yu nodded and said to the salesperson, Pack this one together with the white one. Yes, sir. After hearing this, the salesperson smiled even more. I'll pack it for you right away. Hello, sir. The total is 79,996 yuan. How would you like to pay? Swipe the card. As he spoke, Wang Yu handed over his bank card. The two walked out of the Dior flagship store and turned to go to the Chanel store. Let me take a look at this bag. Yes, sir. The Chanel shopping guide skillfully took out a black bag from the counter and introduced it. This small flat bag is our latest Chanel model in 2018. It is carefully crafted by the industry's top designers and is paired with classic lambskin material. The current selling price is 119,998. Do you think it's suitable? Shun Qingya took the bag, and her eyelids twitched. They dare to sell one bag for 110,000. It looks insignificant, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Wang Yu looked at it and nodded. Shun Qingya's outfit paired with this bag looks fashionable and elegant. It really matches. Okay, I'll buy it. Swipe the card. Wang Yu directly took out his bank card. Yes, sir. I'll wrap it up for you right away. The shopping guide smiled and quickly took out the packaging bags and started packing. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 119,998 yuan, and the double cashback was 239,996 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 12 points. The system's broadcast sounded in Wang Yu's mind at the right time. Come out of the store. Shun Qingya held Wang Yu with one hand and carried the shopping bags with the other, feeling like she was dreaming. In just a few dozen minutes, he spent nearly 200,000 yuan. It all seemed so unreal, like a dream. Let's go check out this store. Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Shun Qingya's white but empty wrist and said, Since we're already at the Cartier flagship store, why not buy a watch? Don't all stewardesses wear watches? I see you don't have one. As a flight attendant, you are not allowed to use mobile phones or other means of transportation on the plane. Watches have become the choice of most flight attendants. Shun Qingya would naturally wear it when she was working. But it's not a famous brand watch, so there's no need to wear it when you go out. Hello, sir. Welcome to the Cartier flagship store. What can I do for you? The Cartier shopping guide had a warm smile on her face and greeted Wang Yu and Shun Qingya eagerly. As a senior watch practitioner, she recognized at a glance the Patek Philippe Starry Sky 6104 watch on Wang Yu's hand. Chapter 36 Kurogi Kuroki Kaiseki. Wang Yu pointed at Shun Qingya and said to the shopping guide, Pick a watch that will suit her. No problem, sir. You can rest here now. I will take this lady to choose right away. The shopping guide instructed Wang Yu to sit down in the lounge area and then took Shun Qingya to the counter. The counter is filled with stylish watches inlaid with diamonds of varying sizes. The dazzling array of watches is enough to make one dizzy. Shun Qingya couldn't take her eyes away immediately. At this time, the shopping guide picked up an exquisite watch and introduced it. Madam, do you like this watch? This watch is from our Cartier Blue Balloon WGBB0082 series. The bezel has a three-dimensional design, a sapphire glass mirror, and uses top-quality diamonds and exquisite inlay craftsmanship, showing the ultimate luxurious texture. This series of watches has become popular all over the world for its simple and elegant design style and high-quality craftsmanship. They are more comfortable to wear and fit the wrist better. The salesperson enthusiastically took the watch off and said, Let me try it on for you. You have a very beautiful hand shape. It will definitely enhance your look. Shun Qingya looked at the watch on her hand. It was indeed beautiful. How much is this watch? The salesperson said with a smile on his face. The price of this watch is $29.6880. Shin Qingya's hands trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to take off the watch. Do you like this watch? Wang You appeared beside her at some point. Shin Qingya hesitated for a while, then said, I like it very much, but it's too expensive. Swipe the card and pay. Wang Yu did not hesitate and handed his bank card to the shopping guide. Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you right away. The salesgirl was delighted. This deal was done so easily. This is a watch worth $300,000. In the past, even if rich people wanted to buy a watch, they would think twice before making a purchase. Not as straightforward as Wang Yu. Why don't you get something cheaper? The shopping guide took the watch away to pack it, and Shin Qingya said to Wang Yu, This is $300,000. Even if she is sold, she is not worth that much money. Since you like it, buy it. Just consider it a celebration of you becoming my girlfriend. Wang Yu raised the corners of his mouth and looked at her with a smile. Shin Qingya blushed and whispered, Okay then, okay. Her eyes curved into crescents and her face was filled with joy. With the deduction successful, the shopping guide handed the bank card and receipt to Wang Yu and said, Thank you very much for your support of Cartier. I hope you will come again next time. Ding! The system detected that the host spent $296,880 and the double cashback was $593,760. Ding! The system congratulates the host on obtaining 29 system points. Night falls. A cool McLaren P1 is speeding on the streets of Shanghai. After a while, Wang Yu and Shin Qingya arrived at a Japanese restaurant. Kurogi Kaiseki. This is one of the best restaurants in Shanghai, and the average price is not cheap. The overall decoration style tends to be black, matched with warm yellow lights, exuding a refined and elegant atmosphere. The decoration inside the store is extremely exquisite, with tatami rooms scattered around in an orderly manner and Japanese ukiyo-e paintings on the walls that are hard to appreciate. A waiter dressed in traditional Japanese kimono came up to them, bowed slightly, and led them to a private room. The two of them sat down casually on the tatami. Just as the waiter was about to hand over the menu, Wang Yu waved his hand and said, What are your signature dishes? The waiter smiled and said, Today our dishes include tuna sashimi platter, grilled eel, salmon belly rice, white truffles with Wagyu beef. I'll have one of each. Wang Yu nodded. The portion sizes of Japanese food are well known. Since Wang Yu obtained the extreme physique entry, his appetite has greatly increased, and he is really afraid that he will not be full if he orders too little. The waiter smiled and nodded, and soon brought tea and appetizers. After a while, one exquisite dish after another was served. Delicate and small quantity. Beef and sea urchin caviar. Foie gras and sesame tofu. Salmon belly with rice. Grilled eel. The sashimi platter is particularly eye-catching. The tuna is firm and has a light pink hue. The salmon slices are orange-red with clear textures. The sweet shrimps are crystal clear, as if emitting an attractive luster. It's just that the flowers on it look a bit old-fashioned. At the same time, a chef dressed in traditional clothes was following, holding some raw ingredients and wearing gloves, preparing them on the spot. Sea urchin sushi, please enjoy. Thank you very much. The chef looked serious and handed it to Wang Yu. After a while, he made another sushi on the spot and said, Salmon roast sushi. Please enjoy. Shin Qingya took the sushi hesitantly, opened her mouth slightly, took a small bite, chewed it for a few times, and her eyes lit up instantly. She said, Wow, it's really delicious. The taste is amazing. Eat more if you like. Wang Yu didn't care about this, as Chinese cuisine was more to his taste. He can still eat some now, but after Japan discharges nuclear wastewater in a few years, he doesn't want to eat seafood produced in Japanese waters. After the sushi is made, the chef continues to prepare white truffle and Wagyu beef on the spot. He took out a blowtorch and grilled a piece of beef until both sides were slightly charred. He then put it on a plate, poured the special sauce on it, and sprinkled white truffle slices on it. Suddenly, the unique aroma of truffles wafted over my face. White truffles and Wagyu beef, please enjoy. Shin Qingya did not miss this rare opportunity and took many photos. She was eating the tender beef and asked with a dazed look, Do you rich people usually eat this? Of course not. What are you thinking? Wang Yu said with a smile, I am also an ordinary person. How can I eat these things every meal? I chose this place because I want to take you to dinner. After all, I thought you might not have eaten at this restaurant. It just so happens that I haven't eaten it either, so I'll bring you here to try it. Although I have become a rich man in this life, I can spend money as I please and eat whatever I want. But Wang Yu always felt that the delicacies that were separated from the working people were somewhat frivolous. This dish is just for fun. In his heart, it was not as satisfying as eating a bowl of spicy hot pot in an old alley on the street. The meal is finished. Consumption: 35,860 Chinese yuan. The next day, 1 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yu sent Shun Qingya to the Magic City airport. At this time, Shun Qingya returned to her usual stewardess attire. Looks cool and dignified. Wang Yu, I'm leaving. Shun Qingya took the initiative to hug Wang Yu, feeling extremely reluctant to let go. But her flight had already been changed, and it was not realistic to ask for leave as she still needed this job. Wang Yu looked at Shun Qingya seriously and said, Qingya, if you don't want to go to work, I'll buy you a house nearby. You could do what you want and don't have to waste time on work. Well, forget it. Let's talk about it later. Shun Qingya thought about it again and again, but finally refused. Wang Yu is still in school. There is not much time to spend with her. It's better to go to work first and have close friends like Li Na by my side, rather than being alone in an empty room. So, she thought it was better to go to work. And who knows what will happen in the future. All right. Wang Yu put his lips close to Shun Qingya's ear and whispered, Call me if you miss me. I know, Shun Qingya said with a resentful look. You are alone in the Magic City, so be honest and have fun however you want, but don't let me find out. Otherwise, I will be angry. She knew that Wang Yu couldn't have only her as his woman. All we could do is turn a blind eye. Wang Yu smiled. What a joke. He has been reborn, but can he still listen to her? Wouldn't that be a waste of rebirth? But in order to reassure her, he naturally agreed. Wang Yu stood there and watched Shun Qingya walk into the airport. Then he turned around and started the McLaren P1, heading towards an apartment. Chapter 37. Happy and Unforgettable. Wang Yu drove his yellow McLaren P1 slowly into the underground parking lot of a high-end apartment. This is the house that Wang Yu rented for Zhang Rou. The apartment is located in Yangpu district of Shanghai, close to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, with obvious location advantages. This is considered to be a relatively good apartment in Shanghai. The environment is much better than the previous community in all aspects. It is a world of difference. However, the rent is a bit expensive. The monthly price of up to 30,000 is enough to deter most ordinary workers. Wang Yu stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. After arriving at the 12th floor, he entered the password skillfully, and with a beep sound, the door of the room opened. Zhang Rou told Wang Yu the password as soon as she checked in. 2 o'clock in the morning. The room was pitch black. Wang Yu gently pressed the light switch in the living room, and the soft light instantly dispelled the darkness. He walked straight to the bedroom and saw Zhang Rou immersed in a sweet dream. Her hair was scattered randomly on the pillow, looking a little messy but still beautiful, adding a touch of lazy charm to her. What surprised Wang Yu was that Zhang Rou, who usually presented herself as a queen, was wearing a set of cute bunny pajamas. The strong contrast made him slightly stunned. A golden light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. He opened the eye of truth and was somewhat curious about how much Zhang Rou liked him. Soon, Zhang Rou's information appeared on the system panel. Name, Zhang Rou. Age, 23. Height, 165 cm. Charm, 91. Physique, 86. Favorability, 93. Skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales skills. The favorability is pretty good. It seems that I have left a deep impression on him. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth rose unconsciously. He really loved this entry. The glaring light woke Zhang Rou up. Zhang Rou rubbed her eyes, looked at Wang Yu in surprise, and said, Honey, why are you here? It's already midnight. Wang Yu went forward and hugged Zhang Rou, saying apologetically, I missed you, so I came to see you. I missed you too, darling. Zhang Rou looked at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Why didn't you tell me before you came? I was startled. I'm wrong. It's so late. Go to sleep. What are you doing? Wang Yu said this and jumped onto the bed, not giving Zhang Rou any chance to refuse. An hour later, there was an ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Zhang Rou leaned lazily in Wang Yu's arms, breathing in the fresh air. The bed sheets were covered with traces of sweat and stains. She usually neglects exercise, and now she doesn't even have the strength to move a finger. It took a long time before I gradually recovered. She raised her hands slightly, drew circles on Wang Yu's chest, and said in a coquettish tone, Dear, please let me go first. I will take a day off tomorrow, and we will exercise together. Wang Yu hugged her soft and fragrant body tightly, buried his nose in her hair, sniffed the charming hair fragrance, and responded softly. Okay, I won't torment you, but your skills are really rusty. Wait and see how I teach you tomorrow. The next day at noon, the sunlight shines through the window onto the sofa in the living room. Ah! Wang Yu sat on the sofa with a frown on his face, looking at the thick smoke coming out of the kitchen from time to time, and Zhang Ro screams. I couldn't help but wonder in my heart, is cooking so difficult? Zhang Ro went out early in the morning and bought a lot of ingredients, saying that she wanted him to taste the loving breakfast she made. It took me the whole morning. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly, feeling that he could not have the loving breakfast. Come on, let's have lunch. I took out my phone and selected a nearby restaurant with a relatively high rating. Place an order and pay 688 yuan. In the kitchen at this time, Zhang Ro looked at the scene in front of her with a look of despair. She didn't expect cooking to be so difficult. She saw cooking videos online, and it seemed quite simple. What went wrong? She dumped a black mass that was unrecognizable into the trash can. She walked out of the kitchen dejectedly and said to Wang Yu, Honey, I'm sorry, I messed up. How about we order takeout? I knew it. I've already ordered takeout. It should be here soon. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows and lay leisurely on the sofa. Humph, I don't believe I can't do it. Wait until you come over next time. I will definitely be able to do it. After Zhang Ro finished speaking, a spirit of unwillingness to admit defeat surged in her heart, and she secretly encouraged herself. She remembered her mother telling her, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. That's perfect. I'll stay with you for a few more days to see if your cooking skills can improve. Zhang Ro's face froze, and she blinked mischievously. No problem. You can have the loving breakfast I made tomorrow. Then he hurried into the bathroom and washed up briefly. What surprised Wang Yu was, Zhang Ro's cooking skills seemed to be cast under a spell, becoming more and more sophisticated day by day. At the same time, her gaming skills are becoming more and more sophisticated through constant practice. This made Wang Yu so happy that he didn't want to leave. This makes Wang Yu's life in this apartment more comfortable. Wang Yu decided to stay with Zhang Ro for a few more days. It's convenient to stay at the Bulgari Hotel. But how can it be as fragrant as home? On the sofa in the living room, Wang Yu held Zhang Ro with one hand and sat on the sofa thinking. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the busy Zhang Ro. Suddenly, a light blue light screen appeared in front of Wang Yu. Name, Zhang Ro. Age, 23. Height, 165 cm. Charm, 91. Physique, 86. Favorability, 96. Skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales skills, intermediate games. It seems that the hard work these days has not been in vain. Wang Yu thought to himself, it's not a good idea to stay in a hotel all the time. It seems I have to buy myself a house. Wang Yu had been living so comfortably at Zhang Ro's place these days that he started thinking about buying a house. He still has 2 years in college and will spend a lot of time in Shanghai. And he can't possibly live in the student dormitory forever, right? But when the time comes, I have to buy a set for Zhang Ro and Xinxingya. But it is not necessary right now. Wang Yu doesn't care at that time. With the system in place, he will only spend more and more money. Moreover, with the housing prices in Shanghai, it would be okay to buy a few more houses to save for appreciation. After all, even in later times, housing prices in Shanghai remain strong. That's all. More than half a month passed by in a flash. Wang Yu also stayed with Zhang Ro for more than half a month. During this period, he would occasionally return to the Bulgari Hotel to accompany Xinxingya, who flew to the Magic City. But the time we spend together is always short. Xinxingya will soon fly back to Rome province, which makes Wang Yu feel regretful and reluctant. During this period, Xinxingya's best friend, Chen Mingyao, also kept contacting Wang Yu on Feishan. Every day my husband sends long messages and my brother sends short messages saying good morning and good night. It is completely different from her initial image of being aloof and taciturn. The contrast is strong. Thanks to Chen Mingyao's efforts, their relationship is gradually heating up, and they even took a special leave to come to Shanghai today. Seeing that she was trying so hard to seduce him, Wang Yu decided to give her a chance. It depends on whether she can grasp it. Chapter 38 Stewardess, Chen Mingyao. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. The hot and humid weather in summer makes people feel depressed. Inside the Shanghai Pudong airport, people are coming and going in a hurry. Honey, I'm here. As soon as Chun Mingyao came out, she waved to Wang Yu. She has a delicate oval face, lively almond eyes, and a charming demeanor. 171 centimeters tall, wearing a tight purple dress. The material of the skirt was as smooth as silk, fitting tightly to her body and showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. The pair of black high-heeled shoes on her feet made her legs look longer and straighter, and she looked graceful and elegant with outstanding temperament. She was dragging a small black box behind her. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she rushed straight into Wang Yu's arms. Wang Yu only felt a gust of fragrant breeze coming, and a soft body hugged him tightly. He stretched out his hand to hold her soft waist. Chun Mingyao didn't care about the eyes of the people around her. She held Wang Yu's arm and walked outside while talking and laughing. Without Shun Qingya and other close friends around, Chun Mingyao looked particularly different, even though she knew that there was more than one woman around Wang Yu. But she still hopes to have a pleasant date with Wang Yu. To outsiders, this scene is no different from that of an ordinary couple. The two got in the car, light the ignition, and kicked the door. Boom! The car drove out smoothly under the control of Wang Yu. Wang Yu opened the eye of truth and looked at Chun Mingyao. A curtain of light suddenly appeared before my eyes. Name, Chun Mingyao. Age, 24. Height, 171 cm. Charm, 93. Constitution, 82. Favorability, 78. Skills, advanced etiquette, advanced dressing, advanced makeup. This self-strategy has a favorability rating of 78, worthy of her. Wang Yu was secretly delighted. Honey, what are we going to do later? Chun Mingyao sat in the passenger seat of the McLaren P1 and looked around curiously at the interior decoration. This is my first time sitting in such a luxury car. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future. Wang Yu glanced at Chun Mingyao and said, You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Go have some breakfast first, and then I'll take you to experience the life you want to live. Had breakfast at the airport. Wang Yu drove the McLaren P1 and brought Chun Mingyao to the old place, ICBC Shopping Center. Soon the two came to a glass-structured building with an exaggerated shape. There are all kinds of luxury goods here, including countless major brands. I believe Chun Mingyao will like it here. Chun Mingyao stood in front of the shopping mall, her eyes full of longing and yearning. Have you been here? Wang Yu asked when he saw this. No. Chun Mingyao shook her head and said, I just passed by here before and walked around outside the store. The prices here are too expensive, so I didn't dare go in. This is not something I can afford. Wang Yu didn't say anything else, but drove the car into the mall's underground parking lot. After turning off the engine, the two took the elevator to the first floor of the mall. At this time, during this period of time, the empty shopping mall seemed a little deserted. Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Cartier, Dior, Versace. Chun Mingyao's attention was firmly attracted by the luxurious luxury stores in front of her, and her eyes were full of excitement. Her heart beat faster, as if she was in a beautiful dream. I have come here many times to shop, but I could only watch from afar. I never thought that today I would be able to realize this dream that I have had for many years. This is very realistic, and I believe few women can resist it. What do you want most? Wang Yu said lightly. Chun Mingyao looked at the luxurious brand store. She wanted everything, but she could only think about it. I have no idea. Chun Mingyao shook her head. Well, within 1 million, you can choose whatever you want. Really? Hubby. Chun Mingyao seemed very excited. Wang Yu opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the entire mall. You can choose any brand here, but the limit is 1 million. How is it? Are you satisfied? 1 million is not a small amount. Although Wang Yu is financially strong, he cannot spend money on women without restraint, otherwise he will become a sucker. I love you so much. Boo! Chun Mingyao was very satisfied with Wang Yu's arrangement. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Wang Yu on the face. She was already very satisfied that Wang Yu was able to buy her something worth 1 million on their first date. In that case, then start shopping and go to your favorite store. Wang Yu raised his lips slightly and said with a smile on his face, Which brand store are you going to go to first? Chanel. Chun Mingyao looked around coldly and pointed to the Chanel store without hesitation. After all, no woman can resist the temptation of Chanel. Okay, let's go. Chun Mingyao held Wang Yu's arm and walked towards the Chanel store. Welcome to the Chanel flagship store. As soon as the two entered, a young Chanel shopping guide came up to them and said with a smile, Good morning, sir and madam. What can I do for you? The salesgirl greeted the two people politely. Wang Yu waved his hand and said to Chun Mingyao, Go and choose for yourself. Chen Mingyao looked around the store a little stiffly. Seeing this, the salesperson came forward and introduced, "Madam, this dress is our Chanel's new summer model. I believe it will be a good fit for you. Why don't you try it on? You have such a great figure. I'm sure you'll look stunning in it." Chen Mingyao looked at the light pink dress and found it was indeed very beautiful. She subconsciously asked, "How much is this dress?" "This skirt is a new summer model, so the price is a bit higher. The current price is 18,888 yuan. The salesperson smiled and said, "You might as well try it first to see if you like it." "Try it if you like," Wang You said lightly from the side. "Then I'll go to the dressing room first." Chen Mingyao was also shocked by the price. Although Wang You asked her to buy whatever she wanted with 1 million, but she still felt a little uncomfortable with the price of a dress. After a moment, Chen Mingyao came out wearing a light pink dress. Chen Mingyao's fair skin, paired with the light pink dress, looks particularly bright and charming, showing off her body curves to the fullest. Her slender thighs are faintly visible between the hems of her skirt, and every move she makes is filled with endless charm. Wang You nodded and praised, "It's really beautiful. Ma'am, you look absolutely stunning in this dress. It's like it was tailor-made just for you. Look, everyone's attention is drawn to you." The salesgirl immediately praised her and stepped forward to help Chen Mingyao adjust the hem and neckline of her skirt. Chen Mingyao looked at the eyes around her, all of which were attracted to her, especially Wang You, who liked her very much. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt as if she had really turned into a rich girl. Afterwards, Chen Mingyao picked out a few more Chanel clothes under the enthusiastic recommendation of the shopping guide. Bought some perfume, a limited edition Chanel bag. When worn on Chen Mingyao, she looks more elegant. Fashion and sexiness coexist. Wang You saw that Chen Mingyao had almost finished her selection, nodded and said to the shopping guide, "That's all. How much?" "Sir, these items cost a total of 462,888 yuan. How would you like to pay?" "Swipe the card." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The shopping guide took the bank card, and the smile on his face became even more intense. She had received many wealthy people before, but rarely was she seen one as generous and magnanimous as Wang You. Most men who come shopping with their female companions are rather stingy, unlike Wang You, who is generous. "Sir, please keep your bank card." The salesgirl handed it over with both hands and said, "Ding!" The system detected that the host spent 462,888 yuan, and the double cashback was 925,776 yuan. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 46 system points. Welcome to visit us again." Chapter 39, Balenciaga Stockings. The two then walked out of the Chanel flagship store, turned around, and stepped into the Dior flagship store. The lighting inside the Dior store is soft and bright, reflecting the charming luster of various fashion items. With the enthusiastic and thoughtful service and recommendations of the shopping guide, Chen Mingyao took advantage of the situation and bought 3 items. The total consumption was 128,500 yuan. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 128,500, double cashback 7,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 system points. Let's go and have a look somewhere else. Chen Mingyao carried the items carefully, looking as if she was in a dream, and she was a little hesitant inside. Although she is more materialistic, she is not the kind of woman who is greedy. Today's consumption was already enough, far exceeding her usual shopping level. She was already satisfied. Balenciaga? Chen Mingyao looked at the unique store sign of Balenciaga in front of her, and her heart moved. She turned to Wang You and said, "Let's go to Balenciaga." "Oh, cool. Welcome to Balenciaga. What can I do for you?" As soon as the two walked in, a unique fashion atmosphere hit them. The store's decoration style is unique, with a space layout dominated by cool colors, creating a shopping environment that is both fashionable and slightly cool. The salesgirl immediately came forward with a professional smile. "Look at the stockings in your store." Chen Mingyao's face was flushed, and she looked a little shy, and she spoke awkwardly. Wang Yu's originally calm eyes instantly lit up after hearing these words. He finally understood. Balenciaga stockings are unique in the world of stockings. Stockings with letters. I believe no man can resist this temptation. Green Tea Sister is still the best. She is considerate. Be sensible. Yes, ma'am. The shopping guide took out various exquisitely packaged stockings from the counter. Black stockings, white stockings, gray stockings, flesh-colored stockings, lace, everything is available. Wang Yu waved his hand casually and said, I want them all. Give me a few of each. That one too. Seeing this, Chen Mingyao couldn't help but laugh and cry, wondering when she would be able to wear all these stockings. Men tend to lose their minds when faced with certain specific items. Most men are like this. Their eyes light up when they see stockings. Enough is enough on those high heels. Chen Mingyao shook her head helplessly and handed a pair of black high heels with red soles to the shopping guide. She'll have to wear so many stockings until next year. These are consumables. Buy more so that you don't run out when you need them. Wang Yu still felt unsatisfied and continued to say to the salesperson, Put on this polka dot one too. Chen Mingyao didn't know what she was thinking about. Her face turned pale in an instant, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged in her heart. She suddenly felt worried that she had fallen into the tiger's mouth. Is it too late to escape now? In the end, Wang Yu selected more than 20 pairs of stockings before giving up. Sir, these stockings and high heels cost a total of 86,500 yuan. How can I pay for them? Swipe the card. Wang Yu spoke in a calm tone. Payment completed. The salesgirl handed over the bank card with a smile and said, Sir, please keep the bank card. Welcome to Balenciaga again. After walking out of the Balenciaga flagship store, the two strolled through the corridors of the mall, surrounded by well-known brand stores. They soon reappeared in the Louis Vuitton store. Hello, ma'am. This necklace is our latest design from Louis Vuitton this year. It is made entirely of 18K gold and is meticulously crafted. The pendant is inlaid with 144 diamonds, with a total weight of approximately 2.3 carats. The design of this necklace is inspired by the classic monogram floral pattern, full of luxury and artistic sense. The saleslady introduced it in detail and professionally. The current selling price of this necklace is 266,600 yuan. As she spoke, she slowly turned the necklace so that Chen Mingyao could appreciate the beauty of the necklace from all angles. Wang Yu looked calm and said softly, Swipe the card. Chen Mingyao wore the necklace and looked at herself sparkling in the mirror. It's like becoming a real princess. The two continued to stroll in the mall, as if they were buying vegetables in the mall, buying everything they liked. With Chen Mingyao's careful selection, she matched several sets of clothes for Wang Yu from head to toe. The total consumption was 599,800 yuan. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 599,800, and the double cashback was 1,199,600. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 60 system points. System. Open the personal panel. Good host. Host. Wang Yu. Age. 20 years old. Height. 188 cm. Charm. 92. Physique. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Score. 712 points. Huaxia currency. 3,893,881,828. Wang Yu thought to himself, it seems that buying a house needs to be put on the agenda. Because there were so many items purchased, Wang Yu's McLaren P1 could no longer accommodate them. He could only leave his phone number and address and ask them all to deliver the items to the Bulgari Hotel. It's almost noon. The two walked out of the IFC shopping center. Wang Yu took Chen Mingyao to a high-end Western restaurant for lunch. The total consumption was 12,800 yuan. After dinner, Wang Yu took out his cell phone and called Butler Lin. Soon, the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Wang. What do you need? Steward Lin's respectful voice came from the other side of the phone. Please let me contact an agent. Okay, I'll send the message to your phone in a moment. After listening to this, Wang Yu hung up the phone. Some good properties are not accessible to ordinary agents. High-end intermediaries can provide a full range of customized services to wealthy people and can also assist in handling complex financial and legal matters during the transaction process. Wang Yu didn't want to cause any trouble. He could only ask Bulgari to help him contact them again. The message was soon sent to his mobile phone, and the address happened to be not far from the IFC shopping center. Wang Yu pulled Chen Mingyao back to the car, and she asked in confusion, What are we going to do now? Buy a house. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he started the car and drove into the crowded traffic in the Magic City. Chapter 40 Kafko, Sea View Number 1. 3 minutes later. Lujiazui, the Magic City. Next to Binjiang Avenue is Kafko Sea View Number 1 Sales Center. This is a luxurious commercial area where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. When you parked the car on the side of the road, and the staff who had been waiting for a long time came over immediately. Standing in the front was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit, and his hair was neatly combed. Behind him stood a row of men and women in uniform, looking at Wang You with smiles on their faces. After Wang You and Chen Mingyao got off the car, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward, extended his hands enthusiastically to Wang You, and said with a professional smile on his face, "You must be Mr. Wang, the distinguished guest contacted by Bulgari. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to be so young. You are really young and promising. I'm Xiao Yin, the sales manager introduced by Butler Lin. Thank you very much for choosing Kafko, Seaview number 1. I'll take you to the property and see if there's an apartment you like." The Bulgari personal butler made an appointment to view the house directly with them. They naturally knew Wang Yu's basic information. He was a big client who had booked the Bulgari suite for a month. Xiao Yin dared not neglect a high-quality customer like Wang Yu. After receiving the news, he hurriedly brought his sales team to the door to welcome Wang Yu. "Fortunately, I caught up before Wang Yu arrived. Thank you for the compliment," Wang Yu said calmly. "Just show me your best apartment." In the reception room, Xiao Yin took out the Longjing tea that he had collected for many years and gave it to the secretary beside him to brew. He took out a tablet, flipped through relevant information, and handed it to Wang Yu, saying, "Mr. Wang, our Kafko Seaview number 1 has been very popular since it was launched in 2012. It is located in a prime location between Lujiazui and Binjiang, adjacent to Binjiang Avenue in the west and facing Huangpu River. You can enjoy the century-old scenery on both sides of Huangpu River, and the Bund International Building Complex is in full view. The landscape advantage is unique. The community is close to hospitals, shopping malls, and other supporting facilities, and the green area of the community has reached 12,400 square meters." Xiao Yin smiled and said, "There are also 2 clubs in the community, equipped with indoor and outdoor swimming pools, multifunctional halls, fitness and massage facilities, entertainment facilities, etc., providing owners with a wealth of leisure and entertainment venues. Mr. Wang, you see, our Kafko Seaview number 1 covers a variety of large apartment types, including 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom, and 6-bedroom apartments, ranging from 308 square meters to 1,080 square meters. The current average price is about 160,000 yuan. It can be said that there are few buildings in the entire Magic City that can compare with our Kafko Seaview number 1. Manager Li showed the floor plan on the tablet and spoke to Wang Yu confidently. "Mr. Wang, Ms. Chun, please have some tea." The secretary brought 2 cups of tea and spoke softly. "Mr. Wang, please try this. This is the Rain Pre-Dawn Longjing that I have treasured for many years. Good tea." Wang Yu reached out to take it, took a sip, and nodded slightly. To him, it felt no different from ordinary tea. At least he couldn't drink it. The average price is 160,000 yuan, and buying a small apartment of 300 square meters only costs more than 4 million yuan. A lottery ticket. The price of houses in Lujiazui has remained high even in later generations. Now is a good time to buy a property at this price, whether for your own use or for investment. Compared to the Thompson Epine that is everywhere on the internet, Kafko Seaview number 1, on the other hand, is much more low-key and luxurious. At least it's face-saving to say it out loud. Chun Mingyao sat aside and watched Manager Li and Wang Yu having a pleasant conversation. "I just felt scared. The average price of a house is $160,000. Even though it was in the best location in Magic City, she still felt it was outrageous. Wang Yu would definitely not buy the smallest apartment, for he was afraid that even tens of millions of dollars would not be enough to buy the last house. The most important thing is that Wang Yu agrees with this price. She really didn't understand the world of rich people, which was so extravagant that it was unimaginable. "Mr. Wang, do you have a house type you like? How about I take you to the site to have a look? After all, it's not that intuitive to see it on video." Manager Xiao said with a smile. Normally, as a sales manager, tasks such as taking people to see houses should be done by the sales staff below. However, Wang Yu was introduced by Bulgari after all. Such high-quality customers are rare, and the chances of a deal being closed are extremely high. Maybe even the top floor of their Kafko Seaview number 1 can be sold today. If this is sold, the commission will be quite a lot. No wonder Manager Xiao is so proactive. "Just take me to see this 6-bedroom apartment on the top floor." Wang Yu pointed at a room type in the video with a calm expression. For Wang Yu, he would rather buy the best than the worst. Mr. Wang is not short of money. and he fell in love with this top-floor duplex at first sight. A 1,080 square meter skylight mansion. Being on the top floor of the building, you can have a panoramic view of the entire Demon City. Chun Mingyao was shocked when she heard this. She didn't expect Wang Yu to directly suggest going to see this 1,080 square meter six-bedroom apartment. This is a house worth more than 100 million yuan. She wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Chun Mingyao picked up the teacup in front of her, took a sip of tea, and calmed herself down. Okay, Mr. Wang, I'll take you to the scene right away. Manager Xiao looked delighted. Wang Yu is indeed not an ordinary person. Look at the king of buildings as soon as you come up. He stood up and said, please come this way. This apartment is on the top floor, the 45th floor. Wang Yu followed Manager Li's footsteps and was under his leadership. Came to the building next to it. The building is magnificent and towering, like a sharp sword reaching into the sky. Then several people walked into the building. The living room is luxuriously decorated. The light bulbs on the crystal chandelier are flickering, refracting the light onto the walls and floor, forming spots of light. The whole living room seems to be shrouded in the luster of gold and diamonds, so dazzling that people dare not look directly at it. Manager Li introduced. All of our apartment types here are designed with independent elevator entrances, which is to protect the privacy of the owners and facilitate travel, while also reflecting the exclusive and noble feeling of high-end residences. Please come in first. After Manager Xiao finished speaking, he pressed the button for the 45th floor. The elevator is brightly lit, clean, and tidy. More than 10 people can stand at the same time. After a while, several people came to the 45th floor. Bite! As soon as Wang Yu came out of the elevator, he saw a black door coming towards him. The door has intricate patterns and is inlaid with some unknown gems. The overall feeling is heavy. Manager Xiao stepped forward and entered the password and said, this door was designed by a world-renowned designer. It is made entirely of expensive stone and cost more than 3 million to make. Mr. Wang, Ms. Chun, please come in. Manager Xiao opened the door, stood sideways at the door, bowed slightly, and said. Wang Yu stepped in upon hearing that, and his eyes instantly lit up. The luxurious interior decoration and the view of the Huangpu River outside the window complement each other, making people feel relaxed and happy. Wang Yu walked to the window, opened his arms, and felt the unique perspective from the sky. 45 floors high, nearly 200 meters high, you can truly overlook the Magic City. Chapter 41. Get the full payment. Chun Mingyao followed Wang Yu and walked into the house. I was immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration and spacious living room in the room. And there is more than one living room like this. The luxurious living room and the night view of both sides of the Huangpu River outside the window complement each other, outlining a charming picture. Chun Mingyao just felt dizzy. The scene before her really overturned her previous cognition. She hadn't expected that people could live in such a big, luxurious house. What's the point of the dozens of square meters house she lives in now? Doghouse? Chun Mingyao unconsciously walked to the panoramic glass window and reached out to touch the night view outside the window. The Oriental Tower and other landmark buildings of Shanghai come into view, like a dream. This scene deeply stimulated her. Everything that happened today made Chun Mingyao eager for it. This was the life she wanted. She wants to be the mistress of this house. She didn't want to worry about money anymore. She wanted to stand at the top of the Magic City and be the woman that everyone in the Magic City envied. But the prerequisite for all this is to capture Wang Yu. In Chun Mingyao's mind, she unconsciously imagined herself and Wang Yu having fun in this house, and finally getting married and living together forever. It's like a wild dream. Mr. Wang, this is the top floor of our Kafko Sea View number 1. You can sit here, enjoy a glass of red wine, and overlook the scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River. When it comes to river views, Kafko Sea View number 1 has never lost. Look here. There is also a large, luxurious heated swimming pool indoors. You and your wife can enjoy the best enjoyment without leaving home after work. Mr. Wang, please come this way. This 300 square meter terrace is designed by a world-renowned designer invited by Kafko Sea View number 1. The flowers and plants are all carefully carved by masters. The spacious space is large enough for you to entertain relatives and friends. It is also equipped with a professional telescope, so you can see stars dozens of light years away at home. The 1,080 square meter space is equipped with 6 parking spaces, Chinese and Western kitchens, an independent collection area, a low-key and luxurious living room, bathrooms, furniture, smart home, private gym, and billiard room from European luxury brands, allowing you to enjoy top-notch services without leaving your home. And your neighbors are all celebrities from all walks of life, including top stars. This is the real Timu Palace. It only belongs to the true king. Mr. Wang, as long as you buy the house, all of this will belong to you. You can drink fine wine on the terrace tonight with a beautiful lady beside you and enjoy the scenery on both sides of Huangpu. It took half an hour to introduce everything. Manager Zhao's introduction was professional and passionate. It made Chun Mingyao feel like she belonged here. Who said this house is expensive? How can it be expensive? It's not expensive at all. This house is so worth it. But unfortunately, she can only think about it. The unit price is 160,000. 1,080 square meters. The price is over 200 million. Not to mention buying a house. She can't even afford the property management fees. Mr. Wang, what do you think? Does this house meet your needs? Manager Xiao looked at Wang You, who was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, and asked. Wang Yu looked out the window, a little absent-minded. The luxury mansion that he could only see on the internet in his previous life is now just a small goal worth 200 million yuan for him. He worked hard in his previous life, but with the help of his parents, he bought a small apartment of less than 100 square meters. This alone emptied out my parents' life savings. Ridiculous, sad, lamentable. Manager Xiao looked at Wang Yu for a long time without any reaction. Although he still had a smile on his face, his heart sank. It seems Wang Yu is not very satisfied with this house. 2. A small goal of nearly 200 million. Even if Wang Sikong comes, I'm afraid you will have to think twice before taking him down. Why? Manager Xiao sighed inwardly. It seemed that all his efforts today would be in vain. The king of the building is afraid that it won't be able to be sold. Yes, if it was really so easy to sell, after so many years since it was launched, it would not be Wang Yu's turn, as it would have been bought by other rich people long ago. Mr. Wang, if this apartment doesn't meet your requirements, I'll show you other apartment types. What do you think? Manager Xiao continued respectfully. After all, Wang Yu is a high-quality customer, so it is not a big problem for him to buy a house of several hundred square meters. It was worth all his effort. How about I introduce it to you first, and see which apartment type meets your requirements better? No need for introductions. Wang Yu came back to his senses and waved his hand. Manager Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Are they not going to buy it? Yes, Wang Yu is too young after all. Although Wang Yu's family background is not simple, he looks to be only in his 20s. Other rich second generations at his age would have difficulty in finding enough money to buy such a luxury house, let alone fill up their cars with gas at the end of the month. It's okay, Mr. Wang. I'll introduce you to him next time when you have time. Manager Xiao suppressed his disappointment, and the smile on his face became even more enthusiastic. He didn't dare to show his displeasure to the rich, otherwise he would not know how he got beaten up. The high seas were not far from here. That's the one I'll take. Wang Yu's voice continued to be heard. Manager Xiao, please calculate the total amount and give me the lowest price. Prepare the formalities and contracts. Full payment. What? Manager Xiao was shocked and was unable to react. I want this set full payment. Wang Yu frowned and said. Manager Zhao's eyes were filled with surprise, and he quickly said, Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will prepare the contract now and guarantee to give you the highest discount and definitely satisfy you. Please rest here first. I will ask someone to prepare the relevant procedures right away. Please wait. Manager Xiao quickly turned around and walked out. When he arrived outside the gate, he took out his cell phone and tried to calm down. Manager Xiao only felt his heart beating faster and his face turned red. If this deal is successful, the commission plus his previous savings will be enough for him to pay off his mortgage. It's been more than 10 years. The pressure of millions of dollars in mortgage payments on him made it hard for him to breathe, and he dared not stop for even a moment. He came to Shanghai from a small county and has been working hard for many years. At this moment, I feel that I truly belong here. His hand holding the phone was still shaking slightly. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Soon, the call was connected. Manager Xiao, what's the matter? Manager Xiao stood by the window, feeling the breeze, trying to make his voice sound calmer. Xiao Lu, go and prepare the quotation immediately. Yes, it's the house I brought people to see. What? Has the guest made a reservation? There was a cry of surprise from the other end of the phone. Xiao Lu, I've told you so many times to stay calm. Look at what you look like. What if a customer sees you? Send it here as soon as possible. Don't keep the guests waiting for too long. Yes, Manager Xiao, you are right. I will send it over right away. Good. Manager Xiao hung up the phone after saying this. Turning back to the living room, he could not hide his excitement and said to Wang Yu respectfully, Mr. Wang, I have arranged it. The contract will be delivered soon. Chapter 42. Points exceed 10,000. After a while, several salesmen in black suits trotted in with a thick stack of information in their arms. Manager Xiao hurried forward. After he took the information, he respectfully placed it in front of Wang Yu, with a warm smile on his face, and said, Mr. Wang, please take a look first. The current price of this Tianmu Palace is 166,000 per square meter. 1,080.6 square meters requires a total of 179,379,600 Chinese yuan. Manager Xiao paused and continued. As a distinguished guest of our Kafko Seaview No. 1, I have made a private decision. I will first eliminate the change of more than 300,000 yuan for you, and then give you a 9.5% discount on this basis. In this way, you still need 170,050,000 yuan. I will also eliminate the change of 50,000 yuan for you. In total, you only need 170 million yuan to buy this skylight palace. Mr. Wang, considering that you paid in full, I have specially applied for the company's highest benefits for you. As long as you buy this Skydome Palace, in addition to the original 6 parking spaces, we will give you 2 additional parking spaces and exempt you from property fees for 5 years. Not only that, we will also provide you with private butler services and exclusive regular house cleaning to make your stay more comfortable. He seemed afraid that Wang Yu was still not satisfied, so he quickly added, This is the highest discount we have for Kafko Seaview No. 1. You can get this sky-high palace for only 170 million yuan. What do you think, Mr. Wang? Manager Xiao leaned forward slightly and looked at Wang Yu with anticipation in his eyes. He didn't dare to relax until the payment was finally successful. After all, 170 million is not a small amount of money. This is a huge amount of cash, not something that any boss can easily come up with. What's more, Wang Yu is still so young. Card payment, full payment. Wang Yu nodded calmly, took out his bank card and said, For Wang Yu, spending 170 million to buy this sky-high palace is definitely a sure-win deal. Not to mention the 170 million yuan in cash back from the system. Just talking about this house, the price will definitely rise to more than 200 million in 2 years. This deal is a good deal no matter how you look at it. Moreover, Wang Yu was very satisfied with this sky-high palace. It is located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai and is only 10 kilometers away from the University of Finance and Economics. Mr. Wang, I will handle the relevant procedures for you right away. It may take some time. Please sit down and have some tea. I promise to handle it for you as quickly as possible. Manager Xiao took the bank card and assured. Wang Yu nodded and said lightly. Manager Xiao immediately took people to handle the relevant procedures. For such big customers, time is money. He dare not neglect it. Chun Mingyao was still a little bit unbelieving. Although Wang Yu was the son of the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, this was 170 million yuan. Just bought it in full? Sales Center. After signing the contract, Wang Yu entered his bank card password under the expectant gaze of Manager Xiao and other sales staff. Transfer has been accepted? Ding-ling-ling. Just then, Wang Yu's phone rang. Wang Yu answered the call, and a sweet female voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? This is ICBC. There is a payment of 170 million yuan on your bank card, and the purpose is shown as buying real estate. I would like to verify with you. Is this done by you? It's me, Wang Yu said. Okay, Mr. Wang, feel your answer. Ding. The system detected that the host spent 170 million, double cashback 340 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 17,000 system points. With the successful transfer, Manager Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then the excitement in his heart surged up like a tide. He couldn't help but secretly calculate in his mind, how much commission could he get from this order? Bang! Just then, a salesperson happily took out the salute and champagne. With a bang, colorful ribbons flew wildly in the air. The sound of the salute was deafening, and champagne bubbles sprayed everywhere. The sales staff on site cheered and jumped for joy, their faces filled with irrepressible excitement and joy. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support to Kafko Seaview No. 1. Manager Xiao shouted loudly, with a slight tremor in his voice, which was the aftertaste of excitement and nervousness. He walked quickly towards Wang Yu, respectfully handed over the room card, purchase contract, and other relevant documents with both hands, and said with a smile, "Mr. Wang, this is all your information. Please keep it. From now on, this eye-catching Tiamu Palace is exclusively yours." Wang Yu nodded slightly and reached out to take the document. "Mr. Wang, you really have a good vision and courage. This house is tailor-made for you." "Master Wang, you are so handsome." Many sales girls at the scene looked at Wang Yu with admiration in their eyes. Handsome, young, and rich. He is simply the Prince Charming who walked from a fairy tale into reality. The system opens the personal panel. Wang Yu said to himself. In an instant, a light blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry, double cashback, entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness, entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Solidification, entry effect. Eye of Truth, entry effect. Score, 17,713 points. Huaxia currency, 4,063,894,628. My points finally exceeded 10,000, but this only allows me to draw the advanced roulette once. Wang Yu's heart moved, and he reached out to grab Chen Mingyao, who was still confused, and turned around and walked outside. Afterwards, he drove his cool McLaren P1 and slowly drove out of Kafko CV number 1. Wang Yu thought to himself that he had to buy some more things to get the points to 20,000. After all, the single draw was at the bottom. Maybe something good could come out if you try again. Chapter 43, Vacheron, Constantine. IFC Shopping Center. In the bright corridor of the shopping mall. Why are we here again? We just bought the Tiamu Palace. Shouldn't we enjoy it? Chen Mingyao held Wang Yu's hand, feeling somewhat confused. Buy a watch, Wang Yu said lightly. Chen Mingyao really couldn't understand Wang Yu's train of thought. A normal person would be very happy if he spent a huge amount of money to buy the Tiamu Palace. But Wang Yu took her shopping again, and always looked calm and composed. Is this the mentality of rich people? Hello, sir. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantine flagship store. As soon as the two walked into the store, a uniformed salesgirl bowed slightly to welcome them. The store is brightly lit, with a light scent of incense in the air, and every detail exudes elegance. The classic Maltese cross logo and the slogan, "You can easily own time, but you can't easily own Vacheron Constantine." Wang Yu was deeply impressed. Hello, sir. I am Cece, the shopping guide of the Vacheron Constantine flagship store. Do you have an appointment? The salesgirl said with a smile. No appointment, Wang Yu said lightly. At this time, a young girl walked in with a Mediterranean man. The middle-aged man said directly, My last name is Chun, and my appointment is at 5 o'clock. Mr. Chun, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Cece apologized to Wang Yu. I'm sorry, sir. I need to receive the guests who made reservations in advance. Originally, she was the shopping guide who received Wang Yu, but now she left him to receive the couple. Cece knew that this Mediterranean man had a high consumption level. He worked in real estate and often brought young girls with him to spend money. Moreover, she saw that Wang Yu was so young. Even if he was a rich second generation, he would only spend a few $100,000 at most. She will definitely choose to maintain old customers. After all, she can get a higher commission. Wang Yu saw that others had appointments, but didn't take it seriously. He took Chen Ming out of the store and looked after everything by himself. Hello, sir. I'm the shopping guide Zhao Xian. You can call me Xiao Zhao. Do you have a favorite watch? Zhao Xian is a new salesperson at Vacheron Constantine. As a new salesperson, in order to make orders, she could only choose the remaining customers of the old employees. No matter how much the commission is, she just wants to be able to place orders. Wang Yu looked up at the salesperson in front of him and sized him up. She was wearing the Vacheron Constantine employee uniform, but she looked so special. Her breasts were beautiful, and the fitted uniform wrapped her slender legs tightly, outlining a charming curve in her whole figure. She has fair skin, delicate three-dimensional facial features, and big watery eyes that reveal a hint of the stupidity of a college student. Wang Yu felt like bullying her. Open the eyes of truth. Name, Zhao Xian. Age, 21. Height, 175 cm. Charm, 96. Constitution, 9. Favorability, 25. Skills: Advanced Sonda, Intermediate Wing Chun, Advanced Accounting. 96 charm value. No wonder she's so pretty. Wang Yu was secretly surprised that her fighting skills were so high. Advanced Sonda, Intermediate Wing Chun, a violent girl? This is totally invisible. Then he nodded and said, bring out the most expensive watch in your store. Zhao Xian felt helpless. According to the sales experience of the previous few days, Wang Yu brought his girlfriend here to experience it. However, in order to improve her sales skills, Zhao Xian still took Wang Yu to the counter. Sir, these watches are the better ones I bought this year. This Vacheron Constantine Tradition Series 4020T/000R. Automatic mechanical movement. Full calendar engraving, crocodile strap, currently on sale for $255,880. This Vacheron Constantine Overseas Series 47450/000W. 9511 is fashionable and trendy, integrating leisure, sports, luxury, and business. The current selling price is $88,888. This Vacheron Constantine Quedley Series 85050/000D is on sale for $128,000. Look, is there a watch you like? Zhao Xian said with a professional smile on her face. It's not that Zhao Xian didn't want to introduce more expensive watches, but she felt that Wang Yu was so young, and even if he wanted to buy one, he definitely couldn't afford one that was too expensive. She also didn't want such a handsome boy to lose face because he couldn't afford it. Wang Yu frowned. These watches were too cheap. How many watches would he have to buy to get 20,000 points? Seeing this, Zhao Xian said softly, Sir, are these watches inappropriate? These are not suitable for me. Don't show me these low-end products. Take out the most expensive watches in your store. Wang Yu nodded and said lightly. Cici, who had completed the transaction, stood aside and looked at Wang Yu, who insisted on looking at Vacheron Constantine's most expensive watch, and she felt like laughing. The most expensive watch in their store cost more than 10 million. That was something a young man like Wang Yu could not afford. She wanted to see how Wang Yu would end up. Zhao Xian had no choice but to take Wang Yu to a separate counter. Sir, this watch is the most expensive watch in the store. It is a Vacheron Constantine Loft Artisan Series 6620C/000R B656. The current price is $18,888,888,000. The case is made of 18K 5N pink gold, the dial is blue, and the strap is made of Mississippi alligator leather. This is the Vacheron Constantine Malta Series 3068-2/S21G 9477, a classic tourbillon style, using the Cal .1795R movement, with a diameter of 27.37 millimeters and a thickness of 6.1 millimeters. The case is made of 18K white gold inlaid with diamonds. The current selling price is $9.998 million. This is the Vacheron Constantine Heritage Series 30020/000P 7596, with a diameter of 37 millimeters and a case made of 950 platinum. The current selling price is 6.888 million yuan. Zhao Xian introduced 3 expensive watches in one breath, then looked at Wang Yu and said with a smile, So expensive. Chun Mingyao stretched out her white and tender little hands to cover her mouth and couldn't help but scream out in surprise. She was stunned that a watch could be sold for more than 10 million. So exaggerated? This watch is more expensive than Wang Yu's McLaren P1. She really couldn't understand how this watch could be worth 18.888 million. It's not worth it even if it's inlaid with gold and diamonds. Poor people play with cars. Rich people play with watches. The added value of this thing is so high that the price can be very expensive. Can I try on this 18.88 million piece? Wang Yu pointed to the most expensive watch and said, Sure. For safety reasons, I need to bring it to you personally. Zhao Xian said after a slight hesitation. Then she carefully took the watch out of the counter. She didn't dare to be careless at all. If anything went wrong, she couldn't afford to pay for it. Wang Yu expressed his understanding because he was wearing a Patek Philippe on his left hand, so he could only stretch out his right hand to signal Zhao Xian to operate it. Zhao Xian held the watch in both hands and gently put it on Wang Yu's hand. After confirming that it was correct, she let go. Wang Yu raised his right hand and looked carefully. It was really beautiful. It just fits his aesthetic. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, took out his bank card, and said to Zhao Xian, Calculate how much it is. I want all 3 watches. Pay with the card. Zhao Xian was stunned and didn't even take the bank card that Wang Yu handed over. Buy now? Or the 3 most expensive watches in the store. She was a little worried whether Wang Yu had heard the price of the watch clearly, so she confirmed again, Sir, the current price of this watch is 18.888 million. Are you sure you want all 3 watches? You heard me right. I want these 3 watches. Wang Yu said lightly. Boom! Zhao Xian felt like her head was exploding. She couldn't believe it. Wang Yu really wants to buy these 3 watches. As a newcomer, she was able to achieve sales of tens of millions, so her commission must be hundreds of thousands. Cici also looked at Wang Yu with suspicion. Not only Cici, all the shopping guides in the store, including the customers, didn't believe that Wang Yu could come up with more than 30 million. The total is 35,774,888, and after the discount, it's 35,500,000. I'll do it for you right away. Zhao Xian took the bank card with slightly trembling hands, took out the POS machine, and swiped it. Then he half-knelt in front of Wang Yu and said, Please enter the password. Wang Yu raised his hand and entered the password. Payment successful. Zhao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 44. The machine soul is delighted. Histida. When the crowd watching not far away in the store saw this, they all took a deep breath, adding to the global warming. They never expected that Wang Yu was not here to show off. They are really rich, especially the shopping guide Cici. She is so regretful at this moment. But is it too late to regret now? Wang Yu is the first person she received, so the commission should belong to her. Otherwise, she would give up on receiving Wang Yu because she looked down on him and was sure that his spending power was not as good as that of the Mediterranean man. Now, the cooked duck has flown away. She looked like she had lost her soul and stood there in a trance. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 35,500,000 and the double cashback was 71 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,350 system points. Thank you very much for your strong support for Vacheron Constantine. I will add you on Feishan. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me at any time. Zhao Xian packed the 3 watches, put them in an exquisite shopping bag, and handed it to Wang Yu with both hands. At this moment, her head was still dizzy and her reactions were slow. This is a performance of 35 million. The commission alone is hundreds of thousands. This is an astronomical figure for her, a junior student. And I earned it with my own hands, which is incredible to think about. Wang Yu was a little amused and couldn't help but find it funny that Zhao Xian came to him on her own initiative. Take out your cell phone and add Feishan. Wang Yu smiled and said, Your service is good. We'll contact each other again if we have the chance. The 2 walked out of the IFC. I looked up and saw that it was getting late, so I found a restaurant with a good reputation nearby to have dinner. The meal cost 2,688 yuan. After the meal, Wang Yu took Chen Mingyao back to the Tianmu Palace. In the spacious living room, dark blue and light purple ambient lights interweave to weave a dreamy web of light and shadow. The changes in light and shadow are like elves dancing. Chen Mingyao stood in front of the panoramic curtain wall, deeply attracted by the dazzling and charming night view of the magic city outside the window, and couldn't help but watch it in fascination. Do you like it here? Wang Yu said as he handed over a glass of red wine from behind. Chen Mingyao took the wine glass. Her eyes were a little confused, and she said softly, I like it. It's so beautiful. It all seems like a dream. So unreal. Wang Yu hugged Chen Mingyao's waist, put his nose close to her hair, and sniffed the charming fragrance. As long as you want, you can live here forever. After hearing this, Chen Mingyao felt it was a little ridiculous. Can Wang Yu really belong to her completely? Obviously not. As a third party who interferes with her best friend's relationship, what qualifications does she have to live here for a long time? She knew clearly that a man like Wang Yu could not have only one woman, nor could he be monopolized by one woman. But she couldn't help feeling a sense of loss deep down in her heart. After all, which girl wouldn't want to be all by herself with such an outstanding man like Wang Yu? However, she was already satisfied to be Wang Yu's woman. I'm going to take a shower first. You wait here. I want to give you a surprise. Chen Mingyao tried hard to calm herself down, lowered her head, and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, as if she had made some kind of decision. What surprise? Wang Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Chen Mingyao was a little shy. She pouted her lips playfully and said to Wang Yu, You'll know in a moment. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Wang Yu looked at the charming Chen Mingyao in his arms and felt extremely excited. He wanted to see what the surprise was and whether it would satisfy him. Go ahead, don't keep me waiting too long. But wait for me. Chun Mingyao just left a sweet kiss and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Wang Yu looked at the colorful night view of Huangpu outside the window and whispered softly, "Interesting. I'm really looking forward to it." System. Open the personal panel. Ding! The personal panel has been opened for the host. Host. Wang Yu. Age. 20 years old. Height. 188 cm. Charm. 92. Physique. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Solidification. Entry effect. Your physical condition will always be at its peak. Eye of Truth. Effect of this entry. The mysterious power that opens the door to truth. All hidden disguises will be exposed under its gaze. Score. 21,264 points. Huaxia currency. 4,099,397,316. Wang Yu said with emotion. Finally, I have reached 20,000 points. Let's see what the difference is in the advanced roulette. System. Open the advanced roulette. As Wang Yu finished speaking, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the system light screen in front of him. The light flickered continuously, and there seemed to be an indescribable mysterious atmosphere in it, which looked solemn, vast, and boundless. When the light faded, an ancient and mysterious roulette wheel appeared in front of him, with mysterious patterns all around it, spinning continuously. Wang Yu's eyes were stung by the strong light, and he couldn't help but complain, "Fuck, this special effect is too exaggerated. The entries in this golden roulette are not outrageous." System. Draw the advanced roulette first. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, the golden roulette wheel in front of him began to spin rapidly like a wild horse. The golden light flickered, and he stared at it intently, becoming more and more expectant. As the roulette wheel slowly stopped spinning, only one pattern was left still shining with golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 3 billion Chinese yuan. Wang Yu's face suddenly turned dark. Although 3 billion is a huge sum of money that is unimaginable for most people, for Wang Yu, 3 billion is just the amount of money needed to buy a few more houses. System. Don't force me to slap you. Ding! What you draw is determined by the host's luck. The system cannot interfere or decide. The cold mechanical sound of the system rang in his mind. Wang Yu said to the system with a resentful look, "One more time. Be careful." The golden roulette wheel in front of him slowly turned again, shining brightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the entry. Machine Soul, great joy. Machine Soul is delighted. When you drive any machine, you will achieve a state of unity between man and machine. You are in the machine, and the machine is in you. Young man, don't underestimate the bond between you. Fuck! Wang Yu's face turned dark again. What the hell is this? There is a conspiracy within you, and there are you within the conspiracy. Is this a serious entry? Whose entry is described like this? But this entry looks pretty good. At least, he doesn't have to drive his beloved McLaren P1 at such a snail's pace anymore. Huagua Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account has a deposit of 3 billion, and the balance is 7,099,397,316 Huaxia currency. Chapter 45 Balenciaga Black Silk. An hour later, Wang Yu had almost finished a bottle of red wine, but Chun Mingyao was still in the shower. This made Wang Yu frown. What is Chun Mingyao doing in there? Sudden, all the lights in the room were on. Chun Mingyao was seen wearing a Rong Airlines stewardess uniform, a red scarf around her neck, and a stewardess hat on her head, which made her facial features look delicate and beautiful. She walked out of the room wearing black stockings with letters on them from Balenciaga and red-soled high heels. Chun Mingyao had a blush on her face, and her eyes were seductive. His Tida. Wang Yu took a deep breath and could no longer remain calm. She slowly approached Wang Yu, hugged him with a smile, and said softly, "Husband, are you satisfied with this surprise?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." Wang Yu smiled, and his hands began to move up and down unconsciously. Chun Mingyao looks charming and more seductive than usual in her stewardess uniform. What a sensible sister she is. She knows what Wang Yu likes. Chun Mingyao's body moved slightly, but it was not to avoid Wang Yu's random hands, but to make it more convenient for him. The long legs wearing black Balenciaga stockings were rubbing against Wang Yu's legs. Chen Mingyao leaned close to Wang Yu's ear and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. Welcome to the flight from Jincheng to Modu. I am Chen Mingyao, the chief steward of this flight. It is my honor to serve you. During this flight, I will do my best to provide you with a safe and comfortable journey. You can ask for anything you want." "Ah!" Chen Mingyao let out a cry. Wang Yu hugged Chen Mingyao and said, "Captain, the plane is about to take off. Why don't you sit down and fasten your seatbelts?" "It's okay, Mr. Wang. Serving passengers well is our purpose. Come and relax. Now let me take you to your seat and lie down." Chen Mingyao pulled Wang Yu by the collar and walked into the room. "I just don't know how is Mr. Wang's physical condition, whether he can adapt to the long-distance flight. After all, the flight time is 2.5 hours. Wang Yu smiled and said, "I'm in good health and often take international flights of more than 10 hours. I just don't know if the flight attendant can bear it. This passenger is quite stubborn. Don't let him get airsick right after takeoff." Chen Mingyao's face was full of smiles, becoming more and more charming. The two walked into the room, and Chen Mingyao slowly pushed Wang Yu onto the bed. Wang Yu stopped talking nonsense and pulled Chen Mingyao down on him, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist, his eyes full of passion. Chen Mingyao did not resist and gently leaned on Wang Yu's chest, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers, and her warm breath sprayed on his neck. "Now, please relax and enjoy this flight. Captain, please take good care of me on this long flight. I'm afraid I'll be bored." Wang Yu teased. One hand slowly moved up along Chen Mingyao's black silk thigh. 10,000 words are omitted here. The sun is at noon. "Good morning, husband." Wang Yu felt his nose itchy, and he suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. After a while, he said to Chen Mingyao in a complicated tone, "You still?" He thought that a woman as proactive as Chen Mingyao, who was having so much fun, should no longer be a virgin. But I didn't expect that she was still a white lotus. Pure white. You didn't expect that? Chen Mingyao lay in Wang Yu's arms, pouting and laughing. "Do you think I'm so casual? You think a woman as casual as me should have lost her virginity long ago." It was a little unexpected indeed. "Don't you regret it?" Wang Yu was silent for a moment, then spoke. He never expected to get the first blood from Chen Mingyao. This woman is too smart. A barely perceptible golden light flashed before Wang Yu's eyes, and immediately Chen Mingyao's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Chen Mingyao. Age, 24. Height, 171 cm. Charm, 93. Constitution, 82. Favorability, 95. Skills, advanced etiquette, advanced dressing, advanced makeup. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. A favorability rating of 95 points was worth his hard work for the whole night. It seems that I have completely conquered this little green tea. There's nothing to regret. Girls will always become women. Chen Mingyao smiled and said, "I don't regret it at all. At least I have achieved my goal." Wang Yu asked curiously, "What's the goal?" "Ever since I went to college and saw how rich people really lived, I've been thinking that I must find a rich man in my life and live the life of a wealthy wife. Of course, it's better to be handsome and younger. After all, I can't stand those middle-aged, greasy men." Wang Yu looked at Chen Mingyao without saying anything, but she smiled happily and said, "Actually, I feel very happy to have met you. Honey, you are so handsome. I like you so much." Without waiting for Wang Yu to speak, Chen Mingyao suddenly looked depressed and said, "Would you look down on a woman like me and think that I am too materialistic and only care about money? But I'm already 24 years old this year and have been working for 2 years. Being a flight attendant looks glamorous and everyone envies it, but only I know the bitterness involved. The best years of life are spent on airplanes. Every day, I welcome and see off all kinds of passengers. I have to keep smiling all the time. Even if I encounter unreasonable passengers, I can't lose my temper at all. During the holidays, other people are reuniting with their families and having a reunion dinner, but I spend most of my time on the plane with strangers. Most flight attendants live like this year after year, and finally find an ordinary man to marry, start to take care of the husband and children, and live a daily life of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. I'm tired of this kind of life that can be predicted at a glance. I don't want to live this kind of life." Chen Mingyao's eyes were filled with tears, and she choked up as she said, "It just so happens that most of the people that flight attendants meet are rich people. After seeing so many of them, their mentality changes. Most flight attendants want to find a rich man and live a rich life from now on. I know clearly that My body is my most important bargaining chip, so I protect it very well. Chun Mingyao's eyes were red, and she tried hard not to let the tears flow out. She pretended to be relaxed and said, "Husband, I'm lucky to meet you in the end. Otherwise, I don't know when I would have collapsed. I just feel a little sorry for Qingyao." After saying that, Chun Mingyao showed a pitiful expression, looked at Wang Yu and said, "Husband, you won't abandon me, right?" Wang Yu pretended to be silent and looked at Chun Mingyao until she was about to cry. Then he smiled and said, "Of course not. It's normal for you to want to live a rich life. Everyone yearns for a better life, and what I lack the least is money and power. As the successor of Pioneer Group and Huayao Group, I believe that there are few people in the whole of China who can match me. I will give you whatever you want. If you want to live a life of luxury, I will give you a life of luxury. As long as you behave yourself in the future, all of these will be given to you." Chun Mingyao was overjoyed when she heard this and said in a sweet voice, "I love you, my husband, carrot carrot. Now that you've had a good rest, let's take off again. Last night's flight time was still too short. The flight attendant must cooperate well." The smile on Chun Mingyao's face suddenly disappeared. She begged for mercy immediately. "I can't take it anymore. Please forgive me, husband. I've been tossing and turning all night last night. Let's take a day off today, okay? It's not up to you. Who told you to question me?" Chapter 46 Call from ICBC. The next day, 6:30 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to turn pale, and the faint morning light filtered through the thin clouds, sprinkling onto the earth, casting a dreamy veil over the world. The Magic City has not yet fully awakened from its slumber, and a thin layer of fog permeates the streets, making them appear a little hazy. Wang Yu, with a sleepy look on his face, drove his McLaren P1 and took Chun Mingyao to Shanghai Pudong International Airport. Her vacation was over, and she had to go back to work. At this time, Chun Mingyao put on the stewardess uniform again. She looked dignified and cool, completely different from yesterday. As soon as she got off the car, Chun Mingyao felt her legs go weak, and she almost fell down. She looked at Wang Yu with resentment and said, "Hubby, I'm going to work first." In fact, Wang Yu also said last night that he could buy her a house in Shanghai, so she wouldn't have to go out to work anymore. But in the end, she decided to go to work. After all, the profession of flight attendant has special characteristics and professional bonuses. She was afraid that without this halo, Wang Yu would get tired of her over time, his heart would be seduced away by other women, and he would no longer need her. Then it will be too late for her to regret. Besides, Shen Xingya continued to work at the airline company, so she had to find an opportunity to make Shen Xingya accept her existence. With their friendship for many years and her constant brainwashing, she was not afraid that Shen Xingya would not be moved. If the two of them come together like this, I believe they cannot leave a place in Wang Yu's heart. I believe no man can resist such temptation. Neither can Wang Yu. "Okay, send a message when we get there." Wang Yu took out his phone and said, "I transferred 200,000 yuan to you. Spend it as you wish. Come back to me if you're gone." "Does this mean I'm officially being kept?" Chun Mingyao said as she looked at the balance on her phone. "What do you think? It's too late to regret now." "I don't have any." Chun Mingyao shook her head and said, "I just feel a little emotional, and I'm afraid you don't want me. As long as you don't want to leave, I won't abandon you." Wang Yu said with a faint smile, "I'll trust you just once." Chun Mingyao looked at Wang Yu standing in front of her, stood on tiptoes, and gently gave him a kiss on the lips. "I'm leaving. Remember to think of me. I love you." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the venue. "This woman," Wang Yu smiled faintly. "Old man, let me see your limits." Wang Yu patted his beloved car, then got back in and stepped on the accelerator. The McLaren P1 drove out of Pudong Airport at an extremely fast speed in an instant. Boom! Boom! Oh, awesome. This is what it feels like to drive a supercar. A streak of yellow lightning sped along the expressway in the Magic City, accelerating continuously and dodging cars left and right. Fuck, driving so fast is a death wish. Sports cars are amazing. There were bursts of shouting and cursing coming from behind. It was obvious that the people of Shanghai did not let Wang Yu go just because he was driving a McLaren P1. With the blessing of the machine's soul joy entry, Wang Yu only felt that his soul was one with the McLaren P1 under him, and he was as skilled as a top racing driver who had been driving for a lifetime, and he could control it with ease. There is no more unfamiliarity of being a novice. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, Wang Yu's phone rang. He slowed down and connected the call. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Who?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. The voice of the bank president Lu Yanqing came through the phone, and his voice sounded particularly sincere. "Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm the president of Jincheng ICBC branch. My name is Lu Yanqing. You recently transferred 3 billion yuan to us. Thank you very much for your support and trust in ICBC. To express our gratitude and to better understand your needs, Mr. Wang, do you have any free time recently? We can arrange a meeting. What do you think?" Wang Yu was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting to receive such an invitation. But it's true that Wang Yu's deposits in ICBC are almost exceeding 10 billion. This is a cash flow of more than 7 billion. No matter which bank it is, if you have such a big client, you must maintain a good relationship. After all, these 7 billion yuan can generate huge interest every day, and the bank makes a lot of money. ICBC was naturally afraid that he would transfer the money away. It is easy to imagine what Lu Yanqing meant by calling to keep in touch. Wang Yu thought for a moment and said, "President Lu, you are too polite. But I have been in Shanghai recently and cannot go back to Jincheng for the time being. What do you think?" "Mr. Wang, isn't this a coincidence? I happen to be on a business trip to Shanghai and just got off the plane." Wang Yu smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, make an appointment. I'm free today." "That's great," Lu Yanqing said with some joy in his tone. "How about today at noon? I know a restaurant with good dishes. I believe you will like it." "Okay, see you at noon then. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll send the address of the restaurant to your phone in a moment." "Okay." Wang Yu hung up the phone and concentrated on enjoying the passion brought by the supercar. Wang Yu was quite looking forward to President Lu's invitation. He had heard of the bank's private VIP service in his previous life. Anything that required privileges or connections could be done by the bank as long as one had money. Maybe it's the Ferrari LaFerrari he has always wanted to buy. ICBC can help him solve it. After a while, the restaurant address was sent to Wang Yu's mobile phone. Jingxiwi, the bun store. Huangpu District. Galloping all the way. 2 hours later. After having enough fun, Wang Yu returned to the Tianmu Palace to continue his nap. It's almost 12 o'clock. The McLaren P1 drove into the gate of Shanghai Financial Center. Wang Yu parked the car quickly, straight and upright. Then he got out of the car and walked towards the door. Elite Club is located on the 4th floor of the financial center. Won the 1 Michelin star award for 7 consecutive years. From the lobby to the private rooms, you can enjoy the iconic view of the Bund and the stunning scenery along the Huangpu River. Some locations also offer a first-line river view. At the entrance of the financial center, there stood a young woman in a bank uniform. She glanced at her watch from time to time and looked around. As Wang Yu approached, her eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped forward and said happily, "Hello, you must be Mr. Wang." "It's me." Wang Yu nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, I'm Long Lily, the personal butler of ICBC. You can just call me Lily." Long Lily introduced herself with a smile. "President Lu specifically told me to wait for you downstairs." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu looked up and down at the woman in front of him. Estimated height is about 168 centimeters, with a palm-sized face that is as white and tender as snow and as delicate as a baby's. A pair of peach blossom eyes are sparkling, and there seems to be endless charm in the moving eyes. The slim-fitting bank uniform tightly wraps her exquisite figure. She was wearing black stockings that fit her straight and slender legs like a second layer of skin, gleaming with an alluring glow. Every step taken with high heels exudes sexiness, and every gesture exudes an irresistible temptation. When you thought to himself, this guy is really a demon. He raised his head, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and Long Lily's personal information suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 47 Private Butler Long Lily. Name, Long Lily. Age, 26. Height, 168 cm. Charm, 93. Constitution, 81. Favorability, 65. Skills, senior accountant, senior butler, senior etiquette. President Lu is waiting for you in the box. I'll take you up right away. Long Lily suggested with a smile. Good. Wang Yu then followed Long Lily and took the elevator to the 4th floor of the financial center. The elevator door opened. 2 elegant ladies in exquisite cheongsams bowed to them and said, "Welcome to Jingxiwi. Please come in." Go through the gate. Under the illumination of Italian handmade crystal chandeliers, an atmosphere of refinement and luxury is exuded everywhere. Chinese elegance combined with Western grace, a perfect blend of Chinese and Western styles. a wine cellar over 6 meters high. The 8-meter tea table is made of blue jadeite crystal. Led by Long Lily, they came to the box. A middle-aged man in a black suit was sitting at the dining table. President Mr. Wang is here. Long Lily stood in front of President Liu to report. Liu Yanqing stood up, extended his hands enthusiastically, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Liu Yanqing, the president of Jincheng, ICBC branch." "Hello, President Liu." Wang Yu responded by shaking hands and apologizing. There was some delay on the road, and kept Governor Liu waiting. Although Wang Yu's words revealed apology, his expression seemed very calm. After all, President Liu did not simply invite him to deposit money in ICBC. His family background also gives him the capital to remain calm. After all, the assets of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group amount to trillions. No, I just arrived a short time ago. Traffic conditions in Shanghai are like this. Delays are common. Please take a seat. President Liu smiled and instructed Long Lily, just sit next to Mr. Wang. "Okay." Long Lily responded and then sat next to Wang Yu. As soon as they sat down, waitresses and Chong Sams came in with dishes. 3-headed butterfly glue, chaos han puning tofu, braised sunflower chicken with fish maw and crab roe, the signature old goose head. As the dishes were placed on the table one by one, they exuded an attractive luster under the light. The fragrance is everywhere. President Liu introduced. "I don't know your taste yet, Mr. Wang, so I just ordered some of the restaurant's signature dishes." President Liu is thoughtful. Wang Yu nodded. Wang Yu had never enjoyed such service in his previous life. The bank president is a person who is out of reach for ordinary people, but now he also wants to curry favor with Wang Yu. It's really fate. It's true that the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. Mr. Wang is so young, but his savings are as high as 10 billion. I wonder what his family does. President Liu asked tentatively. I think President Liu has come to see me today and is already familiar with my information. Wang Yu said lightly. "Hey, Mr. Wang, you don't know. I didn't find any information about you at all. I'm ashamed." "Oh." President Liu's eyes flickered, and he continued. "I wonder which family in Rome province Mr. Wang belongs to? Small and micro enterprises. My last name is Wang." After Wang Yu responded, he said no more. Ahem. Long Lily, who was sitting next to them, coughed, attracting the attention of the two men. She immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. More than 7 billion in deposits are still for small and micro enterprises?" Long Lily rolled her eyes inwardly. When talking about small and micro enterprises in Chengdu province, the one with the surname Wang is Pioneer Heavy Industries Group. President Liu reacted immediately. Yes, in Chengdu province, apart from companies of the size of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group, which other company can give Wang Yu hundreds of billions in pocket money at his age? For a top-notch enterprise like this, which intends to conceal something, it is normal that he cannot find Wang Yu's information. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang." President Liu quickly apologized. After all, he checked Wang Yu's information privately, which was somewhat inappropriate. Most wealthy people attach great importance to personal privacy, let alone some people who value privacy more. Whether this meal can be eaten is still unclear. "Fine." Wang Yu waved his hand and didn't mind. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere in the box gradually became lively. President Liu picked up his glass and toasted Wang Yu again, saying with a smile, "Mr. Wang, I believe you have guessed the purpose of inviting you here this time." President Liu smiled and said, "First, I want to thank you for your support and trust in ICBC. Second, I want to meet the young talents in Chengdu. Of course, the most important thing is to invite you to join our ICBC's private VIP." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded to President Liu, motioning him to continue. President Liu introduced. "Our ICBC's VIPs are divided into quasi-star customers, 3-star customers, and all the way to 7-star customers. With your deposit, Master Wang, it has far exceeded the standard of a 7-star customer and is considered a private banking VIP customer." President Liu proudly said, "As private banking customers, each of them is indispensable to us at ICBC. We tailor an asset allocation plan specifically for you based on your risk preferences, investment goals, and financial situation to help you preserve and increase the value of your assets. As long as you, Mr. Wang, join our ICBC private banking client, we will do our utmost to protect your rights and interests." Wang Yu said calmly, "That's all? I'm afraid it's not enough. These rights and interests are sufficient for ordinary people." But to Wang Yu, it was like chicken ribs. Of course, these are not worthy of Master Wang's status. President Liu remained calm, looking at Wang You with burning eyes and said, "You naturally have no shortage of these ordinary services, and you don't look down on them. In this regard, ICBC has tailored a one-to-one private banking butler service for you to provide you with personalized and professional financial services. We also provide some private services, such as private club membership, high-end travel customization, art appreciation and investment, private jet rental, high-end medical services, etc., to meet your various needs in terms of improving your quality of life and socializing. As long as you need it, ICBC will do its best to integrate resources for you, assist you in global asset allocation, and build your distinguished status." "That's interesting." Wang Yu smiled faintly, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Long Lily, who was standing beside him, was very discerning and immediately stood up to pour him a glass of wine. This will be her boss for the next few years or even decades, so she has to be careful. Wang Yu pondered for a moment. There is no doubt that President Liu's words touched Wang Yu. Resources and connections are the scarcest things in this society. Even with his status and background, Wang Yu would not complain about having too many connections and resources. He doesn't want to trouble his family with everything. Live a new life with the best background and system. We still have to achieve some results. This way, my rebirth will not be in vain. President Liu, I'm afraid I seldom go back to Chengdu in recent years. This private service. President Liu's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Don't worry, I brought Lily here this time just to solve your worries. She will stay by your side as ICBC's personal butler and help you solve any problems. As long as you have any needs, just contact Lily directly and she will integrate all ICBC resources for you." Chapter 48, ICBC's Terrifying Resources. "Mr. Wang, if it's convenient, let's add each other on Feishan. If you have any questions, I will be at your service 24 hours a day." Upon hearing this, Long Lily immediately stood up and respectfully handed over her Feishan QR code. When he took out his mobile phone, opened Feishan and scanned the QR code. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have to deal with Long Lily for a long time in the future. Mr. Wang, being equipped with a personal butler is the best treatment for the entire ICBC. If you have any request, just tell Lily and she will satisfy you. President Liu explained again. He looked straight at Wang Yu. The two of them looked at each other and then smiled at each other. Show a smile that only men can understand. Wang Yu raised his chin slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "President Liu, I can really feel your momentum today. It's very considerate." As he spoke, the phone beeped, indicating that Long Lily had been successfully added as a friend. Long Lily bowed slightly with a perfect professional smile on her face. He picked up the wine glass and said softly, "Master Wang, I offer you a toast. If you have anything to ask in the future, just let me know." "No problem. However, I have high standards and you have to do things to my liking. As long as you do a good job, you will get the benefits." Wang Yu also picked up the wine glass, clinked it lightly with Long Lily's, making a crisp sound, and then he raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. Long Lily nodded slightly, with a hint of joy in her eyes. "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, Lily will do her best. Your satisfaction is my greatest pursuit." Seeing this, President Liu quickly raised his glass and said, "Come on, Mr. Wang. I wish you a pleasant cooperation. In the future, ICBC will accompany you on your road to wealth." The meal took more than an hour. The guests and hosts were toasting each other and having a great time. Wang Yu glanced at the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist, and the hour hand quietly pointed to one point. He stood up lazily. "President Liu, I enjoyed the meal today. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Wang Yu glanced at President Liu, then at Long Lily, who was waiting quietly on the side, and said lightly, "Miss Long, I will trouble you in the future." President Liu quickly stood up and apologized with a smile. "Mr. Wang, what are you talking about? This is so polite." Long Lily also stepped forward quickly, folded her hands in front of her, bowed slightly, and said, "Master Wang, I'll take you out." Several people arrived at the entrance of the financial center downstairs, and the designated driver, who had been arranged in advance, had been waiting for a long time. President Liu shook Wang Yu's hand and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Wang, we are in a hurry in the Magic City this time, and I don't know if it will suit your taste. When you have time to return to Jincheng, I will definitely treat you well and make sure you are satisfied." President Liu is too polite. We are all from the same hometown. Let's not talk about this. I will definitely trouble you when I return to Jincheng. Wang Yu also smiled. There are three joys in life. It is a joy to meet an old friend in a foreign land. Wang Yu was very happy to be able to have dinner with fellow villagers from afar in Shanghai, thousands of miles away. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Wang Yu sat in the passenger seat of the McLaren P1. The car started slowly and drove into the busy streets of Magic City. President Liu and Long Lily stood at the entrance of the financial center. Looking at the McLaren P1 going away, President Liu breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Long Lily and said, "Lily, Mr. Wang is a key client of our bank. You have to serve him well. This is related to a large part of our ICBC's performance." "President, rest assured, I know what's going on," Long Lily said with a firm look as she looked at the McLaren P1 getting farther and farther away. She knew that working with a big client like Wang Yu was both an opportunity and a challenge. As long as she handled it properly, her position in the bank and even her entire career would see a qualitative leap. Even fly to the treetops and become a phoenix. It's not impossible. Wang Yu is young and handsome and has a strong family background. In her opinion, there are few people in the world who can compare to him. It's normal for her to feel heartbeat. The two stood there, watching the car go away and finally disappear from sight. After a while, the two of them turned around and returned to the hotel, each with their own thoughts. 3 days later, 10 o'clock in the morning, Ferrari Sales Center in Jing'an District, Shanghai. Wang Yu drove Long Lily and parked the car in front of the gate of the Ferrari Sales Center. Since the banquet ended that day, Wang Yu asked Long Lily to help him contact and purchase a Ferrari LaFerrari. Unexpectedly, there was news today. Wang Yu was truly astonished by ICBC's network of connections. It was indeed the #1 bank in the universe. The value of ICBC is really not exaggerated. At this time, 2 rows of sales staff were already standing neatly in front of the Ferrari Sales Center. The leader was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing a well-tailored gray suit. The slim fit showed off her curvaceous figure to the fullest. A slender leather belt in the same color around the waist not only outlines the slender waist, but also highlights a sense of neatness and competence. The slightly curly short hair falls neatly behind the ears, and a pair of small pearl earrings on the ears exude elegance in a low-key manner. Wang Yu and the other man got out of the car. She walked over, and her silver high heels tapped the ground, making a crisp, powerful sound. She has the temperament of a queen. "Hello, Mr. Wang, Ms. Long. I am Liu Yin, the owner of the Ferrari Sales Center. Welcome." Liu Yin greeted him with a smile and enthusiastically extended her right hand to Wang Yu. Seeing this, Wang Yu stretched out his hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Yin." "Hello, Mr. Yin." Long Lily also smiled. A golden light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and suddenly a system panel appeared in front of him. Name, Liu Yin. Age, 38. Height, 170 cm. Charm, 85. Constitution, 83. Favorability, 72. Skills, advanced social, advanced management, intermediate taekwondo. Wang Yu came back to his senses and said, "I think you know the purpose of our visit today. I wonder." With the connections at ICBC, you can rest assured about Rafa's situation. Let's go to the reception room and talk first. "Mr. Wang, you are so young. Don't call me Ms. Yin anymore. I'm only a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Liu or Sister Yin." Liu Yin was secretly surprised at Wang Yu's youth. She has been working hard in Shanghai for so many years. She had seen ICBC's private VIP clients before, but this was the first time she had seen someone as young as Wang Yu. This is enough to prove how powerful the power behind Wang Yu is. At least not someone she could afford to offend. Ever since ICBC contacted her the day before yesterday, Liu Yin did not dare to be careless and urgently coordinated a LaFerrari from the headquarters. The rules and regulations that seem unbreakable to ordinary people are meaningless in the eyes of rich people. My rules are rules. Even if Wang Yu wants a ready-made car, it can be done within 3 days. Under normal procedures, from placing an order to delivery of the vehicle, it takes at least half a year. Let's go, let's go." Wang Yu's face was full of joy, and he couldn't wait to say, "Then I will call you Sister Yin, and you don't have to call me Mr. Wang. Just call me Wang Yu." Inside the luxurious reception room of the Ferrari Sales Center, the whole space is open and bright. A giant chandelier carved from Swarovski crystals cascades down, illuminating every corner of the room. Under your feet, the thick hand-woven wool carpet is soft to the touch. The Ferrari prancing horse logo, exquisitely woven on the carpet, is eye-catching and flamboyant, highlighting the brand's nobility. In the corner, there is a small indoor fountain, and the sound of flowing water adds a touch of agility and elegance to the interior. Our living room is decorated pretty well now, isn't it? Seeing that the two were attracted by the luxurious decoration, Lu Yin said confidently. This was designed by a famous French designer I hired. All the best materials and furniture were used. Although this house is not big, it cost me more than 20 million. It's really good, Wang Yu said with a smile. Chapter 49 Wang's Sikong calls. A few people just sat down. Just as Lu Yin was about to speak, Wang Yu's cell phone rang. Wang Yu took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Wang Sikong. Wang Yu was a little surprised. It has been almost a month since they added each other's contact information after they last met at the bar. Originally, he was thinking of integrating into the circle of rich second generations in Shanghai through Wang Sikong and introducing him to some friends. As a result, Wang Sikong never contacted him afterwards. Wang Yu had already stopped worrying about this matter. After all, Wang Sikong, a top second-generation rich man, has a lot of things to do, so it is normal for him to be negligent. I didn't expect that he would be contacted suddenly today, which was beyond his expectation. What's the matter? Lu Yin asked curiously. It's okay, I'll take a call first. Wang Yu shook his head and then answered the phone. Wang Yu, where have you made your fortune recently? Wang Sitsong's voice came from the other side of the phone, saying jokingly, Brother didn't contact you, and you didn't know how to contact me. It really hurts Buddy's heart. You're a very busy person. The entire internet is full of news about you. How dare I contact you? Wang Yu said lightly. These days, the boss of a certain company was set up and accused of raping a woman, which attracted widespread attention and heated discussion among netizens. Wang Sikong has made many comments online, causing many netizens to watch the show online. It's so addictive. Don't mention it. My old man even warned me about this. Wang Sikong said angrily. If you ask me, the money was not given in full. If he had given a few million, could the woman sue him for rape? A few million is not enough for tens of millions, right? Such a big boss is so stingy. Now he's in jail, and his shame is so great that it's thrown into the Pacific Ocean. Wang Sikong laughed out loud, gloating over the other's misfortune. He suddenly asked, How are your kidneys these days? It's fine, 7 times a night is no problem. Wang Yu said lightly. Damn it, you can do whatever you want just because you're young. Wang Sikong said speechlessly. When you reach my age, you will understand that young people still need to be restrained. If you indulge yourself too much, you will regret it sooner or later. Don't worry about me. I can live to be 80 years old. How? Wang Yu asked curiously. You can't do it now? Then you have to pay attention. I heard that the wolfberries in Ning province are good. Do you want me to ask someone to get some for you? Screw you. Wang Sikong said angrily. If you can't do it, then I can do it. How can I not do it? I'm only 30 years old, a man in his prime. What do you know? Ha! How come you, such a busy man, have time to call me? Wang Yu laughed. I've been busy lately, and I'm overwhelmed by all kinds of things. I can't compare to you, who are happy and carefree every day. Wang Sikong said with a headache. You should cherish your last college time. When you graduate from college, you will know that it is not easy to be a rich second generation. Just give up. Your family says you don't work hard. Even if you work hard, you're still not cut out for it. The business world is like a battlefield, with swords flashing and sabers flying, and it's hard to guard against. Wang Sikong was filled with emotion, and then he said seriously, Since we last met at the bar, I have been wanting to find an opportunity to take you to meet some friends. The day after tomorrow, there will be a very private auction on the high seas not far from China. There will be all kinds of antiques, calligraphy and paintings, private collections, etc. I believe you will be interested. And some of the top second generations in the Magic City will be there. Are you free the day after tomorrow? If you are, come along. I'll introduce you to some friends. Wang Yu thought for a moment, then asked, Is it safe to hold it on the high seas? Don't worry, Wang Sikong said. The participants are all bigwigs and celebrities from all walks of life. If you are worried, you can bring bodyguards. This auction is a private auction held by Christie's every 3 years. It is not announced to the public. You will definitely not be disappointed. Don't worry. Okay, send me the time and address, and I'll go there the day after tomorrow. Wang Yu responded, I have time before school starts. How many days do I need to stay on the high seas? You can come back anytime you want. It's just a coincidence that the time is advanced this year. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to make it before school starts. Wang Sikong also laughed. That's just right. Wang Yu couldn't help but looked forward to it. After the two chatted for a few words, Wang Xikong ended the topic and said, "That's settled. When we meet the day after tomorrow, we can have a good chat." "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow." Wang Yu immediately hung up the phone. The circle of rich second generations in Shanghai is a mysterious existence in the eyes of others. For him, as long as he wants, he can integrate into any circle. And it's the best. This is the confidence given to him by the system and the background behind him. He made friends with Wang Xikong because he thought he was a nice guy. Wang Yuk had no interest in getting to know ordinary people. Lu Yin, who was sitting next to him, rolled her eyes and looked at Wang Yu and said, from the voice over there, "Is it Wang Xikong?" "Sister Yin, do you know Wang Xikong?" Wang Yu asked curiously. "I've met you a few times, but we're not that familiar with each other. It seems like you have a good relationship, and Christie's is willing to take you to its private auctions held every 3 years. Is there anything wrong with that?" "I have never participated in Christie's private auctions. I heard that only members who recommend them are eligible to participate. In recent years, Christie's auctions have seen many world-class collections. Last time, a painting of Leonardo da Vinci's Solvitor Mundi was sold for a whopping $450.3 million, breaking the previous record for the highest price of an artwork sold at an auction." Lu Yin sighed. "Then it looks like there are a lot of good things." After Wang Yu thought about it, he became even more excited about it. His ambition to make money will probably be realized at this auction. Spending $450 million to buy a painting shows that the person is really stupid and has a lot of money. You can imagine how much water is in it. However, for Wang Yu, money is not a problem. He can buy as many collections as he can, which is also a good investment. At a world-class auction house like Christie's, reputation is more important than life. The authenticity of the auction items is verified by a professional appraisal team, so Wang Yu can still trust this. Wang Yu came back to his senses and said to Li Yin, "Sister Yin, has Rafa arrived in the Magic City now? We have already gone through the relevant formalities at the customs, and will be at the store in less than an hour." Lu Yin smiled and said, "According to your request, the bright red color is matched, and the rest are fully matched. Ferrari LaFerrari. It is known as one of the 3 great cars along with McLaren P1 and Porsche 918. Limited to 499 units worldwide, the starting price is over 20 million yuan, plus a series of fees including customized options and import taxes. I'm afraid it will reach more than 50 million in the end. 0.5 small goal. The magical car that could only be seen on the internet in the previous life. Now Wang Yu can also get it. In this life, Wang Yu has enough capital and confidence. Although LaFerrari is a car that everyone owns on the internet, in reality, very few LaFerrari are sold in China. So far, there are no more than 20 vehicles. It's hard to see one in Shanghai in a year, let alone in other cities. Chapter 50. Finally got the Ferrari LaFerrari. In the starry sky of supercars, Ferrari LaFerrari is undoubtedly the most dazzling star. It carries the ultimate speed, dreams, and luxurious craftsmanship, making countless car fans fascinated. Wang Yu, standing at the pinnacle of wealth in this life, is determined to take it down. You may not know that, under normal circumstances, the threshold for ordering a LaFerrari is quite high. You need to own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari supercars or 5 flagship models before you can order a LaFerrari. At this moment, Lu Yin was smiling as she patiently explained to Wang Yu. Her eyes showed respect and pride for this top luxury car brand. Moreover, the ordering process is extremely cumbersome and complicated. It starts with placing the order with us, then sending the configuration to Ferrari headquarters, which then arranges the production. It takes so much time that you can't get the car for at least half a year. Lu Yin paused for a moment and sighed, but during this long period of time, there are always some orders that have variables because they have to wait too long. The business world is ever-changing, and some customers can't make ends meet. In desperation, they can only give up the order. As a result, the LaFerrari cars that have been completed and are waiting for their owners to take them home are in an embarrassing situation where no one claims them. Usually, when such orders appear, many buyers are still eager to buy them, and often they will end up paying a higher price to buy them. Even so, there is still no demand, and it is difficult to get a single order. Fortunately, ICBC helped you get in touch with Ferrari headquarters, so they transferred the order to you and added all the configurations to the car overnight, and then shipped it to you by air. I see. Wang Yu finally understood. He nodded slightly, and the doubts in his heart immediately dissipated. It turned out to be such a tortuous coincidence. Ordering a Ferrari is inherently a tedious affair. What's more, he is the god of the car world, Rafa. As a world-class luxury car model, each LaFerrari is the product of the hard work of the Ferrari family's top craftsmen and is carefully handcrafted, from the outline of the body lines to the selection of interior materials. Each one is tailor-made according to the owner's unique preferences and personal needs, and every detail is engraved with an exclusive mark. Because of this, the time cost is extremely high, and a production cycle of half a year or a year is common. These crystallizations of modern technology that combine speed and luxury are worth tens of millions, which is not a small amount. Customers who have ordered LaFa may be experiencing a downturn in business, with a tight capital chain, and are in urgent need of large amounts of funds for turnover. Under the heavy pressure of reality, even if you are reluctant, you can only grit your teeth, give up the balance payment, and cancel the order. Only regrets left. Money is not a problem. I will swipe my card immediately for any amount you need. Wang You waved his hand casually and said, "Because this is a resale order, there is inevitably a premium on the price. Add in various taxes and fees, and you will need to pay a total of 68,880,000 yuan." Luyan took out a tablet and handed it to Wang Yu, saying, "Here is the detailed bill. Take a look." Wang Yu took the tablet, glanced at it briefly, and immediately took out his bank card and said simply, "Swipe the card." "Okay." Luyan took the bank card, then took out the POS machine that had been prepared long ago and swiped it. "Please enter your password." Luyan then handed the POS to Wang Yu. Wang Yu raised his hand and entered the password. Payment successful. Sizzle. As the payment is successful, the POS machine spits out the deduction receipt. With Long Lily, ICBC's personal butler, by his side, there would naturally not be the embarrassing situation where the transfer had already been processed when purchasing the Tianmu Palace last time. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 68,880,000, and the double cashback was 137,760,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,888 system points. Almost at the same time, the cold mechanical sound of the system rang in Wang Yu's mind. But his expression remained calm. He is no longer the young man who was excited when faced with 50 million when he first traveled through time. With more than 7 billion cold cash in his bank card, his heart no longer easily fluctuates due to the accumulation of wealth. Lu Yin was all smiles when she saw that the payment was successful. She can make a lot of money from this order. Of course, the most important thing for her is to be able to make friends with a top, rich second generation like Wang Yu. Long Lily was also shocked when she saw Wang Yu pay more than 60 million without blinking. Even though she was a personal butler at a bank, she came into contact with many wealthy and powerful people on a daily basis, and she had seen all kinds of rich people. I couldn't help but marvel at Wang Yu's arrogance. In the afternoon, a special transport vehicle stopped smoothly at the entrance of the Ferrari sales center. This vehicle is designed to meet special transportation needs. Equipped with an advanced shock absorption system, its shock absorption effect is better than that of ordinary trucks. Fixtures inside a vehicle are usually made of high-precision, high-strength materials. It can also be precisely customized according to the specific shape of the sports car to ensure that the sports car will not move at all during transportation. Lu Yin smiled and said, "Because this is a LaFerrari, it's quite expensive. In order to avoid any problems on the road, we drove slowly along the way. Please wait a moment, the car will be unloaded soon." Lu Yin stepped forward and entered the password on the truck door. The well-trained staff, who had been waiting on the sidelines, acted quickly and carefully unloaded Rafa from the transport vehicle. Afterwards, a professional driver drove the car steadily to the delivery ceremony site, which had been prepared in advance. After a while, under the light, a bright red Ferrari LaFerrari appeared in front of Wang Yu. The smooth body lines of LaFerrari extend from the front to the rear, outlining a breathtaking beauty of speed. Yellow calipers and brake discs with violent aesthetics. The proud horse on the front of the carriage gallops freely. There is a signature of Wang Yu's initials on the red car door. All of this demonstrates its noble status. LaFerrari, Ferrari's top sports car, showcases its top-notch design in every aspect. As the most outstanding masterpiece of the Ferrari family, it embodies the wisdom of designers and engineers of all generations. Each car is a rare treasure that is customized by individuals, and there is no second car that is exactly the same in the world. There is a license plate with the words 8.66666 on it. Wang Yu got this license plate from ICBC, which took a lot of effort. Luxury cars deserve the best license plates. In a metropolis like Shanghai, A license plate with pure numbers is already extremely rare, not to mention a leopard number with 5 sixes. To buy a luxury car, all you need is enough money. But to have a good license plate, you need sufficient identity and status. If you drive a luxury car, others may look down on you on the road and say that you are a rich second generation who just wants to live a life of idleness and wait for death. But if it is equipped with a top-notch license plate, everyone who sees it will say, "It's really awesome." Lu Yin said with a smile, "I believe you can't wait. Go and experience it." She didn't give any further introduction and took out the key and handed it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu was willing to pay such a high price to buy Lafa, and I believe he is well aware of Lafa's performance and data. The performance and configuration of a car of this level are top-notch. As long as Wang Yu likes it, that's enough. Wang Yu took the key, opened the classic Ferrari butterfly doors, sit in the driver's seat, and closed the door. The red interior and the iconic horse logo come into view. Wang Yu's signature can be seen everywhere in the car. The central panel is made of carbon fiber, and the D-shaped steering wheel gives the LaFerrari's cockpit a strong racing feel. Wang Yu held the steering wheel with both hands, and a feeling of soul unity arose spontaneously. Under the effect of the machine's soul joy entry, he suddenly felt as if he had driven this LaFerrari on countless racetracks and was familiar with the car's temperament and performance as well as he knew his own limbs. He gently pressed the start button. Boom! In an instant, Rafa under him was like a long-sleeping beast, instantly awakened, and the slender headlights suddenly lit up. The car body trembled slightly, and the engine roared. The deafening roar was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present. The entire sales center was filled with Rafa's angry roar, which was deafening. When he was sitting in the car, apart from the roar of the engine, there was no other sound in my ears. Under the light, Rafa shines as bright as the sun. It doesn't feel like a road bike, it belongs on a racetrack. Dominate the world's top competitions. When you turned off the car, got off the car. Chapter 51, New Ranji Restaurant. Sister Yin, please find someone to help me drive this McLaren P1 back. Wang Yu said, "No problem. I'll arrange for someone to follow your Rafa in a moment." Lu Yin had a smile on her delicate and fair face and said, "I was thinking of having dinner with you, a young hunk, but it seems you can't wait." Sister Yin has an appointment. How could I refuse? You helped me a lot. It's my turn to treat you. Wang Yu chuckled. To be honest, there is indeed a big age gap between him and Lu Yin, so she is not his type. But she had just helped herself to Rafa. It was only right for Wang Yu to have a meal with her to express his gratitude. The lights are coming on. The Bund. New Ranji Restaurant. Warm yellow light poured out through the carved window frames. The three of them walked into the restaurant and were greeted by a simple and elegant decoration style. The solid wood tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the tableware on the table glowed with a warm silver light under the light. The air is filled with the elegant fragrance of tea and the faint aroma of food. The melodious gouging music plays softly in your ears, like the gurgling of water, calming your heart instantly. The waiter led them to an excellent seat by the window, from which they could overlook the prosperous scenery of the Oriental Pearl Tower. People come and go, all in a hurry, or running for life, or chasing dreams. Desires are insatiable, and there is no relief. As soon as we sat down, the waiter dressed in traditional costumes handed us the menu. Wang Yu bowed slightly, gestured to hand the menu to Lu Yin with both hands, and showed his gentlemanly demeanor. Sister Yin, you order first. Lu Yin was not polite and flipped through the menu with her bare hands. He has quite a few signature dishes. This sand garlic bean noodle dish is definitely not to be missed. And the soft and glutinous home-roasted pomfret, wow, just thinking about it makes me salivate. After that, she ordered a few dishes in a familiar manner, then turned to look at Wang Yu and said, Xiao Yu, take a look at what else you want to eat, don't be polite to me. Lily, just watch it. I can do anything. Wang Yu took the menu with a smile and handed it directly to Long Lily. He also added a few of the restaurant's signature dishes, and then the waiter quietly left. Xiao Yu, are you used to staying in the Magic City? Lu Yin asked with a smile. Good. Wang Yu smiled and said, I heard that you are from Rhone province. I wonder what your family does. Lu Yin turned her head to look at Wang Yu, with a seemingly casual smile on her face, and asked. It seemed like an ordinary greeting, but there was a barely perceptible glimmer of inquiry in her eyes. Wang Yu is so young, yet he can become a VIP of ICBC's private base. She was really curious about Wang Yu's family background. Nothing, just a little business. Wang Yu still had a gentle smile on his face as he spoke calmly. Lu Yan's lips curled up slightly. She shook the wine glass in her hand and said half-jokingly, "Small business? Don't fool me. You can be so free and easy at such a young age, and you are always accompanied by luxury cars and beautiful women. This small business is not simple." Wang You took a sip of the teacup without any hurry and said calmly, "Sister Yin, it's not as exaggerated as you think. My family just runs a traditional small business in Rome province." After hearing this, although Lu Yin still had doubts in her heart, she didn't dare to continue asking. I just complained secretly in my heart. What a small business. Which small business can achieve the scale of ICBC private VIP? After a while, the waiters brought the exquisite dishes to the table in an orderly manner. The first dish served was the steaming hot stewed bean noodles with sand garlic. The deliciousness of the sand garlic and the mellowness of the bean noodles blended perfectly, leaving a fragrant aroma. Lu Yin said to Wang Yu with a smile, "Xiao Yu, try it quickly. This is their specialty. I guarantee you will want to eat more after you have tasted it." Wang Yu also responded with a smile, picked up a piece of food with chopsticks, and put it into his mouth. After tasting it carefully, he praised, "It is indeed delicious. The taste is so fresh that my eyebrows are about to fall off." Soon after, the home-grilled pomfret was served. The fish body is cooked to a bright red color. The skin is slightly charred, but the fish meat inside is extremely tender and melts in your mouth. Lu Yin skillfully picked out a piece of fish belly meat and put it in Long Lily's bowl, saying, "Lily, this fish belly is the softest and most glutinous. Eat more." Long Lily quickly thanked him, and the three of them ate and chatted, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. At this time, the gouging music in the restaurant changed to fisherman's song at dusk. The melodious tune complemented the prosperous yet peaceful night scene outside the window. A young lady in ancient costume was dancing gracefully in front of the window. As she spun lightly, her skirt looked like blooming flowers, attracting the attention of many diners in the restaurant. As they were talking, several other signature dishes that they ordered were served one after another. Golden crispy hairtail, crispy pigeon, boiling tofu stew, honey sweet potatoes. After having a good meal and a few drinks, the three of them ate honey-glazed sweet potatoes while looking out the window. At this time, the bund is flickering with neon lights under the reflection of the night, and the surrounding streets are still bustling with people and traffic. "Sister Yin, it's getting late. Sorry to bother you today. I'll treat you another day." After chatting for a while, Wang Yu looked at the time, stood up, and said. Lu Yin waved her hand. "What trouble? We could just get together more often in the future." Long Lily also stood up, and the three of them walked out of the restaurant together. The night breeze outside is a little cool, but it also makes people feel refreshed. The driver arranged by Lu Yin was already waiting at the door. Wang Yu and Long Lily said goodbye to Lu Yin and got in the car. Wang Yu took out the key and unlocked Rafa. Opened the car door, and the red door of Lafayette will spread upwards like the wings of a butterfly. Long Lily, wearing high heels, sat sideways in Rafa's passenger seat. She picked up the seat belt and fastened it, and immediately felt it tighten around her chest, so she reached down and moved it. Closed the car door. Wang Yu stepped on the brake and pressed the ignition button. Boom! Suddenly, the entire LaFerrari let out a deafening roar like a wild beast waking up from sleep. It keeps people's adrenaline rushing. Wang Yu's eyebrows kept rising. Even though he has driven luxury cars like the McLaren P1, the Ferrari LaFerrari still gives him a special feeling. It was as exciting as driving a car for the first time. Wang Yu skillfully shifted gears, and Lafa drove quickly out of the street and headed towards the Tianmu Palace. Under the illumination of the street lights in Shanghai, Rafa was like a red lightning streak across the night sky. Wang Yu increased the speed steadily and always stayed at the speed limit. Under the effect of the machine Souljoy entry, Rafa was like a tamed Arabian horse in his hands, as if at one's finger. The driver of the McLaren P1 following closely behind did not dare to be careless at all and focus fully, fearing that he would lose it if he was not paying attention. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yu returned to the Tianmu Palace and instructed the driver to park the McLaren P1 in his parking space. He opened the hood of the McLaren P1, took out a stack of bills from the storage box, handed it to the driver, and said, "Sorry, brother, thanks Sister Yin for me." The driver took the cash and smiled. "Thank you, boss. I'll definitely pass on your message." After Wang Yu finished speaking, he returned to the Lafayette. "Tomorrow, please help me contact a reliable bodyguard company. They must be professional, preferably veterans who have been in the military for more than 10 years. He said to Long Lily indifferently. "Bodyguard? Long Lily was a little surprised, but still said, "No problem. I will help you contact when I get back." Wang Yu is looking forward to the trip to the high seas the day after tomorrow. Although it was Wang Sikong who invited us, safety issues had to be considered. Although Wang Yu was physically strong, he had no actual combat experience after all. That was the high seas, and no one would know even if a few people died. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It is imperative to hire a bodyguard. As the personal housekeeper of ICBC, Long Lily has access to a lot of the bank's resources. Therefore, Wang Yu did not need to run around himself regarding hiring a bodyguard. He could just wait for her to screen them and then make the decision. "Where do you live? I'll take you back first," Wang Yu said calmly. "Don't bother. I can just take a taxi back by myself." Long Lily looked nervous and waved her hands repeatedly. "Let's go, it's still early. I'll take you back." Wang Yu started the car and drove out of Kafko Seaview number 1. "Well, I live in Central Apartments, not far from here." Chapter 52, Full Favorability. Wang Yu returned to the Tianmu Palace alone. He seemed calm and composed, without any sign of anxiety. As his personal bank butler, Long Lily could not escape his control. "Just wait a little while." Wang Yu took out his cell phone, opened Feishan, and found Zhang Rou's profile picture. Made a video call. Midnight. The lights in the Tianmu Palace are dim, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The room was in a mess, with clothes scattered everywhere and tattered black stockings thrown around randomly. Zhang Rou lay in Wang Yu's arms, panting, her eyes blurred, her body soaked with sweat, and the sheets beneath her were also wet. It took her a long time to recover. After a long while, he seemed to have regained some strength. She felt like she was alive again. At this moment, Zhang Rou finally had time to carefully look at the luxury house in front of her, which was beyond her understanding. What you see? It was filled with high-end furniture that she had never seen before, and every detail showed refinement and luxury. Especially the panoramic glass skylight, which displays the most prosperous Bund night view of Shanghai, without reservation, making people feel as if they are in a dream. Zhang Rou was deeply shocked. She had never imagined that the house could be so luxurious. She had just arrived at the Tianmu Palace and had no time to look around before Wang Yu pulled her to play games. "Now I have time to pay attention to the details in the room. The more I watch it, the more I like it." Zhang Rou was naked, snuggling tightly in Wang Yu's arms, her eyes full of curiosity, and she asked softly, "Hubby, this house is so beautiful. When did you buy it?" "Just a few days ago." Wang Yu replied with a smile on his face and in a calm tone. "This apartment is so big, it looks like it can accommodate 10 people. It's in a prime location like Lijiazui. How much does it cost?" Wang Yu said calmly, "It's not much money, about 200 million. Zhang Rou's face froze when she heard this. His body, which was already weak to begin with, suddenly went limp, and he almost fell from Wang Yu's arms. 200 million? There was an obvious tremor in Zhang Rou's voice. For Zhang Rou, this number is simply an astronomical figure that is out of reach. In her previous life, she had never dared to have such a luxury, let alone spend 200 million to buy a property. Zhang Rou was born into an ordinary family, and her family had always lived in a small house with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Compared with the luxury house in front of him worth nearly 200 million yuan, there is a world of difference. Although she knew that Wang Yu was wealthy and could afford luxury cars like McLaren. But Wang Yu's wealth was far beyond her imagination. "I just bought this house worth 200 million yuan casually. Considering Wang Yu's age, this is really inappropriate. For most people, buying a house is a major event in life, and one must consider it carefully and over again before deciding to buy it. But Wang Yu bought it directly. According to Zhang Rou's understanding of him, the whole process probably took no more than a day. The gap between them is quite huge." Zhang Rou raised her head, a blush still lingering on her fair face. She asked curiously, "Husband, what does your family do?" Wang Yu said calmly, "Why? You want to know?" "Oh, I'm just curious," Zhang Rou said coquettishly. "Does the Chengdu Pioneer Heavy Industry Group know that my last name is Wang?" "Ah!" Zhang Rou couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face full of shock. Pioneer Heavy Industries Group is one of the best companies in China, and even in the world it is one of the top companies. She never expected that Wang Yu was actually the son of the Pioneer Group. This identity really surprised her. Zhang Rou only felt her heart beating faster, as if she would be able to fly out in the next second. At this moment, she only felt that the man in front of her was becoming more and more charming. Zhang Rou put on a coat, stood up and walked to the balcony, feeling the cool breeze blowing from both sides of Huangpu. It took a while for him to calm down. From a height of more than 200 meters, you can overlook the night view of the Magic City, with brilliant lights and flashing neon lights below. Only by standing here can you truly feel the prosperity and charm of the Magic City. The fireworks in the foreign land, the stormy weather gathers at Huangpu Beach. It feels so good. It's worthy of being a 200 million mansion. Standing here, it feels like the entire Magic City is in my arms. Zhang Ro looked at the night view of the Magic City and couldn't help but sigh. When you first arrive, it feels fresh, but once you've lived here for a while, it becomes just like that. Wang You came behind Zhang Ro, looked at the scenery outside the window, and said lightly, "How could that be? I wouldn't dare to dream of a house like this. I don't think I'll get tired of living here, no matter how long I live there." Zhang Ro turned around, her eyes sparkling, and said, "This is a house worth nearly 200 million yuan. How exaggerated. If you want to live here, move in tomorrow." Wang You said with a smile. "Ah, husband, are you willing to let me move in?" Zhang Ro looked at Wang Yu with surprise. "Of course, you are my woman, the mistress of this house. If I don't let you live here, who should I let live here?" Wang Yu smiled gently. Zhang Ro called out coquettishly, "Husband." Wang Yu only saw Zhang Ro in front of him, her bright eyes looking straight at him with affection. A layer of mist has appeared in those gentle eyes. "You're so nice to me. I love you." Zhang Ro hugged Wang Yu tightly, buried her head in his chest, and her heart was filled with emotion. Although she knew very well that she was just one of Wang Yu's many women. But Wang Yu's kindness to her made her feel truly happy. She felt that even if she could not eventually marry Wang Yu, having these beautiful memories was enough. If it's not good for you, who will it be good for? Wang Yu looked out the window with a deep gaze and said meaningfully. Zhang Ro hugged Wang Yu's strong waist and stood on tiptoe to give him a light kiss on the face. Her eyes were full of charm, and she said in a soft voice, "Honey, I feel like I'm still a little rusty in gaming. Can you teach me again?" Wang Yu was slightly startled and looked down at Zhang Ro. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask for a fight, so he couldn't help but ask, "Can you still do it?" "Yeah, I've rested," Zhang Ro replied with a smile. "Are you sure? I love you." Zhang Ro rested her head on Wang Yu's chest, her ears filled with the sound of his strong heartbeat. Even though the intimate contact in the previous half of the night had already made her exhausted. But now she had only one thought in her mind, which was to completely melt her body in Wang Yu's arms. Indivisible from each other, two become one. This is an extremely happy thing between lovers. Faced with such an enthusiastic Zhang Ro, Wang Yu really found it difficult to refuse. So he picked up Zhang Ro and walked towards the bedroom. After a night of love, when Wang Yu woke up again, it's already 10 o'clock in the morning. He got up and stretched, feeling refreshed. Wang Yu looked back at Zhang Ro, who was still sleeping soundly. He didn't expect how enthusiastic she was this time. Taking this opportunity, Wang Yu also unlocked a lot of gameplay. Although the fight ended with Zhang Ro running out of energy, Wang Yu was still surprised. Such a small body can actually burst out huge energy. A golden light flashed in Wang Yu's eyes, and the system panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name, Zhang Ro. Age, 23. Height, 165 cm. Charm, 91. Constitution, 83. Favorability, 100. Skills, intermediate painting, intermediate sales skills. Wang Yu looked at Zhang Ro with doting in his eyes. His favorability was at full value, so he no longer had to worry about it decreasing. From body to mind, the woman in front of him completely belongs to him. Chapter 53, Jian Security Services Company. After a night of hard work, Zhang Ro was exhausted. She slept until noon before waking up slowly. "Don't blame me for this. You were the one who seduced me first." Wang Yu looked at Zhang Ro's resentful eyes, spread his hands, and said, "Bad guy, you don't even know how to cherish me. If you scare me away, I'll see if you'll regret it later." A touching red color appeared on Zhang Ro's fair and moist face, making her look very charming. Wang Yu smiled when he heard this and said, "You were the one who provoked me first. You are so naive and playful. Now that you've had a good rest, I'll take you out for some shopping today to make it up to you." "Wait a moment. I feel like I'm broken." Zhang Ro was lying on the bed. "I just felt weak all over and just wanted to lie in bed all day and not go anywhere." Even though women love shopping by nature, It did not arouse her interest. Wang Yu had no choice but to order a bunch of takeout and eat at home. In order to nourish Zhang Rou's body, there are birds' nests, shark fins, abalone, and sea cucumbers. The meal cost 18,890 yuan. After dinner, Wang Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Long Lily calling. Master Wang, the bodyguards have been arranged. Please come and take a look. Okay, just send me the address, and I'll be there in a minute. I'm right next to your Rafa now. Good. Wang Yu hung up the phone, turned to Zhang Rou, and said, I'm going to go out and do something. You should have a good rest at home. Yeah, I'll wait for you to come back. Zhang Rou tucked her little head into the quilt and spoke gently. Tiamu Palace underground parking lot. Wang Yu came out of the elevator and saw Long Lily standing next to Rafa with a lot of information in her hand. Wang Yu walked over, unlocked the car, and asked, Since we're here, why don't you get in and sit down? Long Lily smiled and said, I just arrived too. After all, Wang Yu was her boss, so she was too embarrassed to go up to him directly. Long Lily sat sideways in Rafa's passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Seeing this, Wang Yu started the LaFerrari and drove it smoothly out of the underground garage. Long Lily sorted out the information in her hand and said, Master Wang, I have sorted out 3 relatively professional bodyguard companies in Magic City. I will read them to you. Golden Shield Company's bodyguards are all retired Special Forces soldiers from various major military regions and outstanding Sonda students from martial arts schools and sports schools. They provide a variety of bodyguard services. Jian Security Services Company, Limited is a company licensed by the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. It has grown and developed with the help of the social and police forces in Shanghai. Its bodyguard team is composed of retired soldiers from Special Forces and the Central Security Bureau and can provide VIP private bodyguard services to important figures at home and abroad, business executives, and entertainment stars. The Spark Special Guard Company has members who are recent Special Forces veterans who meet 27 international standards and have a strict training and assessment elimination mechanism. It has a comprehensive training and support center, which conducts strict background checks on bodyguards and takes a number of security measures to ensure service quality. Of these 3 companies, Jian Security is the most powerful. Which one do you think we should go to first? After Wang Yu pondered for a moment, he said, Then let's go to Jian. Half an hour later, Wang Yu parked the car downstairs of Suhui District Jian Security Service Company, Ltd. At the gate of Jian Company, General Manager Lin Shun and several senior executives had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Wang Yu's Lafa slowly driving in, they immediately greeted him with smiles on their faces. Master Wang, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you so early. My name is Lin Shun. I'm the General Manager of Jian, and these people are the backbone of our Jian. Lin Shun extended his hand enthusiastically. Wang Yu turned off the engine and got out of the car. He extended his hand and shook it and responded politely, Boss Lin, I'm sorry to bother you to wait in person. Long Lily followed behind and nodded slightly. Master Wang, Miss Long, please come in. I have prepared the best Longjing tea. Let's drink and chat. Lin Shun stepped sideways to guide him. Before Wang Yu came, Long Lily had contacted him. Upon learning that Wang Yu was a private VIP client of ICBC, he did not dare to neglect him. Bring a few senior executives downstairs to greet them in advance. Everyone came to the reception room, which was elegantly decorated and filled with the aroma of tea. After they sat down, Lin Shun personally poured tea for them, and then began to talk incessantly about his company's bodyguard business. Master Wang, you have found the right place. Our Jian is located in the Magic City, and its reputation is obvious to all. Like I mentioned to Miss Long before, our bodyguard team is made up of retired soldiers from the Special Forces and the Central Security Bureau. They are the elite among the elites, and each one is extremely powerful. As he spoke, Lin Shun handed over a detailed brochure. It contains a detailed introduction to our various services, as well as some classic cases. Please take a look. Wang Yu took the file. Bodyguard Special Security Services, Emergency Crisis Management, Risk Assessment, Security Strategy Formulation, Information Security Assurance, etc. He flipped through a few pages at random and nodded his approval. Lin Shun observed his expression and continued. As for the price, rest assured, Mr. Wang, we will definitely give you the most favorable price. We are not exaggerating. You get what you pay for. If you want top-level security, we will provide top-level services and will definitely not let you spend extra money. Boss Lin, I trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come directly to your Jian. However, I still want to take a look at the person first. After all, The key to the job of a bodyguard is skill and experience. Wang Yu put down the file and smiled. That's natural. That's natural. Lin Shen quickly stood up, walked to the door, and greeted him. After a while, 6 tall bodyguards walked in with neat steps and stood in a row. Each of them had a stern look in their eyes and exuded a fierce aura. Report, the Wolf Fong squad has assembled. Please give instructions. The leader stepped forward and reported loudly. Wang Yu's gaze fell on the leader. He had a sturdy figure, taut muscles, and a look of determination and courage in his eyes. He looked like a veteran of many battles. Wang Yu opened the eye of truth and looked. Name, Lung Feng. Age, 32. Height, 185 cm. Charm, 80. Constitution, 96. Favorability, 50. Skills, advanced combat, advanced reconnaissance, advanced gunmanship, intermediate demolition. The others are all around 30 years old. Their physical fitness is above 90, and they are proficient in various professional skills. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction and asked, What's your name? Report, my name is Li Jiming, codename Lung Feng. Lung Feng's voice is loud and full of energy. Tell me about your team's expertise. If we encounter an emergency, how will you respond? Wang Yu leaned back on the sofa and asked seemingly casually, but he was actually observing their reactions carefully. Lung Feng stood up straight and answered clearly. Master Wang, all members of our team have undergone rigorous special training in anti-terrorism, anti-hijacking, emergency rescue, etc., and are good at dealing with various complex and changing environments. Once we encounter an emergency, we will first ensure your personal safety and quickly transfer you to a safe area. At the same time, we will take appropriate measures to defeat the enemy based on the situation on the scene. We will never fight to the death, and your safety is our top priority. Chapter 54, Umbrella Corporation. Wang Yu nodded slightly and was quite satisfied with Lung Feng's answer. He stood up and walked to the bodyguards, examining them carefully one by one, occasionally reaching out and pinching their arms to test their strength. Long Lily added, Master Wang, I've also learned before that Jian's bodyguards have done a good job in background checks and have no bad records. There will also be regular psychological and skills assessments to ensure that the bodyguards are always in top condition. Lin Shen was delighted to see that Wang Yu had initially approved the bodyguard candidate. He quickly struck while the iron was hot and introduced the service details. Master Wang, our bodyguard service is all-round and customized. Take the 6-member team in front of you as an example. They provide you with 24-hour dedicated service. No matter day or night. As long as you give an order, they will respond immediately and protect your safety in all aspects. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, How is the price calculated? Mr. Wang, you are a VIP of ICBC, so let's not beat around the bush. The monthly service fee for this team is 680,000. Although the price is not low, it is money well spent. These 6 people have clear division of labor. Some are responsible for personal protection. Some are responsible for surveying routes and checking risks in advance. And some are proficient in operating various security equipment and can set up a safety protection circle at any time to ensure that no matter where you are, you will be as safe as a solid wall. Wang Yu folded his hands across his chest and signaled him to continue speaking with his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Shen added, Our company currently has more than 3,000 permanent security personnel and more than 1,000 temporary security personnel. All of them are special forces and retired personnel from the Central Security Bureau. Once we encounter special circumstances, such as the need to temporarily increase manpower or call for special equipment, our company has an emergency deployment mechanism and will fully cooperate without any ambiguity. What is that? Wang Yu was shocked when he heard this, and he stood up and said loudly, Is your company serious? Why do you recruit so many veterans? Reality Umbrella Corporation? No wonder Wang Yu was surprised. There are more than 4,000 veterans, including retired veterans from the Special Forces and the Central Guard Bureau. If these people are equipped with relevant equipment, they can defeat a weaker small country. If we also arrange the equipment of the Heavy Combined Brigade, more than 4,000 people formed a reinforced heavy armored combined regiment and sent to the neighboring monkey country, I'm afraid they could conquer a considerable territory. Manager Lin waved his hand, smiled bitterly, and said, Don't worry, Mr. Wang. We have obtained permission from the Magic City Public Security Bureau. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to recruit so many people. There is no other way to recruit so many people. Every year, many veterans retire without relevant survival skills in society. Many veterans cannot make money and can only work as security guards or screw in factories. They can't even find a wife. Those who come from special forces and have professional skills are better off being bodyguards. They earn a decent salary and can support their families. The market is not doing well right now. We have so many employees and the company is in a tight financial situation. The price of $680,000 is already very favorable. Long Lily whispered, Master Wang, there is absolutely no problem with Jian's qualifications. It has been registered with the Ministry of Public Security. In terms of cost-effectiveness, Jian's quote is reasonable in the industry. Other companies with the same level of security teams charge higher prices, and they may not provide such comprehensive follow-up services. Wang Yu pondered for a moment, patted Lung Feng's shoulder, turned to look at Manager Lin, and said, It's a 1-year package first, swipe the card. When Manager Lin heard this, his eyes widened instantly. 1 year? How long has it been since we had such a large order? The surprise on his face was beyond words. He was stunned for a moment before reacting and said quickly, Okay, Mr. Wang, you are so generous. I will ask someone to prepare the relevant information right away. After saying that, Manager Lin hurried out of the reception room. After a while, Manager Lin came with a pile of documents and a POS machine. Mr. Wang, the annual fee is $8.16 million. I'll give you a discount. Even if it's $8 million, we can be friends. Take a look. As he said this, he handed the information in his hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu took it and carefully read the relevant terms of service, nodded and said, Swipe the card. Manager Lin was delighted and hurriedly took out the POS machine, handing it to Wang Yu with slightly trembling hands. His eyes were fixed on the movement of Wang Yu swiping the card, as if he was afraid that the deal would fall through. Payment successful. Ding! The system detected that the host spent $8 million, and the double cashback was $16 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 system points. Only when the prompt tone of successful card swiping sounded did he breathe a sigh of relief, his face full of smiles, and he thanked repeatedly. Master Wang, thank you so much. Don't worry, from now on, the Wolf Fong team will be at your disposal 24/7 and will definitely satisfy you. Lung Feng took a step forward, stood straight, and saluted with a standard military salute. He looked at Wang Yu firmly and said, Master Wang, thank you for your trust. Our Wolf Fong squad will defend your safety to the death, even if it means going through fire and water. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. The other 5 team members also shouted in unison. The voice echoed in the reception room with great momentum. After finishing their work, Wang Yu and Long Lily stood up and prepared to leave. Manager Lin led the way, jogging all the way, and sent them to the company gate. Along the way, he never stopped talking, expressing gratitude and promising that follow-up services would be absolutely in place. He also turned aside from time to time to introduce some other security facilities of the company to Wang Yu, showing his attentiveness. When they arrived at the Lafayette, Manager Lin personally opened the door for Wang Yu and said, Mr. Wang, take care. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. The Wolf Fong squad acted quickly and in unison. At the command of Captain Lung Feng, the two ran to the parking lot and drove the professional security vehicle that had been prepared in advance to the door. The vehicle is equipped with the most advanced communication equipment, protective equipment, emergency rescue tools, etc. The other 3 returned to the equipment room inside the company, quickly received special bulletproof vests, close combat weapons, and other personal equipment, and put them on skillfully. Lung Feng himself stayed at the door and checked again the key equipment he carried with him, such as the walkie-talkie, bulletproof vest, etc., to make sure that everything was safe. Then he stopped Wang Yu, who was about to get on the car, and said, Mr. Wang, please wait a moment. Let me check first. Wang Yu immediately stopped and looked at Lung Feng curiously as he inspected the car. After Lung Feng finished speaking, he began to conduct a detailed inspection around the Lafayette, not missing any tiny gaps, searching for any dangerous items that might be hidden. Then he opened the hood and, with his professional knowledge and experience, checked the engine, circuits, and other key parts one by one, occasionally using his hands to test the temperature and listen to the operating sounds. After a moment, Lung Feng stood up, turned to Wang Yu, and reported confidently, Mr. Wang, there is no problem with the car. You can go on the road safely. Wang Yu stood aside and took it all in. He could not help but nod slightly, secretly admiring the professionalism of the Wolf Fong squad. He turned his head to look at Long Lily, with the corners of his mouth raised, and said with some satisfaction, This money is worth spending. I feel much more at ease when we go to the high seas tomorrow. It's professional after all, Long Lily said. Manager Lin smiled and agreed. Young Master Wang, your safety is of utmost importance. We have the Wolf Fong squad to escort you. You can rest assured when you go out in the future. Only then did Wang Yu feel at ease sitting in the LaFerrari. Seeing this, Lung Feng quickly ordered the team members to take their positions. In the two cars, the security personnel looked alert and kept an eye on the movements around them. As the roar of the LaFerrari engine sounded, the convoy slowly drove out of the Jian Company and headed towards the Tianmu Palace. Chapter 55. A Noble Person in Life. After returning to the Tianmu Palace, I found that Zhang Ro was no longer in the bedroom, and she only said on Feishan that she was shopping in the mall. Under the arrangement of Captain Lung Feng, the Wolf Fong squad conducted a careful inspection of the Tianmu Palace. After ensuring that there were no problems, they left 2 people on duty at the door, and the rest returned to the car to be on standby at any time. Wang Yu thought for a moment and said to Long Lily, Lily, go contact the sales manager of Kafko Seaview No. 1 and buy a house downstairs. Why buy a house? Long Lily asked curiously. It's not a good idea for them to stay in the car. If something goes wrong, the food will be cold by the time they get on board. There's still a lot of time to go. Forget it, call him over, and I'll buy a few more sets. Okay, I'll make the call right away. Long Lily was secretly resentful. What a spendthrift he is. He bought a house in Kafko Seaview No. 1 for his bodyguard to live in. This is too luxurious. After a while, Manager Xiao, the sales manager of Kafko Seaview No. 1, trotted in. With a warm smile on his face, he bowed slightly and said respectfully, Mr. Wang, long time no see. Do you still remember me? I am the sales manager of Kafko Seaview No. 1. We just met a few days ago. I remember you, Xiaoyan. Just remember. I wonder what Master Wang wants me to do. Manager Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a smile on his face, This guy is a top-notch young man, so he has no choice but to be careful and cautious. Wang Yu said calmly, How many houses on my floor are still unsold? Manager Xiao was suddenly shocked. This young master is going to buy a house again? He came back to his senses and quickly gave a detailed introduction. Mr. Wang, there is a 210 square meter 3-bedroom apartment on the floor below you. It faces north and south, is fully decorated, and is ready for you to move in. There are also 2 sets of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms of about 300 square meters, with good lighting and view rooms. You can enjoy the night view of Shanghai. There is also a 3-bedroom apartment of about 300 square meters on the 43rd floor below, which is also not for sale. Wang Yu listened, nodded slightly, waved his hand gently, and said, Okay, no need to introduce. I want all the room types on the 2 floors below. Give me a favorable price, and go and prepare the relevant procedures. As soon as these words were spoken, Long Lily's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She never expected that Wang Yu would be so generous as to directly buy all the rooms on the 2 floors. Manager Xiao was also stunned for a moment. Then he could no longer suppress the surprise on his face, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Mr. Wang Yu, you are so generous. I will quickly prepare the relevant information. I promise to give you the best price. Please wait a moment. I will be back soon. As Manager Xiao spoke, he hurried out of the room to prepare the house purchase contract and other documents. The speed was even faster than when he came, as if he was afraid that Wang Yu would go back on his word. Soon, Manager Xiao and several colleagues returned to the Tianmu Palace. Manager Xiao took the quotation sheet, handed it to Wang Yu, and said, Mr. Wang, please take a look. There are 4 apartments on the 2 lower floors that have not been sold yet. The total area is 1,232 square meters, and the price is 166,000 per square meter. The total cost is 204,512,000. Mr. Wang, you are the most distinguished guest of Kafko Seaview No. 1. I have tried my best to help you apply for a 9.3 discount. After deducting the decimals, you only need 190 million to buy these 4 houses, and you will also get a parking space and 5 years of free property fees. This is the highest sincerity of Kafko Seaview No. 1. What do you think? Wang Yu nodded and took out his bank card and said, Swipe the card, full payment. I will do it for you right away. I will do my best to get the property certificate to you as quickly as possible. Manager Xiao took a deep breath and took the bank card with trembling hands. Under Manager Zhao's arrangement, the entire sales team started to operate at a rapid speed. 2.5 hours later, Wang Yu signed the contract. Enter the password into the POS machine under the watchful eyes of everyone. With the payment successful, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Wang Yu's mind. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 190 million and the double cashback was 380 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 19,000 system points. Manager Xiao stepped forward and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your support to our Kafko Seaview #1 again. As long as you are satisfied with living here, it will be our greatest honor." He only felt that Wang Yu was his benefactor in life. Wang Yu bought 5 houses in just a few days, which usually took half a year to sell, and they are all large flat floors. He didn't even dare to say congratulations to Wang Yu for becoming a distinguished member of Kafko Seaview #1. This is too degrading to Wang Yu's noble status. I'm afraid that even the entire Kafko Seaview #1 combined is not as prestigious as Wang Yu. Manager Xiao has been working in sales for so many years, and today he finally saw what a truly rich person is. Buying a house is like buying cabbage. Wang Yu, who just bought 4 houses, still felt it was not enough. He has so many women, so in order to avoid trouble in the future, he might as well buy a few more sets today. Wang Yu pulled Long Lily, who was still in a daze, and drove the Ferrari LaFerrari out of Kafko Seaview #1. He then bought a house in Thompson 1 not far away. A small apartment of over 300 square meters. The price is around 200,000. Including discounts, the cost is 63 million. He then went to Riverside Arc de Triomphe and Emerald Riverside and bought a house in each of them. They are all small apartments. A total of more than 700 square meters. The total cost was 131 million yuan. Since you want to raise canaries, you must prepare a few more houses. And they cannot be placed together. They can only be purchased separately. It's not that Wang Yu is afraid of a Shura's scene. He just wants to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 194 million, and the double cashback was 388 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 19,400 system points. System. Open the personal panel. A pale blue light suddenly appeared in front of Wang Yu's eyes. Host. Wang Yu. Age. 20 years old. Height. 188 cm. Charm. 92. Physique. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Solidification. Entry effect. Eye of Truth. Effect of the item. Machine Soul Joy. Entry effect. Points. 47,357 points. Huaxia currency. 7,560,506,206. Wang Yu stared at the series of astonishing numbers on the screen, his heart filled with calm. 705 billion. Once upon a time, these astronomical figures were nothing but an unattainable dream to him. But now, they are right before his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. This feeling is really addictive, Wang Yu muttered to himself. The light in his eyes was so hot that it seemed to ignite the air. Wang Yu turned his head to look at Long Lily beside him, who was still a little confused, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became deeper. With beautiful women by your side, your account is filled with wealth. The days ahead are destined to be a carnival of decadence and extravagance. Chapter 56 Shameless. The lights come on, and the night is as dark as ink. By the time Wang Yu and Long Lily finished all the formalities and returned to Tianmu Palace, night had already fallen quietly. At the gate of the palace, 2 burly bodyguards with stern eyes stood like sculptures, guarding diligently. Seeing Wang Yu coming, the bodyguard bowed slightly and said, "Young Master Wang." Wang Yu nodded and stepped into the palace. The room was quiet. Zhang Ro had gone out shopping and had not returned yet. The 6-member Wolfang team had been arranged by Wang Yu to live in a 4-bedroom apartment on the 44th floor below him. Ensure quick response. Lily, why are you standing at the window for so long? Wang Yu saw Long Lily staring at the night view outside the window in a daze with her graceful figure, and he couldn't help but ask. It feels so beautiful. Long Lily's beautiful eyes moved around, and she said with a bit of confusion, "The night scenery here is so beautiful. It's not until I stand here that I can truly feel the charm of the magic city. If you like this place, You can live here. Wang Yu raised the corner of his mouth in a meaningful arc and said meaningfully, "Me? Live here?" Wang Yu stopped joking. Long Lily's body stiffened, and she said with a slightly awkward smile. She understood clearly the deep meaning behind Wang Yu's words. As an adult, how could she not understand it? A blush crept up her cheeks, and her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. "I'm not kidding. My door is always open for you." Wang Yu smiled faintly and spoke in a very serious tone. You should have a girlfriend, right?" Long Lily asked subconsciously. After all, a rich man like Wang Yu has no shortage of girlfriends. And Wang Yu is so young and so handsome. After she asked this question, she didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly lowered her head. Heart rate increases. She felt delighted in her heart. Wang Yu's words proved that he recognized her charm. For any girl, being liked by a good boy like Wang Yu is a joy to behold. Women dress up to please themselves. "Yeah, I have many girlfriends, more than one." Wang Yu spread his hands and said calmly. When Long Lily heard Wang Yu's words, she no longer cared about being shy. She raised her head and looked at Wang Yu in surprise. She had never seen such a shameless person. Wang Yu actually spoke so calmly about the fact that he had many girlfriends. There was no change in his facial expression, as if it was a matter of course. Originally, Long Lily was still imagining the scene of living with Wang Yu. Now it seems that she can't even be a mistress. Shall she? Or shall we? There was a complex look in Long Lily's eyes when she looked at Wang Yu. She wanted to climb up the ladder and become a phoenix, but she had never thought of being a mistress. Wang Yu walked to the panoramic curtain wall and stood there with his hands behind his back. He said in a deep and magnetic voice, "Do you know that in this world, some people are born standing on the top of the pyramid, overlooking all living beings?" Long Lily nodded in agreement. There's a good saying on the internet. If you can't drive a Rolls Royce when you're born, you probably won't be able to drive one in your lifetime. Your 10 years of hard study are nothing compared to the 3 generations of business people have gone through. The resources of this society are destined to be in the hands of a small number of people. If you want to climb up, you always have to pay a price. There was a trace of bitterness on Long Lily's face. Although Wang Yu's words were cruel, they were very true. "You're right, but how can matters of the heart be compared to these?" Long Lily retorted softly. Aren't high-quality men and women a kind of resource?" Wang Yu turned around and stared at her with burning eyes. Regardless of gender, high-quality resources do not belong to the lower class. Wang Yu's words hit the nail on the head, leaving Long Lily speechless for a moment. Wang Yu took a step forward and gently put his arms around Long Lily's slender waist. Long Lily's body trembled slightly. She did not resist, but lowered her head and said weakly, "Wang Yu, don't do this. I'm an employee of the bank, and you are my boss. We can't do this. I'll be fired." "Do you think President Liu dares to do this? And it doesn't matter if she's fired. I'm going to start my own company, and she'll be my secretary. I can't let go of such a professional person." Long Lily raised her eyes, her big watery eyes sparkling with light, reflecting Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu's head slowly moved closer. Long Lily closed her eyes slightly. Her breathing was a little heavy, her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and her hands unconsciously hugged Wang Yu. Time seemed to stand still. The hustle and bustle of the whole world was excluded, and only the chaotic heartbeats of each other resonated with each other. Long Lily felt her mind go blank and her whole body go limp. She could only respond instinctively, her lips and teeth filled with the other person's breath, which was like a sweet poison that made her sink completely. A few minutes later, Long Lily pushed Wang Yu away in panic, her cheeks flushed and her eyes evasive. "I'm a little confused now. I'll go home and think about it. Don't send me off." Long Lily was about to leave after saying this. Wang Yu said quickly, "You can live in the 3-bedroom apartment downstairs. You are my personal butler at the bank. It would be better if you were closer to me and could serve me 24 hours a day." "All right." Long Lily bit her lip, but ultimately did not refuse. After saying that, he left the Tianmu Palace in a panic. Wang Yu looked at Long Lily's departing back with an indifferent expression. Long Lily has already accepted herself in her heart, and what he just said was just to give her a way out. Girls are hypocritical creatures. The bait has been cast. What Wang Yu has to do now is to wait for some time. He has plenty of patience. Not long after, Zhang Ro came back from shopping. Seeing 2 tall and stern bodyguards standing at the door, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, his eyes full of confusion. The bodyguard knew her identity and slightly turned sideways, motioning for her to pass. Zhang Ro paused, then walked in, and when she saw Wang Yu, she immediately asked, "Honey, why are there 2 more bodyguards at the door?" Wang Yu raised his eyes and explained calmly, "It was just arranged this afternoon. They will be here from now on, taking turns 24 hours a day to deal with any emergencies." Zhang Ro nodded slightly. Although she was still a little curious, she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, I started to sort out the large and small bags of shopping loot. Wang Yu walked forward, looked at Zhang Ro's busy figure, and said softly, "Did you enjoy your shopping today?" "Yeah, I bought some things I liked, but shopping is really tiring," Zhang Ro said with a smile. "I felt so bored after you left, so I had to go shopping, and you didn't even accompany me." Wang Yu raised his lips, took out his phone, and operated it a few times in front of Zhang Ro. "To compensate you, I transferred 300,000 yuan to you. Just buy whatever you like. Don't worry about the money. As long as you are happy, it's fine." Ding! The system detected that the host spent 300,000 yuan, and the double cashback was 600,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 system points. Zhang Ro's phone dinged. She saw the transfer information, and her eyes widened instantly. She was surprised and happy, and said, "Hubby, you spoil me too much." Wang Yu gently put his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "You're worth it." The warm breath sprayed on Zhang Ro's neck, causing her cheeks to turn red. This night, the moonlight is like water. Wang Yu and Zhang Ro lay in each other's arms. For a moment, the room was full of beauty and romance. As the passion faded, Zhang Ro nestled in Wang Yu's arms, fell into a deep sleep with a satisfied smile on her lips. Chapter 57. Just a small and micro-enterprise. The rays of sunlight are like golden threads. It gently passed through the thin gauze curtain, sneaked into the bedroom silently, and shone on Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu was sleepy and opened his eyes under the sunlight. He lazily reached out and took the mobile phone from the bedside table. The screen lit up, showing that it was already 12:30. A lot of messages popped up on Feishan. Wang Xikong had already sent the address and time of today's party 2 hours ago. Wang Yu stood up, tidied up the messy bed, walked to the bedroom door in slippers, found his pants, and put them on. He paced back to the bed and gently pushed Zhang Ro, who was still sleeping soundly. But she didn't react at all, just frowned slightly, mumbled a few unclear words in her sleep, then turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. Wang Yu chuckled, his lips curled up, revealing a helpless and doting smile, and stopped disturbing her. After washing up in the shower, Wang Yu came alone to the popular Shibei Yumiankun restaurant not far downstairs to have dinner. Shibei Yumiankun specializes in Northwestern cuisine. The dishes are simply prepared to ensure the original color and flavor of the ingredients. Wang Yu ordered several signature dishes. There are grilled lamb chops, Mongolian beef bones, grilled lamb skewers, yellow rice jelly, Shibei gluten, and so on. The tender and juicy grilled lamb chops are full of aroma. The firm Mongolian beef bones are very satisfying to chew. Wang Yu ate the authentic Northwestern cuisine with gusto, his mouth full of oil. After eating and drinking, he thoughtfully packed a meal for Zhang Ro, thinking that she would eat it after she woke up. "I believe she will like it." The total consumption was 1,688 yuan, 2:30 in the afternoon, on the banks of the Huangpu River. The sunlight shines on the sparkling river surface, creating fine golden rays of light, which complement the prosperity on the shore. Boom! Wang Yu drove a red LaFerrari and arrived at the private yacht dock at lightning speed. Behind him, Lung Feng and 2 other bodyguards also stopped in their car. Wang Yu just got off the car. I was just about to call Wang Xikong. From a distance, Wang Xizong's recognizable shout could be heard. "Wang Yu, this way." Wang Yu looked up and saw a 3-story luxury yacht docked at a pier not far away. The yacht was as white as snow, reflecting a luxurious luster under the sunlight, and several well-dressed people were standing there. A group of bodyguards in black suits were scattered around. Wang Xikong came up quickly and said, "Wang Yu, you are finally here. I've been waiting for you. It's still early, isn't it just 2:30?" Wang Yu looked at the Vacheron Constantine in his hand and said lightly, "Damn boy, you're on time." Wang Xizong's eyes were immediately drawn to Rafa, and his eyes were full of envy. "Rafa, you changed your car again?" "I just bought it yesterday." Wang Xikong looked envious. He also wanted LaFerrari's car. Then he punched Wang Yu on the shoulder and said, "Fuck, it's so hard. You must be awesome." He shook his hands, then looked at the watch on his hand and said in surprise, "Vacheron Constantine's attic craftsman?" Do you know him? Wang Yu was a little surprised. I haven't heard that Wang Sikong does any research on watches. Do you think I'm a bumpkin who has never seen the world? Wang Sikong looked at Wang Yu with resentment and said, I have collected many famous watches. The Vacheron Constantin Loft Artisan Series worth 20 million is of course also in my collection. It seems that you are also a watch lover. Wang Sikong was not surprised by this. Most of the rich second generation pursue only these things. Beautiful women, luxury cars, famous watches. It's normal. Poor people play with cars. Rich people play with watches. Losers play computers. Rich people play yachts. The value of a watch is not like a car. It can be ridiculously high. It's okay. I prefer supercars to watches. Of course, I also like limited edition watches. Wang Yu said lightly. Wang Sikong just felt that he had the same smell as Wang Yu. He excitedly grabbed Wang Yu's shoulder and said, Come on, let me introduce you to some friends first. You've come to the right place today. It will open your eyes later. Wang Sikong kept the question in suspense and said to Wang Yu with a wink. The two of them walked towards the dock arm in arm. This is my good brother, Wang Yu. My old family is from Jincheng, Rome province. Let's get to know each other. Wang Sikong pointed at Wang Yu and introduced him to everyone. Don't look at his young age. His family is no worse than mine. Pioneer Heavy Industry Group is his family. After hearing this, everyone present had their eyes flickering. Pioneer Heavy Industries Group. Who in China doesn't know this? The company's industrial map spans many fields, and it is a well-deserved industry giant. Several people present hurried forward to greet him. Wang Sikong introduced them to Wang Yu one by one with a smile. He pointed at a young man wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, 180 centimeters tall, but as thin as a monkey, and said, His name is Chen Su. He is from Luzhou, his family is in logistics, and he likes supercars just like you. Hi, buddy. Chen Su's personality is obviously very outgoing. He didn't have any airs of a rich second generation. He was smiling and took the initiative to greet Wang Yu. Hello. Wang Yu also smiled and nodded. Oh my god, this is a Vacheron Constantin attic artisan. If I remember correctly, this watch is worth nearly 20 million. Chen Su's eyes were immediately attracted by the watch on Wang Yu's wrist. He raised his eyebrows and said, I've always wanted to buy this watch, but unfortunately I don't have enough money. 1,018, less than 2,000. Wang Yu added, That's damn expensive. Chen Su smacked his lips, looking envious. As expected of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, it has a lot of cash flow. When I was 20 years old, I wanted to buy a Danish SUV, but my family refused to allow it. It took me a long time to persuade them to buy it for me. Wang Sikong put his arm around Wang Yu's shoulders and said jokingly, What's the big deal? Last time he drove a McLaren P1, and today he's driving a Ferrari LaFerrari. Chen Su's face suddenly fell, and he said in frustration, Why is there such a big difference between people? I'm gonna fight you rich people. It's just a small business, not worth mentioning. Wang Yu waved his hand. Chen Su's eyes widened in disbelief. According to what you said, cigarette manufacturing is also considered a small and micro enterprise. That's what it is. At this time, the fat guy next to him, who was chubby and had a particularly kind smile, interrupted and said, It's true that the cigarette group is a small and micro enterprise, but few people know about it. Fuck. Chen Su took out his phone and searched for it. After reading it, he couldn't help but complain, It's true. The little fat man looked at Wang Yu again. If I remember correctly, Huayao Group is also yours. It's just a small business. Wang Yu shook his head repeatedly, being too low-key. Dude, if you keep being so modest, you'll be pretending. Chen Su looked at Wang Yu Dao with a resentful look on his face. Everyone burst into laughter at Chen Su's funny performance. Wang Yu also laughed and waved his hand, saying, Keep a low profile. Chen Su is like a living treasure. With him present, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. This is Li Xiang from Jinling. His family is in the financial industry. Wang Sikong introduced to Wang Yu the little fat boy they had just mentioned. The little fat man had a friendly smile on his face and extended his hand to Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, nice to meet you. Wang Yu shook his hand and replied, Hello. Chapter 58, Master Qingtang. You should know this one. He has been on the internet's hot search list for many years. As Wang Sikong spoke, he pointed at another young man. The young man was a little thin, but he was handsome in a different way. He was about 1.7 meters tall, and the tattoos and earrings on his body showed his unique personality. The young man looked at Wang Yu. Seeing this, Wang Yu smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Of course I know him. After all, he's so popular on the internet, it's hard not to know him." The young man smiled slightly, appearing very kind. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Qin Fun. The young man in front of me is covered with tattoos." It was Qin Fun, nicknamed the King of Shanghai in the Magic City. In 2018, he became extremely famous. The internet is basically full of rumors about him spending a ton of money and having scandals with internet celebrities. The photo of him calmly sitting in a scrap Porsche 918 in the rain and playing with his mobile phone made the majority of netizens remember him firmly and made him an instant hit on the entire internet. He has a good family background and a fairly handsome appearance. Qin Fun once became the Prince Charming in the eyes of many girls on the internet. However, there are different opinions about his background. All kinds of rumors are flying around. Rumor has it that Qin Fun's father is a shareholder of Macau David Group. There are also rumors that his father opened casinos in Macau, as well as real estate and financial companies. The Qin family's annual cash flow is as high as tens of billions of Chinese yuan, and the family assets are substantial. Some people even compared him with Wang Xikong, the son of the richest man on the internet. But Wang Yu knew that these were mostly just rumors, and Qin Fun's background was not that mysterious. Before he was reborn, someone had already uncovered the truth about Qin Fun's family background. The previous generation of the Qin family made their fortune by working as a code stacker. Later, relying on the accumulated personal connections, he gradually built up a huge business empire spanning many industries. It doesn't matter where a hero comes from. In this era, people laugh at poverty, but not at prostitution. The real ability is just having money, connections, and resources. "Hello, Your Majesty. I am Wang Yu." Wang Yu smiled and shook hands with Qin Fun, not forgetting to make a joke. Qin Fun heard this and quickly waved his hands and said, "Stop teasing me. I don't deserve this title. It's all made up by netizens. There are many people who are more powerful than me in the Magic City. I just have a little more money than ordinary people. Don't even mention Lao Wang. Chun Su and Li Xiang, for example, their families are wealthier than mine." Qin Fun continued, "I've noticed that all of you rich people are so low-key. Each one is more pretentious than the other." Chun Su couldn't help but complain. First, it was Wang Yu's small and micro enterprise, and then there came Qin Fun, who was a little more well-off than the average person. "So it seems that only Li Xiang and I have money. Can't you be a little humble?" Qin Fun retorted angrily. "What do you mean by us rich people? Your family is richer than mine. My family's business is nothing compared to yours. I just earned some hard-earned money." Chun Su chuckled and responded, "You're really good at talking nonsense. You are the best at pretending." Qin Fun glanced at Chun Su, then turned to Wang Yu and introduced him. His family owns the largest logistics company in Luzhou with thousands of trucks. Afterwards, Wang Xikong introduced the other three to Wang Yu one by one. One is Su Yuza, whose family runs a real estate business in Shanghai. The other is Lin Hao, who works in the retail industry, and the other is Wei Jinglan, who does foreign trade business. "Let's get on the boat first." After the introduction, Wang Xikong said to Wang Yu, "It's almost time. There will be activities on the ship later." "What activities?" Wang Yu looked at the yacht docked in front of him. "You'll know in a moment." Wang Xikong raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously, "The auction will be held in the evening. It's still too early to go there now." When Wang Yu heard this, he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation in his heart. Usually in Hollywood movies, the second generation of rich people go out to sea for fun. The Metropolitan Museum of Art called on a group of bikini-clad models, and then they drank champagne, had barbecue, and had a great time on the boat. I just don't know what activity Wang Xikong is referring to. Then it's up to you to arrange it. Wang Yu smiled and said, "Otherwise, I really have no interest in going out to sea with you guys. It seems that we are of the same mind. Let's go aboard and discuss this in detail." Qin Fun's tone became noticeably more friendly. In his previous life, people on the internet said that his emotional life was extremely chaotic, and he had dated many internet celebrities. Now it seems that the rumor is indeed true. "Wang Yu, you are hurting my brother by saying this." Wang Xikong said with a resentful expression, "Women are just embellishments. Playing with brothers is the real fun." "Fuck, Lao Wang. Be more normal." Qin Fun looked at Wang Xikong with disdain, then turned to Wang Yu and said, "Wang Yu, you better be careful, old Wang. You are so handsome and young, you might like him." "That's right. If it gets posted online, you'll be doomed." Chun Su also echoed quietly from the side. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu quickly stepped back a few steps, looked at Wang Sikong with a vigilant look, and said, "Old Wang, what's wrong with you? Although we are both from Jincheng, I am straight." Wang Sikong was so depressed he felt like his breath was stuck in his chest, neither going up nor down. After a long while, he shouted helplessly, "Master Qingtang, in broad daylight, you three dare to defame my innocence." A few people walked towards the yacht, talking and laughing, joking around. Lung Feng and his two companions, along with the bodyguards of Wang Sikong and others, followed closely behind them, not leaving their side for a moment. Board the yacht. The teak floor underfoot is shiny and reflects everyone's figures. The interior of the yacht is even more luxurious, with dazzling crystal chandeliers, soft and comfortable leather sofas, and some art paintings hanging on the walls. Wang Yu stood on the deck of the yacht, quietly overlooking the scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River. The scenery during the day is somewhat different from that at night. There is more noise and less magnificent luxury. As the yacht slowly started, the low roar of the engine instantly resounded throughout the entire dock. The wind from the river bank blows towards you, bringing with it the refreshing breath of the sea, which dispels a lot of the summer heat. The yacht soon reached the center of the river. Then the boat began to turn around and head towards the East China Sea. The yacht began to gradually increase its speed until there was no other ship in sight. The waves beat against the yacht rhythmically, creating layers of white foam. The sun shines down without reservation. It penetrates the sea water, revealing the sand and rocks on the seabed, swaying seaweed and the colorful fish swimming among them. All are presented before our eyes without any cover. A flock of seagulls were circling overhead, their white wings gleaming in the sunlight. They stretch their wings and glide lightly, occasionally flapping their wings briefly and making crisp chirps. Some seagulls playfully fly close to the sea surface, their sharp beaks occasionally tapping the sea water, splashing a string of crystal water. Then it flapped its wings and flew high into the blue sky. All this was truly shocking to Wang Yu, who came from the mountains. The boundless sea level, stretching all the way to the horizon, forms a sharp contrast with the limited view surrounded by mountains. People often say, only mountains and seas can broaden a man's mind. The more he sees, the broader his horizons will be, and his vision will naturally become bigger. This is true. Chapter 59, Yacht Carnival. When does the auction start? Wang Yu stood on the deck of the yacht and asked Wang Sikong, who was standing beside him. It doesn't start until 9 o'clock in the evening. Don't worry. Wang Sikong had a slightly wicked smile on his face and winked at Chun Su. Chun Shu nodded, laughed twice, then stood up from the recliner and walked to the deck stairs. He leaned over and shouted toward the cabin below. Suddenly, there was a sound of high heels tapping from inside the cabin. Immediately afterwards, a group of more than 10 girls, all with looks and figures above 80 points, came out in bikinis. One after another, they walked around in front of Wang Yu and others. Then they stood side by side on the deck in front of them, smiling. In an instant, the surrounding sea breeze seemed to be tainted with the girls' fragrance. All of them have extremely hot bodies. The slender waist can be held in one hand, as if it can't be broken, but it cleverly outlines the sexy curves. Winding down along the flat abdomen is the perfectly perky buttocks, which appear even firmer and more attractive when wrapped in the bikini. The fair skin glows with a delicate luster under the sunlight. They stood there side by side. Either charming or pure, they exude an irresistible charm. "You have prepared this?" Su Yuza said to Wang Sikong with some surprise. He had not expected the eye-catching scene before him. "Of course." Wang Sikong looked very proud and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I arranged the activities in advance. Otherwise, I don't know what you guys would say about me after I get off the boat. If this gets out, how am I going to survive in the future? How about my arrangement? Is it enough to shut you up? If you hear any rumors, I will make you pay." Qin Fen lazily lay on the chair, stroking his chin, and said to Wang Yu on the side, "Just these few people seem a little insufficient." "I think so too. There's not enough for us to share. If the foreigners next door see this, they'll think we can't afford it." Wang Yu also nodded and said in cooperation, "That's right. The people who came tonight are the richest people in Asia. Old Wang, you're being too petty." Chun Su also smiled evilly and said, "Since Lao Wang is so insincere, don't blame us for being rude. When I get back, I'll spread the word online that Lao Wang is gay and tell those girls to stay away from him." The little fat man said silently at this time. What if this happens to satisfy Lao Wang's wishes? The scene suddenly became quiet. After a while, the whole audience burst into laughter. You are all my best friends, don't do this to me. Wang Xizong's mentality collapsed. He said with a look of grief and indignation, Little fatty, we have known each other for so many years, and you are doing this to me, right? Wang You just arrived, and you guys are already colluding with him? No, no. The little fat man shook his head and said, We are brothers and dear friends. It's going to cost more, right? Chen Shifu added another sentence. Then they looked at each other and laughed at Wang Xikong. Okay, stop talking. Qin Fan said seriously. If we continue talking, I'm afraid Lao Wang will have to prove it to us on the spot. I don't want to get sty. Wang Xikong glared at Qin Fan and said to Wang You, pick two first. They will accompany you later. As the top second generation, they're already accustomed to scenes like this. There is no rush at this time. Wang Yu didn't act pretentiously and looked at the row of girls in front of him. Then he picked two at random. A tall girl with a very pure appearance and a pair of long and straight legs. The other one has a hot body with a curvy figure, especially her big chest, which is very eye-catching. Just the two of them. When the two girls saw Wang Yu point at them, their eyes suddenly lit up. They smiled and came to Wang Yu on their own initiative without being told. The other girls on the deck were also somewhat envious when they saw this. Since they could come here, they naturally knew the identities of the people in front of them. These are the top young masters in China. If the service is good, money is definitely indispensable. And Wang Yu stands out among them. With his handsome face and 188 centimeters tall stature, I believe no girl would refuse him. Being able to accompany such a handsome and wealthy second-generation man is naturally much better than accompanying anyone else. You have good taste. Wang Xikong looked at the girl chosen by Wang Yu and praised her. He was also quite satisfied with these two, but he didn't expect that Wang Yu would pick them first. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, it proved that they had the same tastes and similar smells. Wang Xikong immediately introduced him to the girl in front of him. His name is Wang Yu. You could just call him Young Master Yu. He is my brother. You should serve him well. If he is happy, you will definitely benefit from it. Ah! The two girls nodded obediently, walked to Wang Yu with charming steps, and took the initiative to hold his hands. The innocent-looking girl said, Young Master Yu, just call me Lei Lei. You shall. My name is Tang Dang. The girl to Lei said in a tender voice. Wang Yu smiled and took the two of them into his arms. Lei Lei looked a little shy, but did not resist at all. She just let Wang Yu hold her obediently, looking like a little bird. Tang Tang cooperated and shrank inside, and the two big Lei stuck tightly to Wang Yu. They came to the yacht willingly and naturally knew what they should do. Wait for Wang Yu to finish choosing. Wang Xikong and Qin Fan also started to choose the girls they liked, and then Chen Su, Li Xiang, and the others. Although it was quite joyful when they were chatting and joking, but from this detail we can also see the difference in status. This is the first time that Wang Yu joins their circle, so let him choose first and leave it alone. Wang Xikong and Qin Fan are the ones with the highest status in this circle. The position of the leader. In society, there are strict hierarchies between people. Among the second generation of rich people, the class hierarchy will only become more distinct. Otherwise, how could it be reflected in such minor details? Let's go and relax first. Qin Fan greeted Wang Yu and put his arm around a blonde bikini beauty. Wang Yu also walked to the front of the yacht deck. This is a small swimming pool with many water guns and fishing rods nearby. In this hot summer, we are on the sea, so playing in the water is a must. Qin Fan and his companions picked up water guns and filled them with water. Then the men looked at each other, grinned evilly, and shot at the girl. Suddenly, the few pieces of cloth on the girls' bodies became wet. The flesh color is faintly visible. Oops, Mr. Qin, you are so bad. Hate it, Master Chen. The girls giggled and dodged sideways from time to time. On the yacht, there was suddenly a spring scene that was breathtakingly beautiful. When Wang Yu saw this scene, he also had the idea of buying a yacht. When you have time, invite a few close friends and then go to the sea. Blue sky, white clouds, sea, beauties, champagne, barbecue. Throwing a grand party is definitely one of the great enjoyments in life. Chapter 60, you might be God's illegitimate child. Young Master Yu, why don't you join in and play? Tang Dang looked at Wang Yu standing beside her and asked curiously, Why, you want to join in? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows and said, Lele glanced at the girl who was smiling sweetly but looking a little embarrassed by the swimming pool, and shook her head repeatedly and said, "I'd better stay with you. I'll go wherever you go." Tong Tong's eyes flickered as she said, "Whatever you say, Master You. I'll be by your side." Wang Yu nodded, smiled, and said nothing. The sea breeze carries the unique scent of the sea, making the atmosphere of decadence even more intense. At this time, the bodyguards were scattered around, with stern eyes, always alert to any unusual events that might occur. It formed a sharp contrast with the decadence, laughter, and joy in the center of the deck. Wang Xikong sank into the soft sofa and snapped his fingers at the waiter next to him. The waiter understood and immediately served a carefully prepared cocktail. Wang Xikong picked up the cocktail, shook it, looked at Wang Yu, who was not far away, and said loudly, "Wang Yu, are you used to being on my boat? Is my arrangement in place?" The principal is naturally very generous. This is a great occasion. Wang Yu slightly turned sideways, with the corner of his mouth raised. Wang Xikong laughed, stood up, and picked up a bottle of champagne. "Of course not. We have to have fun when we go out to play." As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out the cork of the bottle and sprayed it forcefully in the direction of everyone. "Ah, that's disgusting. Come again?" Champagne bubbles splashed in the air, and the girls' screams and laughter were intertwined. In an instant, the lively atmosphere reached a new climax. Wang Xikong sprayed and shouted, "Everyone, get excited." The DJ who had been prepared started playing the music, and cheerful music suddenly filled the scene. The club isn't the best place to find a lover, so the bar is where I go. Me and my friends at the table doing. This part is really hard to write. Please imagine the plots in movies like The Wolf of Wall Street, and bring your own thoughts into it. When you looked at the lively scene, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. The smile on his face grew wider, and he picked up a bottle of champagne from the ice bucket beside him. Lele and Tang Tang, who were beside them, were stunned at first when they saw this. Then, his eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Wang Yu walked towards Wang Xikong, raising his hand to pull out the cork of the champagne bottle as he walked. With a bang, the cork popped out. The gushing wine sprayed all over Wang Xikong, attracting the attention of people around him. The two looked at each other, burst into laughter, then raised their champagne at the same time and sprayed it into the air. The crystal-clear champagne fell like fine raindrops, pouring on the cheering people at the scene. Wang Yu gently swayed his body to the rhythm of the music, and his usually indifferent face was now full of unruly and carefree expression. 25 minutes later, when Wang Xikong, Qin Fun, and others were exhausted from playing, they decided to end the carnival. Then they hugged their respective female companions and walked towards the cabin. Wang Xikong came to Wang Yu and said naturally, "I'll go to the room first. There are many empty rooms here. If you go in later, you can go in directly if you see a room that is not empty. You know what I mean? Let's go." Chen Su, Qin Fun, and others winked at Wang Yu and greeted him, then walked into the room one after another. Soon, only two girls, Wang Yu and Lele Tang Tang, and bodyguards were left on the deck. Wang Yu walked to the bow of the boat, looked at the scenery for a while, and felt the sea breeze. And then it felt meaningless. He then said to Lele and Tang Tang, "Shall we go in too?" Lele blushed a little and responded softly, "Yeah. Master You, I can't wait any longer. Let's go." Tang Tang took a step forward and took Wang Yu's arm, and spoke in a deliberately coquettish and somewhat ambiguous tone. While speaking, he did not forget to wink at Lele, his eyes full of mischief. He looked carefree, as if he didn't take what was about to happen next too seriously, but there was a barely perceptible hint of anticipation deep in his eyes. She pulled Wang Yu towards the cabin. Her high heels made a crisp sound as they stepped on the deck, and her figure swayed, showing her charm. 2 hours later, when Wang Yu came out of the room, he found Qin Fun, Wang Xikong, and others were already chatting in the living room. A group of girls held up their glasses and fed them wine from time to time. When several people saw Wang Yu coming out, their eyes all fell on him instantly. "Wang Yu, you didn't fall asleep in there, did you?" Wang Xikong said in a teasing tone. "You are so young, and you can't do that. You don't have to be like this. We are all men. Just do what you have to do. There is no need to force yourself." "Yeah, Wang Yu, we're all brothers, so stop pretending." Chen Su looked at Wang Yu with a smile on his face. Qin Fun said with a smile, "You can lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. I know everything, but I don't want to expose you. So don't pretend." Baffling. Seeing this, Wang Yu said calmly, "I'll go to the bathroom first." Wait, I'll go too. Chun Su immediately stood up and walked into the bathroom with Wang Yu. As a luxury yacht, the facilities in the bathroom are also extremely luxurious and are all world-class home facilities. The decoration looks no different from that of a five-star hotel, except that the space is limited and not as spacious as a hotel. There are only 2 urinals. Wang Yu and Chun Su could only stand there side by side. Chun Su was just about to release the pressure, but his eyes inadvertently glanced towards Wang Yu. His 2 eyeballs widened instantly. Chun Su was horrified and said, "FCK, you're still human? Stay calm." Wang Yu calmly pulled up his pants. Chun Su covered his forehead and returned to the living room with Wang Yu with a headache. His eyes were full of resentment. Why? Wang Yu is a young, handsome, and well-born kid. That's all. Why is the man's penis so strong? Wang Yu must be God's illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would he bestow all the good things in the world on him? Why did you take so long? As soon as Chun Su and Wang Yu sat down, Qinfen asked curiously, "Where are your 2 female companions? Why didn't they come out?" "I'm afraid his female companion will have to rest for a while. This guy is too. Who can stand it?" Chun Su's faint voice came from the side. The eyes of Wang Sikong and others instantly fell on Wang Yu. The girls around secretly looked up and down at Wang Yu with curiosity on their faces. My heart is filled with envy. Lele and Tangdang are so lucky. Damn, you are such a hidden talent. How come you always get all the good things? Wang Sikong said with a smile. Wang Yu looked indifferent, just smiled slightly and said nothing. It would be impolite to say any more. Chapter 61, Symphony of the Seas. All the scenes in the novel take place in a parallel world, including this auction. Please don't take it too seriously. To prevent accidents, you can throw your brain away before reading. Is it about time? Wang Sikong raised his wrist slightly, glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, then looked up at Qinfen and asked. Qinfen nodded slightly, but his expression could not hide a hint of depression, and he responded softly, "It should be about time. Come on, let's go up together." Wang Sikong turned around first and walked towards the upper deck of the yacht with big strides. Seeing this, Qinfen took a deep breath and followed closely. Wait for everyone to board the yacht deck. The night was like a huge piece of inky brocade, surging in from the edge of the sky, tightly covering the entire Miyako Strait. At this time, this sea area is extremely lively, like a city that never sleeps on the sea. Above the sea, dots of light are scattered and intertwined. When you looked carefully and found that the light was emitted by the ships that stopped there. These ships have different shapes, but all of them exude luxury. Looking around, you can see luxury yachts everywhere. One you couldn't help but ask, what are these? Just like us, they are all rich young men or celebrities. Wang Xizong's eyes showed some inexplicable color, and he sighed and said, most of the rich people who are qualified in Asia have come. Where are the people from Christie's auction? Wang Sikong pointed to the depths of the Miyako Strait and said, look over there. Wang Yu looked into the distance in the direction of his finger. For a moment, he couldn't help but gasp. I saw a huge luxury cruise ship that seemed to have come from a dream, standing majestically on the sea in the distance. Its huge body, set against the backdrop of the night and the sea, is like a floating city on the sea, quietly exuding a shocking aura of majesty. It was like a giant coin floating on the sea. The entire hull is surrounded by soft and bright lights, outlining every exquisite detail of the hull in bright or dark ways. The entire cruise ship shines brightly in the darkness, like a shining pearl emerging from the deep sea. Wang Sikong leaned forward, pointed at the huge ship, and said, this is the world's largest and most luxurious cruise ship, the Symphony of the Seas. This giant ship was built by the world's top shipyard. It is 362 meters long, 66 meters wide, 108 meters high, with a total tonnage of 228,081 tons. It can accommodate up to 8,880 passengers, and 4,200 professional waiters provide meticulous service to the passengers. This size is a well-deserved giant on the sea. Wang Yu was so shocked after hearing this that he couldn't help but sigh. Wang Sikong paused, his eyes revealing a trace of envy that was difficult to conceal, and then continued, the facilities inside this huge ship are amazing. There are 18 decks in total, from the entertainment and leisure area on the bottom floor to the observation suite on the top floor. Each floor has a different theme style. Dozens of restaurants with different characteristics and flavors. Escape room, royal theater, the highest slide in the sea, ultimate abyss, water park, perfect storm, two-deck surfing, mini golf course, high-altitude cableway up to 9 floors, seaside swimming pool, etc. Everything you need. Wang Yu was stunned, his mouth slightly open, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses and said, "Is this a whole city being forcibly moved onto the boat? It's incredible. How much will this cost?" After Wang Yu came to his senses, he asked curiously. Qinfen had been staring at the symphony of the seas in the distance, and now he spoke quietly. According to public information, the cost of building the Symphony of the Seas is approximately $1.8 billion US. $1.8 billion US. Converted into Chinese yuan, that's as high as 12.2 billion. Hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan just to build such a ship. This is too luxurious. Wang Yu's eyes were filled with amazement as he said, "It's simply a palace on the sea, luxurious beyond imagination." Wang Xikong smiled and reached out his hand, patting Wang Yu's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of anticipation and excitement, and said, "Of course, Christie's has invested a lot of money in this auction and has brought out all the treasures from the bottom of the box. Let's wait and see what the world has to offer today. I guarantee you'll see what a real big scene is." As the yacht slowly approached, the surroundings became increasingly lively and bustling. The Symphony of the Seas slowly lowered the boarding deck. People who had arrived earlier and were docked nearby were eager to board the yachts. They are all well-dressed and are either rich or noble. Their gold and silver jewelry sparkle with every move, and they are surrounded by a dazzling halo of money. The yacht where Wang Yu and others were was also approaching the boarding area in an orderly manner. We were about to reach the shore. Bang! Suddenly, the yacht came rushing over and violently knocked Wang Yu and his yacht away. The yacht shook violently. Qinfen staggered and almost fell. Anger instantly surged on his face. Wang Xizong's eyes widened even more, and anger suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart, burning his eyes red. What the hell is going on? Who is this? Does he know how to drive a boat? Qinfen shouted angrily. Wang Xikong also cursed. Are you blind? You are running around like crazy here. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? Fuck that idiot. The fat boy rubbed his waist and cursed. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a man slowly walking out of the yacht opposite. This man was short in stature, like a stunted Wu Dalong. He looked around with a shifty look, and his eyes revealed a vulgarity. He was wearing a baggy, flashy casual outfit with a finger-thick gold chain around his neck, looking like a typical nouveau riche. He was holding a nearly burnt cigar in his hand, and the smoke made him look even more arrogant and annoying. I saw him shouting something in Japanese. Although I couldn't understand the specific content, the tone of his voice was full of provocation. Wang Xikong asked in confusion, "What the hell is he talking about?" At this time, a young translator who was proficient in multiple languages came over and translated in a low voice. He said that they should go first, and you Chinese should go to the end of the line. Wang Xikong was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. He said angrily, "This little Japanese devil is probably here to cause trouble on purpose. He has no good intentions. Fuck, we Sichuanese have never been scared. Let's see what tricks he can play." Wang Yu also had an angry look on his face and snorted coldly. Wang Xikong stepped forward, pointed at the dwarf, and shouted angrily in Chinese, "You little dwarf, what are you talking about? There is no place for you to run wild on the sea. Apologize to me now, and get out of my way." He roared and gestured, as if he was about to rush over and fight the other person. The Japanese man seemed not to hear it. He raised a mocking smile and took another puff of his cigar, blowing out a smoke ring. Then he replied slowly in broken Chinese, "Baga, what can you do? This is the sea area of our great Japanese empire. You outsiders will benefit only if you behave yourself." Wang Yu laughed in anger, his eyes cold, and he said loudly, "You are probably still living in a dream. When did the Miyako straight become yours? Open your dog eyes and take a look. If I don't let you know how powerful I am today, you won't know why the flowers are so red." Wang Yu felt his blood boiling and his hands itching. He just wanted to take off the head of the dwarf in front of him and kick it like a ball. For a moment, a tense atmosphere spread across the sea. The bodyguards on the deck were on emergency alert, looking vigilantly at the Japanese opposite. The two groups were facing each other, and the sea breeze seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, whistling even more violently. The Miyako Strait, also known as the Miyako Channel, is located between Miyako Island and Kyum Island, Okinawa Island in the Ryukyu Islands. It is an international waterway where ships and aircraft have the freedom to sail and fly over. It is an important channel for ships and aircraft from various countries to travel, and it is also an ideal international waterway for China to enter and exit the Western Pacific for training. Chapter 62, Abstract Items. Captain, ram it. I'll take all the losses. Wang Yu's eyes turned red, and he felt his blood boiling and an extreme sense of anger welling up in his heart. The captain hesitated and turned to look at Wang Sikong. Wang Sikong cursed directly. Can't you hear me? Fucking hell, drive full speed into it. The Japanese devils are bullying me now. Sink the yacht over there, and I'll reward you 10 million when I get back. Okay, Master Wang, I've wanted to kill him for a long time. Kill him now. The captain stopped hesitating and sped up the ship, preparing to hit the yacht in front. At this time, dung dung ding dung, a rapid alarm sounded from the symphony of the seas. I saw a group of white people in naval uniforms walking quickly onto the boarding deck, holding guns and pointing them at the people in front of them. The leader had a stern face and eyes as sharp as an eagle. He shouted loudly, "Stop it! This place is protected by the Royal Navy now. It is not a place for you to run wild. If you want to cause trouble, think about it first." This sudden scolding made both parties slightly stunned, and then gradually calmed down. Although Wang Sikong and others were filled with anger, they also understood that it was not appropriate to act impulsively at this moment, so they suppressed their anger for the time being. After all, the principles are in someone else's hands. Don't be impulsive. The short Japanese man had a look of unwillingness on his face, but he also seemed a little afraid. He glared at Wang Yu and others fiercely, then snorted coldly and muttered a few words in Japanese to the followers around him. The attendant immediately smiled flatteringly, stepped forward, and said loudly, "Our young master said that he is the heir of the famous Koizumi family of Great Japan, Koizumi Shoda. He does not want to bother with you Chinese people today, so he will let you go for now." After saying this, he deliberately puffed out his chest, as if the name he said had great deterrent power. Shoda Koizumi looked up. With arrogant steps, he swaggered towards the boarding deck of the Symphony of the Seas. His baggy casual clothes fluttered in the sea breeze. The gold chain around his neck swayed with his movements, reflecting dazzling light. "Don't give me a chance to catch this grandson. I'll take care of him sooner or later." Wang Sikong was so angry that he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Koizumi Shoda's back. This Koizumi Shoda is so arrogant and domineering. Who knows, there might be more trouble on this boat today. Don't let him get the chance. What's going on with this Royal Navy? Qin Fin frowned and explained, "You don't know, this Christie's auction house is not simple. I heard that the French royal family is behind it. It is said that the Symphony of the Seas belongs to a certain prince. Because the guests who come to participate in the auction are either rich or noble, in order to ensure safety, the Navy maintains order on the Symphony of the Seas. There is also a French royal fleet stationed in the high seas nearby." Wang Sikong raised his finger and pointed at the surrounding sea, then continued, "The geopolitics of the Miyako Strait is quite sensitive, and it has always been a focal area of concern for all parties. In order to maintain the safety of the surrounding waters, China has also dispatched a fleet to patrol around here. Japan and Korea also have their own plans and have sent fleets to this area. But because of this, the safety of this Christie's auction can still be guaranteed to a certain extent. After all, there's so many eyes watching. I just didn't expect to run into Koizumi Shoyuta today. It's really unlucky." After listening to Qin Fun and Wang Sitsong's explanations, Wang Yu had a deeper understanding of the complex situation. He nodded slightly and said, "We have to be more careful today and find a chance to put a dent in his prestige." "That's right. We can't let him bully us. We have to keep a close eye on him on the boat. If he dares to do anything again, he will be punished." Wang Sitsong's face was full of resentment. As they talked, they followed the crowd and continued walking towards the boarding deck of the Symphony of the Seas. The bodyguards and female companions were left on the yacht. The Symphony of the Seas was not a ship they could board. Wang Sikong and the others showed a little more caution in their eyes, alert to various situations that might happen next. After all, there are troublemakers like Shoda Koizumi on this ship. Being in such a complex and sensitive environment, no one knows what will happen next. After strict inspection, several people boarded the Symphony of the Seas, one after another. As soon as I stepped in, it's like being in a luxurious palace on the sea. Under your feet is the shiny Italian imported marble floor. Above the head, Swarovski crystal chandeliers cascade down like falling stars. The light danced and refracted on the cut surfaces, illuminating the entire entrance lobby as bright as day, so bright that it was difficult for people to open their eyes. Not far away, a reception desk carved from a whole piece of teak exudes a warm luster. The table was filled with airship flowers, which were in full bloom. The elegant sound of classical music echoes softly in my ears, and the violin and piano interweave to create moving melodies. The waiters in tuxedos stood tall, holding champagne and exquisite snacks, and moved among the crowd with smiles on their faces. Patrolling naval guards can be seen everywhere, watching the scene vigilantly. Rich people from all over Asia gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to taste fine wine. Some people were talking about their latest business investments, causing others to exclaim in amazement from time to time. Some people also talked about the latest international situation. The ladies were dressed in gorgeous evening gowns, and their jewelry sparkled brightly under the lights. They smiled sweetly, and their every move showed elegance. In fact, most people come here to make friends and make friends with the powerful. It is rare to see people like Wang You who come here simply to attend the auction. It seems that there are many people from other countries. Wang Yu sighed as he listened to the various languages coming to his ears. Wang Sikong and others were looking around the extremely luxurious symphony of the seas, their eyes full of curiosity and admiration. Suddenly, Qin Fun's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and waved excitedly, shouting, "Hey, Xiangjia, here you are, what a coincidence." Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. I saw a tall and straight young man with muscular lines looming towards me. It's just that his outfit is somewhat exaggerated. He wore a flashy sequin suit on the upper body, a pair of ripped jeans on the lower body, and a pair of sparkly sneakers on his feet. His dressing style is unique and eye-catching, making him a real fashion weirdo. His hair was deliberately messy, as if he had just been blown by a typhoon, and he had his signature funny smile on his face. He grinned and responded, "Hey, isn't this Lao Qin and Lao Wang? Long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you again." Wang Sikong was smiling. He took a few quick steps forward, gave Xiangzu a bear hug, and patted his back hard. The sound was like beating a drum. Then he turned to Wang Yu and the others and introduced them. "Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Xiangzu. He is well known in Hong Kong Island. He's doing well in the film and television industry, and he can also stir up trouble in the business world. The key is that he's also very funny." Wang Sikong looked at Xiangzu and said, "This is Wang Yu, my best friend. He owns the Pioneer Heavy Industry Group in Chengdu." Chapter 63, 10 Lifetimes of Revenge Can Still Be Revenged. After hearing this, Xiangzu's eyes instantly widened and his mouth subconsciously opened slightly. The expression on his face instantly turned into one of complete shock. Countless information about Pioneer Heavy Industries Group flashed through his mind in an instant. The huge scale of the industry and the complicated background. At this moment, they all overlap with the handsome young man in front of me. That's Pioneer Heavy Industries Group. It is incomparable to the most glorious time of the Xiang family. I have heard of Xiangzu for a long time. I am lucky enough to meet him today. He is indeed unique. Wang Yu quickly stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile on his face, "Xiangzu became popular in 2024 thanks to his nonsensical comedic talent. It has won the love of people all over the country. I just didn't expect that Xiangzu would already have this look in 2018. Don't say it, please don't say it. Most people can't pull off this outfit. Hello, I'm Xiangzeo." Xiangzu came to his senses and stretched out his hands enthusiastically. He grabbed Wang Yu's hand and shook it a few times with all his strength. He raised the corners of his mouth and said with a bit of uninhibitedness, "Whether you are famous or not, it's just friends showing off, just fooling around. Don't do those nonsense things. Since we have met, we are friends, so just have fun." "Have you just arrived?" Wang Sikong curled his lips and said angrily, "That's right, we just arrived and we ran into a short Japanese guy named Koizumi Shota. That guy was too crazy. He started looking for trouble right away. If the Royal Navy hadn't rushed to put out the fire, he would have been left dead on the high seas today." Xiangzu's eyes rolled around and a cunning look flashed across his face. He cleared his throat and imitated the Japanese accent, saying in a weird voice, "Koizumi Shoyuta? This name sounds like a pile of shit. He must be showing off here because his family has some money. Yes, it's just a pile of shit." Wang Yu suppressed his laughter, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and then he echoed, "By the way, Xiangzhua, are you here for the auction too?" Xiang nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He put away the playfulness on his face and became serious. He said seriously, "Of course not. I heard that there are many national treasures that have been lost abroad in this auction. I'll see if there's a chance to buy a few. At least I can contribute." When Wang Xikong heard this, his brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character Chan. The anger on his face faded, replaced by a deep regret. He sighed heavily and said, I feel so upset when I mention this. Thinking back to the past, our country suffered a century of humiliation, with foreign powers invading, burning, killing, and looting. Many precious cultural relics were forcibly torn away from their homeland and scattered everywhere. Although our motherland is growing stronger, these children who are stranded abroad are unable to return home. It's heartbreaking to think about it. Wang Yu also sighed, his eyes full of melancholy. He said with some grief and indignation, "Yes, every time I see those Chinese cultural relics displayed in foreign museums, I feel so bad. These are all treasures left by our ancestors, but they are placed in a foreign country for people to admire, and some are even bought and sold at will. What a shame." Xiangzhua clenched his fists tightly. His knuckles turned white from the force, and his teeth made a chattering sound. He gritted his teeth and said, "Our ancestors sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to bring us today's prosperity. We can't just watch these national treasures continue to wander abroad. Although we may not be able to change the situation all at once with the strength of just a few of us, we will try to save as many things as possible. I came here this time just to try my best to contribute. If I can really take a few pictures, it will help them find a way home." Wang Yu also raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination as he said, "No matter whether we can successfully take the photo in the end, we must let those foreigners know that these national treasures belong to our China, and sooner or later we will let them all return home." Wang Xikong patted Xiang's shoulder and said, "Yes, if we work together, maybe we can really bring these national treasures home. And with our status, we can do more publicity online to expand the influence and make more Chinese people aware of the importance of cultural relics protection." Qinfen also said this. For a moment, the air around seemed to become heavy because of everyone's determination. Everyone involuntarily fell into a brief silence. Wang Yu secretly swore in his heart that he must do something for these national treasures that were lost abroad. Have a system in hand. Your money will only increase. He wants to photograph all the national treasures as much as possible, so that these national treasures that have been wandering abroad for hundreds of years can return to the embrace of the motherland. After a moment, Xiangzhua was the first to break the silence. He reached out and picked up a glass of champagne on the table, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp, then wiped his lips casually. His cynical look returned to his face, and he said with a smile, "Well, let's not think about these troubles for now. Let's make the best of it and see how the auction goes first." At this point, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he said fiercely, "However, if you run into that Koizumi Shoyuta again, I guarantee that he will go back lying down. I have practiced this before, and I will not show mercy." After saying that, Xiang's will wave his fists a few times in a funny way. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Xikong and Wang Yu looked at each other and were all amused by Xiang's funny look. In an instant, the heavy atmosphere just now dissipated. The Han flag is flying under Mount Fuji, and the Hu girl is drunk under the cherry tree. When red flags are all over the world, we will ride horses to Tokyo to admire the cherry blossoms. Once the city is breached and the cherry trees are destroyed, looking back, I see millions of old friends. Even if I am alone, I will make sure to capture the enemy leader in front of the mausoleum. Who cares about the east moon crossing the west mountain? I will just ride my horse on the cherry blossoms to comfort my father. Play is play, and make noise is noise. The revenge of 10 generations can still be avenged. In the evening, Wang Yu and his friends had dinner in the restaurant. Xiangzhua, Wang Yu, Wang Xikong, and others, led by their attendants, entered the auction site. As soon as they entered the venue, everyone was shocked by its grandeur and luxurious atmosphere. The venue, which can accommodate 1,800 people, was packed and was divided into multiple levels of stands. The lights were bright, and the huge crystal chandelier cast brilliant light, illuminating the rows of neatly arranged seats, and the magnificent stage in front, which is specially used to display the auction items. Thousands of people gathered here. Most of them are top wealthy people from Asia. dressed in gorgeous clothes and wearing all kinds of precious jewelry. His every move exudes an air of wealth. There are also a small number of wealthy white people and wealthy Middle Eastern people wearing headscarves mixed in. What if terrorists attack here? Custody can set the global economy back decades and plunge it into a recession even worse than that of 2008. Led by their attendants, Xiang Zhua and his companions came to the front row and sat down. Wang You looked up inadvertently and saw Shota Koizumi in the distance. All they saw was that Shota Koizumi was making all kinds of provocative gestures towards them with an arrogant look on his face. Although I couldn't hear what he was saying due to the distance. But from his ugly face and arrogant actions, one could guess that it was not a good thing. Chapter 64, Let's Make a Bet. This short and fat guy dares to provoke me. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Xiang Zhua frowned. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he cursed in a low voice. Don't think Xiang Zai is usually out of tune. The Xiang family is not a pushover. When they made their fortune in the early years, they were a family of both black and white people. Before the founding of the People's Republic of China, his grandfather established the Ian Chamber of Commerce and Industry to protect Chinese workers. At its peak, the association had nearly 100,000 members. Later, he was honored as the Emperor of Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. It is in these years that the Xiang family, under the leadership of Xiang Zhua's father, has gradually moved towards formalized operations. Xiang Zhua is personally keen on making movies and charity activities. But this does not mean that anyone is qualified to challenge the Xiang family. In some specific fields and circles of the older generation, the Xiang family's former influence still remains to a certain extent. I wanted to beat this guy up just now, and now he's trying to provoke us again. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Wang Xikong also said with an angry look on his face. Wang Yu looked at Koizumi Shota coldly and said in a deep voice, "Ignore him. We are here for the auction. Don't let him ruin your mood." However, seeing that the others did not respond, Shota Koizumi became even more aggressive. He walked towards them with a swagger, followed by a few followers, looking very arrogant. "Baga, aren't these the Chinese guys from before? Why didn't they come over to say hello when they saw me?" Shota Koizumi said sarcastically, with a smug look on his face. Xiang Zhua was immediately furious. He stood up and glared at Koizumi Shota and said, "You ignorant little dwarf, I don't have time to deal with you, but you're still excited, right? Hit me if you dare." Koizumi Shoyuta was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed loudly. "Why? You were not convinced? You were beaten to a pulp by our great Japanese empire. Now you can only pretend here. You." Xiang Zhua was so angry that he was shaking all over. His clenched fists made a clattering sound, and he wished he could rush up and teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Chun Su cursed directly. "Fuck you, whose dog is farting randomly. Fuck you, idiot." The chaos here attracted many people's attention, and they cast curious glances. The Navy, who was maintaining order at the scene, also noticed the chaos here and immediately looked over. Wang Xikong held Xiang Zhua's hand, pointed at Koizumi Shota and cursed. "Fuck you, you dare to provoke us again. Do you really think we dare not hit you?" Wang Yu also stood up slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness, and said coldly, "Koizumi Shoyuta, is all you can do is talk shit? Well, let's make a bet." Upon hearing this, Koizumi Shoyuta asked curiously, "What bet? Tell me about it. I bet you can't take a single auction item tonight." Wang Yu stretched out a finger and said provocatively, "What?" When Koizumi Shota heard this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a ferocious look. "Baga, do you know what the Koizumi family does? My Koizumi family has been engaged in the arms business for hundreds of years. The wealth accumulated is beyond your imagination. Just wait and see at today's auction. Those treasures of China will eventually fall into my hands. No one of you can snatch them away." "You're dreaming," Xiang Zhua roared. "Those national treasures belong to our China. We will never let you succeed." Wang Yu just said calmly, "Let's wait and see." At this time, a team of naval guards came over with guns in hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shota Koizumi snorted coldly and returned to his position with his followers. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to be with such a person." Wang Yu patted Xiang Zhua's shoulder and comforted him. Xiang Zhua took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, "I'm fine, but when I heard him say those words, I couldn't help but want to beat him up." "That's right. This is really hard to swallow. But we should be patient for now and wait until the auction starts before we have a good fight with him." Wang Xikong also nodded and said, Several people sat down again, with a determined look in their eyes. Wang Xikong, Qin Fun, and Xiangzhua all took out their mobile phones and began to raise funds in preparation for the upcoming auction. This is no longer a simple matter of a fight between a few people, but has risen to a contest for the ownership of national treasures and the dignity of the country and the nation. If you lose, you will never be able to hold your head up for the rest of your life. I have no face to face my fellow villagers. 9 o'clock in the evening. Christie's auction opened on time. The entire venue was solemn and dignified. Under the huge dome, thousands of crystal chandeliers emit soft and bright light, illuminating the scene like daylight. However, because the surrounding decorations are mostly dark in color, it creates a mysterious and slightly depressing black atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. I saw a middle-aged auctioneer in a neat suit walking steadily onto the stage. His hair was combed meticulously, his leather shoes were polished to a shine, and his every move showed his professionalism. He first bowed slightly to pay respect to the guests in the audience. Then he cleared his throat and said in a steady and powerful voice, "Dear guests, welcome to this auction of extraordinary significance. I'm Lenny Cheng, senior auctioneer at Christie's, and I'm honored to host this auction for you. Today, we gather here to witness a feast of treasures. Each of these items carries a heavy history, transcending time and space to meet you here. Before the auction begins, let me briefly introduce the rules of this auction to everyone. We use Huaxia currency as the currency unit tonight, and the price will increase by at least 1 million each time. When I ask 3 times and no one raises the price, the item will be sold at the highest bid, and the transaction will be completed after the auction ends. At the same time, we hope that all bidders can abide by the order of the auction site, bid rationally, and respect every bid. This auction is guaranteed by Christie's Auction House and the royal family of France. The authenticity and safety are beyond doubt. You can rest assured. There is a panoramic display screen above the stage, which instantly translates and displays the languages of different countries. At this time, around the auction table, a team of Royal Navy guards walked out from behind the stage with tall postures. Holding guns and with stern eyes, they closely guarded the stage to ensure that the auction process went smoothly. Without further ado, let's bring out the first item for auction. As the auctioneer finished speaking, several young women dressed in elegant cheongsams walked slowly onto the stage with lotus steps, carrying the first auction item steadily on the tray in their hands. The auction item was carefully covered with red silk, which aroused everyone's curiosity even more. Xiangzhua, Wang You, Wang Xikong, and others sat in the front row, their eyes fixed on the first auction item on the stage. I feel both nervous and expectant. Xiangzhua clenched his fists slightly, his knuckles turning white, and Wang Xikong kept swiping the screen of his mobile phone, seizing the last moment to raise funds. Wang Yu lay lazily on the sofa, looking around calmly. For him, this auction was a sure win. When it comes to cash, he is no less than anyone present. He wants to make Shota Koizumi go home empty-handed tonight. Chapter 65, Abe Sakurako. And not far away, Shota Koizumi was gathered together with several men wearing traditional Japanese costumes. They were whispering to each other, and from time to time, there were bursts of wild laughter. His eyes kept sweeping in the direction of Wang Yu and others, full of contempt. At this time, on the stage, the auctioneer gently unveiled the red silk. An item then came into view, an exquisite ancient jade carving ornament. The smooth jade and the extremely delicate carving sparkled under the light, immediately drawing exclamations from the audience. This jade carving originated from ancient China. Its craftsmanship is exquisite, and its history can be traced back to the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty in China. This jade carving has been lost until now. It is fortunate to be presented to you now. It is not easy. Without further ado, the starting price is 5 million, the auctioneer introduced in an excited voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a bidding sign was raised from the audience. 6 million. Xiangzhua raised the sign in his hand high, without hesitation, and shouted loudly. He stared at the jade carving on the stage. His determination to win was revealed. Seeing this, Koizumi Shota raised his lips slightly, sneered, and also raised his sign and shouted, 7 million. Wang Yu snorted coldly and immediately raised the price. 10 million. 12 million. As the price soared, the atmosphere became increasingly tense and heated, as if the air was filled with invisible smoke. Every time a sign was raised, it was like a silent declaration of war, and everyone's hearts tightened. The auctioneer's eyes moved quickly between the bidders, and his voice became increasingly loud and excited. 18 million once, 18 million twice, 20 million. At this moment, Shota Koizumi suddenly stood up, his expression full of arrogance, and shouted loudly. He looked at Wang Yu and others provocatively, as if he was certain that the item would belong to him. Xiangzwen gnashed his teeth in anger and was about to raise his hand again. But Wang Yu reached out and held his hand, then raised the price. 50 million. Wang Yu looked calm and whispered, "Leave it to me. The highlight is yet to come." Xiangzwen suppressed his inner anger and slowly put down his hand. The auctioneer's eyes moved to Wang Yu, and he said excitedly, 50 million once, 50 million twice. Then he asked loudly, "Is there any higher?" Baka. Although Shota Koizumi was unwilling, he could only sit down angrily. Although the Koizumi family is wealthy, spending 50 million to buy a mediocre jade sculpture seems like a wasteful act no matter how you look at it. Although he is the next generation heir of the Koizumi family, he does not dare to spend money so lavishly. Congratulations to this gentleman for buying this jade carving from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty in China. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the bidding for the first item came to an end. The auction continued in an orderly manner. Shota-kun, they won't be so proud for long. A young man sitting next to Shota Koizumi said softly. Don't worry, we'll find a chance to make it back later. The funds are almost ready. Another thin man came over and spoke in a low voice. Hey, Kenichi-kun and Tetsuya-kun are right. I was the one who got anxious. At this moment, Abe Sakurako came over with light and charming steps. She was wearing the traditional Japanese dress of 12 kimonos, with large patches of blooming red spider lilies spread out on the dress, which was so beautiful that it was eye-catching. The wide belt around her waist perfectly highlights her slender waist, adding a touch of graceful charm. The chest is towering high, and under the deep V neckline, it looks like a mysterious and attractive ravine between the two, which can't help but arouse people's reverie. The small red lips looked tender and tempting, as if they had just sucked blood. The movement of her eyes seems to have the magical power to captivate everyone. Just the charm in her eyes can easily captivate people and make them fall deeply into it, unable to extricate themselves. Abe Sakurako sat down gracefully beside the others, with a hint of playful smile on her lips. She turned her gaze to Wang Yu in the distance and said, Brother, the Samsung Lee family has been contacted, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, Abe Tetsuya nodded slightly and said, Yoshi, with the support of Samsung Lee family, Shota-kun can rest assured now. Hey, I'm too careful. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Sakurako. There was a hint of obscenity in Shota Koizumi's eyes, and his greedy gaze swept over Abe Sakurako's towering breasts from time to time. Abe Sakurako glanced at Koizumi Shota with a look of disgust on her face, and said disdainfully, Just these few Chinese people, are they worthy of our cooperation? What a waste. Don't underestimate those people in the middle. Wang Xikong, the son of the richest man in China, Wang Yu from Rome province, and Xiangzhua from the Xiang family. These three families should not be underestimated. Sato Kenichi said seriously. Wang Yu. Abe Sakurako looked at Wang Yu thoughtfully, muttering unconsciously. At this time, several young women in Cheongsams walked out from the backstage again, holding a tray steadily in their hands. The second auction item was placed on the tray. The auctioneer paused for a moment on the stage, and after the first item was properly taken away, he walked forward and gently lifted the golden brocade on the tray. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed through the eyes of the people below the stage, and what came into view was a mysterious treasure from ancient Egypt. The golden scepter of the pharaoh. Everyone, this treasure presented before you, right now, has a great origin. It comes from ancient and mysterious ancient Egypt, and is a symbol of the pharaoh's power. The auctioneer introduced it passionately. The scepter is made of pure gold, and the top is inlaid with a rare emerald. This gem is said to have mysterious magic power and can protect the holder in the dark. This golden scepter is 1.5 meters long, with a fan-shaped head. After thousands of years, it carries the incomparable splendor and glory of the ancient Egyptian dynasty. This treasure was made by an English nobleman. After our professional appraisal, this golden scepter came from the ancient Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun. We are 100% sure that this is a genuine item. The auctioneer became more and more excited as he spoke, and the scepter in his hand reflected a dazzling light under the light. Everyone in the audience was deeply attracted by it, and exclamations of exclamation were heard one after another. I believe everyone knows the value of this treasure. The starting price is 88 million. The auctioneer shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience, and everyone was ready to bid. The first person to raise the sign was a wealthy man of Middle Eastern appearance. He was dressed in a white robe and a white checkered turban, and his every move showed his heroic spirit. He shouted loudly, 100 million Chinese yuan. Shota Koizumi was not willing to show weakness. After the defeat in the last round, he was holding back his energy. Seeing someone start, he immediately raised his sign and shouted, 120 million. He turned his head and looked at Wang You and others provocatively, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes, as if he was determined to win. Wang Yu looked at the golden scepter on the stage, touched his chin, and thought for a moment. Then something moved in his heart. I don't know if the eye of truth can tell whether this golden scepter is real or fake. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and then he opened his eye of truth and looked at the stage. Chapter 66: The Correct Way to Open the Eye of Truth. Item: Pharaoh's Golden Scepter. From Pharaoh Tutankhamun in 1331 BC. Made entirely of gold and inlaid with emeralds, it is said to protect the holder. Wang Yu was delighted inside, but his face remained expressionless. The Eye of Truth can actually see the information about these treasures. He previously regarded the Eye of Truth as a tool that could only measure favorability, but now it seems like a waste of talent. These treasures can be seen, but scratching lottery tickets and gambling on stones. Can you even look at things that can be seen everywhere? Wang Yu's eyes moved, and he looked at the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. Item: Vacheron Constantin Loft Artisan Series. As a legendary model in the watchmaking industry, its design combines classics and fashion, and is designed and produced by the world's top craftsmen. Wang Yu nodded secretly. As he expected, this was the correct way to open the Eye of Truth. He leaned slightly to the side and whispered a few words to Xiang Yu, then raised the corner of his mouth and calmly raised the sign and said, 150 million. Wang Xikong was also staring at the stage with a nervous look, stroking the phone in his hand. Koizumi Shota glared at Wang Yu fiercely, raised the sign again and shouted, 160 million. 180 million. Wang Yu followed again, slowly. As the bidding continued to rise, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. A white European also joined the fray, saying in perfect British English, 200 million. I want this ancient Egyptian pharaoh's scepter. The wealthy white man was wearing a black tuxedo with an exquisite bow tie, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses revealed his ardent desire for this treasure. Wang Yu raised the sign again and shouted, 250 million. Seeing this, Qianfen pulled Wang Yu's arm and said, Wang Yu, you better take it easy. Although this golden scepter is precious, it is not worth more than 300 million. Fine, Wang Yu said lightly. This ancient Egyptian golden scepter is truly rare in the world, and Wang Yu likes it very much. What's more, he has a bet with Shota Koizumi, so he is determined to win. 300 million. Shota Koizumi looked nervous and raised his hand to bid again. The auctioneer's eyes instantly shifted to Koizumi Shota, and he said excitedly, 300 million at a time. 300 million twice. Is there anything higher? Wang Yu raised his sign and shouted, 350 million. Japanese shorty, follow me if you have the guts. Koizumi Shoyuta shouted angrily, 355 million. 380 million. Wang Yu looked at him provocatively and raised the sign and shouted again. The auctioneer said excitedly, 380 million at a time. 380 million at a time. Is there anyone who offers a higher price? Boom. Congratulations to this gentleman for buying the golden scepter of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, the golden scepter was taken by Wang Yu. Chun Su and the fat guy immediately raised their middle fingers towards Koizumi Shota. Baga, this is too much. Shota Koizumi angrily punched the armrest and said. Abe Tetsuya calmly picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, this golden scepter is worth at most 350 million. Since he wants it, give it to them. What Jie Kuan said is true. I heard that the finale of this auction is a rare treasure from China. Sato Kenichi said, let them be arrogant for a while. As each auction item came onto the market, the atmosphere on site became increasingly heated, with bidding sounds rising one after another, like surging waves. Relying on his strong financial resources, Wang Yu bought a number of rare items one after another. One of them was a bronze sword from the Warring States period, which he bought for 120 million yuan, arousing the envy of others. Xiang Zhua and Wang Xikong also bought a few items. But with Shota Koizumi making trouble, it was ultimately purchased at a hefty price. At this time, the lights on the stage focused again, and several waiters dressed in gorgeous clothes slowly brought out a new item. Everyone, this gold and silver chain was made in China during the Tang Dynasty and later introduced to Japan, but was lost due to war. The chain is 114.5 centimeters long, with gold and silver thin plate patterns inlaid on the surface, and the body is made of copper and wood. Its craftsmanship is exquisite, and it has been preserved intact for many years. It is indeed a rare treasure. The auctioneer introduced the item passionately, and the detailed data of the treasure was displayed on the panoramic screen. I believe everyone has understood the value of this treasure. The starting price is 40 million. As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the audience began to get excited. Wang Yu opened the Eye of Truth and looked carefully. Item: gold and silver flatwind chain. Made in the 23rd year of Kaiyuan in the Tang Dynasty. The body of the zither is made of copper and wood with a black lacquer finish, and made of linyue and longwei red sandalwood with ice patterns. On the back of the zither, there are silver-lettered double dragon patterns on both sides of the dragon pool and silver-lettered double phoenix patterns on both sides of the phoenix pond, with flowers and plants dotted above and below. 50 million! Shota Koizumi took the lead. He raised his bidding card and shouted loudly. After all, this is a treasure from his own country, and he is not willing to give it away easily. Seeing this, Wang Yu raised his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile, and slowly raised the sign and said, 60 million. Although this gold and silver penguin was introduced to Japan during the Tang Dynasty, it has been in Japan for thousands of years. But I won't spread it now, let's go home. Koizumi showed his expression change slightly. Then he gritted his teeth and raised the sign again. 70 million. This is my country's property. Don't think of taking it away easily. He turned to look at Wang Xikong and Wang Yu and said with a gloomy face. Wang Xikong on the side also became interested at this moment. He stared at the piano on the stage, playing with his mobile phone in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he also joined the battle. He immediately raised his sign and shouted, 80 million. Wang Yu and Wang Xikong looked at each other, smiled, and understood each other. At this time, a white-haired old man slowly raised the sign and said in ancient Japanese, 90 million. Everyone looked sideways and saw that the old man had white hair and was wearing traditional Japanese clothing. The kimono was made of plain and elegant cotton and linen, with a dark ribbon firmly holding it in place, and occasionally a small wooden or bone accessory dotted it. The atmosphere on the scene became increasingly tense, the bidding frequency became faster and faster, and the price soared like a rocket. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Shota Koizumi's forehead, so he made up his mind and shouted, 100 million. Wang Yu raised the sign again, 130 million. Anyone can buy this guitar, except Shota Koizumi. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Koizumi showed his face turned pale, and he held up a sign and shouted, 200 million. Wang Yu raised the sign again, 250 million, 300 million, 350 million. Baga, how much money does this kid have? Shota Koizumi clenched his fists and did it back helplessly. The auctioneer's voice became increasingly high-pitched, and he glanced back and forth among the crowd, shouting, 350 million once, 350 million twice. Congratulations to this gentleman. Boom! As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Wang Yu successfully bought the item again. Chun Su and the little fat boy were so excited that they danced with joy, and the little fat boy even shook his butt towards Koizumi Shota. He looked as proud as he could be. Baka! Bang! Koizumi Shota was so angry that he kicked over the chair in front of him and said, This zither is my treasure from Japan, and now they have bought it away. I can't accept this. Tetsuya Abe remains as calm as ever. He gently put down the teacup in his hand, stood up, patted Koizumi Shota on the shoulder, and consoled him. Shota-kun, don't be angry. There is still a good show to come. Let's see how long they can be so proud. Chapter 67 Preface to the Lanting Poems. The auction of the Jinnin Penguin came to an end. The enthusiasm at the scene remained unabated, and everyone was eagerly looking forward to the appearance of the next blockbuster item. At this time, the lights on the stage suddenly became extremely bright, and all the beams of light converged precisely at one point. Several staff members in black uniforms, with solemn expressions, slowly and carefully pushed a specially made display cabinet with constant temperature and humidity into the venue. The display cabinet is made of crystal-clear material, and through it, a painting that looks like calligraphy can be clearly seen by everyone. The auctioneer was dressed in a black suit, standing tall next to the display case, his face filled with irrepressible excitement. He raised his hand slightly, gently signaling everyone to be quiet, and his deep and penetrating voice echoed throughout the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned is the pinnacle of Chinese cultural treasures and an insurmountable monument in the history of calligraphy. It is the original copy of the Lanting Preface by Wang You from the Eastern Jin Dynasty in China. As soon as the words fell, the entire auction site suddenly became like a boiling frying pan. Fuck, it's Lanting Preface. Didn't they say that he was taken underground and buried with Emperor Taizong of Tang? I heard it's still in Qianling Mausoleum. Christie's is so bold. Could it be that they dug it out from somewhere? Exclamations, discussions, and gasps were intertwined, and the scene instantly became chaotic. On the panoramic display, the smooth and flowing handwriting of preface to the Lanting poems is displayed one by one. Each stroke seems to contain life, dancing gracefully on the screen, telling the world about the leisurely and unrestrained nature of that elegant gathering 1,000 years ago. Please be quiet for a moment. I know everyone is very excited. I am also very excited. As a Chinese, this is also the most exciting moment in my career as an auctioneer. This piece of calligraphy by Wang You comes from the collection of a member of the French royal family. He said it came from the turbulent era of the last century. This treasure has been appraised by appraisers from Christie's and several other top auction houses. We guarantee that it is absolutely authentic. Starting price, 300 million. The auctioneer's voice penetrated the noisy scene and hit everyone's eardrums. In the front row, a middle-aged Chinese man wearing glasses and with a refined temperament, with a fiery look in his eyes, raised his bidding card almost instantly and shouted loudly, "400 million!" Obviously, no Chinese can resist the charm of such a masterpiece as preface to the Lanting poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Wang You sat in his original position, his eyes looking through the crowd, fixed on the preface to the Lanting poems in the display cabinet, his eyes full of obsession and shock. Item: Preface to the Lanting poems. On March 3rd in the 9th year of Yongle reign of Emperor Mu of the Eastern Jin Dynasty, 353 AD, Wang You drank with Xian, Sun Chua, and others, and composed a poem and a preface, which is the preface to the Lanting anthology. Xiang Yu, who was beside him, shook his arm heavily and said loudly, "Wang Yu, this is Wang Yu's masterpiece. The price must be sky high." Wang Yu nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly raised the sign. 500 million! This masterpiece of running script has been lost for many years. Many emperors in history have sought it, but failed to obtain it. He is determined to get it. Koizumi Shota could no longer hold back. He stood up with a flushed face and shouted, 600 million! This is such a masterpiece. We in Japan should have a chance to collect it. Humph, you think you can get your hands on the preface to the Lanting poems? I'll give you 700 million. Wang Xikong looked agitated, sneered, and cursed. The bidding sounds at the scene were one after another, and the prices were running wild like a wild horse. An oil tycoon from the Middle East also joined the battle. He was wearing a white robe and a traditional Arab headscarf, holding up his bidding board. 800 million. I am willing to use the wealth gained from oil to protect this brilliant crystallization of human civilization. Wang Yu stared at the preface to the Lanting poems and raised his sign again. 1 billion. This work carries the cultural heritage of Chinese civilization for thousands of years. How could he just watch it drift away in a foreign land? At this moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall had become extremely tense, and the air seemed to be frozen by the fierce bidding. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between the bidders, and their heartbeats became more rapid as the price rose. Koizumi Shoyuta had a low conversation with the people around him. His eyes were filled with resentment, and he shouted at the top of his voice, 1.1 billion. This is my final bottom line. Wang Yu immediately raised the sign and said, "Is that not enough? 1.5 billion. The auctioneer's voice also trembled slightly with excitement. He looked around and shouted loudly, 1.5 billion at a time? Is there a higher price? 1.5 billion twice. 1.5 billion 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman." Boom! As the auctioneer's hammer fell heavily, The entire auction hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. After a moment, many people sighed to the sky, beat their chests, and regretted that they did not prepare more funds. This is preface to the Lanting poems, a treasure that many emperors in history have sought but failed to obtain. I believe that many people present here will never forget it even when they are old. Until eternal reincarnation. Chun Su and the little fat boy were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. They rushed forward and hugged Wang Yu tightly. After thousands of years of wandering, Wang Shiji's Lanting preface was finally bought by Wang Yu at a sky-high price of 1.5 billion yuan. Return to China. There was applause at the scene. This treasure almost fell into the hands of Shota Koizumi. It will take many years for it to return to China. Little Wang Xikong was very excited. He hugged Wang Yu and said, "Fuck, brother, you have to borrow me to show off when you go home." If my old man knew that I brought him the preface to the Lanting poems, he would be so happy. Okawa. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and then said lightly. Shota Koizumi looked unwilling. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force, and his chest heaved violently. He turned his head and looked at his friends beside him. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and his voice became hoarse and sharp due to anger and unwillingness. Baka! This preface to the Lanting poems should have been in my pocket, but I was just a little short of it. Do you know what this means? This is China's top cultural treasure. If we can bring it back to our great Japan, it will be such an honor. Enough for us to be proud of the entire Great Japan Empire. Don't be too angry, Shotokuin. The price has gone up too much, and our budget isn't unlimited. Tetsuya Abe patted his shoulder and persuaded him. There is no such item as the one at the auction later. No matter how much the preface to the Lanting poems is sold for, I will buy it even if I have to sell everything I have. Koizumi Shota violently shook off his friend's hand and yelled with wide eyes. Sato Takaru looked embarrassed and whispered, Shotokuin, the auction item behind is also very important. The task assigned by our superiors. Chapter 68, The Pride of Human Civilization. Snort! Koizumi Shota snorted coldly, interrupted him, and said, What do the higher-ups know? Can they appreciate the true value of the preface to the Lanting poems? If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will have the next one. Maybe you will never have the chance again. After saying that, he looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh, only to feel a breath stuck in his chest that couldn't be released. At this time, the laughter and joy of Xiangzhua, Wang Xikong, and others floated from afar. Koizumi Shota found it even more irritating. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. Wang Yu, I've made a note of this account. Don't think it's over so easily. The preface to the Lanting poems cannot escape from my grasp. Shota Koizumi felt a fire burning in his chest, which made his heart ache. He was filled with resentment, but had no place to vent it, so he could only stare and watch. At this moment, the lights on the stage changed again. The originally bright, white light slowly became tinged with a mysterious and solemn golden halo. Everyone held their breath, looking forward to the final auction item. Several staff members, two of them carefully carried out another constant temperature and humidity display cabinet. Everyone, today's auction is already very exciting. But the last item to be unveiled is so precious that it can be called the most dazzling and brilliant pearl in the crown, and the most shocking and profound chapter in the treasure house of human knowledge. The auctioneer said solemnly, then stepped forward to introduce himself. Inside the box, on the thick brocade, 68 ancient books lay quietly. Everyone, please look. This is the original version of the Yongle Encyclopedia, which was compiled by China during the Yongle period of the Ming Dynasty with the efforts of the entire nation. This great collection brings together 7,000 or 8,000 books from ancient times to the present, covering classics, history, philosophy, anthology, astronomy and geography, yin and yang medicine, divination, Buddhist scriptures, drama, crafts, agronomy, and other fields. It is a well-deserved encyclopedic collection of documents. Although it has gone through the vicissitudes of time, wars, fire, and water, and now only 68 copies remain in the world, each page carries the infinite wisdom and hard work of human civilization. It is the culmination of Chinese civilization and the pride of the entire human civilization. The auctioneer's passionate introduction was like a raging fire, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire audience. High-definition images of the inner pages of the Yongle Encyclopedia were displayed in a scrolling manner on the stage display screen. The neat and beautiful tiny calligraphy and exquisite illustrations make people feel as if they have traveled through time and space to the prosperous Ming dynasty when culture flourished and all nations came to pay tribute. It is also equipped with a large number of exquisite illustrations and paintings. Starting price, 880 million. In the front row, a white-haired but energetic old man who looked like a scholar was the first to raise his bidding card tremblingly and said in a trembling voice, 1 billion. I have devoted my life to studying ancient books. If I can bring back some original copies of the Yongle Encyclopedia to China, it will be considered as a small contribution to the inheritance of Chinese culture. Shota Koizumi immediately raised his sign and said, 1.2 billion. He waited all night and finally got this masterpiece. Item: Yongle Encyclopedia. Completed in the 6th year of Yongle in the Ming Dynasty, 1408, it was presided over by Yao Guangxiao, the prince's junior tutor, and Xiejin, a Hanlin scholar, and edited by more than 3,000 people. It contains 11,095 volumes, about 370 million characters, and nearly 8,000 books from ancient and modern times. It is the largest encyclopedia in the world and a treasure of human civilization. Wang You looked at the Yongle Encyclopedia with serious eyes. He didn't like the Yongle Encyclopedia very much, but he knew very well that it was too important for Chinese civilization. Wang Yu sneered, I'm offering 1.5 billion. How can outsiders covet our Chinese treasures? 1.6 billion. This Yongle Encyclopedia not only belongs to China, but also to all mankind's cultural heritage. Placing it in our top museum in Europe will allow more people to appreciate the charm of Eastern civilization. Wang Yu heard this and turned to look. Not far away, an elderly white man wearing a neat black suit spoke in fluent French. Wang Yu stared at the Yongle Encyclopedia on the stage and raised his sign again. 2 billion. Suddenly, a voice with a Korean accent rang out from the crowd. Oh my God! How can we leave out the Republic of Korea for this? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man standing up. He was wearing a neat suit. His hair was parted in the middle and was sleek, with a unique sense of confidence and arrogance on his face. He said loudly, 2.1 billion. This Yongle Encyclopedia is wanted by my Samsung Leaf family. It's Samsung. It's troublesome. I don't know how much the price will rise. The bidding sounds at the scene were like waves, one after another, and the prices also soared up like a rocket. The atmosphere in the auction hall was so tense that it seemed like sparks were coming out, making it hard to breathe. Everyone's eyes quickly moved between the bidders like lightning. My heartbeat got faster and faster as the price climbed, like the sound of a drum, boom, 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 and I felt like it was about to jump out of my throat. Koizumi Shoyuta and the others around him were like ants on a hot pot, muttering anxiously and shouting at the top of their lungs, 3 billion. Wang Yu did not hesitate and immediately raised the sign and said, 3.5 billion. 3.6 billion. Li Jae-hoon was not to be outdone. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly in Korean. The auctioneer's voice was trembling with excitement, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced back and forth between Wang Yu and the other bidders, shouting at the top of his voice, 3.6 billion once, 3.6 billion twice. Is there a higher price? Wang Yu raised the sign again and said, 3.8 billion. The price was increased by 200 million yuan at one time. 800 million is definitely not the value of this treasure. 4 billion. 4 billion 200 million. 4 billion 300 million. Wang Yu had no choice but to raise his sign again and said, I'll pay 6 billion. He didn't care whether there was enough money in his bank card. After saying that, he looked at Koizumi Shota and said, Keep following me if you dare. Koizumi Shota's face turned pale, and he stared at Wang Yu intently, squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth. Wang Yu, you have repeatedly ruined my good deeds. I will remember this account. Let's wait and see. The auctioneer's voice shouted excitedly, 6 billion at a time. 6 billion for the second time. Is there any higher one? 6 billion for the third time. Make a deal. Boom! As the auctioneer's hammer fell heavily. The entire auction hall was dead silent at first, and then it exploded into thunderous applause. The 68 original volumes of the Yongle Encyclopedia reappeared in the world after experiencing the vicissitudes of time and wandering in foreign countries. This day will be remembered in history books. Li Jae-hoon also looked annoyed. He glared at Wang Yu fiercely, cursed a few words in Korean, then waved his hand, turned around, and left. After the auction ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. At this time, the white-haired scholar walked slowly towards him. The young are to be feared. His voice was extremely excited. His eyes were full of emotion and relief. He extended his hand to Wang You and said, "I am Professor Wei Qiming from Huaqing University. Thank you for your contribution to the country. This is really a great achievement." "Professor Wei, you are too kind." Wang Yu quickly stood up, stretched out his hand, and said respectfully, "My name is Wang Yu. You can just call me Xiao Wang. I just did what I thought I should do. This Yongle encyclopedia originally belongs to China, and I will never let it be lost in another country." Professor Wei nodded slightly and said, "Do you know the significance of the Yongle encyclopedia to our country and to Chinese culture?" Wang Yu scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I don't really understand." Chapter 69 returned with a full load. The Yongle encyclopedia was created during the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty by the imperial court, which summoned numerous scholars and skilled craftsmen to create it with great effort. When it was compiled, it brought together 7,000 or 8,000 books from ancient times to the present, covering everything from astronomy and geography to classics, history, and medicine and technology. It can be said to be a masterpiece that is the culmination of Chinese culture. Professor Wei paused. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that after years of hardships, wars, fires, and looting, it disappeared in history, and now only these 68 volumes remain. But even so, every page, every line, and every word is the key to our understanding of ancient Chinese culture. Professor Wei turned around and looked at Wang Yu expectantly. "I have spent my entire life studying ancient books. If they can be brought into professional academic institutions, the value they can bring will be immeasurable. I implore you to consider lending the Yongle Encyclopedia to relevant state departments for research for a period of time, so that more scholars and experts can have the opportunity to touch history and explore the culture hidden in it." Wang Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart as he listened to the scholar's heartfelt words. He pondered for a moment and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, Professor Wei, I didn't take the picture for my own collection. Now that you have spoken, I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest." Professor Wei's eyes sparkled with tears, and he held Wang Yu's hand tightly. Okay, I feel relieved with your words." After calming down a little, Professor Wei looked at the young man in front of him belatedly. He is so young, yet his moves are so extraordinary. Whose son is this? Professor Wei couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked softly, "Xiao Wang, excuse me, judging from your style of doing things, you are definitely not an ordinary person. I guess you must have an extraordinary family background, right?" Wang Yu had his usual gentle and modest smile on his face and said without any airs, "Professor Wei, my family just runs a small business. It's not worth mentioning." Professor Wei raised his eyebrows slightly, with a knowing smile on his face. "Your small business is not simple at all. It is not something that an ordinary family can do to make the final decision in the auction of the Yongle Encyclopedia. It was just a fluke. Haha, you little rascal." Afterwards, Wang Yu, Xiang Zhua, and others went to the backstage of the auction to handle relevant procedures. The staff member smiled professionally and politely said to Wang Yu, "Mr. Wang, congratulations on buying these rare treasures. You need to pay 8.4 billion Chinese yuan. According to the process, we now need to complete the payment. Please provide the payment method." Swipe the card. Wang Yu nodded slightly, took out his bank card, and paid the 6 billion for the Yongle Encyclopedia first. The remaining 2.4 billion will then be paid. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 8.4 billion, double cashback 16.8 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 84,000 system points. Wang Yu looked excited. 840,000 points was unprecedented. I've never been so rich since I was reborn. System. Open the personal panel. Age. 20 years old. Height. 188 cm. Charm. 92. Physique. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability. 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry. Double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Solidify. Entry effect. Points. 887,387 points. Huaxia currency. 15,960,807,894. Yes. Wang Yu waved his fists vigorously. the joy in his heart almost overflowing. 159 billion Chinese yuan and 880,000 system points. He had never fought such a prosperous battle. After the payment process was successfully completed, Christie's auction house demonstrated extremely high professionalism and efficiency. They quickly arranged for the naval guards to carefully escort the many treasures that Wang You had purchased to their yacht dock nearby. These treasures were properly placed by bodyguards and protected layer by layer to ensure that they were safe. After everything was handed over, Wang You, Wang Xikong, and Xiang's stood on the deck of the ship. The sea breeze blew gently, bringing with it a slightly salty and humid smell, ruffling their hair. Xiang's walked forward, patted Wang Yu's shoulder vigorously, and said with a hearty smile, "Wang Yu, this time we really won a great victory, but you have to go back quickly and put these things away properly, so as to avoid more trouble at night. See you later." Wang Yu nodded heavily, held Xiang's hand and said, "Of course, when we return to the Magic City, we'll have time to get together again." What a pity. There are so many fun things on the Symphony of the Seas. We have to give up. Chinsu also echoed from the side. Then, to prevent accidents, Wang Yu and others had no choice but to say goodbye to Xiangzhua and leave first to board their own yacht. The yacht started slowly, cutting through the calm sea, and sped towards the Magic City. Wang Yu stood on the deck of the yacht, looking back at the Symphony of the Seas gradually going away, feeling filled with emotion. The scene this night was really wonderful. The scenes in the novel of his previous life actually happened in reality, especially the acquaintance with Xiangzhua, which made Wang Yu feel very happy. More friends mean more paths, and the Xiang family has many paths. Miyako straight shrouded in night. The dark blue sea ripples gently, creating tiny silver waves. The early morning sea breeze was a little chilly, carrying the unique salty and humid smell of the sea. It shuttled freely between the yachts and ruffled people's hair. The yacht below was cutting through the waves, and the deck was already filled with a lively and cheerful scene. A group of young and beautiful girls were laughing and talking, moving lightly among the crowd. In the center of the deck, a pretty girl with waist-length hair and a pink bikini was swaying her slender body seductively to the rhythm of the dynamic music. She wasn't winking at them. Chinsu held a glass of champagne in his hand and sprayed it wantonly. He turned his head and stared at Wang Xikong, who was smoking leisurely beside him. He widened his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice, "Look at the scene today, this scene. My God, it's even more exciting than the scenes in the movies. We went out this time like a cheat. We got all those rare treasures. When we get back to the Magic City, I'm going to show off." The corners of Wang Xizong's mouth slightly raised, and wisps of green smoke rose slowly. He took a deep breath slowly, looked at Chinsu, and replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Look at you, are you so shocked by such a small scene? If you ask me, it has to be our Wang Yu. His courage and vision are simply amazing. He took all those treasures without missing a single one. This operation is not something that ordinary people can do." Qinfen sighed. After spending this night together, especially after the auction, Wang Yu had already been recognized by them. Even though we knew Wang Yu's family background, the financial resources he displayed were still shocking. Qinfen and Wang Xikong were fine. Chunsu and the fat guy were already somewhat respectful in their attitude towards Wang Yu. The other girls on the deck didn't think so much. They only know that Wang Yu has always been at the center of this group of rich second generations. He has a high status, is handsome and rich. I spent a lot of money tonight and bought a lot of treasures. They all stared at Wang Yu like hungry wolves, wishing they could swallow him up in one bite. I am even more envious of Lele and Tang Tang. Chapter 70 Crisis on the High Seas. "Boss, something's happening." At this moment, the captain suddenly shouted at Wang Xikong. Upon hearing this, Wang Xikong turned his head and looked towards the sea. Far away, 3 yachts came rushing towards us through the waves like black ghosts. Leading the crew on the deck were Shota Koizumi, Tetsuya Abe, and Kenichi Sato. Shota Koizumi was wearing a black windbreaker. The corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind, which looked out of place with his short stature. Shota Koizumi's face was terribly gloomy, with a hideous sneer on his distorted features. He stared at the yacht of Wang Yu and others. Behind, hundreds of men dressed in black combat uniforms, holding rifles, looked aggressive. The 3 yachts stopped suddenly and blocked in front of Wang Yu and others, causing a large splash of water. "Yoshi, Wang Yu, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you break in. Didn't expect that we would meet again on the high seas? Shota Koizumi strode to the bow, looked down at Wang Yu and others, and let out a creepy laugh. What should we do? They have guns. A girl was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she spoke in a trembling voice. Wang Yu's eyes were stern, and he said in a cold voice, Koizumi Shoyuta, what do you want to do? Openly using force on the high seas. Aren't you afraid of international public opinion? Koizumi Shoyuta sneered, his face showing more and more pride as he said, Public opinion? Humph. This is the high seas. Who would know what happened? My Koizumi family is a family of arms, and we have plenty of ways to make everything go quietly. You've ruined my plans time and again. Do you really think you can get away with it and return to China? Chun Su also stepped forward at this time. With his eyes wide open, he pointed at Koizumi Shotai and cursed. You little Japanese devil, don't be so arrogant. You bid fairly at the auction, but you want to use crooked ideas just because you are not as rich as others. Do you have any shame? Abe Tetsuya shook his head and said, That's wrong. It's just a matter of means. Sato-kin spread his hands and said, You are still so stubborn, even though you are about to die. I will give you one more chance. If you know what's good for you, hand over all your things quickly, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary. If you dare to touch us, come and try. Warships from various countries are patrolling nearby. If you open fire, my Chinese warships will be here in a few minutes. It will be too late for you to leave by then. Wang Xikong glared at him and responded fearlessly. He put his hands behind his back and gestured to the captain. The captain understood, nodded slightly, reached out, and quietly pressed a button. Fuck you, you little Japanese devil. How dare you blatantly rob our Chinese things? Do you think we are soft persimmons? The little fat man suppressed the fear in his heart and cursed loudly. Baga, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Koizumi Shota was enraged by these words. His face turned red, veins popped out on his forehead, and he roared, Shoot me. I want to see how hard your bones are. I want you to kneel down and count how to me. In an instant. On the ship, hundreds of men in combat uniforms raised their rifles, stood in scattered positions, and fired wildly at them from all angles. Immediately afterwards, a series of deafening gunshots rang out, and bullets whizzed past like raindrops, smashing the tables, chairs, and railings on the deck into pieces. The girls were so frightened that their faces turned pale, screaming one after another, and squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, trembling. Lung Feng reacted quickly, and with a leap, he protected Wang Yu under him. Lung Feng looked determined as he observed his surroundings vigilantly. Even though bullets were whistling overhead, he had no intention of retreating. He whispered to Wang Yu to comfort him. It's okay for now. Be careful of bullets. For a moment, there was gunfire, smoke, and the calm sea surface was stirred into turbulent waves. Under the protection of bodyguards, everyone bent down and used the facilities on the yacht as cover. The bodyguards fought back with compound bows and other equipment, but unfortunately it had little effect. Chinfen crouched down and hid behind a stone pillar, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He anxiously shouted at Wang Xikong, Old Wang, this won't work. We have to think of a way. Captain, speed up and run in the opposite direction. Wang Xikong shouted. Okay, boss. The captain crouched, sweating profusely, and carefully dodged the bullets fired from the opposite side. He turned the bow of the ship and sped up his escape. Bang! Baga, they're about to run away. What are you waiting for? Catch up with them. Shota Koizumi slapped the captain in the face with a big fist. Hi! The captain felt a burning pain on his face, and the anger in his heart suddenly rose up, but he still endured it. After all, the concept of hierarchy is very strong in the Japanese workplace, and he dare not offend his boss easily. He could only vent his anger on Wang Yu and others. Then he increased the yacht's speed to maximum. Wang Xikong saw that he couldn't get rid of the other party, so he glanced around the situation and shouted decisively. Bodyguard, go to my room and get the weapon. It's under my bed. Quick! The bodyguards near the stairs looked at each other, quickly crawled on the ground, and turned over to return to the cabin under the stairs. After a while, they had submachine guns and other equipment hanging around their waists, and they returned with difficulty, carrying several heavy boxes. The box fell to the ground with a dull thud. The bodyguard quickly opened the box, and the weapons inside were immediately presented to everyone. Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, grenades. There was even a rocket launcher with a murderous look inside. Everyone was stunned. Fuck. Lao Wang, you still have these treasures. Where did you get them? And there's a rocket launcher. These things are not for fun. Qin Fun's eyes widened instantly, and he spoke excitedly. Wang Xikong scratched his head, a trace of embarrassment on his face, and explained, "After all, we are on the high seas, so it is better to be careful. I thought of preparing more weapons, just in case, but who would have thought that this would happen? Isn't this just right?" At this time, the gunfire from the opposite side became more and more frequent, and the bullets hit the bunker, splashing sparks. The bodyguard who came out first started shooting at the opposite side with a submachine gun. Under their cover, the bodyguards on the yacht retreated one after another, picked up weapons and fought back. Wang Xikong gritted his teeth, picked up a submachine gun, skillfully checked the magazine, pulled the bolt, and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, this is a life-and-death moment. Let's fight. Kill one, and we'll break even. Kill two, and we'll make a profit." Wang Yu also stood up, took a rifle, narrowed his eyes slightly, aimed at the enemy on the opposite yacht, and said calmly, "Everyone be careful, just treat it as a real CS game." After saying that, he pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out, accurately hitting an enemy's head, splashing blood. It was his first time killing someone, but Wang Yu felt very calm. There was no vomiting and nausea reaction like in movies and TV shows when the protagonist kills someone for the first time. I just feel my blood boiling. The two sides exchanged fierce fire, and the situation became increasingly stalemate. Koizumi Shota hid behind a pillar on the opposite yacht deck and shouted arrogantly, "Wang Yu, you can't escape today. Hand over your treasures obediently, and I can leave your bodies intact." Wang Yu snorted coldly and retorted, "Koizumi Shoyuta, you are wishful thinking. If you have the ability, then use your real ability to get it. Don't you feel ashamed of using these despicable means?" Boom! At this moment, Lung Feng seized the opportunity, crouched down, quickly raised the rocket launcher in the gap between gunfire, quickly adjusted the angle, and decisively pulled the trigger. There was a loud whoosh sound, and a rocket flew out with fury and whistling. Instantly, a huge hole was blown up on the opposite deck, flames shot up into the sky, smoke curled around, and debris flew everywhere. "Nanny, how come they have heavy weapons? Isn't China banning guns? Even rocket launchers are coming out. This is impossible." Shota Koizumi and the others were horrified. He widened his eyes in horror and shouted. Seeing this, Wang Xikong laughed out loud. "Koizumi Shoyuta, you didn't expect this. This sea area has nice scenery. Why don't you stay here today? Beat them to death. Don't let them get away." Shota Koizumi became furious and shouted hysterically. When his men heard this, they immediately went crazy and opened fire on Wang Yu and the others. The bullets rained down like heavy rain. After Lung Feng fired a round from the rocket launcher, he quickly rolled back to the bunker and shouted while changing the magazine, "We don't have enough firepower, everyone be careful." Chapter 71, Fleet Might. The two sides are fighting fiercely. The gunfire intertwined into a deadly web, and bullets whizzed across the sea. The air was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, mixed with the sea breeze, which made people want to vomit. Wang Yu and his men were at a disadvantage in firepower at the beginning, but they managed to turn the tables by relying on the sudden use of heavy weapons. Shota Koizumi and his gang are still harboring evil intentions. Relying on their large numbers, they continued to attack fiercely and had no intention of retreating. At this critical moment, ding ding ding, the satellite phone in Wang Xizong's pocket suddenly rang urgently. While changing the magazine, he hurriedly took out his phone. The signal on the other end of the phone seemed unstable and was mixed with rustling noise. As soon as he got through, a majestic voice came from the other side saying, "Wang family boy, we are rushing to support us at full speed. We are expected to arrive within 3 minutes. You must hold on." Wang Xizong's eyes lit up and he responded loudly, "Great. With you here, none of these little devils can escape. We can definitely hold on." At this time, Wang Xizong's voice was full of confidence. The tense nerves just now relaxed a little. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xikong excitedly shouted to everyone, "Brothers, our naval fleet will be here soon. Hold on for the last 3 minutes. Koizumi Shota and the others will die soon." When everyone heard this, their morale was boosted and their return fire became even more intense. Shota Koizumi faintly heard the alarm coming from a distance. The sharp and rapid sound cut through the night sky, causing his heart to skip a beat. Koizumi Shota turned his head and looked around at the distant sea. then asked Tetsuya Abe beside him. What's that sound? Could it be that the Chinese Navy is really coming? Listening to the noise. I'm afraid it's true. We have to find a solution quickly. A look of panic appeared on Tetsuya Abe's calm face. His face turned pale, and he spoke tremblingly. At this time, the alarm sounded louder and louder, and the huge figure of the Chinese naval fleet had already appeared at the end of the sea level. 3 destroyers took the lead. Like a guard with a sword, he breaks through the waves with great momentum. The lights on the ship pierced the darkness like sharp swords. As the distance got closer, the alarms sounded by the fleet were so loud that it hurt people's eardrums, as if issuing the most severe warning to Shota Koizumi and his gang. Koizumi Shota was completely panicked, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick, stop shooting! Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Sato Kenichi tried to be tough and said, "Just run away like that? Our plan." Before he could finish his words, Abe Tetsuya glared at him fiercely and said, "What are you planning? If you don't run away, are you going to be surrounded by the Chinese Navy? This is the high seas. No one will care if you die here." Wang Yu saw that Koizumi Shoyuta and the others were in disarray, so he took the opportunity to taunt them. "Koizumi Shoyuta, why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Didn't you want us to kneel down and beg for mercy? Are you scared now?" Koizumi Shota was furious but helpless. He could only grit his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent. We are not done with this today." The Chinese naval fleet approached quickly, and a majestic voice came from the broadcast on the destroyer. "Unknown ship ahead. Stop attacking immediately and accept inspection. Otherwise, compulsory measures will be taken. Unknown ship ahead. Stop attacking immediately and accept inspection. Unknown ship ahead." The solemn voice echoed on the sea, like thunder. Shota Koizumi's yacht quickly turned around. The men hurriedly put away their weapons, the engines roared, and the 3 yachts fled desperately like stray dogs. But the Chinese Navy would not let them go easily. The fleet spread out in a fan shape and accelerated the pursuit. For a while, water splashed on the sea, and the tracks of the warships crisscrossed like silver ribbons. Wang Yu and others stood on the yacht, looking at Shota Koizumi and his gang going away in the rapidly approaching naval fleet, and they felt relieved. Wang Xikong let out a long sigh and said with emotion, "Thanks to our Navy for arriving in time. We don't have much ammunition left, otherwise today's incident would be a big problem. Yeah, this is right in front of our house. How can we be bullied by these little devils?" Chinfen rubbed his trembling legs and said. After a while, the naval fleet sent a speedboat to approach the yacht of Wang Yu and others. A soldier boarded the yacht. He looked quite young. He was wearing a handsome military uniform. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his epaulets were shining brightly in the sun. He saluted a few people and asked with concern, "Is everyone okay?" "We came here immediately after receiving the alarm." Wang Xikong stepped forward, shook the young soldier's hand gratefully, and said, "Thank you for arriving in time. We are all fine, just a little frightened." After saying this, he winked at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard immediately understood and made a gesture, and the bodyguards around him immediately put away their guns. No one was hurt. Everyone looked at each other and checked each other. Wang Xikong said, "They are just some superficial injuries, nothing serious." The officer nodded and said seriously, "I'm glad you're all right. This sea area has been unstable recently. You must pay attention to safety during your subsequent trips. Contact us at any time if there is any situation." He paused and continued, "I don't care what you have on board on the high seas, but if you return to Chinese waters, I hope you can take care of the things on board, otherwise I will punish you severely." After finishing the explanation, the officer returned to the launch and rejoined the fleet. Then a frigate was dispatched to escort Wang Yu and others' yacht towards the Magic City to provide them with protection. Under the escort of the naval fleet, the yacht moved forward steadily, gradually approaching the Chinese waters. The yacht carried by Wang Yu and others moved forward steadily. Everyone sat together, and their mood gradually calmed down from the tension and excitement just now. Wang Xikong looked around and whispered to his bodyguard, "Throw all the guns into the sea. We can't bring these things with us when we return to China. Don't let us get into trouble." The bodyguards nodded in agreement and quickly took action, tying up the guns and ammunition one by one and sinking them to the bottom of the sea. When everyone saw this scene, they all understood Wang Xitsong's intention. After all, the country has strict control over guns, and bringing these things back will only bring unnecessary trouble. The smoke from the gunfire on the deck had not yet completely dissipated, mixed with the salty taste of the sea breeze. Permeate the air. The girls were now huddled together in a corner of the deck. They hugged each other tightly, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, as if they had not yet recovered from the fierce gunfight. Lele closed her eyes tightly. Her long eyelashes were soaked with tears and stuck together. Tears kept sliding down her cheeks, dripping on her companion's shoulders and soaking her clothes. Their hair was disheveled, with a few strands blown onto their faces by the sea breeze. They had no intention of tidying it up, but just mechanically grabbed the arms of their companions, their nails turning white from the force. One of the girls with short hair kept chattering her teeth as she trembled and muttered, I thought we were going to die here today." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a burst of sobbing. The long-haired girl next to her patted her back gently, trying to comfort her, but her voice was also filled with tears. Don't be afraid, it's all over." However, the slightly trembling tone of her voice revealed her inner anxiety. On the deck, tables, chairs, and other facilities had already been smashed to pieces, with debris scattered everywhere. Some of the wooden boards were still emitting blue smoke, which were the marks left by bullets. The railings were also twisted and deformed, revealing uneven gaps. The ground was covered with dense piles of bullet casings. When the sea breeze blows, the smell of gunpowder, blood, and the smell of the sea are intertwined, making people's stomachs churn. Although Wang You and others were still frightened, when they saw the girls in such a state, they all stepped forward to comfort them. Chapter 72: Return to the Magic City. Don't be afraid. We are safe now. Everything is fine. Wang Yu came to Lele and comforted her softly. Whoa! Lele and Tang Tang immediately threw themselves into Wang Yu's arms and burst into tears. Wang Sikong also changed his usual cynicism, looked at the girls with concern, and said, "Don't be afraid. We are here. When we return to the Magic City later, everyone will receive a red envelope, and then I will have someone take you to buy the latest bags and jewelry. You can pick whatever you like, just to relieve your stress." As Wang Sikong spoke, he made exaggerated gestures, trying to cheer the girls up and relieve them from their fear. He knew in his heart that these girls had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. We need to use something tangible to give them some sense of security and comfort. That's right. Everyone has been frightened today. The principal will definitely be generous. Let's put this matter behind us for now and think about what kind of feast we will have when we get ashore. Let's treat ourselves well. Qinfen next to him also echoed. Chun Su and the little fat boy nodded repeatedly. The little fat boy took out a few pieces of chocolate from his pocket, handed them to the girls, and said, "Eat something sweet first. You will feel better after eating chocolate. This is my treasure." As the girls listened to their words, their crying gradually subsided. Although there were still tears in their eyes, their emotions slowly calmed down. They began to whisper to each other about the gifts they liked and the food they wanted to eat. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, the clouds in the sky were dyed colorful by the sunlight, and birds flew by, chirping. On the Bund, inside the Yuyuan Bund restaurant, Wang Sikong and his companions booked the largest banquet hall here. The girls, bodyguards, and waiters on the ship sat down casually. Wang Yu and others sat around a table. "Do you want to calm down a bit?" Qinfen looked at Wang Yu and said, "All." Wang Yu said simply. He was not the kind of person who was addicted to alcohol. Sometimes when he was in a bad mood, he would drink a little, but he had never drunk as much as he had in the past few days. Mainly because of last night's gunfight, which stimulated his nerves, and he is still excited now. It would be nice to have some wine to calm your mood. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. The scene last night will be something I'll brag about for the rest of my life. Qin Fun's cheeks flushed, and his eyes were still filled with excitement. He slapped the table and said, "The bullets were flying around so fast that my heart was in my throat. I thought I was going to die there. This is much more fun than drinking and playing with women." "You do not say." The little fat boy Li Xiong, with a piece of beef in his mouth, replied incoherently. "I saw the god of death waving at me, but then our mother showed up." This scene was so shocking. The battleship looked like it came out of a science fiction movie. As soon as it came out, that piece of shit was so scared that it peed its shit out of its wits and ran home to call for its mom. Ha! I don't understand why they make such a fuss about these antiques. Maybe the Japanese government wants to take this opportunity to undermine the confidence of the Chinese people. Fuck! Imperialism is determined to destroy us. Chinfin said angrily. If it weren't so close to Japanese waters, we wouldn't have caught up with their ship and let them escape. What a pity. Wang Xikong shook the wine glass in his hand, causing ripples in the red wine, and said with a look of regret on his face. Chinfin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he suggested, let's go to Lao Wang's bar tonight to have some fun and celebrate everyone's safe return. What do you think? Okay. The little fat boy was the first to respond. These past few days have been too exciting. I need to play all night tonight to relax. Wang Xikong put down the wine glass in his hand, waved his hand, and said, you guys go ahead, I won't go. I've been very busy these past few days. I want to take a good rest and recuperate. Old Wang, are you too old to be such a spoiler? Get lost. Everyone's eyes turned to Wang Yu. Why are you all looking at me? Wang Yu nodded and said with a smile, wait a few days. Everyone go back and rest, and then go to the bar after you have enough energy. That's fine. Chinfin did not force it, and said with a smile, Old Wang, you must take out the fine wine you have collected and let everyone taste it. You usually treat me like a treasure, but you can't refuse me this time, right? Wang Xikong smiled faintly and said, no problem. Lao Wang, how is your live streaming platform doing recently? Chinfin continued. That's it, not hot or cold. Wang Xikong said helplessly. It's a pity that I entered the industry too late. This industry has already developed into a leader. I can only eat some scraps and barely make ends meet. Well, that's true. Chinfin also nodded and said, I have invested in many industries, but few of them have made money. How is the market investment situation recently? Seeing that the two were gradually talking about investment, Wang Yu asked casually, are you interested? Wang Xikong turned and looked at Wang Yu curiously. Find out more about it first, and invest if there is a suitable project. Wang Yu said directly. After going through the life and death moment last night, the people present have become true best friends and brothers. So there is no need to hide it from them. Besides, it was only a matter of time before he invested in starting a company. They were all doing business in China, so it was impossible for him to hide it from them. He said it directly so as not to affect everyone's feelings. And maybe I can get a lot of useful information from them. No, buddy, Chinfin said exaggeratedly. You are only a sophomore. Why don't you take advantage of these few years to have fun and start your own business? This is also what Chen Su, Little Fatty, and others wanted to ask. When they were in their 20s, they all had fun. Start a business? Even dogs can't create. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a useless rich second generation who just eats and waits for death? The current investment market environment in China is not something that these rich second generations can handle. That requires real money to spend. In the past few years, there have been many internet wars and billions of dollars have been invested in each of them. But in the end, not even a splash was seen. You can play anytime. I have quite a bit of money on hand. It would be a big loss if I kept it in the bank. It's better to invest it than to keep it in a bank card. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows, picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then said, besides, I think the investment environment this year is still good, so it's okay to invest some money to test the waters. No, buddy. You still have money to invest? Didn't you just spend more than 8 billion last night? Wang Xikong couldn't help it at this time, and his face was full of surprise. Although Wang Yu has the support of Pioneer Heavy Industry Group, he will not lack funds. But last night, Wang Yu spent 8.4 billion to buy a bunch of treasures. This is not the false financial bubble in the stock market. 8.4 billion in cash. How many people in China can come up with this? Fuck. How come you still have money? Chinfin stood up and walked to Wang Yu, grabbed Wang Yu's neck and said, tell us the truth. How much money do you have? Let go, let go. Wang Yu was strangled by Chinfin until he couldn't breathe. After he let go, he said, I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Why are you so excited? Chinfin smiled awkwardly and shrank his neck. Wang Yu picked up the wine glass and took a big gulp. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw that everyone present stretched their necks and looked at him eagerly. There are probably still about 10 billion left in the card. Wang Yu said helplessly. Wang Xikong and Chinfin's expressions froze. The fat boy was eating the lobster and stopped unconsciously. Hundreds of billions. 10 billion or more than 10 billion. No one was calm anymore. Wang Xikong and Chinfin have the best family backgrounds besides Wang Yu. Wang Xikong is the son of the richest man in China. The assets under their names cannot be compared with Wang Yu's. Not to mention Chen Su, Fatty, and others. Su Yuza, Lin Hao, and Wei Jinglan, who works in foreign trade, are not even qualified to help Wang Yu. Chapter 73, Terrifying Cash Flow. I've tried to think about it as much as possible. but I didn't expect that you have more funds than I thought. Wang Xikong looked at Wang Yu deeply and said with a complicated look. He did not doubt what Wang Yu said. The daily turnover of Pioneer Heavy Industries Group is an astronomical figure. Wang Yu is fully capable of taking out tens of billions of cash. At their level, there is no need to brag about their assets to get attention. What they care more about is the personal connections behind them and whether these more important core elements can bring benefits to themselves. Hundreds of billions in cash. The market value of Wang Xizong's family company is quite large, but he cannot take out tens of billions in cash. This is because many assets cannot be cashed out, and even if they can be cashed out, it will take time and the value will be greatly discounted. Billionaires with a net worth of tens of billions are everywhere in Shanghai. But can the entire demonic empire find enough people who can come up with tens of billions in cash? Wang Xikong didn't know, but he couldn't take it out anyway. Wang Yu, are you sure your family has no other businesses besides Pioneer Group and Huayao Group? Qinfen looked shocked and said to Wang Yu, I thought old Wang and I were the top second-generation rich people in China, but I didn't expect you to be the most awesome one. I admire you. I admire you. Chen Su and the little fat man looked at each other, clasped their hands together, and said in unison, Me too. Wang Yu's words shocked them greatly. There's an old saying that goes golden bridges and silver roads. Plus, it involves the energy industry, such a large, heavy industry enterprise. It's good that you keep a low profile. Otherwise, my old man wouldn't be the richest man in China. Wang Xikong sighed. If you ask me, the richest man in China has to be Wang Yu's father. This is too scary. Qinfen also gradually calmed down, and then said, It is indeed terrifying. How come this is just like those super rich people in novels, who have tens of billions of dollars at any time? Chen Su's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he slapped his thigh and said excitedly, I know. What do you know? Wang Xikong and Qinfen turned to look curiously. Chen Su was so excited that he looked at Wang Yu with shining eyes and said, I know Wang Yu's secret. Tell me, is your family one of those aristocratic families in novels that has been hidden for thousands of years? Now you come to the Magic City to attend university, just to play the pig and eat the tiger. And then you meet an arrogant, rich second generation who takes the initiative to provoke you, and you madly slap him in the face in front of the school beauty, who is rare in a century, and finally you marry the beauty and swallow up his family. Chen Su looked at Wang Yu with a vigilant expression, patted his chest, and said in a funny way, Fortunately, I didn't offend you, otherwise my family would be in trouble. If old Wang hadn't introduced you to us, with my usual arrogance, would I have already kneeled down and begged for mercy in front of you by now? Wang Yu was quite nervous when he heard Chen Su's words. Did this guy find out that he had a system? Result: have you read too many novels? 1,000-year-old family? Then do I know ancient martial arts? If I really knew ancient martial arts, I wouldn't have to wait for the Navy fleet to arrive. I could just sink those 3 yachts by myself. Wang Yu looked at Chen Su with disdain, as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person, and said, Wake up, kid. Go to the hospital as soon as possible. Fuck. Why didn't he realize before that he was an idiot? This train of thought is too amazing. That's right. Chen Su scratched his head and chuckled. Wang Xikong was deep in thought on the side. Wang Yu has so much cash. If he really invests it, it seems that the chances of success are quite high. After all, this is tens of billions of dollars, not a small matter. The nature of the matter is different. Since his family is confident in giving him so much money, maybe they have some inside information? Otherwise, who would be willing to give so much money to a college student? When Wang Xikong thought of this, he suddenly got an idea and said quickly, Wang Yu, do you have any special way? What Wang Xikong didn't know was, Wang Yu did have information that others didn't know, and it wasn't given to him by others. Rather, it is the historical vision that he possesses as a legacy from his previous life. By investing as if you can predict the future, are you still afraid of not making money? Wang Yu said calmly, There is no special way. But our country is developing so well now, there are many investment opportunities. Histida, I still don't understand. Chen Su suddenly realized it, then said awkwardly. Wang Yu glanced at him and said helplessly, I really am. China has now fully entered the internet era. Since the emergence of 4G, internet speed has been greatly improved, which has brought about a series of changes, the first of which is the impact of e-commerce on the physical retail industry. Look, in the past few years, the sales of Double 11 and Double 12 have doubled every year. Many industries have been reshuffled, and many billionaires have been born. Wang Xikong nodded to show his understanding. Of course, he understood these principles, and he had also thought about trying to enter the market. But it was too late. The internet was no longer a blue ocean, and his strength was not enough to get a share of the pie. It's hard to enter the internet, right? Now these three giants firmly control every aspect of the internet. This, Wang Xikong thought for a while and said, over the years, no one has ever broken through the checks and balances of these three internet companies. Those who want to challenge their authority have all died miserably, without exception. Wang Yu smiled faintly and said, times are changing, and nothing is static. If you can't keep up with the times, you are doomed to die in the tide of the times. Besides, China has such a large population, which means that in the internet age, there will be many opportunities that others cannot see. Since the last century, when science and technology exploded for several decades and entered a new era, the development of science and technology has slowed down. With the booming development of the internet, all kinds of new science and technology and concepts are emerging one after another. These are just innovations and remixes of some existing technologies. In this era, innovation is the most important thing, but mixing and matching is not impossible to succeed. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he smiled mysteriously. In a few years, Wang Xikong, Qin Fun, and others will know what mix and match is. How many companies have become trendsetters because they have accurately identified the pulse of the times? How many companies have become successful because of a mix of products? For example, companies like Moshi and Dami have, on the one hand, accurately identified their market positioning, and on the other hand, they have achieved success based on the concept of mix and match. Especially the sudden appearance of DY, which destroyed the entire network. DY Company is based on the leapfrog concept of mixing multiple types of content, mixing shooting technology and special effects functions, mixing algorithm recommendation and social interaction functions, mixing advertising and content, etc. In just a few years, he created a huge business empire. Some are based on innovative development, so let's not talk about them for now. For example, shared bicycles and shared power banks have created a craze in the Chinese market. Chapter 74, Innovation and Mix. One group even occupied more than half of the market share in China. Even Penguin's dominant position in the gaming field has been torn apart by Genshin Impact. A few years later, the release of the 3A masterpiece, Black Myth, Wukong, taught the whole world a lesson. Let those arrogant Westerners understand what true Eastern culture and Eastern aesthetics are. The hot release of Neza 2 also shocked the global film and television market. Let the world see the unique charm and profound heritage of Eastern mythology. What belongs to the nation belongs to the world. Innovation? Mix and match? Wang Xikong was confused and asked, which company are you going to invest in? Which company can beat these three giants? There are so many excellent companies in all walks of life. But as Wang Yu said, there is a potential stock that can defeat the big three. Wang Xikong really can't think of any company that has the qualifications. At the beginning, Wang Xikong simply thought that Wang Yu was young and frivolous and didn't know his place. It seems now, it is obvious that Wang Yu has a great understanding of the market, otherwise he would not have such a profound analysis. Didn't an internet tycoon say, in 2014, if you stand at the right place, even a pig can take off? Wang Yu picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and continued, innovation and mix and match is the theme of this era, and it is the outlet of this era. As long as you find the right direction, even a pig can take off. Qin Fin scratched his head and said anxiously, Wang Yu, don't keep me in suspense. What do you mean? Wang Yu said helplessly. Based on the current market analysis, the development prospects of the industries of film and television, live broadcasting, and e-commerce are good and worth exploring. The film industry has indeed developed well in recent years. With the development of the internet era, the star effect is getting higher and higher, and the fan economy is getting more and more outrageous. Wang Xikong heard this and said, in the past, those female stars would beg the investors and sleep with anyone just for resources. But now, they are so pretentious and pretend to be noble. It's disgusting. However, live streaming and e-commerce, I just can't figure it out. Aren't these two industries monopolized by leading companies? 2018 was the craziest year for live streaming and e-commerce. With the influx of large amounts of capital, this has brought about the brutal expansion of related industries. But what followed was the disorderly operation of the industry. The state has promptly issued relevant laws and regulations to rectify the chaos in these industries. This has dealt a heavy blow to related industries. In this situation, some companies took the opportunity to rise up, like a spark that starts a prairie fire. Chinfin said, "Live streaming is not easy now. Lao Wang invested so much money in the National Treasure live streaming platform, but it is now half dead. Yes, the shareholders only care about power and profit, and don't care about the life and death of Guobao Live. I've been very worried recently." Wang Xikong said helplessly after hearing this. The fat guy nodded, smiled lewdly, and said, "How much value can these internet celebrities generate? If you have so much money, you might as well find a few good-looking stars and make some small movies. Many of my friends have invested in the film and entertainment industry and have made a lot of money in the past few years. I think investing in movies is more stable." Wang Yu smiled faintly. There was no further explanation. Now, the internet celebrities who were considered not worthy of being on the stage in their eyes have achieved such a high social status after the release of D-Sound. Live streaming has created many sales myths. All major institutions have made a lot of money relying on the big tree of D-music and the rise of DY overseas. This has made Chinese culture popular both at home and abroad, and countless companies have joined in and made huge profits in US dollars. But how many people can discover such an opportunity? He would not look down on Wang Xikong, Qin Fun, and others just because of their short-sightedness. Wang Yu in his previous life was even worse than them. What qualifications do we have to laugh at them? Wang Xikong pondered for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. He could only say helplessly, "Brother, when you set up an investment company, don't forget to bring me along. If you need anything, just tell me. I still have a say in this part of the Magic City." "Okay, but I don't have time for now. School is about to start." Wang Yu smiled slightly and said, "With school about to start, he doesn't have enough time to deal with the establishment of an investment company. Investing is a cautious matter, so naturally you have to be fully prepared at the beginning." As for why he agreed to let Wang Xikong and others join, of course it is because in China, where personal relationships are important, it is inevitable to offend some people. Joining with strength can avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, he must firmly hold the absolute controlling rights of the company in his hands. "Okay, let's talk about this later. We can get together again after you start school." Qinfen looked at Wang Yu and said, "If it's feasible, I'll also get involved. I may not have much experience in China, but I still have some connections in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. It's fine if I can get a share of the profits, brother. I don't ask for much. Of course there is no problem. There is no end to making money. Let's make money together." Wang Yu laughed and said, "Maybe our startup company can go beyond Asia and go global." Wang Xikong and Qinfen burst out laughing. They dare not think about going out into the world, but that does not stop them from imagining punching Shuangma and kicking Wang Jianlin. Just as this breakfast was coming to an end, more than a dozen tall and burly bodyguards in black suits came over, each holding a few specially made bank money bags in their hands. The bodyguards walked straight to the side of Wang Yu and others in a well-trained manner, respectfully put down their pockets gently with a dull sound, and then retreated to the side in unison, with their postures straight and their eyes not looking away. Wang Xikong stood up with a smile, walked forward and patted one of the pockets, and said to Wang Yu, "You are so generous, we can't be stingy. Add the 10 million you gave, and the total here is 25 million. Wang Yu waved his hand with a calm smile on his face and said, "Everyone went through a life-and-death crisis last night. This money is just to calm everyone down. Money is something you can't bring with you when you are born and you can't take with you when you die. It's enough to make everyone feel more at ease at the critical moment." The reason why Shota Koizumi was able to rob them last night was because he bought the Yongla Encyclopedia, so it was only right that Wang Yu took out 10 million to distribute to everyone. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 10 million, double cashback 20 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 system points. Upon hearing this, Wang Xikong said to the bodyguard beside him, "Give it to everyone, 300,000 each." "Yes, boss." The bodyguards picked up the bags, walked aside, and started handing out money. Others in the box expressed their gratitude one after another, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became more and more heated. After dinner, several people came to the parking lot. Wang Yu has become the center of the group, with Wang Xikong and Qinfen standing on his left and right. Unconsciously, Wang Yu had become the core of this small group. Wang Yu looked at the time and said, "That's all for today. I'm going back first." In the hotel, Zhang Ro was still waiting for him. As for Lele and Tang Tang, Chapter 75. The Way to Raise Scholars. It was just a one-night stand. Zhang Ro, whom he had personally trained, was someone he knew well. Okay, Wang Sikong said, then let's get together in my bar next time. We should have a great time then. Wang Yu nodded, then opened the Lafa storage box, took out 400,000 yuan from it, put it in the arms of Lele and Tang Tang, and said softly, I won't see you off. Each of you will have 200,000 yuan. Go back first and have a good rest. The two women held the cash in their arms. Although they were very disappointed, they could only nod and say, okay. She was just thinking too much. How could a rich man like Wang Yu accept prostitutes like them? If possible, Lele and Tang Tang would definitely want to go with Wang Yu. After all, Wang Yu is tall and handsome, good at playing games, and so rich. As long as they can get close to Wang Yu, they won't have to worry about the rest of their lives. The other girls present looked at the cash in their arms, feeling both envious and gloating. Seeing that Wang Yu let them go by themselves, they all threw flirtatious glances at Wang Yu, hoping that he would like them. If they were not afraid of the bodyguards around Wang Yu, they would have rushed over right now. Wang Yu pretended not to see it, directly opened Rafa's handsome butterfly door. Then he started the car and drove towards the Tianmu Palace amid the reluctant gazes of many girls. The bodyguard started the car and followed closely behind. As for the treasures that Wang Yu had photographed, they had been sent to the Tianmu Palace and properly stored when the yacht docked. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 400,000 yuan, and the double cashback was 800,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 system points. Not long, Wang Yu returned to the Tianmu Palace. As soon as he landed, he asked the bodyguard standing guard at the door to notify Lung Feng to come over. Lung Feng walked in with an upright posture. He stood at attention with a snap, gave a standard military salute, and said, Boss, you're looking for me. Wang Yu came forward with a sincere look on his face, patted Lung Feng on the shoulder, and said with emotion, Lung Feng, everyone has worked hard on this trip and experienced life and death at sea. I keep all this in mind. As he spoke, Wang Yu took out his mobile phone and operated it quickly. Lung Feng's cell phone immediately rang. Wang Yu smiled and said, I've transferred 2 million to you. Take it and use it to reward your brothers. It's up to you. Ding! The system detected that the host spent 2 million, double cashback for million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 system points. Lung Feng's eyes were slightly red, and he said in a slightly hoarse voice, Boss, this is too much. It's our duty, and we have already taken it in the restaurant. Wang Yu waved his hand and said, Don't be so long-winded. The restaurant belongs to the restaurant. Just take it if I tell you to. You also know that I am not short of money. He still knows how to support scholars. Ancient clans would keep a large group of retainers, providing them with good food and drink every day, and they would not have to worry about the food, clothing, and other expenses of their children and wives at home. It takes several years, or even decades to raise a pet. Just wait and play its due role at the critical moment. Prince Xinling of Wei during the Warring States period is a typical example. Xinling Jun was known for his benevolence, generosity, and respect for the wise and humble. He treated his guests with courtesy and humility regardless of their social status, and thus attracted many talented people to join him, such as Ho Ying, Zhu Hai, Mao Gong, Shui Gong, and so on. These retainers gave him advice and worked hard for him at critical moments, and also recruited a large number of talents for the state of Wei, enriching the talent pool of the state of Wei. At its peak, it had more than 3,000 retainers, and its reputation spread far and wide. For more than 10 years, the various vassal states did not dare to wage war against Wei. Unlike some company bosses today, who pay their employees 3,000 yuan a month, but let them work themselves to death. Wang Yu doesn't want a day when problems arise when he needs a bodyguard to save his life. He has plenty of money, but we only have one life. Lung Feng straightened his body, put his feet together, and with a pa sound, he gave a standard military salute. Only the raised right arm was trembling slightly. It shows the turmoil in his heart. He looked directly into Wang Yu's eyes and said, Boss, I want to thank you on behalf of my brothers. Our Wolfang team will follow you and will go through fire and water for you whenever you ask us to do something. Lung Feng, please don't be so formal with me. I have seen everything that has happened along the way, and I remember it in my heart. Wang Yu looked at Lung Feng, patted his shoulder gently, and said. Wang Yu's eyes became deep, and his tone became more sincere. Money is just a thing outside of my body. To me, It is far less precious than the friendship between brothers. I'm giving this money to everyone, not for anything else, but just to let you know that if you follow me, Wang Yu, you will get what you pay for. I will never mistreat anyone who truly works for me. After saying that, Wang Yu patted Lung Feng's shoulder again. Yes, boss. I'll go down first. Go ahead. Lung Feng saluted again and walked out of the room. Honey, what happened? Wang Yu turned his head and saw Zhang Ro slowly walking out of the bedroom. She was wearing a plain silk nightgown, with her long hair loosely draped over her shoulders. Her face looked a little sleepy, but her eyes could not hide the concern. Zhang Ro walked quickly to Wang Yu, gently hugged his arms with both hands, looked up at him with worry in her eyes, and asked softly, I just woke up and heard that you came back from the sea. Did you have any trouble on the way? I saw that the bodyguards were all injured. Wang Yu felt warm at the sight of her. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, saying softly, It's okay. We just encountered some minor storms. We solved them smoothly. Don't worry. It's really just a small storm? Don't hide it from me. Zhang Ro frowned slightly, obviously not quite believing it, and asked again. Wang Yu smiled and held her in his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head, and whispered to her in a soothing voice. Really? How could I lie to you? Zhang Ro nodded gently in his arms, and then she felt relieved. Wang Yu gently held her face and bent down to kiss her. Zhang Ro moaned, her body trembling slightly, and the desire in her eyes became more intense. She stood on tiptoe and offered her red lips. Wang Yu responded enthusiastically, and as their tongues intertwined, their breathing became more rapid. Wang Yu picked her up and strode towards the master bedroom. Then he gently put her down and leaned over to kiss her again, leaving hot marks from her cheek to her neck. Zhang Ro clutched the bed sheet tightly with both hands, her back slightly arched, her legs unconsciously wrapped around Wang Yu. She murmured, Husband. Wang Yu's hands wandered over her body, and every touch made her gasp. The two of them were immersed in this passionate moment, releasing their longing and love for each other over the past few days, and the room was filled with an ambiguous and charming atmosphere. The head of the bed rocked gently. It took a long time before things gradually calmed down. Chapter 76. The Birth of the Succubus. Night falls. The swimming pool of the Tiamu Palace was illuminated by the lights and sparkled. The water temperature in the swimming pool was comfortable. Wang Yu lazily took a bath in it, enjoying the rare moment of relaxation. At this time, Zhang Ro swam over from the side of the swimming pool. She was wearing a red swimsuit that perfectly outlined her curvy figure. She swam to Wang Yu, gently surfaced, shook her head, and had a playful smile on her face. Wang Yu, come down and swim for a while too. Zhang Ro giggled and looked at Wang Yu with loving eyes. Wang Yu smiled and shook his head, his eyes wandering over her, and then said, I'll take a bath first. You can swim by yourself. I can't bear to miss such a beautiful scene. After hearing this, Zhang Ro's face turned slightly red, and a hint of shyness appeared in her eyes. She straightened up and turned lightly in the water, showing off her graceful figure. Then you must enjoy it. Wang Yu nodded and watched Zhang Ro swimming happily in the water. Then call out the system. System, open the personal panel. Host, Wang Yu. Age, 20 years old. Height, 188 cm. Charm, 92. Physique, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability, 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry, double cashback. Entry effect. All reasonable consumption will be doubled. Ultimate physical fitness. Entry effect. From this moment on, you are the ceiling of human physical fitness. Solidification. Entry effect. Eye of Truth. Entry effect. Machine Soul is delighted. Entry effect. Points. 888,627 points. Huaxia currency. 15,973,207,894. Wang Yu glanced at the string of Chinese currency numbers on his personal panel and couldn't help but feel amazed. Nearly 16 billion in cash. In 2018, I can be considered the cash king of Shanghai. Wang Yu muttered to himself. The double return he received after every consumption made his wealth grow exponentially. He believes that in the near future, his cash will be able to surpass that of the Beijing cash king on the internet. Then, Wang Yu looked at the 880,000 points and called out the advanced roulette. A dazzling golden light suddenly burst out on the system light screen in front of him. The light flickered continuously, and an indescribable mysterious atmosphere spread out, which seemed solemn, vast, and boundless. When the light faded, an ancient and mysterious roulette wheel appeared before my eyes, spinning continuously. Wang Yu's eyes were once again stung by the strong light, and he couldn't help but complain, "Fuck, this special effect is still so exaggerated. Can it be changed?" System, direct 10 consecutive draws. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, the golden roulette wheel in front of him began to spin rapidly. The golden light flickered, and as the roulette wheel slowly stopped spinning, only a few patterns were still shining with golden light. Ding! Consume 100,000 points. The system starts the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion Chinese currency. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition car, an Apollo I. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1,200,000,000 Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1,800,000,000 Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition car, a Lamborghini. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition Porsche 918. Thank you for your patronage. The vehicle has been placed in your parking space. Please check it. Wang Yu's face turned dark because he didn't draw the entry he wanted most. But he won 3 limited edition sports cars, which gave him some psychological comfort. It can be considered as a complete collection of the 3 mythical gods. System, just go all in. Consume 780,000 points. The system starts the lottery. The golden roulette wheel in front of him slowly turned again, shining brightly. Wang Yu's face flushed, and he stared at the roulette wheel in front of him, praying silently. The Jade Emperor, Taishang Laojun, Tathagata Buddha, Jesus, whoever it is, please give me some strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry, Living Succubus. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 29.99, 9.99, 9.99 Chinese currency. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1% of Penguin Company's shares. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the entry King of Games. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 666 Chinese currency. Thank you for your patronage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 666 Chinese currency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the entry, Basketball Star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Memory Master. Thank you for your patronage. Huagua Industrial and Commercial Bank reminds you that your account has a credit of 14,333,333,331, and the balance is 30,306,541,225 Huaxia currency. Wang Yu quickly looked at the entry effect and saw the system panel displayed. Host: Wang Yu. Age: 20 years old. Height: 188 cm. Charm: 120. Normal person's limit is 100. Physique: 120. Normal human limit is 100. Durability: 120. Normal human limit is 100. Entry: Living Succubus. Entry effect: Your charm is irresistible. Girls will be attracted by your extraordinary charm. Boy, it's not just girls who are attracted. King of Games. Entry effect: Your hand speed, awareness, and other operations will reach the level of the world's top professional players. Basketball Star. Entry effect: Basketball is no longer a challenge for you. The next basketball star is you. Memory Master. Entry effect: When knowledge passes through your mind, it will be deeply engraved in your mind, and you will never forget it. The Memory Master is talking about you. Score: 8,627 points. Huaxia currency: 30,306,541,225. Wang Yu couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. The entries drawn this time are all very practical. The Living Succubus allowed his charm value to break through the human limit and reach 120 points. From now on, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she will fall for his genes. Memory Master allows him to have a photographic memory. Everything that happened in his previous life will be deeply engraved in his mind, and Wang Yu no longer has to worry about forgetting it. This entry is crucial to his future investment company. As for Lord of the Game and basketball star, they are even more powerful. If ordinary people get these two entries, they can dominate these two fields and become the most dazzling stars. Pity? These two terms are dispensable to Wang Yu. He has as much as 30 billion in his bank card. You can't let him become a basketball star or do a live broadcast of playing games. However, these terms may come in handy in other ways. You never know when it will play its due role. Various scenes from his past life flashed through Wang Yu's mind. Those experiences and memories surged like a tide, making his thinking more active. He stared at the information on the system panel, thinking about his future plans. In particular, there is a 1% stake in Penguin. Chapter 77, University of Finance and Economics Admissions Controversy. Then, Wang Yu closed the system panel and turned his gaze to Zhang Ro, who was still playing in the swimming pool. Zhang Ro swam lightly in the water. Her red swimsuit looked particularly charming under the light. Her figure was light and graceful, with exquisite curves, and her skin gleamed with crystal luster in the water. Wang Yu dived into the water, splashing water, and swam quickly towards Zhang Ro. When Zhang Ro saw Wang Yu coming, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She swam to Wang Yu, put her arms around his neck, and said in confusion, "Dear, what were you thinking about just now? Why do I feel that you have become more handsome again?" Wang Yu smiled slightly, kissed her cheek, and said, "Nothing, just thinking about something. But now, I want to study something more interesting with you." After saying that, Wang Yu gently kissed Zhang Ro's soft lips. Zhang Ro closed her eyes and responded to him enthusiastically. The two hugged each other tightly in the water, their bodies swaying gently with the waves. Wang Yu's hands slowly slid towards her swimsuit, and his fingers gently penetrated into the edge of the swimsuit, feeling the warmth of her skin. Afterwards, Wang Yu gently led Zhang Ro to the edge of the swimming pool and let her lean against the wall of the pool. Wang Yu felt the buoyancy and resistance brought by the water, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it turned out that there was such a unique feeling in the water. Water splashes everywhere and passion is overflowing. Another sleepless night. 2018. September 6th. Today is the first day of school at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. As a 211 university, Shanghai University of Finance and Economics has attracted countless talented people to study here. At this time, people were coming and going at the school gate. Many freshmen, accompanied by their parents, crowded at the freshman registration area. Luxury cars can be seen everywhere. Lamborghini, Bentley, Mercedes-Benz, Porsche. Some students' parents send them off in luxury cars, so they are naturally arrogant and look down on others. Most of these are locals in Shanghai. There are also students who come alone, dragging their own suitcases from other places to register. High school is a simpler period in life. When I entered college, the concept of class became clear from the moment I registered as a freshman. A university is a complex small society, and very few people can handle all aspects well. At this time, Zhao Xian, at the new student reception desk at the school gate, was welcoming new students who came to register. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she was wearing a white casual outfit. She was wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, which looked ordinary, but exuded youthful vitality. "See and look, there's a guy driving a Ferrari over there, and he looks like a freshman." Zhao Xian's friend Lu Ming next to her looked excited and shook her arm and said, "No matter how big the Ferrari is, it costs millions to buy it. The fact that a freshman can drive a Ferrari means that his family must be well off." Seeing that it was a local license plate from Shanghai, Lu Ming was even more excited. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. She was just waiting for the new student to register so that she could go and receive him and take this opportunity to add him on Feishan. Niu Ben was carrying a suitcase and a box of fruit and roast chicken, and subconsciously looked at the Ferrari parked on the side of the road. For no other reason, just to appreciate the charm of supercars. Supercars are so attractive to men. There are many luxury cars parked in front of the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics, but only a few can drive a Ferrari supercar. Many girls at the scene were attracted by the Ferrari and wanted to see what this classmate looked like. Some seniors who thought they were pretty even took the initiative to step forward and get to know the classmate who drove the Ferrari. Zhang Haoran wore sunglasses and got out of the car with an arrogant look. As a native of Shanghai, he drives a Ferrari supercar to school and has an inexplicable sense of nobility in his bones. He looked around and everyone's eyes were on him, which made him feel a little dizzy. Zhang Haoran stood beside the car, looking at the young and beautiful senior schoolmates, waiting for them to come forward and ask for his contact information. Hey, old cow, you're here so early. Niobin only felt a heavy blow on his back, causing him to cough repeatedly. Turning around, he saw his brother Guo Chuanxing and couldn't help but said angrily, Big guy, what are you doing? Guo Chuanxing scratched his head and said, You look so serious. I'll scare you a little. Oh! There was a noise. Niobin's suitcase, fruits, and roast chicken all fell on the Ferrari. He was hit by Guo Chuanxing's elbow and subconsciously let go of the things in his hands, and the luggage weighing dozens of kilograms rolled down the sloping road. It immediately hit the door of the Ferrari. The huge impact force left marks on the car door, and the roast chicken was spilled all over the car, leaving it covered in grease. Fuck! Whose roast chicken is this? Stand out! Zhang Haoran looked at his beloved car in this state, his eyes bloodshot, and he shouted angrily. This Ferrari Portofino was specially given to him by his father as a reward after he was admitted to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. Although it's just a second-hand car, he treasures it very much. He drives his car everywhere, even when he goes out to buy groceries. Because of this Ferrari Portofino, he dated a lot of girls this summer and felt like he had reached the peak of his life. At this time, his beloved car was damaged by someone, and the body of the car was covered with oil, which made Zhang Haoran furious. That idiot, stand up. This is a serious accident. I'm afraid you'll have to pay a lot of money, right? It's a pity that the Hunan roast chicken is gone. It's so delicious. Who said it wasn't? This roast chicken is such a pity. No. Is this roast chicken important? The parents and new students around were talking about the tragedy happening before their eyes. Niobin didn't have time to feel sorry for his roast chicken. He just knew that it was ruined. This is a Ferrari. How much compensation should he pay to cover the repair costs? Niobin is a student from a poor county in Hunan province. His family conditions are not very good, and he has to work part-time during his spare time to earn most of his living expenses for 1 year of university. Niobin came back to his senses, walked up to Zhang Haoran with a frustrated look, and said helplessly, The luggage and roast chicken are mine. You know how much it will cost to repair the car? I will compensate you. Compensation? Can you afford it? Zhang Haoran grabbed Niobin's collar and shouted angrily. This is my Ferrari Portofino. I spent millions to buy it. You poor bastard. Can you afford to pay for it? Contact your friends and parents immediately. You can't afford the repair costs. Boom! Niobin felt dizzy. Master Qingdang, why did you let him encounter such a thing? For a luxury car worth millions, the cost of repairing it must be high. How does he compensate? Phoenix. The big guy walked up and said seriously, This is mainly my responsibility. I will pay for it. You? Niobin stood there helplessly, feeling even more dizzy. Because Guo Chuanxing is a little bit stupid, 1.9 meters tall, and looks big and strong, everyone calls him the big fool or the big guy. But his IQ was very high, and he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in their county that year, so he was successfully admitted to the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. His family conditions are not much better than mine. What can he give as compensation? The aunt, who couldn't bear to see it, spoke up for justice. Child, you seem to be an educated person. You can't blackmail me. It's just a small scratch. It won't cost much. Yeah, I think we should call the police first. It's not a big deal. You're still driving a Ferrari for this. You have no tolerance. I think the compensation is a few $1,000s at most. Zhang Haoran became even angrier when he heard the conversations coming from the ants around him. He said angrily, You know nothing. This is a Ferrari Portofino, you know? This car costs millions. You don't know anything, and you're just talking nonsense. Someone in the crowd who knew the business said, Your car is obviously secondhand, and it's still worth several million. You can buy it for 1 or 2 million at most. I don't care. You have to pay me 300,000 for the repairs anyway. Zhang Haoran said angrily after hearing this. Niobin didn't know much about cars, and when he heard that he had to pay a compensation of 300,000, he felt like the sky was falling. 300,000. I can't even afford the compensation if I sell him. Niobin said helplessly. How about this? Let's have someone come and assess the damage first. No matter how much it is, I will sell everything I have to compensate you. Although he didn't know much about cars, he didn't believe the number Zhang Haoran said casually. It still needs a professional to evaluate it. I don't care. You have to pay me $300,000 for the repairs, or call your parents. Zhang Haoran said in a tantrum. This was the supercar he had finally bought, and he was always very careful when driving it. He wanted to take this opportunity to blackmail him. Oh! Sudden. There was a deafening roar of an engine. Chapter 78 Regret. In the roar of the engine, a cool platinum Apollo IE approached from a distance. Under the sunshine, it attracted countless people's attention. The gradient white paint shimmers with golden light, depending on the angle. The streamlined body and the racing rear wing behind the body are full of the beauty of lines, just like a nimble dancer. The powerful sound of the engine was like the roar of a ferocious beast, attracting everyone's attention. This is exactly the world's top supercar that Wang You won in the lottery, the Apollo IE. There are only 10 units in the world, and the cost of each car is more than 20 million. It is a luxury car with great collection value that cannot be bought even with real money. Even though there were countless luxury cars at the scene, they all paled in comparison to Apollo IE. Zhang Haoran's Ferrari Portofino is incomparable. He looked at the speeding Apollo IE with deep envy in his eyes. This was a supercar. What was his Ferrari in front of it? The light of a firefly cannot compare to the brightness of the full moon. What the hell, what kind of car is this? And it has the license plate of Moto 88888. Apollo IE. The starting price is more than 20 million. More than 20 million? That's expensive. You can buy a large flat in Shanghai. It takes a lot of talent to drive the Apollo IE. If I remember correctly, there are only 10 units in the world. This is definitely a super boss. Could he be a freshman? Who would buy this car and drive it? Amid the envious gazes of the crowd at the scene, the platinum-colored door of the Apollo IE slowly opened, like the wings of a flying seagull. This is its unique seagull wings design. After the car door was fully raised, Wang You walked out of the car with a calm expression. He wore a black short-sleeved t-shirt from Givenchy and a pair of black straight-leg jeans from Acne Studios, which made his legs look straight and long. She is wearing a pair of Vans black and white checkerboard sneakers. The classic black and white checkerboard design, paired with black shoelaces, is simple yet stylish. Wearing the Vacheron Constantin Attic Craftsman 6620C on her hand, the exquisite dial, matched with the dazzling diamonds, is dazzling under the sunlight. The whole person looks like he is full of youthful vigor. More importantly, handsome and rich. After the gunfight a few days ago and the increasing balance in his bank card, Wang You naturally developed a calm temperament. He has already gotten rid of the loser temperament of his previous life. As soon as he got off the bus, he spotted his college roommate from his previous life, walked up to him, and said, "Old cow, big guy, what are you doing?" "Damn, it's really you, Wang You." Neo Ben wiped his eyes and said uncertainly, "When did you drive a supercar? I can't believe it's you. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm a rich second generation." Wang Yu spread his hands and said, "The life trajectory of this life is exactly the same as that of the previous life." His roommates all thought he was an ordinary person. No wonder Neo Ben couldn't believe it. "No, buddy," the big guy said in disbelief. "If you become a rich second generation, will you still be able to have fun in the future? That doesn't exist, it's fine as before. What are you doing?" Wang Yu smiled helplessly and said. Neo Ben heard this and said in frustration, "My suitcase fell on his car, and it cut a hole. He insisted on paying 300,000 yuan for the repairs, and is making a scene right now." Wang Yu took a look and found that it was a model launched by Ferrari in 2017. There's a little cut on the door and some paint peeled off. How dare you ask for 300,000 just for this? The new Ferrari Portofino 2017 is priced at only 2.6 million. Zhang Haoran had always envied Wang Yu's Apollo IE. Seeing that Wang Yu was Neo Ben's friend and was so handsome, he couldn't help but get even angrier because Wang Yu had stolen all the limelight. "You are his friend, right? I see you drive a nice car, so you should pay him the 300,000 yuan. You are lucky to have such a friend, poor guy. Otherwise, you would not be able to leave today." Zhang Haoran's crazy words caused many people present to express dissatisfaction. Many ants frowned, showing that they were dissatisfied with Zhang Haoran's nonsense, and criticized him one after another. Zhao Xian, who was watching all this from a distance, showed a look of surprise on her face and whispered, "Is it him?" After Wang Yu finished looking at the scene, he turned his gaze to Zhang Haoran and said slowly, "Is this car yours?" Facing Wang Yu, who was driving the Apollo IE, Zhang Haoran was overwhelmed by Wang Yu's aura and felt a little scared. But in public, he couldn't be a coward, otherwise he would become a laughingstock for his 4 years in college and wouldn't be able to hold his head up. "It's mine, what's wrong?" Zhang Haoran replied with his neck stiff. Then he looked at Neo Ben and Gui Chuanxing and shouted, "Why are you two pretending to be innocent? You damaged my car and you still want to cheat? Pay the money now. After saying that, he reached out and continued to pull Nyo Ben's collar. Seeing this, the big guy pushed his hand away. Jiang Haoran staggered and couldn't stop backing away. Wang Yu said seriously, "You dare to charge 300,000 yuan for the repair of a mere Ferrari Portofino? You are so bold that you dare to bully my friend." Jiang Haoran immediately said angrily, "What's wrong with my car? This is a new car I just bought. I've only been driving it for less than a month." He asked him for 300,000, which is quite good. "Since you are my friend, let's make friends and give me 200,000. When Jiang Haoran saw the Apollo, i.e. driven by Wang Yu, he knew that this man was either rich or noble. He felt timid inside and took the initiative to lower the price by 100,000 yuan. Seeing that he dared to ask for so much, Wang Yu lowered his head and looked around. He picked up a pebble from the ground and smashed it directly on the hood of the Ferrari. The Ferrari, which was already covered in stains, looked even more like a second-hand car. Wang Yu clapped his hands and said with a satisfied smile, "It's worth 200,000 now." "You are going too far." Hearing this, Wang Yu slowly put away the smile on his face and said, "I did bully you, so what? Just wait, this isn't over yet. I'm going to call the police." "Call the police?" "I'll wait." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu waved behind him. The bodyguard who had been protecting Wang Yu in secret suddenly rushed forward. Lung Feng said coldly, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" "Smash this car for me." "What the hell is this? How can you be so arrogant?" Lung Feng didn't hesitate when he heard this. He took out a baton from his waist and smashed it directly at the Ferrari in front of him. The other bodyguards were also ruthless, hitting the Ferrari with their batons. The sounds of glass breaking and metal twisting intertwined and echoed in the air. Jiang Haoran looked at the bodyguard in a black suit. His legs went weak, and he fell to his knees with a plop. His hands kept shaking, and tears welled up in his eyes. He begged, "Please stop smashing it. I beg you. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked for such a high price. I won't do it again." After a while, the originally cool Ferrari Portofino has become unrecognizable, with dents on the body and parts scattered all over the ground. The whole car looks like a pile of scrap metal. Wang Yu looked at the smashed Ferrari Portofino in front of him and smiled faintly. He turned back to the car, took out 500,000 yuan in cash, threw it on the ground, and said coldly, "This is the repair fee, take it. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. My name is Wang Yu. But you'd better think carefully about the consequences of provoking me." Jiang Haoran picked up the money on the ground tremblingly, his eyes full of fear and regret. He lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Wang Yu's eyes, and stammered, "I understand. I won't dare to do it again." Even if Jiang Haoran had 100 courages, he would not dare to retaliate against Wang Yu. He knew clearly that if a rich second generation like Wang Yu wanted to deal with him, there were many ways to do it. If Wang Yu is annoyed, there might be another dead body in the Huangpu River tomorrow. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. He shouldn't have been greedy and asked for the sky-high price of 300,000 for car repairs. "I regret it so much."